Chapter 1. This batch of freshmen is challenging. In September, at Rongqing University, the sun blazed overhead after lunch. Beneath the shaded banks of the artificial lake, a figure clad in camouflage leisurely made her way towards the administrative building. The girl had rolled her sleeves high, the zipper of her camouflage jacket left open, revealing a military green shirt beneath. The earphone wire dangling from her ears swayed gently with her relaxed strides, creating a refreshing sight amidst the oppressive heat. Duanduan, it's only been a few days since the semester began, and the counselor has already called you to the office. You didn't get caught sneaking out for internet access last night, did you? We're still getting to know Teacher Qin's temperament. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Duanduan, you should tread carefully. In my opinion, it's nothing serious. The worst that could happen is a deduction of 2 credits. Duanduan, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, comma. Status. Resource C exhausted. Apologies, Teacher Qin. I suffer from severe myopia and unfortunately forgot to wear my glasses on the day of the meeting, she said. Very well, goodbye, Teacher Qin, Lu Duanduan replied with a gentle smile, walking out of the office with unwavering composure under the gaze of the other. After the girl departed, Qin Xian gestured towards the door, inquiring of Pei Zhan, who was approaching. Do you know where that student's ID was found? In an internet CAF, surprisingly. Pei Zhan replied. During the military training period, the school enforced a closed management system for newcomers, and Qin Xian could not fathom how Lu Duanduan managed to slip away. Pei Zhan's lips curled slightly as he casually took a seat, remarking, it seems this new batch of students is quite challenging. Indeed, there are more of them than in previous years, making them more difficult to manage. So consider this a personal favor owed to you just for this semester, a little over 4 months. What do you think? Qin Xian proposed, gesturing towards a substantial stack of student files wrapped in brown paper on the desk. Pei Zhan did not rush to respond. Instead, he picked up the topmost student file and perused it briefly, a hint of amusement flickering in his dark eyes. Lu Duanduan, female, 18 years old, from Jiangning. Vision, 5.0. Chapter 2. The rising stars. The afternoon drills were in full swing, and Tao Bei was both exhausted and overheated, feeling as though her soles were about to burst. She cast a sideways glance at the refreshingly composed Lu Duanduan, her heart filled with envy and jealousy 100 times over. Although they were both girls. In just a few short days, the sun had tanned Tao Bei significantly, while Duanduan somehow managed to achieve a rosy glow. In truth, Duanduan not only possessed exquisite skin, but was also remarkably beautiful, her slender waist and long legs complemented by her sleek bob that framed her face gracefully. When she smiled, her eyes sparkled, and every time she marched past other formations, countless gazes were drawn to her. If the day of the performance could be won through charm, Duanduan would undoubtedly be the unrivaled choice of the 4th company. A sudden sneeze escaped Lu Duanduan just as the instructor blew the whistle. 10-minute break. As the whistle echoed, the crowd hurriedly dispersed, lamenting as they dashed towards the nearby Wu Dongfeng supermarket. Tao Bei tossed the 2 bottles of mineral water she had purchased in advance to Duanduan, and after a moment of shared understanding, Duanduan graciously twisted the caps off. One of Lu Duanduan's hobbies was opening bottle caps. To her, there was no cap she loved most. Only those she loved more. While sipping her water, Tao Bei cautiously retrieved her precious phone from her pocket. Duanduan, keep an eye on this for me. The foundation I added to my cart is finally on sale, and there are only 2 minutes left to grab it. You must keep an eye on the instructor for me. Lu Duanduan nodded earnestly. No problem, you can count on me. No sooner had she spoken than Tao Bei let out a sudden shriek. Ah, is it true? The esteemed Pei is going to assist our counselor, helping Teacher Qin with the new students of our cohort. Oh my goodness, I am overwhelmed with excitement. Duanduan, look. You must check the recent notification in the group chat. It is abuzz with fervor. It cannot be a mistake, as it was personally announced by Teacher Qin. Oh my heavens, Pei. I can't take it. I need to sip some water to clear my mind. This is not a dream. It is indeed real. Lu Duanduan was left speechless by her roommate's frenzied display. Unable to resist her curiosity, she leaned closer to her phone. Indeed, the group chat was in a state of frenzy. However, Teacher Qin remained remarkably composed, ominously stating, everyone who just spoke in the chat will receive a 1-point deduction. In an instant, all the profile pictures dimmed at lightning speed. Tao Bei, startled, quickly exited the messaging app, relieved by her own cleverness. Seeing her roommate turn off her phone, Lu Duanduan kindly reminded her, Bei, don't forget your foundation. Oh no, I can't believe I forgot. Well, too slow. It's all gone now. With a dejected expression, Tao Bei tapped her phone against her head a few times, but as she recalled the announcement from the group chat, A glimmer of delight spread across her face. Having Pei lead us means I will frequently glimpse my idol. How wonderful! Since entering the campus, Duanduan had heard the name Pei countless times. What sort of person could transform a group of top-performing students into infatuated admirers with such ease? Furrowing her brow, Duanduan couldn't help but inquire, "Who is Pei? Have you ever met him?" "Well, I've only caught a distant glimpse of him once." "What then? Is the source of his remarkable prowess?" Upon hearing her question, Tao Bei's spirit soared, each word dripping with admiration for the male deity. Pei Zhan is indeed a legendary figure within our computer science department. Have you perused the prestigious rankings on the Rongda forum? Pei Zhan's name has consistently held the top position, a testament to both his expertise and striking appearance, universally acknowledged by all. His mastery in the realm of computing has even garnered praise from professors at the main campus. You are familiar with the Sunyun app that manages our school's network ports, are you not? It was developed under Pei Zhan's leadership. Moreover, it is said that last year, the CEO of TCT personally extended an invitation for Pei Zhan to attend their annual technology exchange conference. And who is TCT? You may ask. They are a leading enterprise in the IT industry. Furthermore, while one might concede to Pei Zhan's formidable professional abilities, it is impossible to overlook his visage, which is so striking it incites envy among both mortals and deities alike. His aesthetic and demeanor ensure that wherever he stands, he becomes an extraordinary sight to behold. After Tao Bei finished her enthusiastic praise, she noticed Duanduan, sitting perfectly still in a daze. She waved her hand before her eyes, asking, "What's the matter? Have you been rendered speechless? Do you not find our patient exceedingly impressive? Have you not been awed?" Duanduan rolled her eyes slightly and responded dryly. "It does sound quite impressive, but I have a question." "What question?" Tao Bei inquired. Propping her chin on her hand, Duanduan murmured, "I am curious about what he was doing at the age of 10. Chapter 3 did not recognize him. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a few famished souls from the 618 group successfully convened at the A District cafeteria. Wen Qing, as always, embodied the demeanor of a leader, taking the initiative to order meals for everyone at the window. For portions of dumplings, each with distinct flavors, varied greatly in size as well. Duanduan, the slenderest among the four, paradoxically possessed the largest appetite. Observing the stark contrast between the two bowls before her, one ample and the other petite, Su Shaodi felt a pang of frustration. Why was the universe so unjust? It seemed that the overweight gained weight merely by sipping water, while the slim continued to lose weight despite their consumption. This disparity in fortune was indeed intolerable. Beside her, Tao Bei, engrossed in her phone, could not suppress a chuckle. Don't blame the heavens. Every extra ounce of flesh in this world is inextricably linked to the formidable genes of your parents. According to the principles of genetic inheritance, it was quite improbable for two overweight individuals to produce a slim offspring, barring the natural weight gain that often accompanies middle age. The discussion of dumplings had somehow spiraled into a discourse on genetics, but Duanduan did not dwell on such complexities. She quickly devoured the contents of her bowl, her thoughts already drifting to the school entrance, gazing at the departing figure of a girl. Su Shaodi expressed her curiosity. "What do you think Duanduan is always so busy with? She seems quite mysterious." When Qing replied, "She must be working part-time." The fact that she had begun her work-study endeavors shortly after the start of the semester suggested that Duanduan's family circumstances were not particularly favorable, which provided a modicum of comfort to Su Shaodi, who shared a similar background. However, on the other side, Duanduan was on the verge of tears. Standing at the entrance with her demagnetized student card, looking rather foolish as she exchanged glances with a group of elderly gatekeepers. Revealing her student ID would only expose her as a freshman, and Duanduan was far from foolish. She had finally acquired a school card from a senior in her second year, granting her the freedom to enter and exit the campus at will. Yet it had inexplicably demagnetized after only 2 uses. How unfortunate. Look, it's Pei Zhan." A chorus of hushed exclamations from a group of girls brought her back to reality. Within mere seconds, the atmosphere around her shifted to one of excitement. It was not that she had particularly sharp eyes. Rather, the striking white attire of the figure in question was undeniably eye-catching. As Bell had aptly noted, wherever he stood, he effortlessly transformed into a focal point of beauty. Not far away, 4 individuals approached the school gate, with Pei Zhan, clad in a crisp white shirt, trailing behind his companions, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, exuding an air of ease. The boy beside him occasionally turned to engage in casual conversation, seemingly oblivious to the throng of onlookers. It appeared he had grown accustomed to being the center of attention. In that moment, Duanduan realized that the person she had mistakenly identified as Teacher Qin in the office earlier that day was, in fact, the illustrious Pei Zhan. Perhaps her gaze had lingered a moment too long, for Pei Zhan seemed to sense her scrutiny and directed his gaze toward her. Flustered, Duanduan quickly averted her eyes. She had nearly forgotten that Pei Zhan was now a teaching assistant. Should he catch her trying to sneak away, it would spell disaster. However, he had only seen her once, and as an unremarkable girl among many, he was likely to have forgotten her long ago. After weighing her options, Duanduan discreetly shielded her face with her hand and cautiously slipped away. As four individuals exited the school gates, they paused at the traffic light on the street. With an enigmatic expression, Jiang Xiaochuan placed his hand on Lin Yihan's shoulder and whispered, "Old Lin, I must tell you, Zhangge has been somewhat unusual today." Lin Yihan cast him a sidelong glance. "How so?" Jiang Xiaochuan, with a sly grin, replied, "You all are too oblivious. Just moments ago at the school entrance, Zhangge stared at a lovely girl for a good 10 seconds. 10 seconds. When has our leader ever shown such interest in a girl? This is unprecedented." Before long, a deep male voice resonated from ahead. Pei Zhan, walking a few paces in front, casually glanced back at someone. "Since you have so much free time, you can handle the recruitment for the club." Jiang Xiaochuan stumbled slightly. Zhangge, I'm actually quite busy." "Zhangge, leader." As the figure moved further away, Yi Bai approached Jiang Xiaochuan, patting him on the shoulder with a sigh. "Xiaochuan, among us, your observational skills are the sharpest, aren't they?" "Ha ha." Their laughter was unabashed and mocking. Jiang Xiaochuan lamented, "You all are so cruel." The group engaged in playful banter, while Pei Zhan, with a slight upward curve of his lips, strode towards the sidewalk. Yet, his mind wandered to the girl's sweet and pristine visage. A decade had passed, and the little girl from back then had blossomed into a young woman, her features more refined than ever, delicate, serene, with clear, bright eyes. Her laughter reminiscent of a crescent moon. However, it seemed she did not recognize him. In the 4th chapter, providing cover for her, Duanduan ingeniously managed to slip out once more. She was a person of her word. Once she made a promise, no matter how arduous the circumstances, she would see it through. However, while exiting was a feat, re-entry proved to be a formidable challenge. The scene felt eerily familiar, as history seemed poised to repeat itself. Duanduan found herself helplessly engaged in a battle of wits against two formidable figures, employing every tactic from feigned suffering to diversionary maneuvers. And even the age-old strategy of escaping unnoticed, yet none bore fruit. It was late, and she pondered how she remained outside. Amidst the stalemate, a voice, cool and slightly detached, suddenly resonated behind her. Upon turning, Duanduan's expression turned to one of utter bewilderment as she beheld Pei Zhan. He strode past her directly to the gatekeeper, engaging in a hushed conversation. Still dazed, Duanduan scarcely comprehended the situation before witnessing the gate slowly creak open. Thus, in a daze, she followed the esteemed figure inside. Despite her lengthy entreaties, they paled in comparison to a mere utterance from Pei Zhan. Was the world so superficial that even the gatekeeper was swayed by status? The words escaped her. She momentarily struggled to articulate her thoughts. Nevertheless, she felt immensely grateful to Pei Zhan for his assistance tonight. Turning to him, she offered a smile, saying, "Thank you, senior." Pei Zhan merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant hum, leaving the conversation at that. The two walked side by side, her pace mirroring his, unhurried yet deliberate. The night breeze swept past, carrying with it a refreshing scent that heightened her inexplicable nervousness. After all, this was Pei Zhan. She was sharing a stroll with him? The evening was indeed perfect for a leisurely walk, yet the timing felt awry, and the company, too, seemed mismatched. Stealing a glance at the person beside her, it seemed that the esteemed figure had no intention of parting ways. Duanduan could not help but cough softly. Before she could speak, Pei Zhan inquired if she felt tired after such extensive training. In the summer night, his voice was deep and soothing, his calm tone inadvertently instilling a sense of comfort and tranquility. The girl blinked, her reaction somewhat delayed. After a few moments, she cheerfully replied, "I'm fine, I can manage. This level of exercise is nothing." Seeing her face filled with pride, Pei Zhan nodded knowingly, indicating that she had the energy to sneak out of school at night. Duanduan paused, turning her delicate face with a hint of weariness and asked, "Senior, will you tell Teacher Qin about tonight?" Her eyes brimmed with a pleading expression. That soft, melodious voice stirred something deep within. In the thickening twilight, Pei Zhan observed the girl's gaze gradually shrouded in a misty veil, his voice dropping even lower. He spoke slowly. Internet cafes are filled with all kinds of people. Do not venture there alone at night in the future. Upon hearing this, Duanduan quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, senior, do not worry. Starting tomorrow, I will stay in the dormitory and not go anywhere. Thank you, senior. The implication of the esteemed figure's words was clear. She was granted clemency, and Duanduan felt an indescribable joy. Pei Zhan stood at least 185 meters tall, and the girl gazed up at him, her bright eyes sparkling under the moonlight. 2 weeks later, military training concluded resoundingly amidst a torrential downpour, marked by the rhythmic sound of disciplined footsteps and rallying cries. All gatherings must eventually come to an end, and youth is inevitably tinged with tears. During the training period, there were moments of tears and laughter, instances of exceptional performance, and a few who nearly faltered along the way. Yet, regardless of the outcomes, we donned our camouflage uniforms, embodying the indomitable spirit of the students of Rome University amidst the scorching sun and torrential storms. From this day forth, a group of novices, having shed their training attire, is on the brink of embarking on a 4-year odyssey through the vast sea of knowledge. Most importantly, at last, I can finally adorn myself in my beautiful dress and apply a delightful makeup. Having expressed her exuberance, Taobei laid out her assortment of beauty products on the table, an impressive array that could only be likened to a grand banquet. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Xiaodi cast an envious glance and remarked, Bayer, that little black bottle on your left, could it possibly be the GM1? I noticed its price on the official website is quite steep. You truly are extravagant. Indeed, the official price is high, but I have other means to acquire it at a discount, replied Bei. Su Xiaodi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Please, do share your secrets with me. I must go and take a look. At that moment, when Qing emerged from the bathroom, and amidst the lively atmosphere of the dormitory, she noticed Duanduan seated alone, fervently writing. Curiosity piqued, she approached and inquired, Duanduan, what are you writing? I'm composing a letter to my future self. As our counselor mentioned, we should submit it before the end of military training, and I had completely forgotten, Duanduan explained, her pen moving swiftly across the page. As she wrote, she pondered aloud. Do you think, room leader, that if in 4 years we have not become the individuals we aspire to be, we would feel disheartened? Well, I haven't considered that, when Qing replied. For years hence, it's simply about graduating smoothly and securing a good job. I wouldn't describe it as a matter of disappointment. Having spoken, when Qing turned to Duanduan and inquired, what do you hope to become in 4 years? Duanduan, biting the end of her pen, pondered deeply. Truthfully, she was uncertain about what the future held. Yet she wished to witness her own progress each day over the next 4 years. With this thought, a joyful smile spread across Duanduan's face, and she concluded her letter with a perfectly round period. Chapter 5. A blow for brother. Mission accomplished. She opened her computer, logged into QQ, and clicked on the dialog box with her counselor. Teacher Qin, are you in your office? I am here to submit my assignment. After a moment, Teacher Qin replied. The class is yet to elect the class committee, so for now, please submit your assignment to Brother Pei. He will be the guidance assistant for the freshman computer science department this semester. I previously informed the group about this. Upon reading the message, Duanduan's expression transformed into one of confusion. Just then, the adorably made-up Taobei reached out from behind, exclaiming, Duanduan, take me with you when you submit your assignment. Taobei blinked cutely, playfully pinching Duanduan's delicate face. You are so adorable. And me. Don't forget to take me along. At some point, Su Xiaodi had also appeared. Even more astonishingly, the normally composed class monitor, who had been meticulously drying her hair, swiftly dressed and tidied herself in an instant. With a calm glance at her phone, she declared, according to reliable sources, Brother Pei is currently playing basketball in the gym. We must hurry, or he'll be off to class soon. 3 individuals. The head of the department truly lives up to his title, demonstrating remarkable diligence and swiftness in gathering information. Unbeknownst to Duanduan, who was left in a state of bewilderment 15 minutes later at the gymnasium. On the basketball court, several junior students donned in jerseys were engaged in a half-court game. As it was not a public match, few were privy to the event. The sporadic sound of sneakers scraping against the floor resonated distinctly within the vast, quiet space. Unfortunately, as they entered, Pei Zhan had already completed his half and was crossing the court with a water bottle in hand, heading towards the locker room. What a pity. She missed the chance to witness the prowess of the basketball prodigy, Pei. However, Her senior looked exceptionally handsome in his uniform. Even his silhouette radiated charm. Having heard countless similar praises, Duanduan's ears had developed an automatic immunity to flattery. Ignoring her companions, she fixed her gaze in the desired direction and dashed over. Duanduan treaded lightly, yet still managed to catch Pei Zhan's attention. He turned slightly, pausing in place, patiently awaiting the girl to approach. Senior. This is the assignment that Teacher Qin assigned earlier. He asked me to submit it to you. The girl spoke, her breath slightly labored. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink akin to the hue of blossoming peach blossoms. Pei Zhan lowered his gaze, his eyes reflecting a gentle patience as he observed her cautiously unfold the envelope in her hands. Duanduan had folded the envelope impeccably, neat and devoid of any creases. At that moment, her complete focus was on the paper, and when she lifted her gaze slightly, a basketball, unexpectedly soaring through the air, was perilously close to her head. Almost instinctively, she shut her eyes in fright. In a moment of breathlessness, she felt her nape enveloped by a warm palm, her body being gently drawn into a comforting embrace. Following a resounding thud, the sound of a basketball meeting the ground echoed. Contrary to her expectations, there was no pain. Duanduan slowly opened her eyes, tilting her head slightly. Under the bright lights, a strong arm shielded her from view, cradling her protectively within its bend. This scene evoked a flood of childhood memories, familiar sights and sensations compelling her to instinctively inquire, "Does it hurt?" Her cheek, separated only by the fabric of his jersey, rested softly against his warm chest, while the crown of her head nestled against his chin. As he spoke, she distinctly perceived the subtle movement of his Adam's apple in a low, husky tone. "It hurts." Instantly, Duanduan's mind descended into a blank state. Words spilling forth from her memory, as if recited from a book. "I have lollipops. One will make it better." Pei Zhan chuckled softly, leaning down to gaze at her. "Lollipops are for children. I am already an adult. How about you blow on it for your brother?" A gentle breeze stirred, playfully lifting the strands of hair by her ear, her fair face tinged with a faint blush, and her dark eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief. How was that possible? How could he? "Boss, are you all right? Should we go to the infirmary?" "Duanduan, are you okay?" Chapter 6. A flutter of the heart due to the angle. When Qing and the others had not witnessed the true scene that just transpired, yet the culprits on the court had seen everything clearly. The events of that day left the group astounded. They never anticipated that their usually composed leader would so fearlessly shield a girl from harm in a moment of crisis. As he gazed at the adorable girl before him, Zhang Xiaochuan couldn't shake off the feeling of familiarity. Wasn't she the one he had encountered at the school gate? Suddenly realizing the connection, he slapped himself in disbelief, turning to glance at his two immobile roommates on the court. He felt utterly despondent. How could his observational skills be so lacking? This series of actions left the younger students dumbfounded. Duanduan, initially lost in thought over recent events, found herself grappling with a new wave of confusion. Was the senior truly a fool? Clearing his throat, Jiang Xiaochuan announced he was going to change clothes before hastily exiting the scene. Just then, the sound of a cell phone ringing echoed across the court, followed by a senior's voice calling out, "Zhang, your phone." Duanduan quickly regained her composure, replying, "Senior, you carry on, we'll take our leave. Goodbye." Her words tumbled out in haste, leaving no room for a simple thank you. She couldn't quite pinpoint the source of her flustered state. Perhaps it was the pressing need to find a secluded spot to sort through her swirling thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the focal point of their conversation had vanished, leaving the remaining three from class 618 exchanging bewildered glances. Wen Qing remained calm, nudging her two starry-eyed roommates, and cheerfully bidding farewell to patient. As the girls departed, the gymnasium fell into an even deeper silence, with only the incessant ringing of a cell phone left on the bleachers breaking the stillness. Reflecting on the recent scene, Pei Zhan glanced down at the pink envelope in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The seal bore the delicate inscription Duanduan, accompanied by a charming hand-drawn cartoon pig in the lower right corner. Ah, such a display of youthful exuberance. After exiting the gymnasium, Duanduan messaged her roommates, expressing her desire to stroll alone on the playground. In that moment, her heart was filled with excitement, yet as tranquility enveloped her, she found herself unexpectedly composed. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence? However, the last word "brother," uttered from the mouth of the esteemed figure, felt strikingly surreal. Pei Zhan. Yes, he was called Pei Zhan. In her memories, she had seemingly referred to him as brother since childhood, never concerning herself with his name. Nor had she imagined that after a decade apart since their separation at the tender age of 8, they would reunite in university. How small and enchanting the world truly is. She acknowledged that when Pei Zhan shielded her from the ball, Her heart was not only filled with the joy of reunion, but also fluttered with a newfound affection. Lying on the verdant grass, she gazed skyward, feeling that the sun today was exceptionally gentle. While on her way home, her mother called. It was the weekend, and at this hour, their family had likely just finished dinner. As anticipated, old Lou was seated in the living room, engrossed in a newspaper, receiving her mother's subtle hints. She cleared her throat deliberately. "Mom, my military training just concluded, and I am utterly exhausted. I've lost quite a bit of weight." Yes, your father cooks deliciously, huh? All you can think about is him," her mother quipped. The two were playfully in sync while old Lou sat immobile like a mountain, casually humming as he held the newspaper. Lou Duanduan's ears perked up, and she quickly seized the opportunity to descend the metaphorical ladder. "Mother," as father calmed down, "sigh. Your performance in the college entrance examination has truly struck him hard." Lou Duanduan's small face fell, and she expressed her grievances. "You have always known that I struggle with English. Achieving even a passing grade is a challenge for me. Yet, he insists that I score 90 in the exam. Such expectations are utterly fantastical. Rather than giving old Lou hope only to let him down, it would be better to allow him to despair from the start. You child, if only you hadn't fallen asleep on the bus and missed the English test. You could have easily scored an additional 40 or 50 points on the college entrance exam and gained admission to Tsinghua University. And what about your chosen major? How could you keep that from us?" Wait, that's not the original line. Upon hearing this, Lou Duanduan quickly nodded in assurance. "You can rest assured. I will certainly work hard in school and earn a great deal of money to support you both." At this point, old Lou on the sofa could no longer bear to listen. He set down his newspaper, picked up his thermos, and retreated to the bedroom. Mrs. Song glanced at her departing husband and sighed softly. "Well, it has come to this. Your father's blood pressure can only recover on its own. As his wife, I have done my utmost. When did old Lou ever have high blood pressure? It must be yet another of someone's ploys." Lou Duanduan sighed as well. What to do with old Lou at home? Chapter 7. Becoming the class representative. Monday arrived as expected, marking the official start of classes for the freshmen. They say that after the rigors of the college entrance examination, university is akin to paradise. But it is only when the merciless alarm clock blares at 6:30 in the morning that one realizes such notions are mere fabrications. University still entails early morning self-study sessions, monitored by the student council for attendance. The morning self-study session here consists of students from the entire department gathered in an exceptionally large classroom, each engrossed in their own pursuits, be it slumber or scrolling through their phones. As long as their conscience permits, all is permissible. To stand out, one must rely solely on self-discipline. From a young age, Duanduan has epitomized this trait, dedicating her full attention to the book Fundamentals and Theories of C Language. Upon entering the classroom, one must take a bite to discern whether a bun is sweet or savory. She is determined to complete the major she secretly altered behind old Lou's back, even if it means enduring hardship. The classroom remains abuzz with chatter, many speculating whether Pei Zhan would make an appearance today to check attendance, as this is one of his routine responsibilities as a teaching assistant. In the past, such matters would have elicited no interest from Duanduan. However, since the incident in the gymnasium, she finds herself inadvertently drawn to news regarding Pei Zhan. After all, he is someone she has admired since childhood, even from a distance. One yearns to bask in the radiance of a great figure. Alas, it is already 8 o'clock, and it seems unlikely that Senior Pei will show up today. After all, he is already a third-year student and undoubtedly has a busy schedule. Who has the time to oversee a bunch of youngsters like us? Indeed, we should temper our expectations. It is already commendable for Pei to occasionally attend departmental events. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the back row of girls chattered animatedly, followed by a chorus of sighs. Professor Zhang possesses a gentle demeanor, his eyes crinkling into a narrow slit when he smiles, reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha, which sets a relaxed atmosphere throughout the class. Nevertheless, due to the class being held in a multimedia classroom, the front row was occupied by 6 distinguished female students, while the rest of the gentlemen huddled in the back rows, claiming the coveted seats. Dozens of computers whirred to life, emitting warm air from their cases, as the venerable Professor Jiang sipped his goji berry tea with a smile. Suddenly, his gaze settled on Lou Duanduan in the front row. Would this student be willing to come up and demonstrate the program they just discussed? As soon as the words left his lips, several sleeping students were jolted awake. Wen Xing was startled as well, never imagining that sitting in the front row could be so perilous. Her 3 roommates cast sympathetic glances toward Duanduan. However, The student in question, Duanduan, appeared utterly perplexed. Was this mundane recitation truly worthy of a distinguished professor's request for a demonstration? Surely, it couldn't be a trap. Despite her thoughts, she acted decisively, rising from her seat and making her way to the podium. With deft fingers, she grasped the mouse and positioned the cursor at the end of the program, while her other hand expertly typed the remaining code. After a careful review, she pressed Ctrl F5, and instantly, a bold line of black text appeared on the screen. Hello world. The series of actions flowed seamlessly, as if she had practiced in secret numerous times at home. The audience was taken aback, seemingly unaware that someone had quietly prepared in advance before the semester commenced. A chorus of sighs erupted from the male students. They had underestimated her. Sure enough, Professor Zhang chuckled and inquired, "What is this student's student ID and name?" "Lu Duanduan." "Let me see, Lu Duanduan, is it? The name is quite commendable, and the attitude is proper, with excellent character. Classmate Lu Duanduan's regular score is increased by 2 points, and from now on, you shall be the representative for the C language class." Is that all? A mere brief execution of a program earns an extra 2 points, and she becomes the class representative? This unexpected windfall leaves Duanduan quite dazed. Amidst the murmurs of envy from her peers, old Jiang squinted, clearly noticing their admiration for the aforementioned student. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly raised his voice. "Since you admire her, what reason could you possibly have for not sitting in the front row to attentively listen to my lecture?" How outrageous! Duanduan couldn't help but chuckle at their expense. "Look at that. Even the class representative is mocking you. A bunch of weaklings. Please, show some restraint and spare your representative from accumulating animosity." Fortunately, just as he finished speaking, the bell rang for class dismissal. The beauty of university life lies in the fact that professors do not prolong lessons. Old Jiang capped his cup. "There are several small programs in the cloud drive for you to study. Run them and send the results to the class representative. Those who can apply their knowledge creatively will be rewarded, and the representative will keep a record of it." Class dismissed. Thus, the novice programmer's first lesson in coding came to an end. Meanwhile, Duanduan's mind lingered on the bold letters "Hello World." What a delightful world this is. Chapter 8. A genius. There is a noticeable difference from her previous self-study online, yet the overall direction remains correct. The entire afternoon, 618, was remarkably quiet, with each individual engrossed in their own tasks. Wenqing is a fervent lover of novels, and as long as she draws breath, her mobile phone shall not stray far from her grasp. She has often articulated her aspiration to become a novelist, promising that once the opportune moment arises, she shall embark on the creation of her debut literary work. As for when that moment will truly come, it remains a tantalizing enigma. Tao Bei is engrossed in the exhilarating world of 5G surfing, reveling in the fashion and makeup techniques showcased by influencers on platforms like Xiaohongshu. Ever eager to adorn herself splendidly and dethrone the so-called campus beauty, Li Zihan, from the adjacent dormitory. Her ambitions are commendable, and during the 618 shopping festival, everyone would rally to support her. In contrast, Su Xiaodi exhibits a more diligent demeanor, seated beside the representative of Lu University, earnestly seeking guidance. She poses questions with fervor, interspersing her inquiries with extravagant compliments. The young lady, resting her chin on her hand, gazes with admiration. "Dandan, what is the secret behind your intellect? How do you master those arcane grammatical constructs with such ease?" In truth, drawing parallels is a cakewalk for most. Programming, once one grasps the algorithms and logical principles, remains fundamentally consistent. Moreover, old Jiang has not burdened anyone unduly. This knowledge truly constitutes the foundation of foundations. Ultimately, however, it boils down to the learner's mindset and passion. Perhaps it is indeed passion that fuels excellence. After absorbing her explanation, Tao Bei, engrossed in her computer, let out an exasperated sigh. What can a girl possibly find appealing in the stark realm of programming? Dandan, puzzled, retorted, "If you find it unappealing, then why did you choose this major in the first place?" "Ah, we were all assigned here," came the resigned reply. Wenqing cast a glance at the densely packed lines of code on her computer, feeling an overwhelming headache, and then curiously inquired, "Duanduan, have you ever encountered code before? When did you first develop a passion for programming?" She began to narrate her story. "As a child, I had a habit of writing diaries, often sneaking under the covers to pin my thoughts in secrecy. One day, my mother inadvertently discovered my diary, and I was overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, crying inconsolably. Seeing me sobbing alone in the corner, the neighbor's older brother came over to comfort me. He suggested I write my diary using the digits 0 and 1, so I wouldn't have to worry about anyone else reading it. At that moment, I found this method both intriguing and novel. It was only later, with the advent of the internet, that I realized his technique was simply a transformation of pinyin letters into binary code, which unveiled the enchanting allure of computer languages to me. Code is akin to an alternate universe, where every individual and every object, from majestic mountains and rivers to the tiniest particles of dust in the air, fundamentally consists of a stream of numbers. We can utilize programs and interfaces to alter their appearance, performance, internal structure, and even imbue them with life and value. If one day I could use the programs I create to benefit humanity and engage in more meaningful endeavors, that would be truly remarkable. Immersed in her own world, Duanduan wore a naive smile on her rosy face. Her roommates stood in stunned silence, left with no room for rebuttal. After a lengthy pause, the three exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging her undeniable genius. However, if they were to discover that the brother from the neighboring house was none other than Pei Zhan, their jaws would undoubtedly drop in astonishment. Chapter 9. A girl must be exquisite. This state of relentless focus persisted until 5 in the afternoon, when Duanduan's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by an unusual odor wafting from beside her. Tao Bei was relishing a bowl of snail noodles, thoroughly engrossed in her meal, and upon noticing Duanduan's resentful glance, she innocently exclaimed, "Duanduan, I'm absolutely famished. Please don't hit me." At that moment, when Xing entered from the balcony after hanging out the laundry, "Bei, you should stop eating. You three need to tidy up quickly. The Computer Society is holding a recruitment event at 7 tonight, and I heard Pei Zhan will be attending." Upon hearing Pei Zhan's name, Su Xiaodi, who was lounging on the bed, instantly perked up. "President, where did you get that information?" Pei Zhan is the president of the Computer Society. Although he rarely makes appearances, a senior from the society mentioned that the esteemed figure would make a brief appearance tonight. The implication of making an appearance is simply to take a look around and not linger for too long. Time is of the essence. Without a moment's hesitation, Duanduan swiftly shut down her computer and began changing her clothes and shoes with remarkable agility. "I can't go like this. I must put on some makeup." Tao Bei hastily drank a couple of spoonfuls of soup before pulling out her array of cosmetics to prepare. Su Xiaodi, unable to contain herself, remarked, "It's pitch dark outside. Let us not be so particular. A girl must be exquisite. Ah, just wait until you're in your senior year and still single. Then you'll understand my good intentions." The remark was not deeply hurtful, yet it carried a sting of humiliation. Su Xiaodi fell into a contemplative silence. However, Belle is absolutely right. Girls are the most enchanting beings in this world, and they should showcase their lovely selves every day, especially in the presence of those they admire. With this thought in mind, Duanduan approached her wardrobe, rummaging through it before mysteriously retrieving a pink box. "Duanduan, you too." The girl before the mirror cheerfully applied makeup, knowing that other girls from different departments would soon join. It was acceptable for the computer science girls to appear a bit rough around the edges, but crucial moments demanded their utmost elegance. The trio chimed in. "That makes perfect sense." The recruitment for the committee was taking place in Building C, which was rather distant from the girls' dormitory. Upon their arrival, the four friends discovered that the entire second-floor corridor was utterly congested. "Goodness, so many people have signed up." Su Xiaodi rubbed her eyes in disbelief, when Xing remained composed, remarking, "It's quite normal, as many are drawn here for patient." In truth, the number of participants in the Computer Science Association had never been this high in previous years. Compared to the tedious and mentally taxing nature of computer studies, most individuals preferred to engage in more enjoyable activities in other clubs, such as the skateboarding or culinary clubs. However, ever since Pei Zhan entered Rome University, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation. For the past 2 years, the enrollment in the Computer Science Association has consistently topped the charts, experiencing exponential growth each year, seemingly poised to overshadow the student union. Fortunately, Pei Zhan has shown no interest in the student union position, or else the current dynamics would be quite different. After a brief period of commotion within the classroom, the large door swung open, and over 100 pairs of eyes collectively turned towards the entrance. Moments later, 2 young men stepped inside. "What is happening?" The crowd craned their necks. Wasn't it said that Pei Zhan would come? Indeed, where is the esteemed Pei Zhan? Alas, what a futile effort this has turned out to be. "Students, please be quiet." The senior at the front cleared his throat, and the commotion gradually subsided. I am Jiang Xiaochuan, the Vice President of the Computing Association, and beside me is our officer, Chao Ming. To be brief, this year we have only 60 new openings. Please scan the QR code in front of you with your mobile phones to enter the mini program for the quiz. Upon hearing this, the room erupted with excitement. The prospect of a quiz deterred many girls, who began to reconsider their participation. Oh, what a hassle. Since patient isn't here, let us just leave. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded classroom felt significantly more spacious. The Computing Association's recruitment is notoriously stringent. Countless candidates have been filtered out at the quiz stage alone. This process is designed to eliminate the unworthy and retain only those with both capability and sincerity. Truly reflective of Pei Zhan as principles. Focused intently on answering each question, she felt a twinge of disappointment at not seeing Pei Zhan. Nevertheless, she resolved to make the most of the opportunity. Securing a position in the Computing Association could grant her an additional 4 innovation credits each semester. It is well known that at Rome University, innovation credits are exceedingly hard to come by. Chapter 10. Espionage. After 20 minutes, everyone submitted their answer sheets. Jiang Xiaochuan glanced briefly at the data backstage and nodded to Chao Ming to announce the results. The following students I mentioned have officially become members of the Computer Science Association: Wang Lu, Li Zihan, Wen Qing, Su Xiaodi, Lu Duanduan, and Tao Bei, totaling 60 slots. Fortunately, all 4 from the 618 group made the cut. Among them are many familiar names. Duanduan's class alone boasts over a dozen. For instance, Li Zihan is the very pure and innocent flower that Tao Bei has vowed to bring down. Those with aspirations to run for office will face a second round of evaluations. This will take place in another small classroom, just around the corner through the corridor. Senior, will the second round of assessments be particularly challenging? Li Zihan deliberately quickened her pace to walk beside Jiang Xiaochuan. Today, she wore a short dress in a matching ORLY color, her long brown hair cascading over her shoulders. Standing under the light, she smiled charmingly, resembling a princess who had unwittingly descended from a fairy tale realm. Jiang Xiaochuan stole a glance at her unexpectedly. You'll find out soon enough. The president will be personally conducting the evaluations, and it won't be easy. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of surprise instantly appeared on Li Zihan's face. Having gleaned the information she sought, she ceased her inquiries. Meanwhile, Tao Bei was glaring so intensely that it seemed she could pierce a hole through someone. I feel like throwing up. What should I do? Suddenly, a male classmate beside them could not contain his laughter. Tao Bei turned to see it was Ding Zheng, the newly appointed class leader from her class. What are you laughing at? Upon receiving Tao Bei's icy glare, Ding Zheng promptly fell silent and shook his head. TCH, weakling. Reflecting on how old Jiang described the boys in their C language class, she found his assessment quite accurate. Surprisingly, this thought lifted her spirits somewhat. 10 minutes later, the door to classroom C202 was opened from within. Jiang Xiaochuan gestured for everyone to wait outside, and he stepped inside alone. The door to the classroom stood ajar, revealing Pei Zhan seated in the front row. To their astonishment, Pei Zhan was indeed present. A collective hush fell over the group, the atmosphere suddenly becoming markedly more tense. Unconsciously, Duanduan's gaze drifted toward him. 4 individuals occupied the front row, presumably seniors from the committee, with Pei Zhan positioned in the center. His white attire exuding an air of aloofness and detachment. Under the soft glow of the lights, he was engrossed in perusing student profiles, his incomplete profile strikingly flawless. In an inexplicable impulse, Duanduan gradually approached the classroom entrance and, under the gaze of many, took out her phone. Duanduan, what are you doing? Wen Qing tugged at her sleeve, whispering in concern. Instantly, not only the individuals outside, but even those inside the classroom fell into a profound silence. A few curious glances from the front row were cast her way, tinged with both shock and sympathy. It seemed someone dared to take clandestine photos in front of Pei Zhan, perhaps a foolhardy choice. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Duanduan felt a sense of bewilderment, as if she had committed an unpardonable crime, awaiting a harsh judgment. Beside her, Li Zihan watched with a gleeful expression, her eyes brimming with disdain. After a moment, Pei Zhan indeed stood up from his seat. The crowd held its breath, their gazes following his leisurely stride to the entrance. He paused before Duanduan, looking down at her, and calmly stated, "Give me your phone." His tone remained steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. The bewildered crowd believed that it was a precursor to Pei Zhan's wrath. However, Duanduan, despite her confusion, readily handed over her phone. As her fingers brushed against his warm palm, That familiar sensation inevitably reminded her of that day in the gymnasium. Her heart fluttered, akin to tiny insects burrowing within. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Pei Zhan methodically operated her phone for a few moments before turning off the screen and returning it to Duanduan. Speculation arose that the esteemed Pei must have personally deleted the illicit photo, amidst a chorus of murmurs. This brief episode had undoubtedly transformed into a hot topic for the upcoming forum at Rome University. Still lost in a haze, Duanduan found herself pushed to the back of the crowd while clutching her phone. Chapter 11. Duanduan has grown distant towards me. The election for positions in the student council was essentially a straightforward interview, lacking in pomp, yet brimming with intensity. This was primarily due to the imposing presence of Pei Zhan, whose mere stature seemed to intimidate even the usually outspoken class monitor, Ding Zheng, who stumbled over his words. By the time it was Duanduan's turn, there were few seats left in the aisle. The trio from Class 618 rallied around her, offering encouragement, anxious that the earlier incident might weigh heavily on her psyche. In truth, Duanduan did feel pressure, but it did not stem from the photo. Rather, it was from the unwavering gaze of Pei Zhan, who had been fixed upon her since she entered the classroom. His attention never wavering from her throughout her self-introduction and beyond. Zhang Xiaochuan could not help but smirk at the sight of his leader, who appeared to be contemplating devouring the young girl whole. Was he not concerned about frightening her in such a public setting? He leaned in, lowering his voice. Zhang Go, do you have something to say? But his words were abruptly cut off by a harsh voice. Next, Zhang Xiaochuan, feeling rather uninterested, merely touched his nose and waved for the others outside to come in. The president said nothing, and the other two judges had no choice but to mark their opinions as undecided. By the time the final round concluded, it was already 8 in the evening, and the list of staff members would not be revealed until the following day. Wenqing suggested they go out for a dry pot, while Su Xiaodi, unable to bear her hunger, insisted on heading straight to the cafeteria. Tao Bei, who was on a diet and had a small appetite, was indifferent to the choice. Consequently, all three pairs of eyes fell upon Duanduan. Duanduan, what do you think we should eat? Duanduan glanced at the class leader and then at Su Xiaodi, falling into contemplation. At that moment, a WeChat message arrived. Duanduan, hold on a moment. It was from an unfamiliar contact with no note. Just as she was pondering this, another message popped up. Pei Zhan. When had she added Pei Zhan on WeChat? Had she lost her memory? Duanduan, have you made up your mind? Her roommate urged. After a moment of thought, Duanduan lied without a hint of hesitation. My brother has come to Rongqing and brought me something. I need to pick it up at the school gate. You all decide, and send me the location later. Thus, the three were deceived. Just as she saw her roommates off, she turned to find Pei Zhan walking toward her from down the corridor. The hallway was dimly lit, yet his tall and slender figure was strikingly distinct. There is a saying that he emerged from the darkness, backlit, carrying the hope of dawn. Pei Zhan exuded an unwavering sense of faith that instilled determination in those around him. The girl stood quietly in place, watching as he approached step by step. Senior, what brings you to me? At a height of 1.65 meters, she presented a quintessentially adorable height difference with Pei Zhan, and as she tilted her head to gaze up at him, she felt a slight heaviness in her mind. Let's go have a meal. His gaze lingered on her with a carefree and casual demeanor, uttering words that were difficult to refuse. Duanduan had no intention of declining. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she replied, I am not very familiar with this area. Please lead the way, senior. Though they were old acquaintances reunited, both remained taciturn, refraining from broaching any past topics. Let it be. This is quite pleasant. Initially, she had worried that walking alongside Pei Zhan so confidently would attract attention. But remarkably, the entire teaching building felt eerily quiet that evening, even when they occasionally encountered a few senior students. The interactions were limited to brief greetings exchanged with Pei Zhan, followed by a cursory glance at her, with no further reactions. Thus, at Rome University, a prestigious provincial institution, one would expect the students to possess more than merely a penchant for gossip. Duanduan felt an immediate sense of relief. Her spirits lifted as she walked beside Pei Zhan, maintaining a precise distance of 1 meter. After 10 years, Duanduan had grown estranged from me. Chapter 12. It's just a matter of habit. She had not anticipated Pei Zhan's sudden remark, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she instinctively edged closer to him. No, I merely fear being misunderstood, she confessed her thoughts. As they walked toward the west side entrance, the lights cast their shadows intertwined upon the ground. And in the tranquility of the night, she heard him speak with an air of nonchalance. No need to mind. it will become a habit. Endon's mind momentarily blanked as she stared at him in a daze. Perhaps the divine being's intentions were not as intricate as she had imagined, yet her propensity to overthink was uncontrollable. Doubt was clearly etched on the girl's delicate face. Pei Zhan gazed deeply into her eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Endon, do you wish to indulge in hot pot?" Indeed, the mere mention of hot pot invigorated her spirit. Under the strict supervision of her mother at home, she rarely had the opportunity to dine out, seldom managing to visit restaurants even a few times a month. Old Lu often remarked on the uncleanliness of outside food, yet she could occasionally find a small green worm or a stray hair in her own bowl. Thus, one ought not to be excessively hypocritical, she mused as her pace slowed. When she looked up again, Pei Zhan had halted ahead, waiting for her. Flustered, Endon hurried to catch up, and Pei Zhan, once she approached, earnestly asked, "Do you not wish to eat hot pot?" "I do. I dream of it." The girl nodded vigorously, eager to prevent any misunderstanding from the divine being. Laughter danced in Pei Zhan's eyes as he reached out to gently pat her head, then strode purposefully towards the back street. Let us begin at the first restaurant. As they neared the first establishment, the vibrant red sign across the street and the faint scent of beef tallow wafting in the air brought a smile to Endon's face. This excursion was truly worthwhile. Alas, fate had other plans. Just as Pei Zhan led her into the hot pot restaurant, a location message from Taobei popped up in their WeChat group. Doc story. University town location. Endon, hurry over once you grab your things. We are about to start. In this world, one must always pay their dues. Duanduan promptly halted her foot, which was poised mid-step, adopting an awkward stance. Then, with a subtle flick of her pinky, she tugged at the hem of the person in front of her. Pei Zhan turned around to regard her. "Senior, I suddenly have a craving for noodles," the girl declared, casting furtive glances into the restaurant, her expression betraying a sense of guilt. The venue felt rather cramped. Otherwise, it was unlikely they would encounter each other so readily upon stepping outside. Duanduan privately scorned this so-called university town. Fortunately, Pei Zhan, seasoned by worldly experiences, seemed unfazed by the capriciousness of a girl's whims. He ultimately acquiesced to her desires, allowing her to meander through the streets until they arrived at a rather secluded noodle shop. The establishment was modest, accommodating only 6 tables, and Duanduan was drawn to its tranquility, hoping it would shield her from any familiar faces. As the overhead lights dimmed, she looked up to see Pei Zhan entering after concluding a phone call. The moment he sat down, the proprietor eagerly presented the menu, though it was unnecessary, as the offerings were prominently displayed on the wall. Still, the presence of patrons filled the owner with uncontainable joy. Duanduan hesitated, pondering for a while before murmuring, "I have been addicted to noodles since childhood. Sometimes, in one moment I crave hot pot, and in the next, I suddenly yearn for noodles." Anyone could discern this as Duanduan's whimsical fabrications, yet there were those who not only listened but also indulged her fanciful sentiments. Pei Zhan, with his long, fair fingers, extracted 2 pairs of chopsticks, placing one set before the girl while he deftly twirled the red broth and green onion-laden noodles into his mouth. Gradually, a glimmer emerged in his dark eyes under the girl's attentive gaze. "Duanduan, eat more noodles, it will help you grow taller." Chapter 13. The photos he did not delete. An inexplicable atmosphere enveloped the room, evoking within her a sensation akin to being caught in the act of wrongdoing. Could it be that they had spotted her at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant? It seemed unlikely. Had they truly seen her, the group chat would not be so eerily silent. The scrutiny from her peers sent shivers down Duanduan's spine. Just as she was about to offer an explanation, the dormitory head inquired with a puzzled expression, "Duanduan, your brother traveled such a distance to visit you, and he didn't bring along any local specialties?" Duanduan was momentarily taken aback. Then she heard her upper bunkmate, Taobei, languidly remark, after waiting all night, "This is rather dull. If one is to play a role, one should play it completely. Even if there are no local delicacies, 3 cups of milk tea should suffice." She truly had been careless. A wave of regret washed over Duanduan as she slapped her forehead. "Oh no, I was so preoccupied with dining with my brother that I completely forgot to grab the specialties from his trunk. I'll make sure to bring them next time. I promise to make it up to you all." "That's a promise, Duanduan. Don't you forget it now. Rest assured I won tea. The lights are dimming. I must go take a shower." Clutching her towel, she hastily retreated to the restroom, managing to divert attention away from the 3 of them. However, upon reflection, Duanduan found it rather absurd. After all, It was merely a meal with Pei Zhan. What was she so afraid of? As the saying goes, a twitching right eye is not a good omen. Indeed, her intuition proved to be accurate. The following morning, an anonymous post suddenly surged to the top of the forum's trending topics. The post was rather straightforward, lacking any text in the title. It merely featured a photograph. Although the image depicted only two silhouettes from behind, the crowd was quick to assert that one of them was undoubtedly Pei Zhan. And indeed, it was Pei Zhan. Endon clutched her phone, trembling with a sense of guilt as her fingers scrolled down. She found no adverse comments in the comment section. The photographer exhibited a modicum of conscience, capturing only her backside. Otherwise, what a pity it would have been if only there had been a front-facing shot of Pei Zhan. After swiping through the feed twice, Tao Bei felt disillusioned and set her phone aside. You're overthinking. For who among the students at Rome University would dare to capture Pei Zhan's face without his consent? Indeed, even if someone were bold enough, the chances of it being made public would be slim. Given Pei Zhan's temperament, he would undoubtedly ensure that the offender's account vanished entirely from the forum, leaving no trace behind. At this point, Wen Qing cast a knowing glance at someone, declaring, "So, Endon, you were fortunate last night. Pei Zhan merely deleted your photo. Under normal circumstances, you would have faced far graver consequences." Endon, with her endearing naivety, interjected, "He didn't delete my photo." This statement momentarily stilled the round visage of their supervisor. After a few seconds of silence, Wen Qing remarked, in broad daylight, "What are you daydreaming about?" Seeing their incredulous expressions, Endon reluctantly mumbled as she opened her album, "What would I gain from deceiving you? He truly didn't delete it. TCH. The other two turned away, signaling their disinterest in her words. Endon felt indignant. Her phone lagged slightly, but after a brief struggle, she finally opened the all-encompassing 360-degree photo and presented it to them. The backdrop of the image was a classroom. There, in the front row, sat the elegant figure, his head bowed. The light illuminated the tips of his dark hair, enveloping him in a soft halo, exuding a cool aura while remaining undeniably captivating. "Wow," they gasped in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment, confirming that it was indeed the real deal. In truth, Duanduan acted with intention. She was issuing a gentle warning to her roommates. Having known Pei Zhan since childhood, they would inevitably share meals together in the future, and it was hardly feasible to keep their relationship shrouded in secrecy. After all, it was not an illicit affair. One ought to live a life of integrity and honesty. Yet, upon witnessing the terrifying gazes of her three companions, a tinge of regret began to creep in. Chapter 14. Stealthily at noon, Duanduan received a notification from the student union, announcing that the final list of selected candidates had been updated on the app. Eagerly, she opened it, only to be disheartened to discover that she had been eliminated. What? How could Li Zihan, with such mediocre abilities, possibly be chosen? What were those senior students even thinking? She had thought that with Pei Zhan overseeing things, fairness would prevail. But it seemed otherwise. Tao Bei was so incensed she nearly shattered her phone. The mere thought of the pretentious demeanor of that flower next door ignited her fury. "Oh, enough complaining. Let's consider how to gather the remaining innovation credits for this semester." Wen Qing articulated the harsh reality. Su Xiaodi recalled an opportunity. Earlier that morning, she had fortuitously passed by the playground and noticed that the skateboarding club was recruiting new members. Rumor had it that there would be a skateboarding showcase within the club, and the top 3 performers could earn 4 innovation credits. Shall we give it a try? Such a splendid opportunity? Duan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is so enjoyable about skateboarding? I want to go, she declared. Neither will I. It sounds uninteresting, chimed in Wen Qing and Tao Bei in unison, expressing their disapproval. Duan looked perplexedly at her two friends, only to hear Su Xiaodi explain, "It's just that without any foundational skills, it would be challenging to get in. The club is filled with experts. For those of us who can hardly maintain our balance, it seems rather hopeless." In an instant, Duan fell into silence. Before long, it was time for class. The 4 of them swiftly tidied up their trays and made their way to the classroom, thereby casting aside the brief interlude of lunch. Coincidentally, the cold water that Su Xiaodi poured over Duan's heart not only failed to extinguish her hope, but rather ignited a fierce determination within her. After all, the opportunity lay right before her. How could she discern the outcome without attempting it? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the early autumn night still bore a hint of sultriness. Duan glanced around to ensure no one was watching before exhaling softly and gently placing the skateboard borrowed from the class monitor onto the ground. Little did anyone know, She had long harbored a desire to ride a skateboard since childhood, envying every other child who played with one. However, her father, old Lu, forbade her, citing the simple reason that such distractions would hinder her ambitions. It must be said, her childhood was shrouded in darkness. From that moment on, she silently vowed to ensure that old Lu would experience a similarly bleak old age. Reflecting on this, Duanduan couldn't help but smile. How liberating it was, far removed from the watchful eyes of authority. Thus, her courage began to swell. She decided to mount the skateboard with both feet. Just then, Pei Zhan, walking ahead while on the phone, and the three others, engaged in cheerful conversation, were abruptly startled by a loud thud from behind. They halted, turning around, including Pei Zhan in front. In the dim light, a girl, clutching her forehead, gazed woefully at the street lamp above, her delicate face etched with grievance. Looking down, she noticed her skateboard had been sent flying far away. Fortunately, she had remained unscathed, a small relief. TSK, this junior was certainly playing with fire on that skateboard, truly. Her skills were matched only by her audacity. Jiang Xiaochuan felt a pang of discomfort as he watched, instinctively shielding his eyes. As soon as the words left his lips, a chilling breeze swept over the back of his head. Pei Zhan, striding over the trio with his long legs, cast a languid glance at a certain someone, remarking, "That mouth of yours ought not to be on your face." Jiang Xiaochuan, Yi Bai and Lin Han both scoffed in unison, regarding Jiang Xiaochuan as if he were a fool. What are we betting on? Do we lack the ability to see? Chapter 15. Calling him Brother Zhan, Duanduan felt a sharp pain shoot through her ankle as she shifted slightly. She intended to persist. Yet the overhead lights were suddenly obscured by a looming shadow. A strong hand gently wrapped around her shoulder, brushing aside the bangs that fell over her forehead. A low, resigned voice penetrated her ears, inquiring if her forehead was merely bruised and if there were any other injuries. She never anticipated encountering Pei Zhan in this place. To add to her embarrassment, she had made a fool of herself right under his nose, an experience both tragic and comical. Duanduan gestured downward, indicating that her foot seemed to be sprained. To her dismay, as soon as she mentioned her ankle, the pain intensified, as if it had been set ablaze. It was likely swollen to the size of a bun. Pei Zhan activated the flashlight on his phone and crouched down to examine her injury, stating, "I shall take you to the infirmary." Duanduan gasped, questioning whether they really needed to go to the infirmary. "It's not that serious," she insisted. Noticing Pei Zhan turning his back, he pointed behind him, instructing, "Get on." "What? He intends to carry her." Duanduan immediately waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no. I can walk. I want to get on." "Are you sure you do not wish for me to carry you?" "That's not it. I just feel." Duanduan was evidently yearning for him to embrace her, as Inden found herself ensnared in a web of confusion. The logic of the esteemed figure before her appeared rather perplexing. Was she truly so eager? Although the surroundings were relatively deserted, the prospect of being carried to the infirmary by such a prominent individual would undoubtedly ignite a flurry of gossip by the morrow. Being merely a freshman, she was ill-equipped to withstand the torment of such rumors. Fortunately, Pei Zhan did not impose any discomfort upon her. He silenced his phone and, with purposeful strides, made his way towards the school gate. Inden followed his gaze, observing a mother holding her son's hand as they awaited the traffic light. The child, approximately 10 years of age, stood atop a small scooter. Inden regarded the scene with a hint of confusion. "What?" she queried, lacking understanding. Pei Zhan, exercising patience, reiterated, "Inden, place your feet on the scooter and grasp the handlebar. We are about to depart." With clarity dawning, Inden complied obediently. Amused by her bewildered expression, Pei Zhan could not help but smile, and thus, under the watchful eyes of three astonished onlookers, he calmly propelled the scooter, bearing Inden towards the infirmary. 10 minutes later, within the infirmary, Pei Zhan accepted the ointment from the school nurse and lifted Inden's leg onto his own. His initial inquiry was, "Do you enjoy riding scooters?" The girl nodded, responding, "Yes, but unfortunately, I cannot." What she had assumed to be a simple endeavor revealed itself to be far more challenging upon taking her position, leaving Inden in a state of dismay. In the soft glow of the lights, a veil of mist began to rise in his gaze as he looked at the girl. Gradually, he started to coax her while applying medicine. "Duanduan, be good and call me Brother Zhan, and I shall teach you." Duanduan remained silent. At 18 years of age, should she still address him as brother like a child? A sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. In his eyes, she still appeared as the child she had been a decade ago, regarded solely as a sister. Noticing her reluctance, Pei Zhan inquired with a smile. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? The girl pouted, refraining from a response. It's merely a title. Call me whatever you wish. His words were delivered without lifting his gaze, almost as if he were speaking to himself. Yet, to Duanduan's ears, it felt as though the meaning had shifted. Could he be upset? After all, they had grown up together. If she couldn't even bring herself to call him brother, wouldn't that chill his heart? After a moment of inner turmoil, Duanduan timidly called out to the top of Pei Zhan's head, Brother Zhan. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, laced with sweetness, reminiscent of a kitten nuzzling against its owner's leg before slumber, stirring a yearning in the heart. Pei Zhan paused in his actions, the movement stilled for several seconds, before slowly lifting his head. Beneath the dim light, the depths of his dark eyes held an enigmatic allure, his expression unreadable as he silently gazed at the girl. When he focused intently on something, an irresistible charm emanated from him, rendering her breathless. Duanduan found herself utterly captivated, unable to tear her gaze away. They shared a silly moment of eye contact until she suddenly noticed a hint of delight curling at the corners of his mouth upon hearing that. The last two words seemed quite pleasant indeed. In the 16th chapter, a tremor coursed through Duanduan's heart. Before she could even embark on her journey, she found herself besieged by a series of comforting words from her friends, yet the conversation inevitably morphed into blatant discouragement. Duanduan, skateboarding is merely a pastime for us. If you wish to participate in competitions, perhaps you should reconsider. Winching gently patted her head, offering solace. There are other clubs recruiting. Let's explore those instead. Do not dwell on it. Hurry and freshen up before bed. Duanduan cast a glance at her dorm leader, feeling as though she were of a lower generation. Why was it that throughout her life, both elders and peers alike took to patting her head at the slightest disagreement? Did her head appear particularly round? She found herself perplexed by this recurring gesture. With a sense of inexplicable resentment, she made her way to the restroom. In her dreams, she envisioned Pei Zhan diligently applying medicine to her wounds. Under the soft glow of light, his slightly tinged jawline, prominent nose, and delicately pursed lips, coupled with his focused gaze, left her in a daze, as if she were suspended in a realm of her own. Upon reflection, his features bore a trace of the familiarity of youth, yet her innate dullness prevented her from recognizing him. In her slumber, Duanduan's lips formed a small pout, signaling her subtle discontent. With no classes scheduled for the morning, she devoured her breakfast and hurried to the library. Since entering middle school, she had developed a habit of preemptively studying her lessons, which, from a psychological perspective, was a manifestation of her profound insecurity regarding her intellectual capabilities. Duanduan had always believed her mind to be lacking. Thus she endeavored to be the early bird in every situation. Enden found herself overwhelmed by the myriad of books surrounding her, so she randomly selected one to peruse. Finding it intriguing, she settled into a nearby seat. The book contained numerous practical exercises, yet without her computer at hand, she struggled to grasp the underlying principles. As she meandered past the design section, she instinctively grabbed a Photoshop tutorial. Frequently encountering remarkably realistic photo edits online, she recognized that mastering such fundamental skills was essential for someone specializing in computer science. Continuing her exploration, Enden was captivated by a black-covered book titled The Hacker's Manifesto tucked away in a corner. Driven by curiosity, she leaned closer, quickly becoming engrossed in its contents. She resembled an alien newly arrived on Earth, eager to absorb every aspect of this unfamiliar domain, regardless of its utility. Thus, when Enden approached the administrator, cradling a stack of books towering above her head, onlookers involuntarily gasped. They had encountered a variety of academic prodigies, yet none so pretentious as this faux scholar. With such a vast collection, could she truly read them all within a month? No, that seemed far too cumbersome, she thought, shaking her head. In fact, these mere dozen books barely scratched the surface of her curiosity. The administrator sighed in resignation. Very well, please present your student ID for registration. Student ID? Enden suddenly froze. She had forgotten that borrowing books required it. Having previously lost her student ID, she generally refrained from carrying such an important item when leaving home. Noticing her momentary daze, the administrator cleared his throat. Student, please provide your student ID for registration. At that moment, I inadvertently forgot to use my own. Just as the conversation reached its midpoint, someone interrupted, extending a hand from my side. This individual held an open student ID, perfectly positioned against the light, allowing the two characters in the name section to be clearly discerned. I turned my head in surprise to gaze at the newcomer. Chapter 17. An incident approaches. What's the matter? Don't you recognize me? The girl's astonished expression elicited a chuckle from Xinyun, who tucked away the student ID and gestured towards the books in front of us. Let's move these. While he said move, in reality, I only managed to lift 3 books, leaving the rest to rest upon him. In the past, during our time at the 7th high school, Xinyun had been 2 grades above me. Not only the top scorer in the liberal arts of Jiangning's previous cohort, but also a favored student of our esteemed teacher Liu. Speaking of teacher Liu, Xinyun couldn't help but inquire, how has teacher Liu been in the past 2 years? Quite well, though his blood pressure has recently spiked. Perhaps it is due to me, I replied, lowering my head in embarrassment. Instinctively, I shook my head, but then a troubling question surfaced in my mind. Hesitantly, I asked, Xinyun, if one does not complete the innovation credits at Rome University, will they be unable to graduate? Ah, so it was the weight of credits that troubled her. Xinyun halted his steps, gently ruffling my hair with one hand, and replied kindly, you need not worry about such things as a newcomer. You will certainly accumulate enough credits over the next 4 years. If you wish to finish early, the student union office is currently in need of a publicity officer. I will send you the electronic application form shortly. All you need to do is fill in your details. As for the unexpected gesture of affection, I seem to have developed an immunity to it. At this moment, her thoughts were entirely consumed by that promotional officer. Exhilarated to the point of nearly leaping with joy at the prospect of joining the student council. Can I really become a member? Is it truly possible? Duanduan's eyes sparkled as she repeatedly sought confirmation. Upon reaching the dormitory building, Xinyun offered her a reassuring word, stating that after completing the form, she would report to the student council that very evening. Duanduan paused for a few seconds, then eagerly nodded in agreement, watching the girl joyfully sprint into the building. He chuckled and reminded her, slow down, you're carrying books, don't trip. At that moment, positioned just across a flower bed from the girl's dormitory, another pair of eyes observed the scene with great interest. Jiang Xiaochuan watched with keen fascination, unable to suppress a shake of his head in admiration. It seems our little junior Duanduan is quite the catch, he remarked, glancing towards his coolly aloof senior beside him. No worries, Brother Zhan, our strength speaks for itself. That fellow Shin stands no chance. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling glare met him. Jiang Xiaochuan instinctively recoiled, a sheepish smile replacing his bravado. Right away? Immediately? The figurehead exuded a stern and proud demeanor, delivering an unequivocal command. If they are not present in 15 minutes, throw them out. Jiang Xiaochuan felt a jolt of alarm. He hastily pulled out his phone to notify the group, concluding with a playful warning, don't be late, or you might be in for a surprise. As lunchtime rolled around, the sudden announcement of a meeting sent ripples through the WeChat group, igniting a flurry of activity. Amidst the lively chatter, Jiang Xiaochuan lifted his gaze to the overcast sky. Every year, the oppressive heat of the autumn tiger torments individuals, rendering them restless and uncomfortable. Much like the present moment when one feels ensnared beneath an impenetrable lid, the unknown fate evokes both suffocation and exhilaration. A peculiar individual exhaled a long sigh, sensing that trouble was impending. Chapter 18. Are you certain everyone has arrived? 15 minutes later, precisely 4 committee members assembled, 2 new students and 2 upperclassmen. Due to the sweltering weather outside, they rushed in, breathless. Jiang Xiaochuan surveyed the scene and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the upperclassmen set a commendable example. And the enthusiasm of the newcomers was commendable, suggesting that his position as vice president held considerable weight. However, this pleasant reverie was short-lived as Li Zihan approached him, inquiring, Senior Jiang, will Brother Pei be joining us today? The smile faltered, revealing that her interest was directed towards the leader. Jiang Xiaochuan discreetly pressed a hand to his tender heart, preparing to respond when the office door swung open. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Zihan's eyes sparkled with joy, and she immediately stood at attention, her exquisitely made-up face tinged with a subtle blush. Several gazes converged on her. The 2 junior committee members exchanged surprised glances. For since their entry into the planning association, they had never witnessed Pei Zhan personally presiding over a meeting. Brother Zhan, everyone has arrived, Jiang Xiaochuan remarked, rubbing his nose. Pei Zhan stood at the doorway, expression inscrutable, his calm gaze sweeping over the group, gradually darkening. Vice Jiang, he began, his eyes laden with an unidentifiable emotion. Are you certain everyone has arrived? Jiang Xiaochuan nodded confidently, assured in his response. The air hung heavy with silence. Observing the unchanged pallor of the leader, Jiang Xiaochuan suddenly felt an uncontrollable sense of guilt wash over him. With widened eyes, he scanned the surroundings once more, his heart pounding in trepidation. Could it be that everything was not in order? If that were the case, then let us begin. As the group exchanged glances, one of them nonchalantly uttered a remark before turning away. After gazing for a moment at the leader's indifferent silhouette, Jiang Xiaochuan hastily wiped his face and beckoned Xiao Ming, urging him to swiftly retrieve the list of candidates from the recent event. Xiao Ming, meticulous in his work, promptly located the record from the filing cabinet upon Zhang's request. Jiang Xiaochuan quickly perused the document, his gaze ultimately fixating on the entry for Lu Duanduan. To his dismay, he noticed the ominous notation of pending. Was this not a death sentence for him? He had truly been careless, indeed. It was at that moment he realized that Xin Yun held the position of president of the current student council. No wonder it was so effortless for him to insert someone into the mix. The others, envious in their admiration, exclaimed that Duanduan was the embodiment of fortune, urging one another to touch her for a stroke of luck. Duanduan was playfully tossed about by three of them, receiving head pats and cheek squeezes in turn. With her fair complexion, slender waist, and long legs, she possessed no excess where it was unwarranted and ample curves where they were due. Even her round little face bore an appealing softness. In the hushed corridor, the sound of Su Xiaodi swallowing could be heard, followed by her dreamy exclamation, Duanduan. If only I could swap bodies with you, to see you, and then look at myself. Sigh. Flattered by the compliments, Duanduan felt dizzy. Jiangning was renowned for its vinegar and beef, and having grown up indulging in vinegar-flavored beef, she had developed a sturdy physique. However, even so, she gazed at the despondent Su Xiaodi and sincerely encouraged, do not lose heart. This is what it means to live with integrity. As her words hung in the air, a sudden burst of laughter echoed from the end of the corridor, startling the few present. Oh my goodness, it's some seniors from the third year. They could hardly believe their eyes. It seemed that Pei Zhan was among them as well. In Chapter 19, Duanduan can do as she pleases with me. Amidst the self-deceptive murmurs of the head of the department, Duanduan could not help but lift her gaze toward the far end of the corridor. In the dim light, that streak of white appeared overly tranquil against the animated expressions of her companions. It seemed that nothing could stir his emotions, just as it had been in their childhood. Once a person's temperament is set, it is difficult to change. Pei Zhan's aloof and proud demeanor was renowned at Rome University, yet at this moment, Duanduan felt a twinge of conflict within her. She longed to see him smile. Ah, you are from Class 1 of Computer Science, right? Since you're all here, I have something to discuss. After a brief exchange of glances, Jiang Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to approach. He first glanced at Duanduan and then shifted his attention to the other three. The Computer Association still has a few vacancies for committee members. If you're interested, please register with Xiao Ming. The deadline is noon tomorrow, so do not delay. His succinct remarks left the three beside him in stunned silence. Tao Bei pointed at herself, uncertainly inquiring, Senior, are you saying all of us can? Jiang Xiaochuan nodded. Yes, Xiao Ming should still be in his office at this hour. All right, let us proceed to register, Wen Qing exclaimed excitedly as she grasped Duanduan's arm, only to discover she couldn't pull her along. Duanduan, engulfed in anxiety, hesitated slightly and remarked, I just joined the student council, and I've heard that the publicity department is quite busy, especially with the welcome party approaching next weekend. At this reminder, Wen Qing suddenly realized that Duanduan was now part of the student council. Juggling two roles must surely be exhausting. The atmosphere turned awkward instantly. Just moments ago, Vice Chairman Jiang had fancied himself a hero, but now he felt utterly despondent, especially upon hearing the words. Duanduan is now a member of the student council, which evidently caused the air around him to chill. Go ahead without me. I need to think it over. Duanduan waved her hand to her roommates, her tone surprisingly carefree. Oh, don't look so glum. Even if Duanduan can't join us, with Senior Shen watching over her, she will surely thrive in the student council. You need not worry. Tao Bei, known for her candor, recalled that Duanduan had mentioned Xin Yun was her high school senior, thinking that an old acquaintance would undoubtedly lend a helping hand. With a few encouraging words, Wen Qing and Su Xiaodi felt a surge of clarity, and the three of them dashed away, leaving Duanduan to stare at the dejected Vice Chairman Jiang. Moreover, amidst the dappled shadows, a figure approached her leisurely, hands tucked in pockets, seemingly ambulating toward her. Before she could react, Jiang Xiaochuan had vanished in a flash. Duanduan felt a tinge of embarrassment. When she lifted her gaze again, Pei Zhan had already stopped before her, a mere 30 centimeters away, a palpable presence in the space between them. He carried with him a faint, crisp fragrance, and as the night breeze brushed by, her breath was momentarily filled with its essence. She smiled unconsciously, her gaze fixed, gradually delving into the depths of his dark, profound eyes. The innocent sweetness between the girl's brows resembled honeyed fruit wine, while the chill surrounding Pei Zhan dissipated and a hint of softness tinted his slightly lowered gaze. Duanduan. He suddenly spoke. She looked at him, silent, contemplating whether to address him as senior or, out of courtesy, how she should address him in future encounters. Call me a Zhan Gij, and whatever you desire, I shall grant you, he said, a playful smile dancing on his lips, seemingly teasing her. Duanduan pursed her small lips, her mind swirling with thoughts. Why did he always insist on being called brother? Did he truly yearn for a younger sister? She had no intention of becoming his sister. Calming herself, she eventually tilted her face upward and retorted, a Zhan Gij, does that mean if I call you this? I can make countless demands and act as I please. Ignoring the glint of mischief in her eyes, Pei Zhan regarded her with a semblance of a smile. Indeed, he leaned closer, lowering his voice. For you, Duanduan, you may act as you wish. In the confined space, his breath lingered tantalizingly close to her, warm and intoxicating, causing her ears to flush crimson in an instant. Chapter 20. The brother always remains in heart. The fragmented light of the corridor illuminated him, enveloping him in an ethereal glow. Duanduan gazed at his striking features, her heart tumultuous and restless. It was akin to the swelling tide before a dam breaks. Once certain emotions take root, they become exceedingly difficult to contain. Duanduan held her breath, compelling herself to awaken from her reverie. There was no need for overthinking. The person before her was merely her brother, and in his eyes, she was still the same little sister in need of protection, nothing more. What she needed to do now was not to rush into expressing her feelings. Rather, it was crucial to recognize his extraordinary qualities. Only by striving to ascend to the pinnacle of the lofty tree and standing side by side with him to admire the view could she experience the most beautiful moments in this world. After a considerable time, Duanduan gradually calmed her emotions. Backlit by the glow, Pei Zhan gazed intently at her. She was as innocent in matters of the heart as a blank canvas. Whether subtle and progressive or fervent and direct, the answer was self-evident. He feared startling her. Slowly, he straightened his posture and stepped back 10 centimeters, the delicate tension surrounding them gradually dissipating with the night, until a suitable distance was established. The air fell silent for a moment as Pei Zhan gently called her name, Duanduan. Duanduan looked at him in surprise. This blatant favoritism, wouldn't the other classmates notice? Pei Zhan's light remark dispelled her concerns as he stepped forward. What I say will not be questioned by them. Duanduan mused to herself. So this is the audacity of one who holds authority in reality, even the esteemed can be so. At that moment, a new aspiration emerged in her life. She, too, wished to embody such dominance. That night, she relished the joy of enjoying hot pot. The experience remarkably smooth without any unforeseen incidents. By the time Pei Zhan escorted Duanduan to the dormitory entrance, it was already 10 o'clock. After enduring the focused gazes along the way, and with the shadows of passers-by dwindling, Duanduan felt her confidence bolstered, emboldened by her thickened skin. She suddenly had a thought and looked up at Pei Zhan. Brother Zhan, we haven't seen each other in 10 years. How did you recognize me back then? She fondly recalled that autumn when she learned that her neighbor's family was moving away. Clutching her little turtle, she stood by the roadside and cried for what felt like an eternity. Although she was young, she already understood the significance of parting, a realization that meant no more ice cream bought for her, no one to bend down and tie her shoelaces, and no one to teach her how to write a diary using zeros and ones. Fortunately, as she grew older, her circle of friends expanded. And amidst the dual pressures of time and studies, she gradually came to accept the reality of her neighbor's departure. Yet acceptance did not equate to forgetting. In the cool night breeze, memories of her childhood replayed in her mind, intertwining with the mature and refined face before her. Lost in thought, Duanduan couldn't help but smile. Beneath the streetlight, the girl's lively eyes were distinctly reflected in Pei Zhan's gaze. A gentle smile crept onto his lips as he slowly raised his hand, his fingertips softly brushing against her eye. For her smile was a sight to behold, one that he had always cherished. It was those bright, pure eyes that, without any defense, illuminated the dark recesses of his solitary heart, revealing to him that there existed something in this world called hope. Later, when he moved with his parents to Rongqing, even in a new environment, Countless nights were spent reminiscing about the soft and adorable smile of the girl, and her endearing habit of calling him brother whenever she encountered joy. No one can forget the special individuals who once graced their lives, and he was no exception. On that midday in Qian's office, the moment the girl entered his line of sight, he recognized her almost instantly. Indeed, she was his little Duanduan. After a decade apart, he could once again hear her sweetly calling him brother. Chapter 21. For the future sister-in-law, upon receiving the answer, Duanduan appeared momentarily stunned. Was this response too dismissive? Never mind. She decided not to dwell on it. Noticing a group of girls approaching from a distance, Duanduan hastily said, Zhan, brother, I'll head inside first. You should get some rest too. She spoke swiftly, just as Pei Zhan's phone rang. Seizing the opportunity, Duanduan pointed towards the dormitory building, her fingers mimicking a gesture of slipping away. The girl's anxious demeanor elicited a chuckle from Pei Zhan. He merely nodded slightly, remaining silent as he watched her. Outside, a group of girls drew near, and their unexpected encounter with Pei Zhan created quite a stir. It was rare to see the esteemed patient passing beneath the girls' dormitory. Even if fortune favored one and they happened to cross paths, it was typically alongside a roommate. Tonight, however, was clearly an extraordinary occurrence. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Pei Zhan calmly answered his phone as he strolled towards the artificial lake. On the other end, Jiang Xiaochuan mischievously inquired, Zhan Go, I hope I'm not interrupting your date. The term date was a carefully concocted phrase, one he believed would surely please his superior, perhaps even prompting him to forget about the matter of the committee positions. As Jiang Xiaochuan reveled in his own cleverness, he was taken aback when a calm question came through the receiver. When is the election for the next student council president? Student council president? An election? Jiang Xiaochuan experienced a momentary lapse, deeply pondering for quite some time. It was likely around mid-October each year. He found it quite peculiar that the leader, who had never shown any interest in that particular position, would suddenly inquire about it. Could it be that? Jiang Xiaochuan widened his eyes in disbelief. Brother Zhan, do you wish to? Pei Zhan calmly interrupted him, stating, next month, my time will be limited. Inform the team that the project integration work will be moved forward to the end of this month. Jiang Xiaochuan held his breath, silently nodding. Rest assured, leader. Pursue whatever you wish. The brothers fully support you. The once low-key leader was about to undergo a transformation, all for their future sister-in-law. Jiang Xiaochuan mused happily. In the days that followed, the schedule was utterly packed. The welcome party was fast approaching, with the arrangement of the stage and the production of a series of lightbox posters all falling upon the publicity department. One girl suddenly covered her mouth and squealed. Did I see that correctly? Our finance department's genius is going to perform on stage? Where is it? Let me see. Indeed, it was true. The student council president was personally taking the stage. This welcome party promised to be quite the spectacle as the girls nearby eagerly chimed in. Xinyun was going to perform on the piano? Duanduan smiled to herself, perhaps thinking of something amusing, and walked past a few individuals to her seat, busily getting to work. Within 2 minutes of opening her computer, a hefty stack of documents landed gently yet firmly on her desk. Duanduan looked up and was met with the sight of Minister GMO, her face flushed with exhaustion. The other party pointed to the scattered materials and said, I would appreciate it if you could organize these. Additionally, the promotional poster that was finalized yesterday needs to be drafted tonight. The prospect of organizing files and creating a draft in a single evening left Duan momentarily stunned. Noticing her prolonged silence, GMO had to clarify. There is no choice, Duan. You are the only one in our publicity department with artistic skills, and you are proficient in Photoshop. As a computer science major, these tasks should be your forte. Although the allocation of work seemed somewhat inequitable, Duan remained confident in her ability to manage it. Habitually, she retrieved the keyboard from the drawer, typed a few lines of notes with rapid keystrokes, and then raised her head to address GMO, Senior GMO. I will send you the poster image later, but I must ask you to find someone else to organize these files, as I am quite overwhelmed at the moment. GMO was caught off guard by her outright refusal, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chapter 22. Defending one's own. Since GMO had assumed the role of head of the publicity department, her amiable nature had earned her the respect of her peers, and it was rare for anyone to disregard her authority. Now, however, a fresh-faced newcomer, barely acclimated to the environment, dared to question her arrangements. Director G. This little sister was personally brought in by President Shin. Please do not overburden her. Duan felt a flicker of discomfort. her expression remaining neutral while her inner sentiments churned. She was not fond of the atmosphere in the room. After the girl's remark, a heavy silence enveloped the office. GMO stood with her arms crossed in front of the desk, silently scrutinizing Duanduan, as if attempting to bore a hole through her with her gaze. The air was enveloped in a profound silence, occasionally pierced by the soft clicking sounds of a mouse scrolling across the computer screen. Duanduan was diligently engrossed in her tasks, seemingly untouched by the external world. This display of concentration caused GMO to furrow her brow slightly, for the first time truly understanding the feeling of having pent-up energy without an outlet. "All right, I shall have others gather the materials," GMO said with a gracious smile. "However," she added before departing, "let us finalize the manuscript tonight since we are already at it. Tomorrow brings other matters, and we must manage our time wisely." Duanduan paused, her hand hovering over the mouse, and slowly lifted her gaze. Moments later, she responded with a generous smile, "No problem. Then it seems we shall collaborate on the review tonight." Hee, how could one endure the late hours without a companion? Indeed, upon hearing this, GMO's expression darkened considerably. There's a saying about lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot, and it felt particularly apt in this context. That evening, Duanduan battled with her computer until the early hours of 1 a.m., and naturally, she found solace in having someone to share the yawns with. So she felt no regret. Amidst the serene sounds of her roommate's slumber, she quietly completed her evening routine and climbed into bed, fully aware of her overwhelming fatigue. Yet, gazing out at the luminous moonlight spilling onto the balcony, sleep eluded her. The following morning during the early self-study session, Duanduan, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes, was dragged into the classroom by the head of her dormitory. Because of her, the other members of the 618 group were similarly delayed, nearly missing roll call, and they were forced to settle for seats in the front row, as the last few rows had been claimed by other students. Inden had not slept all night and was truly exhausted. She propped her book up on the desk, buried her head in it, and began to nod off. At that moment, the classroom door swung open, and everyone instinctively turned to look, only to be stirred by the arrival of Pei Zhan. Was Senior Pei here to check attendance today? It seemed there were also members from the student council. The atmosphere felt quite intense. Quickly, everyone tried to muster their spirits. Just a minute earlier, Inden had succumbed to sleep, her head dropping onto her desk. And before Wenqing could rouse her, Pei Zhan had already approached. The girl was sleeping deeply, her small face pressed against the textbook, causing her discomfort. The fatigue evident on her delicate features elicited a pang of sympathy. Observing her state, Pei Zhan furrowed his brow and inquired of Wenqing, who was pretending to read. "Did she stay up late last night?" Wenqing immediately nodded. Inden worked all night on the publicity department's poster, so she didn't sleep well. This is a demonstration of her team spirit. Please, Senior, don't mark her absent. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, the girl sleeping at the front was particularly conspicuous. Shen Yun suppressed a smile, choosing to remain silent. As the atmosphere lingered in silence, a figure blocked their view. Pei Zhan strode over to the two of them, his cool gaze sweeping over them as he coldly remarked, "It seems the entire publicity department's poster is expected to be completed by one person overnight. Chairman Shen is quite unyielding in his demands." His soft voice seeped into the air, causing Shen Yun's expression to shift slightly as he turned to Su Kai with a questioning look. Su Kai, however, appeared utterly confused, indicating that he knew nothing of the matter. Although he served as the vice president of the student council, it was impossible for him to monitor his subordinates with impeccable precision at all times. Chapter 23. Breakfast and the pillow. The preparations for the welcome party were quite extensive, and the publicity department was undoubtedly busy for a while. As the head, GMO had always been fair and reasonable in delegating tasks. Shen Yun never anticipated that Duanduan would pull an all-nighter right from the start. "This oversight is entirely my fault," Shen Yun lamented, casting an unexpected glance at Pei Zhan, feeling that something was amiss. This individual was notoriously known for his aloofness within the campus. When had he ever shown concern for others, particularly a newcomer? However, she quickly recalled that Pei Zhan was now a freshman teaching assistant in the computer science department, which made his involvement somewhat justifiable. Not wishing to dwell on it, Shen Yun turned back after some contemplation and instructed Su Kai, "Let us leave the computer science department as it is for now, but this should not become a precedent." Su Kai gazed at Shen Yun in disbelief. "Are you serious? He was so blatantly asleep, and you can simply turn a blind eye? Indeed, it is only fitting for someone personally brought in by the president to receive such treatment." Su Kai soon reconciled himself to the situation. Duanduan slept soundly until the conclusion of the morning self-study session, and when she groggily awoke, she discovered the classroom was utterly empty. Oh no, there was still the class monitor beside her, happily indulging in a sandwich. Duanduan, you're awake. Here, I have soy milk and dumplings for you. Eat while it's hot, Wenqing reminded her, scrolling through Weibo. Rubbing her eyes, Duanduan noticed that on the table, besides the steaming breakfast, there was a pink pillow. No wonder she had been sleeping so comfortably. It was all thanks to this pillow. Feeling touched, she leaned against Wenqing's shoulder and said, Monitor, you are truly considerate. Wenqing chuckled softly. I forgot to mention that the pillow and breakfast were brought over by a senior from the Computing Association. She said it was to help someone with a task. Initially, she speculated it might be Senior Xinyun, but upon further reflection, that seemed unlikely. Xinyun was the president of the student council. Even if he were to delegate tasks, he wouldn't likely turn to the Computing Association. Who could it be? A sudden thought flashed through Wenqing's mind. Could it be? Yet she quickly shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. That would be too terrifying. With no classes in the morning, Wenqing inquired about Duanduan's plans. Duanduan suggested inviting Bei Air and Xiao Di to explore Half Street. To be honest, since the beginning of the semester, the six of them had not properly gathered to stroll together. As students of Rome University, it was indeed shameful not to have visited the famous Half Street in the university town. All right, I'll return the pillow to the senior at the Computing Association first. Wenqing proposed, let us split up. You return the pillow, and I'll head to the nearby tea shop to grab a few cups of milk tea. Let us meet at the school gate. Having exchanged a few brief words, Duanduan hurriedly made her way to the Computing Association office, clutching the pink pillow. This was her first visit to the Computing Association office, which was not far from the administrative building, though it was somewhat secluded. Its size was even larger than that of the student council office. Upon seeing the interior arrangement, Duanduan was left in awe. This was hardly a club office, but rather a miniature operational hub. Dozens of computers were arranged with split screens, their dark displays scrolling with dense lines of code. On the eastern wall hung a white projection screen. As Duanduan approached, she noticed it displayed recent case analyses and solutions. She surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of clutter, replaced instead by a palpable atmosphere of industriousness. It is often said that in the third year, students with commendable professional abilities would be organized to participate in various practical projects. I initially thought it would merely involve trivial tasks, but to my surprise, it was quite serious. Duanduan felt a surge of emotions within her, filled with admiration. Shortly thereafter, a senior approached her, pointed at the cushion in her hands, and said, just hand this over to me. Quick to respond, Duanduan expressed her gratitude. The senior smiled and waved her hand dismissively, saying, I wouldn't dare take the credit. The person you need to thank is currently in a meeting. With a gesture of her chin, she indicated, that spot by the window is his desk. You may sit there and wait for him. Chapter 24. Duanduan is quite clever. The senior seemed to be joking. Yet Duanduan, being rather earnest, promptly dashed to the window seat and sat down to wait. The person she ought to thank was indeed in a meeting. Deep down, she already had an answer, but the joy of personal confirmation was undeniable. Duanduan smiled contentedly. But her attention was soon captivated by the content displayed on the computer before her. With her limited knowledge from her freshman year, she found many of the functions and syntax inscrutable, causing her head to throb. As her gaze landed on a particular section, she was momentarily taken aback. A few seconds later, her brows furrowed in discomfort. Is there really such a use for a for loop? This isn't quite what the textbook described. As she continued to read, her frown deepened. No, this is nothing short of a thunderclap. Good heavens, what on earth have they been learning? Is this merely child's play? In comparison, the fundamentals of programming seemed vastly inferior, not just a minor gap, but a chasm that felt like several streets apart. Duanduan was speechless, rendered utterly at a loss for words. The journey of programming is long and seemingly endless. We, in our relentless pursuit, strive to traverse its vast expanse. She let out a soft sigh, subsequently lifting her head, only to unexpectedly collide with the hard chin of the person behind her. The impact was not slight, leaving her with a faint ache atop her head. Turning to face the unfortunate recipient of her clumsiness, she discovered someone standing resolutely behind her, observing her with unwavering composure. Brother Zhan, did I hurt you? She inquired. Pei Zhan gently placed his large hand upon her head, tenderly rubbing her crown with his fingertips. Embarrassed, Duanduan shyly glanced at his slightly reddened chin and asked, I bumped into you. Are you in pain? With feigned seriousness, he nodded and leaned forward, saying, "Then you should give me a rub too." Huh. Duanduan instinctively glanced around, noticing a group of people emerging from the conference room, engrossed in discussion. She quickly retracted her hand behind her back, her expression resolute, as if prepared to face any consequence. As several gazes from the office settled upon her, the flush in her ears deepened. Pei Zhan chuckled softly, straightening up and ceasing his playful teasing. Seeing Jiang Xiaochuan and a few senior classmates seated across from her, Duanduan felt her nerves ease somewhat. In a moment of distraction, she heard Pei Zhan inquire, "What were you just looking at?" "Oh, right." Duanduan quickly shifted to make room beside her, pointing at the program on her computer, and confessed bashfully, "I wanted to observe your code and learn, but I couldn't understand it." "Where is it that you find it incomprehensible?" he asked, standing at her side, one hand gripping the mouse as he highlighted lines 50 to 60 of the code. "Is it here?" Duan's eyes widened in surprise as she eagerly nodded her head. Truly, he was a genius. She said nothing, yet he instinctively knew where her comprehension faltered. Without hesitation, Duanduan replied, "Return." In truth, these concepts had yet to be elucidated by the old man Jiang, but Duanduan had self-studied them in the textbook a few days prior. However, the questions posed by the master exceeded the boundaries of her self-guided learning. It was akin to a vessel, as we ceaselessly pour water into it in a geometric progression. The volume increases, and the internal pressure escalates. When the water reaches its maximum capacity, the vessel will shatter. The data space is reminiscent of this vessel. Although it may not explode, it can become ensnared in a perpetual loop. Upon realizing this, Duanduan extended her hand and pressed the delete key on the keyboard, decisively erasing the termination marker recently mentioned by the master. She then executed the program and swiftly toggled to the compilation interface using the F12 shortcut. Indeed, her internal answer was confirmed, and Duanduan looked up, beaming at the person beside her. Pei Zhan slightly curved his lips, affectionately ruffling her hair. His eyes filled with deep indulgence. His Duanduan was remarkably intelligent. Chapter 25. The soft and adorable little lamb. The usually stern and quiet committee office was imbued with a touch of warmth upon the girl's arrival. Beneath a few computers, two heads were concealed. Yi Bai and Jiang Xiaochuan were secretly peering over the chassis, thoroughly engrossed. Meanwhile, Lin Yihan pretended to maintain decorum, lightly tapping the desktop of the two. "If you wish to watch, do so openly. The boss will not mind." The two exchanged sly glances, their eyes glimmering with mischief. Yi Bai shook his numb arm and quietly inquired of Jiang Xiaochuan, "Do you think Zhan Gu is smitten with our junior sister at first sight? Or has he been plotting this for a long time?" In his limited understanding, the notion of falling in love at first sight seemed utterly absurd to someone as formidable as the boss. Yet, could it be that such a conclusion was overly cunning? Jiang Xiaochuan, however, was not one to dwell on such complexities. With a chuckle, he remarked, "No matter how ascetic the boss may appear, he is still a man. Perhaps he has an inclination." "An inclination for what, you may ask?" "For his junior sister, of course, soft and adorable, resembling a little lamb." Yi Bai was amused, thinking that if one dared to utter such words in front of the boss, they might find themselves in dire straits. Soft and adorable, a little lamb indeed. Nevertheless, Yi Bai leisurely turned his gaze in that direction. To his surprise, the little lamb did indeed bear a striking resemblance to his description. The girl was blissfully immersed in the joy of acquiring knowledge, blissfully unaware that she had been scrutinized for quite some time by two dubious characters. However, prolonged observation often leads to a sense of awareness. Caught off guard, she suddenly met the gaze of two pairs of lantern-like eyes, giving her quite a fright. She tugged at the sleeve of the person beside her and inquired earnestly, "Brother Zhan, what are they doing?" Pei Zhan followed the girl's line of sight and noticed a fleeting shadow behind the chassis. A subtle smile graced his lips as he casually replied, "They have a peculiar habit. They must crouch and code for 2 hours each day, or they simply cannot eat." Dandan was left utterly dumbfounded. What a strange quirk. The two individuals across from them, sitting upright, shuddered at the revelation. They exchanged a silent glance and hurriedly returned to frantically tapping away at their keyboards. This truly marked a quintessential welcome ceremony from the seniors to the newcomers. With skits, beatboxing, street dancing, and rock bands, it had everything, except for one thing. This year, there seems to be a lack of solo performances. I recall several talented singers within the music department who have not signed up. Perhaps, with graduation approaching, they are preoccupied with various auditions and thus far too occupied. It is evident that this year's orientation carries a hint of regret. Sitting idly before the computer, chin resting on her hand, I listened to a few girls from the arts department chattering next door, utterly bored. Curiously, since that night spent staying up late to create posters, Minister GMO has not assigned her any tasks. Moreover, the entire publicity department seems to avoid her like the plague, leaving her feeling anxious and wondering if she has offended someone. Lost in thought, her head was gently tapped, and turning around, she found Xinyun had appeared behind her unbeknownst to her. Chapter 26. A narrow path for rivals. Xinyun had originally come to retrieve something, but upon entering, he noticed the girl's face was downcast and lost in contemplation. Why the glum face? Has GMO burdened you with more tasks? He inquired. He had clearly advised against it. Could it be that the others disregarded his words? Just as Xinyun was about to pull out his phone to summon GMO, he heard Duanduan sigh and shake her head. The more you look out for me, the more they isolate me. Let it be. I shall go with the flow. Navigating interpersonal relationships is a matter that must be tackled personally. The assistance of others is ultimately futile. She couldn't fathom why a mere publicity department minister could cause such distress. Her intention was merely to earn some innovative credits. Yet it seemed to have only brought her trouble. Feeling a pang of guilt, Xinyun tilted his head and said, "Come on, let me take you somewhere. Consider it a way to clear your mind." Duanduan smiled and replied, "It's not that serious. I'm fine. You should attend to your own matters. You are the cherished daughter of my esteemed mentor. How could I possibly neglect you? Come, let us go." After a brief moment of hesitation, she was ultimately coaxed out of the office. Though they claimed it was for relaxation, it was, in truth, a visit to the art building. Upon entering the hall, a faint melody wafted through the air. From the first classroom on the left, all the way to the end of the corridor, the spaces were filled with aspiring artists diligently honing their craft. Naturally, with the welcome party approaching, many classrooms were occupied by seniors rehearsing for the event. Following Xinyun to the door of the third classroom from the end, she peered through the glass wall and found it devoid of any occupants, save for a solitary black piano standing silently. Xinyun smiled without uttering a word, slowly lifting the piano lid. "Would you care to give it a try? You play?" She replied, "I cannot." Xinyun appeared somewhat taken aback. "I recall your mother is a piano instructor. Did she not teach you?" Pouting, she responded, "Of course she tried to, but I simply cannot learn. I am utterly tone deaf. Anything related to music is beyond my grasp." Consequently, Mrs. Song at home nearly questioned her own maternity. Even old Lu had no doubts. What was old Lu's wife in such a hurry about? Perplexed, she wore her frustration openly on her delicate features. Xinyun, with a gentle smile, chose to remain silent, settling himself at the piano, his fingers gliding over the keys like flowing water. She had known since their time at the 7th high school that Xinyun could play the piano, as he had performed at their graduation ceremony. From that moment onwards, his reputation as both an academic prodigy and a talented artist had spread throughout the school. Old Lu frequently flaunted the exceptional student in his class before her, praising their diligence and self-discipline, highlighting their numerous merits, while dismissing Lu Duanduan as inferior. In old Lu's eyes, no matter how outstanding Duanduan might be, she remained merely a playful, tardy student with abysmal English grades. After pondering for a considerable time with her eyes closed, Duanduan ultimately could not bring herself to continue berating him. After finishing a song, Starry Sky, she found herself on the brink of slumber. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from outside the classroom, prompting her to abruptly open her eyes and dash towards the door without a second thought. Peering out, she was greeted by the sight of a figure reminiscent of lush forests and towering bamboo, leisurely making their way towards the stairwell. Accompanying him was a girl, who incessantly turned her head to converse, though the content of her words remained a mystery. Pei Zhan occasionally responded with a nod. As the pair continued to distance themselves, Duanduan anxiously called out, "Pei Zhan, you've dropped your money." Alas, her words were laced with mischief. To her surprise, it was the girl who first turned around. And upon recognizing her, Duanduan felt a dull ache in her head. What a twist of fate. It was GMO Lu Duanduan. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 27. Unspoken Feelings. GMO, a student of the dance department, possessed both beauty and a commendable foundation in her craft. Her sense of superiority rendered her disdainful of those deemed unworthy who wasted space in the arts building. In her eyes, the head peeking out from the doorway was an unwelcome distraction. Ignoring the irrelevant presence, GMO turned to her companion and remarked, "Do you want to reconsider what I just mentioned?" "I don't need to reconsider," came the prompt reply. Pei Zhan interrupted softly, directing his calm gaze towards the girl at the entrance. Is there something you need? GMO found her words lodged in her throat, staring blankly at him. Today, he wore a gray shirt paired with dark casual trousers, a steel watch subtly visible at the cuff of his sleeve, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket. He stood there quietly, exuding a chilling aura that instinctively compelled others to retreat. GMO could hardly overlook the aloofness in his eyes. Though a sense of reluctance lingered in her heart, she soon reconciled herself to the fact that he treated everyone in a similar manner. Meanwhile, Duanduan craned her neck for a prolonged moment, unable to discern the conversation due to the distance, unable to conceive a plan. She could only repeatedly murmur in her mind, GMO, hurry up, GMO, hurry up. After about 2 minutes of this mental chant, she finally managed to will the loquacious GMO away. Sometimes, one's thoughts wield remarkable influence. In the midst of her musings, a shadow enveloped her from above. When Duanduan looked up, she discovered Pei Zhan standing before her. The girl pointed towards the classroom. Please wait for me a moment. Saying this, she stretched her head back into the classroom and called out, Senior Xinyun, I have something to attend to and must leave. You. I haven't finished speaking. Whatever you need to say, save it for later. Duanduan felt as if her body had become weightless. She seemed to glide rather than walk to the stairway. The young man did not rush to ascend, instead blocking her path on the steps. His head bowed as he gazed at her with a half-smile, inquiring, Duanduan, what did you just call me at the classroom door? Duanduan blinked. I said you dropped your money. She fell silent, refraining from further comment. In the spacious stairwell, the available space felt remarkably limited. Pei Zhan rested one hand on the handrail, his towering figure completely obscuring her. Earlier, she had called out to him as Pei Zhan, a name everyone else used. Did it not please him? Duanduan mumbled softly, if you mind that title, I won't use it again. The girl appeared somewhat aggrieved. Duanduan, you are different from others. You may only call me Zhan Gij. His deep voice lingered above her. Duanduan raised her eyes to meet his, obediently nodding. In that instant, she came to a realization. Her Zhan Gij was not easy to please. He harbored profound thoughts and a hint of possessiveness. Yet, she found it endearing. While secretly chuckling to herself, the person beside her explained in a gentle tone, It's not that I mind. I simply prefer that my image in your heart differs from how the world perceives me. Duanduan was perplexed. People typically referred to those who excel in a particular field as gods, a term denoting admiration and respect. Zhan Gij, you are quite suited for that title. Pei Zhan adjusted his pace to match hers as they ascended the stairs to the second floor. Upon hearing her words, he paused, casting a deep glance her way, questioning whether her feelings for him were merely admiration. Suddenly, Duanduan also came to a halt. Subconsciously, she pondered whether her recent behavior had been too conspicuous. Avoiding his gaze, she lowered her head, responding with a guilty, yes. She must not allow him to discern her true feelings. She simply could not. Chapter 28. His impatience. It must be said that in the presence of the one she cherished, Duanduan easily lost her composure. Fortunately, Duanduan possesses a remarkable ability for self-regulation. Just moments ago, she was entangled in her thoughts, yet now she has swiftly attained clarity. She continued her ascent of the stairs, nonchalantly addressing her brother Zhan. Actually, I was deceiving you. My feelings for you encompass not only admiration but also envy, jealousy, and even resentment. Alas, feigning ignorance is an innate talent of mine, allowing me to navigate even the presence of a master with ease. In her heart, Duanduan has already praised herself countless times. Pei Zhan followed at a measured pace, his gaze quietly fixated on her restless hands, a faint smile gracing his lips, choosing not to expose her ruse. Much like in their childhood, a lie would inevitably lead to her fidgeting. Ultimately, it was his own impatience that led to this moment. There was no need to elaborate on the reasons. When Duanduan caught sight of the large headings on the PPT presented by old Jiang, particularly the topic of base conversion, she suddenly realized that perhaps her self-study had outpaced the curriculum. Who would volunteer to convert this string of binary into hexadecimal? After quenching his thirst, old Jiang commenced his customary pre-lecture questioning. The room was enveloped in silence, with not a single soul daring to step forward. During such moments, old Jiang's gaze would often drift towards Duanduan, and according to past patterns, Lu Dake, the class representative, would typically raise his hand to break the stalemate. Yet today, the situation clearly exceeded expectations. It appears that everyone is remarkably modest. Since no one is willing to take a chance, I shall call upon someone at random. No sooner had he spoken than a stir arose in the classroom. The class monitor, Ding Zheng, was unceremoniously pushed forward by several boys from the back row. Amidst a chorus of laughter, he found himself in a predicament, scratching his head as he stepped up to the podium. Old Jiang maintained a mysterious smile, gesturing for Ding Zheng to demonstrate directly on the computer for everyone to see. Having learned from past experiences, the class monitor came prepared. After spending the night honing his skills for this moment, under the watchful gaze of dozens of eager eyes, Ding Zheng did not disappoint. Following a series of calculations, he adeptly displayed the answer on the projector. Is it correct? When Qing murmured beside him, her mind a haze. Yes, Duanduan nodded, but he's too slow. What do you mean by slow? His speed is lacking. Xiaodi, overhearing this, was taken aback. He only took 3 minutes. Is that slow? The average computer can execute millions of language instructions per second. Transforming a single binary in 3 minutes hardly qualifies as sluggish. Xiaodi found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the elderly instructor's amused gaze fell upon them. Our class representative seems quite confident. Why not challenge the monitor? Clearly, the previous conversation had caught his attention. While the subjects of the discussion remained unresponsive, Tao Bei in the back row was animated, urging, Duanduan, go on, defeat him. Duanduan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having mastered binary conversion since childhood, she was confident she could best Ding Zheng. However, such a contest seemed trivial and perhaps even unfair. The outcome was predictable. Ding Zheng, floundering in self-doubt, could barely stand. No matter the speed of human effort, it would never rival that of a machine. Duanduan questioned the instructor's motives. If computers could easily handle these calculations, why insist on manual computation? As the class concluded, the students remained engrossed to the point of frenzy, oblivious to the instructor retrieving a conversion tool from the cloud drive, while they continued their fervent calculations. Chapter 29. Turmoil in the classroom. The function of this tool is remarkably simple. By merely entering a string of characters, one can effortlessly convert among 4 different numeral systems within mere seconds, displaying the entire computational process in the editing box below. After Mr. Jiang completed his demonstration, the classroom erupted in excitement. Wow, what is this? It's incredibly useful. It's practically a savior for us novices. With such an exceptional tool at their disposal, students could not fathom why Mr. Jiang insisted they calculate manually, as if he were deliberately making things difficult for them. As the students lamented, Li Zihan suddenly stood up from her seat. Mr. Jiang, you cannot award points to Lu Duanduan this time. She has cheated. The classroom fell into an immediate hush. If she hasn't cheated, then why are Lu Duanduan's computational steps identical to those produced by the tool? What a coincidence. As soon as she spoke, all eyes turned towards the editing box beneath the tool. To everyone's astonishment, Li Zihan was indeed correct. The computational steps displayed were precisely the same as those of the representative, Lu Duanduan. If one were to claim this was mere coincidence, no one would believe it. In that moment, countless gazes fixated on Duanduan, as if awaiting her explanation. Mr. Jiang also displayed a look of evident surprise, not out of suspicion of Lu Duanduan's integrity. After all, he had personally selected her as the representative, and her character was beyond reproach. Rather, he was astonished that there could exist 2 minds so strikingly similar. Meanwhile, Duanduan scrutinized the computational steps projected on the screen, then glanced at her own work. After pondering for a moment, she could not discern where the discrepancy lay. Under the mounting pressure, she slowly rose from her seat. Teacher Jiang, in order to earn everyone's trust, I shall employ alternative methods to reinterpret the characters above. Is that agreeable to all? Old Jiang adjusted his reading glasses and surveyed the room. Ding Zheng readily expressed his approval, stating that he would be convinced as long as Lu Duanduan could achieve the task through different means. The class monitor led the way in voicing support, and soon, the rest of the students echoed their agreement. To her astonishment, this was the first time she was accused of cheating, and now she had to prove her innocence in such a manner. Duanduan's mind began to churn with possibilities. There are myriad methods, yet the approach she just employed was one she had utilized since childhood. After all, who wouldn't he develop a habit after writing a decade's worth of journals using binary? Ah, splendid. Classmate Lu Duanduan's method is truly ingenious. As various alternative computational techniques appeared on the projector, the audience was left in awe. As Duanduan paused and turned around, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. However, the gaze directed at her was far from friendly, with a dark, brooding look that seemed intent on swallowing her whole. Classmates, the most crucial aspect of acquiring knowledge is to solidify our foundational skills, much like the conversion between number systems. If one does not grasp the fundamental principles, How can they navigate with ease like the class representative? Teacher Jiang remarked, then opened his thermos, patiently sipping some hot water. This particular tool was something I had casually asked your senior Pei to write while preparing my lessons a few days ago. Seize the opportunity to examine your senior Pei's code. Humbly seek guidance, and you will reap boundless rewards. As his words resonated, the crowd below fell into a state of stunned silence. Chapter 30. The unmovable. How astonishing it is that such an impressive creation was crafted by the esteemed Pei. The sense of envy that surged within the hearts of the onlookers was truly ineffable. In short, the master truly lives up to the title of a master. Whatever he casually produces leaves the students of the computer science department in awe. At this moment, the female students were already starry-eyed, while the male students were invigorated, contemplating the selection of an auspicious date to diligently search through Pei's past codes for admiration, even if it meant enduring an all-nighter. It became apparent why her computational steps mirrored those on the little gadget so precisely. One must acknowledge that the teachings passed down from a master to a disciple are indeed indelibly etched in memory. With this thought, Duanduan couldn't help but smile. As the date of September 30th arrived, coinciding with the freshman welcome party, around 10 in the morning, the Student Affairs Office unexpectedly summoned an urgent meeting for all department officers. At that time, Duanduan had just finished her shower and, with her hair still damp, hurried over. Upon reaching the office, she noticed several senior members of the arts department were in a state of agitation, with GMO deep in contemplation, her expression somber. Xinyun, having lifted his gaze from the computer, was the first to notice Duanduan, frowning slightly as he remarked, "Why haven't you dried your hair?" Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, he turned and retrieved a towel from the storage room, presenting it to the girl. "Dry off a bit. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold." His seamless series of actions might lead the uninformed to misconstrue their relationship. Duanduan had known Xinyun for several years, and given that he was also her father's student, it was quite natural for them to look after each other in a foreign setting. However, unable to withstand the ambiguous gazes from certain onlookers, Duanduan hesitated for a moment before ultimately declining Xinyun's kind offer. It was of no consequence. In such sweltering weather, she would soon manage on her own. In this kind of heat, one must exercise caution. She listened obediently, urging herself to wipe off the sweat. Xinyun persisted in his efforts. Having served 2 consecutive terms as the president of the student council, only GMO dared to challenge him in such a manner. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Duanduan reluctantly accepted the towel, speaking little throughout, primarily listening to the discussions around her. There was, however, someone exceptionally talented at singing. Though it seemed unlikely anyone could persuade him to perform, GMO suddenly spoke up. Xinyun inquired, "Who?" "Pei Zhan." As soon as the name was uttered, a wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. Even summoning the illustrious Laozi would hardly guarantee Pei Zhan's appearance, saying it was tantamount to saying nothing at all. Indeed, Pei Zhan's singing was renowned for its exceptional beauty, yet the last time she had heard him perform was 2 years prior during the school anniversary, and since then, there had been no further opportunities. This was the first time Duanduan learned from others that Pei Zhan could sing. As someone tone-deaf and utterly lacking in musical talent, she felt overwhelmed by despair. Nevertheless, she was genuinely curious about just how mesmerizing Pei Zhan's singing could be, wondering why the group seemed so devoid of hope. Chapter 31. Caught off guard while we were racking our brains, someone appeared utterly self-assured, suggesting they had a plan, right, Duanduan? As soon as GMO uttered these words, all eyes turned towards her. Misfortune had struck from the heavens. Even lying down, one could be caught in the crossfire. Duanduan was perplexed, questioning what insight Minister Ji possessed that led her to believe she was so confident. Not even a blade of grass could be found, let alone bamboo. However, upon witnessing the scornful expression on the other's face, a fierce desire to strike her resounded within me. What possible recourse could there be? Could she truly summon the esteemed Pei to serenade us? Just me, Lu Duanduan, a mere freshman? It seemed rather implausible. "Hey GMO, aren't you quite acquainted with Pei Zhan? Why not give it a try?" The surrounding voices chimed in incessantly, composed of fervent supporters of Minister Ji, their words dripping with disdain for Duanduan, which only served to ignite Xinyun's ire. "Given this, GMO, why don't you take a stab at it? The rest of you, do not dawdle. Adhere to the original plan. Report your progress in the group by 3 o'clock this afternoon. That will be all for now." Although Chairperson Shin typically exuded a gentle demeanor, when resolute, she commanded respect and instilled a sense of authority among the group. Duanduan sensed that Xinyun was subtly safeguarding her interests, stirring a tinge of guilt within her. It seemed that her somewhat carefree nature rendered her susceptible to being perceived as weak and easily bullied. Did she truly appear so innocent and harmless? Calm yourself, Duanduan. Her petite hands trembled slightly as she disassembled the components, each piece she removed causing her heart to bleed. Had she known better, she would have opted to purchase from a reputable store. The items procured online were but a fade. Upon meticulous inspection, she discovered that the memory sticks and graphics cards were all secondhand, and not only secondhand, but of dubious origin as well. Duanduan was utterly speechless, her determination intensifying with each dismantled part. Before long, the table was strewn with a myriad of disjointed components. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her back, easing the strain in her weary waist. Duanduan, you've disassembled your computer. How will you submit your assignment this afternoon? The room leader gently reminded her. As the mind of Duanduan abruptly faltered, she found herself steeped in profound regret when a WeChat message from Pei Zhan arrived, inquiring whether she had classes in the afternoon. After that, her phone fell silent, with no further response forthcoming. This led her to recall the earlier meeting when GMO mentioned inviting Brother Zhan up to sing. Could it be that the esteemed Minister G had sought him out for the association at this very moment? A sudden jolt of realization struck Duanduan. She needed to investigate. Hastily, she tidied up the remnants on her desk, bid her roommates a brief farewell, and dashed out the door. When Qing, engrossed in her novel, was startled by the commotion. What a mess. Let us not be too hard on ourselves. Not everyone possesses Duanduan's extraordinary intellect. If it comes to worst, we can cut our losses, she reassured. Tao Bei leapt down from the upper bunk and patted Su Xiaodi on the shoulder in a comforting gesture. Their gazes met. What do you mean by cutting losses? Simply switch majors, Tao Bei replied. The admissions office at Rome University clearly states that within the first 2 months of the semester, one can petition for a change of major, provided the application is compelling enough. After hearing Tao Bei's explanation, Su Xiaodi fell into a contemplative trance. Chapter 32. A green-eyed monster. The atmosphere in the association office was as quiet as ever. Upon approaching the door, Duanduan could feel the palpable tension emanating from within. She knocked lightly on the door, and, upon seeing only a few seniors from room 404 inside, she entered with familiarity. However, today was peculiarly different. She remained there for a good 10 minutes, observing 3 individuals engrossed in their gaming, completely oblivious to the world around them. Moreover, the competition appeared to be quite fierce. Oh, Xiaochuan, are you rushing to deliver yourself as a sacrifice? By, how can you have the audacity to run so far away? Come here. Alas, Lao Lin. Where are you? Come and lend a hand, brother. You too. What sort of teammates have you found? This is utterly preposterous. As Lin Yihan's words faded, a resounding explosion echoed within the game, followed by the shattering of the light red defensive tower, heralding the catastrophic defeat with a sky of blue light cascading across the screen. Damn it! Yi Bai flung the mouse aside in a fit of rage, exclaiming, Today is truly cursed. With Zhangge absent, the 3 of us have lost even the most basic rapport. This bodes ill. Jiang Xiaochuan sighed deeply, tilting his head back to massage his temples. Upon reopening his eyes, he caught sight of a motionless figure behind him. It was not Duanduan's intention to remain silent. Rather, she felt entirely unable to interject during the tumultuous exchange, so she opted to stand quietly behind one of them and observe the chaos. Startled, Jiang Xiaochuan broke into a cold sweat, and upon recognizing the girl's face, he quickly approached her with a sheepish grin. Are you looking for Zhangge? He isn't here. He then turned to the others, inquiring, Do you know where Zhangge has gone? As he spoke, Yi Bai enthusiastically dragged over a chair, his face adorned with a self-satisfied smile that sent shivers down Jiang Xiaochuan and Lin Yihan's spines. Seniors, please continue with your tasks. Do not mind me. Duanduan said, feeling a bit bashful as her cheeks flushed slightly. The 3 of them simultaneously closed their laptops with a decisive clap, unhurried and leisurely. Junior sister. May I inquire if Pei Zhan is present? A gentle female voice from the doorway interrupted their revelry. Just moments ago, GMO had been expertly managing her expressions. But upon seeing Lu Duanduan, her brows instinctively furrowed. Why is she everywhere? Ignoring the others, GMO strode in, asking once more, Is Pei Zhan here? I need to speak with him. Duanduan pouted, realizing she had indeed come. GMO was at a loss. If she had his number, there would be no need for her to make this trip in person. With him absent, all she could do was wait. She had already made her presence known. And with Lu Duanduan there, she couldn't afford to lose face today. GMO patiently found a chair and, disregarding the others, began scrolling through Weibo, observing the atmosphere. Yi Bai nudged Jiang Xiaochuan beside him. What is going on? This ambience feels off. What does it matter? Is there anything that can truly faze our leader? As if in response to their exchange, the tightly shut back door of the committee office swung open from the outside. A glimpse of a pristine white shirt cuff caught Lu Duanduan's eye, followed by the sight of a tall, elegant figure entering the room. Several gazes turned towards him, and Lin Yihan chuckled. Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. As Pei Zhan stepped through the doorway, his gaze fell upon Duanduan, standing in the corner. His warm eyes lingered on her for a moment before he approached. Brother Zhan, you've arrived just in time. Junior sister has something to discuss with you. Jiang Xiaochuan succinctly retreated behind his computer, becoming an invisible presence, while the other two maintained a similar stance. As brothers, their principle was to never disturb their leader during any of his appointments, just as it was now. However, the ambience was somewhat marred by the presence of a stunning beauty from the dance department. Alas, no matter how captivating she was, in the presence of their leader, she was rendered inconsequential. GMO, treated as mere air, found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Pei Zhan, do you have a moment? I wish to discuss something with you. The office was enveloped in profound silence, save for the incessant clattering of the keyboard. Pei Zhan remained unresponsive, merely gesturing with his eyes for Duanduan to show him the computer. Duanduan looked at him in confusion, only to realize moments later that Brother Zhan had seen the WeChat message she had sent. She took out her phone to discover that the conversation had stagnated at her message about going to the computer city, with no further content following. Swiftly, she opened her computer bag and began to extract the jumbled assortment of components one by one. As she surveyed the disarray on the desk, Pei Zhan chuckled softly. Duanduan, you possess quite the dexterity. Duanduan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was the esteemed one mocking her? Meanwhile, GMO, left in the shadows, was taken aback by the interaction between the two, feeling as if she had swallowed a durian. It was astonishing to learn that Lu Duanduan was acquainted with Pei Zhan, and their relationship seemed to transcend the ordinary. Upon hearing him refer to the girl so affectionately as Duanduan, GMO's heart sank. She had previously assumed his aloof demeanor was innate, consistent towards her and outsiders alike. Little did she expect that Pei Zhan, engrossed in examining the hardware on the desk, would calmly inquire, "What is it?" GMO was lost in her thoughts when she suddenly heard Pei Zhan's question, her senses sharpening slightly, though her confidence was evidently lacking. In truth, she held no expectations for this outing. Everyone in the student office assumed she was well acquainted with Pei Zhan, and with numerous pairs of eyes upon her, she felt compelled to endure the situation. GMO felt a pang of solitude, already bracing herself for rejection. After a prolonged silence, Pei Zhan remained unresponsive, engrossed in his tasks, as if all his thoughts were consumed by the debris before him. The atmosphere thickened with an inexplicable awkwardness, making even the onlookers feel the oppressive tension in the air. At times, Pei Zhan's silence was more oppressive than his words, despite the amiable demeanor he projected. His innate aura compelled others to instinctively tense up. In the midst of her musings, Pei Zhan's calm voice broke through. Duanduan, do you wish for me to go? Startled, Duanduan blinked in surprise, her expression a peculiar mix of disbelief. The esteemed Pei Zhan, needing to seek someone else's approval before making a decision? In just a few fleeting minutes, GMO experienced one of the most crushing blows of her life. Reflecting on the earlier mockery directed at Lu Duanduan from the students, she realized with dismay that she had become the very person who faced such ridicule. Noticing her inner turmoil, Pei Zhan moved to the water dispenser, filled a cup, and placed it before Duanduan, suggesting slowly, I will swap out the computer's hardware. Duanduan's eyes brightened with hope. Could it be repaired? Yes, he affirmed. Chapter 34. Her opinion upon hearing that her computer still had a chance for salvation. Duanduan felt revitalized. Indeed, Brother Zhan is formidable. After a simple test, he swiftly identified the source of the malfunction. She yearned for the opportunity to learn from him as well. Her thirst for knowledge and technology surpassed all else. Out of curiosity, she cautiously moved behind Pei Zhan, stretching her neck to catch a glimpse. If you wish to see, come closer, he remarked, his hands never ceasing their work. His peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the girl behind him, a smile dancing in the corner of his eye. Yet, mindful of the presence of others, Duanduan was acutely aware that she must maintain her distance in public settings. As the silence lingered behind her, Pei Zhan paused, turning to face her. This time, he prefaced his words with her name, Duanduan. Come here, I shall teach you. The bait was simply too enticing to resist. In an instant, she cast aside her previous reservations and eagerly approached him. The excitement in her eyes was palpable as she watched and inquired, Senior. My computer occasionally experiences blue screen issues. How should I troubleshoot such problems? Duanduan's nervousness rendered her tongue tremulous. It had been a close call. Observing her timid demeanor, Pei Zhan couldn't help but chuckle. Was it truly so difficult to address him as Brother Zhan in front of others? However, with time on their side, he felt no urgency. Pei Zhan patiently installed the graphics card while answering her questions one by one. His soothing voice resonated within the office, softening his usual aloofness and revealing a rare, amiable side. Naturally, everyone within the committee was aware of Pei Zhan's special attention towards Lu Duanduan. Yet, this scene appeared particularly glaring in Ji Mo's eyes. No longer able to bear the atmosphere, she rose from her chair and approached Pei Zhan, her gaze wistfully lingering on the perfectly chiseled contour of his profile. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. How about this? I will add you on WeChat, and when you have made your decision, do let me know through the app. As her words fell into the silence, Duanduan cast a surprised glance at him. Hadn't the publicity department mentioned that GMO and Pei Zhan were quite familiar with one another? How was it that they had yet to exchange WeChat details? A subtle glance at the person beside her revealed his disinterest in responding. Truly, a master in his own right, he remained composed and engrossed in his own affairs, effortlessly leaving her hanging. She vowed that her earlier remarks were merely out of consideration for Shenyun, not for GMO. Yet, after speaking, a twinge of regret gripped her. Had she overstepped her bounds? However, it soon became evident that Pei Zhan's prior inquiry had not been a mere formality. Within mere minutes, a complete laptop was restored to its former state in his hands. During the ensuing silence, he turned to Duanduan and stated, "Later, let Xiaochuan reinstall the system. If you need a computer, feel free to use mine." GMO was momentarily taken aback. You have agreed?" Pei Zhan turned his head, adding, "I will inform you of the specific pieces shortly." After glancing at his phone to check the time, he inquired, "Is there anything else?" GMO was not naive. She understood that this was a polite dismissal. Though reluctant, she realized that securing Pei Zhan's cooperation would suffice for the student council. With a sense of relief, Minister Ji exhaled, turning to the silent Duanduan and asked, "Are you leaving? Shall we go together?" Duanduan declined. "You go ahead. I have other matters to attend to." "Junior sister, please come and check which materials need backing up." Jiang Xiaochuan's voice echoed from a corner. Upon hearing this, Duanduan hurried over. The entire committee office was engulfed in busyness. GMO stood for a while, feeling a sense of tedium, and eventually decided to leave alone. Chapter 35. A full meal of dog food out of boredom. Duanduan sat beside Jiang Xiaochuan, intently watching him install the system on his computer. As she gazed, her thoughts wandered unconsciously to the person across from her. Previously, she had heard from the student office how difficult it was to invite Pei Zhan, and instinctively, she believed that Brother Zhan would never agree. Yet, she never anticipated that he would readily acquiesce to something he disliked simply because of her words. A wave of guilt washed over Duanduan. Had she known this would be the case, she should have said less and directly refused GMO at that moment. In the midst of this silence, her phone on the desk chimed with a notification. A few messages appeared in the 618 group chat. Room leader, Duanduan. Have you completed the pyramid program that old Jiang requested? Buyer, is that even a question? Duanduan definitely completed it. Xiaodi, Duanduan. I've been at it for the whole morning, and still Haven T figured it out. Please send it over for my reference. Duanduan thumped her head lightly. Oh, I forgot. The trio, that program wasn't too difficult. It only took about 10 minutes to complete. Duanduan shut her phone and rose to approach Pei Zhan's desk. Brother Zhan, may I borrow your computer for a moment? As she spoke, she leaned slightly forward. A few strands of hair brushing against his hand, and a subtle fragrance gradually filled the air. Pei Zhan tightened his grip on the mouse, slowly raising his gaze to meet the girl's clear, lively eyes, which seemed to plunge deep into his own. Under his unwavering stare, Duanduan spoke to herself. I actually find the desktop keyboard more comfortable than that of a laptop. However, if I accidentally disrupt your Project S files, it would be quite troublesome. So I suppose I should use your laptop instead. After patiently listening to her, Pei Zhan simply murmured in acknowledgement. In stark contrast to the chaotic state of her computer interface, his discipline was nothing short of terrifying. For someone as disorganized as her, she searched repeatedly yet failed to locate the compilation tool on the computer. As his presence drew near, Duanduan expected him to reveal the whereabouts of the tool. But instead, he softly inquired by her ear, Duanduan, do you know my password? Duanduan was momentarily stunned. What had she just done? It dawned on her, belatedly, that out of habit, she had logged into his computer using the startup password from her own device. Miraculously, it worked. Pei Zhan couldn't help but chuckle at her bewildered expression, discreetly freeing a hand to maneuver the mouse and open the compiler for her. A minute passed, and Duanduan remained perplexed. Why could her password access his computer? Could it be that his password was the same as hers? Such an uncanny coincidence seemed improbable. Her own password had been a haphazard creation. How could such a match occur? As she racked her brain for an explanation, a large hand gently brushed the back of her head, followed by someone advising her, stop pondering and focus on your assignment. Even so, Duanduan was still unashamedly inquisitive. Brother Zhan, why is this so? Pei Zhan's gaze remained fixed on his computer, unperturbed. Duanduan, persistent and unwavering, continued. Brother Zhan, I am quite curious. Please do tell me. Indeed, her efforts bore fruit, as he finally exhibited a glimmer of reaction. From an angle unseen by the girl, the screen displayed the faint curve of his lips as he responded to her call. Brother Zhan, she called again. Brother Zhan. He shook his head. Not enough. With remarkable patience, Duanduan sweetly persisted, Brother Zhan, Brother Zhan, Brother Zhan. It seemed that at some point, the mere utterance of Brother Zhan could effortlessly evoke his delight, compelling him to momentarily abandon all tasks and simply relish in her repeated calls. The tranquil atmosphere of the office was punctuated by the soft, mellifluous sound of her voice, striking against the hearts of the busy crowd. In an instant, the clattering of keyboards ceased. Several colleagues exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of ennui. They had never anticipated that one day they would be overwhelmed by the affection dispensed by their superior. In this era, what crime had the single souls committed? Chapter 36. The Allure of Beauty in the End. Only Duanduan was left disheartened. Her brother had been called, her charm had been exerted. Yet she still failed to extract the password from the esteemed figure's lips, despite her soft pleas and gentle persistence. Frustrated, she began to strike the code with increasing intensity, each keystroke heavier than the last, as if her MacBook's keyboard might cave under her fervor. The next moment, a voice interrupted, Duanduan, does your finger hurt? She pinched her tingling fingers, her small mouth pouting in discontent. The answer to this riddle is best unraveled by you. Duanduan blinked, a flutter of excitement stirring within her. With an air of confidence, she brought the computer closer and pressed the power button. As the screen gradually illuminated, the fleeting spark of inspiration in her mind began to crystallize. It seemed as though she was on the verge of enlightenment. The girl fell silent, her small face adorned with an expression of earnestness and gravity as she focused intently on the puzzle. Pei Zhan casually sat beside her, capturing every nuance of her expressions and movements in his gaze. Among her peers, Duanduan was exceptional. She pursued her passions with unwavering determination, fearlessly venturing into the unknown, fueled by her curiosity and the courage to conquer whatever lay ahead. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon only an hour remained until the evening gala. Her phone buzzed incessantly with urgent calls from GMO, inquiring about Pei Zhan's song selection and when he would arrive. Duanduan cast a weary glance towards the window at the figure of a certain deity, who showed no signs of stirring, and forced herself to remain composed. The world was so beautifully vast, let GMO, the esteemed minister, fret for just a little longer. She was only one step away from success. At 6:30, as GMO circled the rehearsal venue for what felt like countless times, she finally spotted the two tardy figures outside the entrance of the Starry Sky Theater. Until that very moment, she had struggled to comprehend Pei Zhan's agreement to take the stage, finding it almost unbelievable that the steadfast Pei God had so readily acquiesced. However, upon seeing him in person, her anxieties dissipated like stones cast into a pond. With her fierce sense of pride, GMO had entirely neglected to remind herself that this was solely Duanduan's achievement. She slightly adjusted her gown and approached Pei Zhan. Have you decided on the performance piece? The individual in question remained silent, prompting Duanduan to respond, not yet. GMO cast an exasperated glance at the girl and led them towards the backstage control room. I have a few alternatives here. You can see if any suit your taste. No need, Pei Zhan interjected. Following the pace of those around him, he calmly inquired, Duanduan, what would you like to listen to? You want her to decide again? Drawing from her previous experience, Duanduan was decisive this time. I generally prefer film soundtracks. Like Unrestrained. Then let's go with Unrestrained, he replied succinctly. Pei Zhan's decisiveness left no room for debate, and GMO, having no time to dwell on whose preference it was, accepted the selection with gratitude. The anticipated arrival of a certain esteemed individual stirred a wave of excitement in the control room. The makeup artist hurried over, eager to apply a light touch of makeup on Pei Zhan, only to be gently declined. No need. I have something else to attend to later. At that moment, Duanduan, who had been quietly following behind, suddenly remarked, "He is quite handsome. He looks great even without makeup." Her words elicited a chorus of agreement from those around them. Under the soft white lights, the hint of contentment that graced his brow blossomed upon hearing Duanduan's unintentional compliment, eventually gathering at the corners of his eyes, infusing his cool demeanor with a subtle elegance. In an instant, the bustling girls, those touching up their makeup and warming up their voices, fell into a trance of admiration. Chapter 37. Pure excitement. The order of the program was determined by a draw, and naturally, the task fell upon Duanduan. She felt as though she was playing the role of a certain celebrity's overly obsequious manager. To her astonishment, she drew the number 1, meaning that Pei Zhan would be the first to perform after the opening act. Upon seeing the draw results, everyone lamented in despair. How could anyone follow the divine Pei Zhan's performance? Despite their groans, the mere thought of being able to hear Pei Zhan sing that night made their participation worthwhile. Regardless of the audience turnout, before long, the clock struck 7, and amid the backstage chaos, the opening of the gala commenced. The hosts, Xinyun and GMO, elegantly clad in matching gowns, stood center stage and delivered a polished opening address that elicited enthusiastic applause from the audience. Through the heavy curtain, Duanduan adeptly spotted the familiar faces of her friends in the sea of spectators. The director had already urged her multiple times in the group chat, but she dared not confess what she was doing and instead continued to delay under the guise of other tasks. 5 minutes later, the group performance began, and as the moment approached, Duanduan felt an intensity of nerves that rivaled even that of the performer about to take the stage. Pei Zhan took out his phone and handed it to her, asking her to hold onto it for him while inquiring about her plans for later. Today marked the final day of the 11-day holiday, and after the gala concluded, the entire school would effectively be on break. After concluding his speech, the esteemed figure merely acknowledged with a sound and fell silent. It was not until 2 minutes before he was to take the stage that Duanduan stealthily slipped into the audience. Upon her sudden appearance, Taobei quickly cleared away the book that was occupying the adjacent seat. Duanduan, why did you arrive so late? Had you delayed even a moment longer? You would have missed a century. She was well aware that Taobei's reference to a century pertained to the commotion that had erupted in their group chat earlier. Nevertheless, it must be said that the publicity department had truly excelled in their efforts as soon as they had summoned the esteemed guest. News had spread throughout the entire school with great urgency. "Oh, please, stop talking. The main event is about to commence," the room leader reminded them. Almost as soon as the prelude of music began to play, the audience was immediately engulfed in a frenzy. Goodness, it was indeed the legendary Pei Zhan. The student council had truly outdone themselves this time, managing to invite Pei Zhan. The shrieks from the girls in the back row were nearly piercing Duanduan's eardrums, and she covered her ears, caught in a delightful agony. All around her, many in the audience instinctively rose from their seats, and a few tall figures inadvertently obstructed her view. Growing a bit anxious, Duanduan mimicked the crowd, rising from her seat and tiptoeing through the throng towards the stage. In the center of the illuminated stage, that tall figure descended gracefully from the steps. As he softly uttered the first line of lyrics, the entire venue fell into an immediate hush. The elegant and unrestrained melody of traditional music, combined with the tender emotions woven through his warm voice, led the audience step by step into an ethereal realm of profound mystery. Brew a pot of life and death's joys and sorrows to honor the young man. The bright moon remains unchanged, yet why the lingering melancholy? It is far better to face the winds and waves with an open heart. From a distant vantage point, a gentle gaze collided directly with hers, and in the next moment, the soft breeze transformed into a blazing sun. His singing was exquisite, devoid of ostentation. The pure, flowing melody stirred the heart even more. For the duration of an entire song, as she focused intently, it felt as though the world had narrowed down to the rhythmic beating of her heart. Before long, a query from the studio head broke the silence. "Did you find the melody familiar? It seems to be no boundaries." Tao Bei readily concurred. Yes, yes. Indeed, it is no boundaries. I never expected Pei Zhan to choose this song. Duanduan, if I recall correctly, this should be on your daily playlist. You are indeed fortunate to hear it live tonight. Already ensnared in her own emotions, Duanduan felt herself weaken at Xiao Di's words. Chapter 38, she endeavored to maintain her composure. However, just then, the previously tearful girl suddenly seemed to discover a new world, reviving with exuberance. Following the gazes of the crowd, Duanduan looked ahead, and, indeed, there stood Pei Zhan, conversing with a few senior brothers by the passage. The fragmented light from the stage delicately fell upon his dark hair, rendering him both aloof and ethereal. He possessed an enchanting power, capable of transforming profound sorrow into immense joy in an instant. Duanduan wiped away her tears, her vision hazy as she observed every movement of Pei Zhan. She noted the seriousness of his expression while speaking with senior brother Xiao Chuan, likely discussing matters related to the project team. She also noticed that he occasionally scanned the audience, seemingly searching for someone. After a fleeting moment of eye contact between him and her, he suddenly made his way towards the audience without any prior indication. Look, Pei Zhan is coming our way, whispered a girl from the front row, causing a surge of inexplicable anxiety within Duanduan. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Pei Zhan ascended the steps to the audience with remarkable ease, weaving through rows of seats until he stood directly before Duanduan. For her, this moment felt both interminable and agonizing. Before she could gather her thoughts, he gently rested a hand on the back of her seat and leaned down to say, Duanduan, there's an empty seat next to you. Duanduan, momentarily dazed, turned her head to the left. Unbeknownst to her, 618 had subtly shifted one seat inward, leaving her isolated at the very edge of the aisle. Do you want to sit? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Pei Zhan looked down at her. Do you expect me to stand while watching the performance? That wasn't her intention. Duanduan closed her eyes briefly, bracing herself as she shifted inward. No sooner had she settled than he inquired softly. What time is your train ticket for tomorrow? Huh? Duanduan finally snapped back to reality. Ignoring the confusion evident on her face, Pei Zhan continued, after the event. We'll leave at 9, and expect to arrive in Jiangning before 11. Duanduan, is there an issue with the timing? In this exchange, he had completely taken the lead. Although she yearned for clarity, the sight of his stern profile compelled her to concede. Duanduan nodded, no problem. Upon hearing this, Pei Zhan leaned slightly closer to her, gently ruffling her hair with an affectionate smile. Good. His casual gesture rippled through the surrounding tranquility like a stone cast into water. Whispers of intrigue surged from the audience, yet Duanduan remained impassive, untouched by the commotion. Having weathered numerous trials and tribulations, she had earnestly strived to maintain her composure. Of course, the trio beside her appeared even more unruffled, leaving one to wonder whether their calm was genuine or feigned. At that moment, behind the heavy curtains on the side of the stage, Shenyun stood quietly in a black formal attire, gazing intently at a particular spot in the audience. GMO, casting her gaze in the same direction, inquired, Shenyun, do you harbor feelings for Lu Duanduan? He glanced at her with a nonchalant expression, offering no response. Some truths are readily apparent to outsiders, yet the one ensnared in the situation often remains oblivious. With a hint of amusement, GMO quipped, if my guess is correct. She paused slightly, her bright smile betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Then congratulations, you have encountered a formidable rival. A silence enveloped the air. Moments later, Shenyun's expression grew increasingly frosty. Chapter 39, Deceived Duanduan quickly stated, you should wait for me outside. I need to speak with my roommate. His enigmatic gaze lingered on her for a moment before he silently departed from the audience. As soon as Pei Zhan left, the trio beside her swiftly approached. What is going on, Duanduan? You must honestly confess, do you have an affair with Pei Zhan? Not merely an affair. It seems to me there are multiple entanglements. From my years of experience, it appears these two have been clandestinely involved for quite some time. With each word spoken by her roommates, Duanduan felt increasingly guilty, her face nearly retreating into her stomach by the end of the conversation. Fortunately, the three girls knew when to relent. After a barrage of questions, they silently watched Duanduan, urging her to confess. After a brief silence, Duanduan, maintaining her composure, replied, I found a rideshare on a taxi app. It was quite inexpensive. Wen Qing then inquired, is it safe? Absolutely safe. Well, given her demeanor, it did not seem like a jest. Wen Qing kindly advised, Please share your itinerary with us, and remember to inform us when you arrive home safely. During the moment of silence when the other two were lost in thought, Duanduan had already risen from her seat. Rest assured, room leader, I'm off now. It was less of a departure and more akin to a sprint, a swift dash. As she left, the air grew cooler. And Tao Bei remarked softly, I feel we've been deceived. Su Xiaodi nodded in agreement. I think so too. Outside the starry theater, the night sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, a sight rarely seen in the smog-laden city of Rongcheng. Duanduan inhaled the crisp autumn night breeze and walked towards the figures standing beneath the trees in the distance. Noticing the girl's approach, Pei Zhan slightly turned. And upon seeing her serene face illuminated by the streetlight, the chill in his demeanor eased somewhat. The meeting with Zhigu Technology is scheduled for the 3rd, and please continue to follow up on the server matters. I have some personal affairs to attend to in the 2 days before the National Day holiday. There is no need to wait for me. Duan quietly waited aside, patiently listening to him finish his phone call. After contemplating, she decided against interrupting, not wanting to cause them worry late at night. Perhaps it was the girl's infectious smile that prompted Pei Zhan to unconsciously lift the corners of his lips. His deep voice, tinged with a hint of huskiness, inquired, Duan, what brings you joy? Chapter 40. What category does the great god belong to? As for the source of her happiness? Naturally, she could not divulge the entire truth. Ultimately, it stemmed from another matter. Duan tilted her head and said, Brother Zhan, the moment you took the stage tonight, the girls below nearly went wild. Your singing is truly exceptional. Receiving this unexpected compliment, Pei Zhan shot her a knowing glance, a half-smile playing on his lips as he continued walking. Duan quickened her pace to catch up with him. You must believe me, that song, Unchained, is something that only a select few can master with its traditional charm. And yet you accomplished it. At that moment, the one submerged in a sea of flattery finally reacted. He slowed his pace. Noticing the girl's flushed cheeks and slightly labored breath, and gently remarked, Duan, that song is sung only for one person. The rest are mere accompaniment. Duan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her seemingly puzzled expression, Pei Zhan helplessly reached out to pat her little head and said, Go on now. I will wait for you downstairs. They had arrived at the dormitory building, and the journey had been remarkably swift. Duanduan nodded. All right, just give me 20 minutes. There was no rush. Even though the esteemed figure had spoken, Duanduan moved with remarkable efficiency as she packed her belongings, precisely as she had promised. In a span of 20 minutes, Pei Zhan's vehicle was parked in the underground garage near the west entrance, not far from where they were. With her backpack slung over her shoulder and her hands free, Duanduan felt a sense of ease. The garage was dimly lit, and in a corner of Area B, a white SUV flickered its taillights in the darkness, followed by the faint sound of the doors unlocking. Pei Zhan opened the trunk to stow the luggage, while Duanduan stood by the front of the car, lost in contemplation. Before her was a Jeep Cherokee, a model she had seen countless times in television commercials. It offered great value, yet for an ordinary student, it represented a considerable sum. Most of the vehicles parked here belonged to teachers or administrative leaders, with a few belonging to affluent students. She gazed pensively at Pei Zhan, who exuded an innate air of elegance and pride, devoid of any ostentation typical of the wealthy elite. He must belong to the diligent scholarship category, she reassured herself. This vehicle, she mused, was likely acquired through his hard work and dedication. With this thought, she felt a slight sense of comfort. Duanduan, take the front passenger seat. As she settled into the seat, fastening her seatbelt with a focused demeanor, Pei Zhan gently placed her backpack from her lap into the back seat and quietly inquired, Are we ready to depart? Do you get motion sickness? She shook her head in response. As the vehicle passed through the exit, the windows on either side gradually lowered, allowing the night breeze to sweep in, making her breathing feel effortless. In the dark of night, the entrance of Rome University gradually receded into the distance, until it was completely engulfed by the towering edifices of the commercial street. Pei Zhan, who typically spoke little while driving, found the atmosphere of the car invigorated by the presence of a curious soul in the passenger seat, whose eyes darted eagerly about. Particularly, as they traversed the main thoroughfare outside the technology park, Duan's spirits soared, captivated by the rapid succession of soaring office buildings flashing past the window. Having grown up in a county town, Duan harbored a fervent desire to one day embrace the life of a city white-collar worker, a routine of 9 to 6. The occasional overtime, weekends free to indulge in hot pot with friends, living a carefree existence devoid of mortgage burdens. Naturally, the prospect of a joyful romantic relationship would be a delightful bonus. Yet, all of this hinged upon diligent study, without the effort to elevate herself. The prospect of securing even the most humble of jobs post-graduation seemed bleak. While many claimed that girls pursuing computer science were at a disadvantage and would inevitably face unemployment, Duanduan remained unconvinced. She believed that such opinions stemmed from a lack of understanding of the exhilarating experiences this field could offer, a thrill she not only recognized but aspired to excel in. The night breeze swept through, and the girl rested her head against the car window, playfully challenging the wind. "Don't do that. Do you not realize the danger?" Chapter 41. Convert to a Convertible. Throughout the evening, her little antics persisted, prompting Pei Zhan to steal glances at her while concentrating on the road. Ultimately, to prevent her from leaning out again, he resolutely raised the window to its full height. Duanduan, feeling stifled, turned to him. "It's too stuffy like this. Please open the window." It is neither stifling nor uncomfortable, as the ventilation has been activated. Someone remained steadfast and unyielding. However, after spending these past few days together, Duanduan has grown less restrained in front of Pei Zhan. At times, she even dares to make the slightest demands. At this very moment, she finds herself disliking the confinement of the car, yearning instead for the invigorating sensation of the wind against her face. The road is relatively clear, which renders it quite safe. Yet, safety does not equate to absolute security. What should I do if I truly wish to feel the breeze? This air conditioning is rather uncomfortable. Only the natural wind can suffice. Duanduan suddenly adopts a serious tone. In that moment, she instinctively finds herself at odds with Pei Zhan. The scene of God Pei versus Little Lamb is likely what Jiang Xiaochuan and his friends, who are currently engrossed in their video games in the dormitory, would yearn to witness. But alas, they have missed it. Although one may feel powerless against a greater force, stubborn resistance often leads to mutual harm. After enduring 10 minutes of gentle persuasion from the girl, Pei Zhan concedes, lowering the window to a midpoint with a sigh that conveys both resignation and a hint of relief. "It seems my primary task henceforth is to procure a different vehicle." Duanduan gazes at him, questioning, "What kind of car?" "A convertible." Upon being directly addressed, Duanduan obediently falls silent. As they journey 1/3 of the way, she suddenly recalls the dorm head's admonitions before their departure and intends to share their location in the group chat. Just as a flurry of messages begins to pop up on her screen. The first is a voice message from Bay Air. Duanduan. "I recently came across a news report online about a rideshare driver and a passenger. When you're out and about, be cautious and avoid encountering lecherous individuals." The initial part of the audio seemed relatively normal, but when that last crude remark surfaced, Duanduan shuddered and quickly pressed pause. Surely, he hadn't heard it. She glanced sideways at the stoic figure beside her, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, devoid of any expression. Just as Duanduan was about to let out a sigh of relief, the breath was abruptly caught in her throat. Her roommate was indeed correct. It is unsafe for girls to venture out alone, and having company is preferable, much like in this moment. As he spoke, his gaze was fixated on the road ahead. His overly calm tone rendered Duanduan unable to discern whether he had caught the last 3 words or not. Oh dear, let us assume he didn't hear them. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle entered the Jianan Tunnel on the 3rd Ring Road, and soon they would be exiting the city to merge onto the highway. With the towering buildings now absent, and faced with the desolate expanse of the road, Duanduan finally quieted her racing thoughts. Typically, she felt exhilarated while riding, especially tonight, seated in such a pivotal position as the front passenger, necessitating her constant alertness. She had heard that dozing off in the passenger seat could easily trigger a chain reaction, potentially causing the driver to nod off as well, which would be perilous. To keep herself occupied, Duanduan energetically engaged with her phone, and while scrolling, she casually clicked into the forum of Rongda University. Chapter 42. A Chronicle of Sisters' Collective Downfalls. What on earth? At first glance of the title, Duanduan instinctively wondered if yet another sensational announcement from a trending celebrity had emerged. Driven by curiosity, she clicked to explore, but the moment she absorbed the content, her entire being seemed to fracture. She should have anticipated that when Pei Zhan strode toward the audience. Under the gaze of the entire venue, the spotlight would inevitably shine upon her. Taking a deep breath, Duanduan forced herself to remain composed, hastily skimming through the comments below before furiously shutting off her phone and leaning back in the passenger seat to gather her thoughts. Those people seemed to be perpetually idle. If only they redirected their gossiping energy towards their studies, each of them could undoubtedly become a genius. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, unconsciously tightening her grip on the phone. At that moment, Pei Zhan perceptibly sensed her heightened breath, glancing over and slightly reducing his speed. "What is it? Are you unwell?" She refrained from expressing her emotions through words, aware that she needed to fulfill her role as a responsible passenger. This was not the moment to distract him from driving. The holiday traffic had made the highway somewhat congested, and as Duanduan gazed at the seemingly endless line of cars ahead, she let out a yawn that seemed all too fitting. After the yawn, their vehicle came to a complete halt. Pei Zhan turned slightly to retrieve a blanket from the back seat, draping it over her and gently ruffling her hair, adjusting the seat back for her comfort. Duanduan complied, saying, "I'll take a nap. Just wake me when we reach the Jiangning toll station." In truth, she did not genuinely wish to sleep. She simply yearned to close her eyes and contemplate how she and the person beside her should continue their relationship moving forward. In the past, when dining with Pei Zhan, she always exercised great caution. Despite her deep affection for him, she was reluctant to allow the insidious whispers of gossip to intrude upon his life. He had always conducted himself with a low profile, clearly preferring that his personal matters remain undisclosed. Therefore, Duanduan resolved that this time she would teach the poster a lesson. As she contemplated her course of action, she could not resist a yawn. And amid her intermittent strolls, she ultimately succumbed to a deep slumber. As the road ahead gradually cleared, the dimming light cast a gentle glow on Pei Zhan's sharply defined profile, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. His gaze, fixed ahead, would occasionally drift to the sleeping girl beside him. The early autumn night breeze, carrying a hint of chill, wafted into the car, playfully lifting and settling the loose strands of hair from her forehead, obscuring her delicate brows and revealing only the lower half of her exquisite face. Perhaps troubled by an unpleasant dream, Duanduan's lips, even in sleep, began to pout slightly, her murmurs indistinct and muddled. The thick veil of night tenderly shattered the warmth in Pei Zhan's eyes, and upon hearing her soft voice, he instinctively reached out to gently caress the corner of her mouth. At that moment, a sound of an object dropping broke the silence. It was Duanduan's phone, slipping from her grasp. Having exited the highway, Pei Zhan parked the car by the roadside and leaned down to retrieve the phone. His fingers inadvertently grazed the screen, unlocking it effortlessly, as Duanduan had no habit of setting a password, thus revealing the contents of the interface in plain view. The comments beneath that post glided slowly beneath Pei Zhan's slender fingers, while the white Jeep lingered alongside the silent road for nearly 10 minutes. A half-hour later, the vehicle arrived at the Jiangning toll station. Perhaps subconsciously sensing the familiar essence of her hometown, Duanduan gradually awakened. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she murmured, "Have we arrived in Jiangning?" As she began to groggily search for her phone, Pei Zhan pointed toward the storage compartment ahead, indicating it was inside. "Oh." Duanduan turned her head in a daze, opened her phone, and glanced at the time. It was already 10:30. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Upon reflection, she realized that the forum page she had opened before sleeping had somehow closed. Duanduan froze momentarily, casting an uncertain glance toward her companion. Chapter 43. That wasn't a rumor given his meticulous nature. He must have seen it, yet why did no trace of displeasure flicker across his face? Perhaps he was simply better at concealing his emotions than she was? After reading that post, Duanduan struggled to conjure any justification to quell her anger. After passing through the toll station, Pei Zhan turned off the navigation and expertly maneuvered the vehicle along Chili Avenue towards the old town. After a brief moment of contemplation, Duanduan tentatively inquired, "Brother Zhan, do you have other matters to attend to in Jiangning?" Recalling the phone call he received upon exiting the Starry Sky Theater, it seemed he intended to remain in Jiangning for the 2 days leading up to National Day. Hearing his words, Duanduan naturally reminisced about her childhood. She recalled that after the passing of her neighbor's grandmother, Brother Pei Zhan was taken by his parents to live in Rongqing. At that time, old Lu had also transferred to another position, and after their family moved out of the old house near Taitao Park, she had truly never seen him again. She sighed softly. A home with the elderly is the true home. "Brother Pei Zhan, you are a filial child." Observing her seemingly mature demeanor, Pei Zhan chuckled softly. "Don't laugh. I'm being serious." Though Duanduan had been raised by her parents, she could deeply sense the significance of her grandmother to Pei Zhan. It was a bond of affection and love that could never be forgotten or severed, no matter how much time had passed. The car glided steadily along the street, the night enveloping them in silence, with only the dim glow of street lamps illuminating the sides. Suddenly, at a corner, Pei Zhan turned his head and inquired, "Why were you feeling down just now?" As their neighborhood gradually came into view, Duanduan, filled with joy, was momentarily taken aback by the question. Why was she feeling down? She suspected he was feigning ignorance. Duanduan lowered her head, contemplating whether to collaborate with him on recounting the post or to concoct an excuse to brush it off. Well, since he had already unveiled the truth, she could only resign herself to nodding in acknowledgement. As the community approached, the jeep slowly came to a stop outside the entrance, and the previous conversation came to an abrupt end. Noticing he seemed disinclined to continue, Duanduan paused before beginning to unbuckle her seatbelt. As he stepped out of the car, Pei Zhan had already retrieved her belongings from the trunk. In the dim light of the night, he strolled leisurely towards her, pushing the suitcase with a certain languid grace. He paused silently before the girl, lowering his gaze upon her, seemingly awaiting her to bid him good night, ultimately summoning his courage. She lifted her eyes to meet his. Jean Gige, please don't pay heed to those rumors on the forum, she implored. He interrupted her softly, let me clarify. They are not mere rumors. Taken aback, she listened as he continued. What those individuals have seen and speculated is all grounded in reality. She blinked, finding herself unable to refute his words. Indeed, the closeness of their relationship was a fact, as was their frequent dining together. And even the controversial moment at the welcome party that had stirred a tempest of gossip was undeniably true. So, what you mean is, she began, but he interjected. I have already had Xiao Chuan address the post while we were on the road, Duanduan. The slanderous comments directed at you will no longer surface, I assure you. In the tranquility of the night, his voice seemed imbued with an enchanting power. His calm demeanor instilled in her an overwhelming sense of security. She realized she should trust him. No matter the circumstances, he would always shield her from the storms of life. In that moment, emboldened by an inexplicable courage, she suppressed the tears that threatened to spill and stepped closer, extending her arms to embrace him gently. Some emotions, no matter how deliberately suppressed, inevitably reveal themselves when given an outlet. With her eyes tightly shut, Duanduan felt overwhelmed and decided to let herself be free just this once. Pei Zhan lowered his gaze. Acutely aware of the softness she had placed against his waist, his emotions stirred by a gentle wave. Gradually, a subtle smile graced his lips, his breath calming and lightening, as his warm palm rested upon the cool nape of her neck. Perhaps, in an emotional sense, Duanduan was beginning to grow, piece by piece. Chapter 44. The boss has changed at this hour. The elderly couple should have been fast asleep. Duanduan took out her keys and unlocked the door, revealing a pitch-black living room. She quietly changed her shoes in the entryway and flicked on a warm orange light at the door, illuminating the room. A glance confirmed that the furnishings remained exactly as they were before her departure, although it had only been a little over a month. It was the longest she had been away from home. No place like home, even if it's just a humble abode. Rubbing her weary eyes, Duanduan pushed the suitcase across the living room, initially worried that the sound of the wheels might disturb her parents. However, it turned out her concerns were unfounded. Mrs. Song was always easygoing, and Mr. Liu was the type who slept soundly, impervious to noise. One should be happy that older folks can enjoy such restful slumber. Yet sometimes it also brought anxiety. What if a thief broke in one night? At that moment, Duanduan felt as if she were in a deserted realm, confidently traversing the kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom, with the homeowners showing no signs of awakening. After completing her evening routine, it was nearly dawn. Duanduan slipped into loose pajamas and nestled under the air-conditioned blanket, her eyelids drooping as she retrieved her phone and casually opened the forum. That post has disappeared completely, and the stage play Joy has consequently taken the spotlight in fervent discussions. Strangely enough, a popular post was inexplicably taken down. Yet neither the original poster nor the onlookers uttered a word of dissent or challenge. Truly, my senior is formidable. The ruthlessness with which he operates is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Duanduan, with a smile, lazily stretched her limbs, finally feeling a sense of relaxation. Upon this realization, she opened WeChat and sent a message to him. Brother Zhan, have you arrived at the hotel? Nestled against her pillow on the soft bed, she stared at her phone screen, her eyes unblinking, when it suddenly struck her how foolish she was. Jiangning was not Rongqing. Driving to the hotel would only take about 10 minutes in such a small place. Realizing that Pei Zhan might have already retired for the night, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Outside, the night was deepening, the silvery moonlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting a soft glow into the bedroom. On the spacious bed, the girl lay with her profile cradled against the pillow, drifting into a profound slumber. In fact, at the moment Duanduan sent her message, Pei Zhan was engaged in a remote meeting with his project team, wearing headphones. October was a hectic month, compounded by the client's sudden request to modify the software framework. After receiving the notification, Xiao Chuan and his colleagues had no choice but to reluctantly leave their warm beds and work through the night to fulfill the client's demands. Naturally, upon seeing their boss at the hotel, they were instantly invigorated. "Zhang, are you out having fun? All by yourself?" Xiao Chuan exclaimed, twisting his neck to search around in the video call, his eyes shimmering with endless intrigue and gossip, as if he had stumbled upon a sensational secret. Momentarily forgetting everything else he should be doing. Observing a certain fool recklessly flirting with peril, Yi Bai and Lin Han exchanged silent shakes of their heads, signaling their inability to assist. In such situations, Pei Zhan typically opted to ignore the individual, designating them as a primary object of care. Gazing at the densely packed task allocation chart, Jiang Xiaochuan swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Boss, you are settling personal scores." The two individuals beside him had already stifled their laughter for quite some time. Yi Bai timely delivered a cutting remark. "The one who types English punctuation in Chinese symbols is treated differently. What an experience. TSK, TSK. Old Lin, do you envy this?" Lin Han shook his head, not in the least. Yi Bai concurred, "Indeed, I harbor no envy either." Jiang Xiaochuan, already in a state of deep sorrow, nearly succumbed to despair upon hearing Yi Bai's piercing words. Amid the lively banter on the other end of the video, Pei Zhan removed his headphones, leaning back in his chair to stretch his aching neck and shoulders. His peripheral vision caught the glow of a phone lighting up on the sofa, and the weariness in his brow gradually softened. It had been half an hour since the message arrived. By now, his little girl had likely drifted into slumber. Pei Zhan lowered his gaze. Fixated on the phone for an extended period, perhaps unaware that each time he longed for someone, he unwittingly enveloped himself in a gentle aura, shedding his usual cold demeanor. Much like a glacier melting and awakening the earth. Seconds ticked by, and the previously raucous Jiang Xiaochuan trio stood entranced. Everything felt so wondrous, yet it appeared entirely natural, devoid of any sense of incongruity. This transformation was solely due to the arrival of their junior sister. Indeed, their leader had genuinely changed. Chapter 45. The lemon essence. The following morning, Duanduan was awakened by her hunger. Groggily, she glanced at her phone and realized it was already noon. In a rush, she sprang from her bed and swiftly dressed and washed up. Once she had completed her preparations and opened her bedroom door, she anticipated finding her father, Mr. Liu, comfortably seated on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper, while her mother was in the kitchen preparing a delectable meal. However, the reality was starkly different. The house was desolate, the kitchen cold and uninviting, and even the refrigerator stood pristine and untouched. Moments later, a WeChat message arrived. "Daughter, by the time you read this, your father and I will be basking in the sea breeze on the beach in Haiqing. The sky is clear and bright today, a perfect day for shell collecting." Accompanying the message was a photo of her parents, nestled together on the beach, silhouetted against the rising sun. Duanduan felt as if struck by lightning, her body frozen in place. Were her parents brought into this world merely to serve as a source of lemons for her? Fortunately, she had grown accustomed to such occurrences, and within minutes, she accepted the reality of her status as a left-behind child. In truth, Mr. Liu's absence was not entirely unwelcome. It spared her from potential disputes and granted her a carefree mini-holiday. Yet, 7 whole days lay ahead. How was she to spend them? Her first instinct was to seek out Pei Zhan, but considering he had mentioned visiting his grandmother's grave first, she resolved to wait until evening to arrange a meeting. As Duanduan patted her empty stomach, she scoured the house for something to eat. Finding nothing, her search was as fruitless as her empty visage. This inevitably led her to wonder if the beef jerky and snacks she had stashed away in the drawer had been ruthlessly confiscated by Mrs. Song. With a sigh of reluctance, Duanduan clicked on the food delivery app. The afternoon dragged on, leaving her feeling rather listless. She opened her laptop and spent some time writing code, reinforcing the concepts she had learned in class, while also browsing the internet for supplementary materials to aid in her upcoming studies. Lost in thought, she found herself reminiscing about the bustling figures of her senior colleagues at the club, calculating that she still had 2 more years to wait before she could immerse herself in practical project learning. The old mentor, Jiang, had always emphasized the importance of building a solid foundation, yet Duanduan belonged to the impatient type. Whenever she encountered something she longed for, she wished to grasp it all at once. It felt akin to spending $1 on a lottery ticket only to win $1 million jackpot. Among her peers, she was somewhat of an oddity. Time slipped away swiftly as she immersed herself in coding, and upon glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 5 in the afternoon. Rising from her seat, she made her way to the living room to pour herself a glass of water, stretching her back as she sent a message to Pei Zhan. Brother Zhan, would you like to have dinner together tonight? It's on me. In school, he had almost always been the one to pick up the tab. Although Duanduan could be somewhat scatterbrained at times, she remembered each meal fondly, anticipating the day she could treat him to some of the local delicacies of Jiangning. They arranged to meet at 6 by the Old Town Wharf. In her hazy recollections, she recalled that her older brother had a penchant for fish. The restaurant they were heading to that evening, famous for its fish head soup, had been a traditional establishment for over a decade, renowned for both its reputation and exquisite flavors. Standing before her wardrobe, she rummaged through her clothes before finally settling on a shirt paired with a denim skirt. This garment was purchased by Ms. Song at the mall after the college entrance examination, originally intended for her first day of school. However, a torrential downpour that day compelled her to don shorts and a t-shirt instead, leading her to inadvertently leave the dress forgotten at home. Chapter 46. Delicious. The early autumn in Jiangning had shed its oppressive heat. Particularly by the river, the refreshing breeze swept in, causing Duanduan's legs to tremble uncontrollably. Indeed, beauty comes at a price. Yet, no chill could dampen her fervor for enjoying a hot pot meal. Pei Zhan had not driven that day. He had walked from the hotel and, from a distance, spotted the girl quietly waiting beneath the willow tree. He strode across a row of verdant willows, his tall and elegant figure meandering through the fluttering branches, and to Duanduan, he appeared as if he had descended from the heavens. Though the celestial being seemed unattainable, her beloved brother, Zhan, was close at hand, within reach, and tangible to her senses. Duanduan's breath caught in her throat as she noticed his damp black hair tips, the collar of his shirt slightly open, still imbued with the fresh scent of his recent shower. Flustered, she averted her gaze and, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, inquired, did I perhaps set the time too early? As the river breeze caressed them, Pei Zhan's demeanor appeared somewhat languid. He gazed at the girl's slightly flushed cheeks for a moment before drawing her closer. Lowering his head, he observed her exposed legs and remarked, the weather has turned cooler. One must take care to stay warm when venturing out. Feeling as though her secret had been unveiled, Duanduan's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Instinctively, she gathered the hem of her dress and stiffened her neck, asserting, I think it's quite all right. I'm not cold at all. To speak frankly, as long as she refrains from lingering here in the breeze, her attire today is quite impeccable. Observing her endearing demeanor, a smile gradually blossomed at the corners of Pei Zhan's eyes. Let us proceed. I am eager to discover what Duanduan intends to treat me to. The girl, brimming with joy, flitted alongside him like a lively little bee. As they crossed the street, Duanduan looked up and inquired, Brother Zhan, do you eat fish? Without halting his stride, Pei Zhan nodded earnestly, Upon receiving his affirmation, Duanduan's happiness intensified. Those wielding membership coupons were largely regular patrons of this establishment, and the service was exceedingly attentive. Duanduan, embodying the role of host, dutifully pushed the menu towards Pei Zhan, believing it proper for the guest to order first. Her polite demeanor caught the attention of the server, who mused inwardly that in this day and age, it is rare to witness a girl so accommodating of her boyfriend. Out of curiosity, the server discreetly cast a glance at the breathtakingly handsome man across from her. In that moment, she comprehended. If she were to have such a dazzling boyfriend, she too would undoubtedly indulge him, even descending from the heavens to fetch the stars for him. One cannot help but remark that in a small county like Jiangning, the restaurant staff, particularly the young ladies, often engage in elaborate inner monologues. Duanduan rested her chin on her hand, her face aglow with a smile, and waved her hand in front of the server's eyes. We have decided. We would like the tomato clear soup base. Please kindly inform the kitchen not to prepare fish that is too large, as we may not finish it. Oh, certainly. The server, blushing, turned to leave but was halted by a low voice. Do you have any hot beverages? Yes, we do, Pei Zhan remarked. I'll have a glass of juice, or perhaps hot tea. After the waiter departed, Duanduan gazed intently at someone's face for a prolonged period, occasionally furrowing her brow or shaking her head, lost in thought. Observing her thus, Pei Zhan casually rested his hands on the armrests of his chair, reclining comfortably. A subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, allowing her to scrutinize him unabashedly. It was not until the broth was prepared and the dishes were served that Duanduan, in a daze, heard someone inquire, "Duanduan, is Brother Zhan handsome?" "Yes. The food is delicious, not the appearance." Chapter 47. No one compares to him. Realizing her verbal slip, Duanduan felt utterly embarrassed. In an attempt to mask the sudden awkwardness, she pretended to use her chopsticks to pick up a fern and place it into the soup, only to be interrupted by Pei Zhan midway. "Allow me," he said. "I wouldn't want you to burn yourself." Duanduan paused momentarily, then comprehended the situation. In her distracted state earlier, she had failed to notice that the ribbons on the puffed sleeves of her new dress had come undone. Fortunately, Pei Zhan had intervened in time. Otherwise, her attire would have suffered. Duanduan set down her chopsticks and awkwardly fumbled with the fallen ribbon. It was akin to a tussle between her left and right hands. Tying it single-handedly proved quite challenging. Pei Zhan ladled a bowl of soup and placed it beside her, then extended his hand to grasp the two light blue ribbons that had drifted down her sleeve. Under her dazed gaze, despite his clumsiness, he deftly fashioned a fishtail knot. This particular knot had recently gained popularity, yet boys seldom paid attention to such details. It remained a mystery what other hobbies Pei Zhan indulged in, aside from coding. Duanduan was blissfully unaware, constantly professing her affection for someone, yet after all this time, she remained completely ignorant of his interests and hobbies. It was indeed a source of embarrassment. Noticing her fixation on his sleeve, Pei Zhan raised an eyebrow, wondering if she found it unappealing. Upon hearing this, Duanduan hastily shook her head, declaring, "No, I am merely curious about how you tied it." Under the girl's intense gaze, Pei Zhan surveyed the surroundings and gestured towards the left counter. Observing the clumsy and awkward demeanor of the male guests, Duanduan couldn't help but chuckle. She then turned to face him and exclaimed earnestly, "Brother Zhan, it seems there is nothing in this world that can challenge you. Could it be that you are possessed by the Thunder God?" To her, the Thunder God embodied a formidable superhero, and Pei Zhan was no different in her eyes. Often, the childlike innocence that Duanduan inadvertently displayed stirred an irresistible urge in others to reach out and pinch her adorable cheeks. Pei Zhan did just that, his touch gentle, leaving a faint mark on her round cheeks, which quickly returned to their rosy hue. He chuckled softly, "Duanduan, comparing me to the Thunder God implies that you think I lack gentleness and finesse?" She pondered this for a moment, realizing that the rugged image of a mighty figure wielding a heavy hammer was indeed worlds apart from the refined demeanor of a deity. Who, then, should she compare him to? Lost in thought, her mind conjured the image of Pei Zhan, clad in a white shirt, standing serenely on stage during the welcome party, singing unrestrained. He exuded tranquility and elegance, captivating the audience's gaze. He was one of a kind. There existed no one in this world who could be compared to him. Upon contemplating the matter, Duanduan smiled contentedly, scooping several strands of seaweed into the bowl of the person opposite her. "Ah, Zhan, do enjoy the dish." Indeed, seaweed was her favorite. Chapter 48. Are there guests today? The reason was quite simple. She was dressed too lightly and feared catching a cold. Choosing this dress was perhaps Duanduan's most regrettable decision of the day. Downstairs in the community, she suppressed her reluctance and bid farewell to Pei Zhan. Observing the forlorn expression on her delicate face, Pei Zhan tenderly tucked a strand of hair, disheveled by the wind, behind her ear, softly coaxing, "Be good. It's quite breezy outside. You should head up. It is indeed windy." Were it not for her grasping the hem of her dress, it would have been mercilessly lifted away. Pei Zhan remarked, "Tomorrow morning." "Oh." She nodded in silence, indicating her understanding. The girl's demeanor was markedly different from her usual self, and Pei Zhan, witnessing this, felt his heart stirred countless times. In the twilight, his dark eyes beckoned Duanduan like a deep well, while the faint fragrance lingering in the air carried elusive emotions that gradually intensified. The two stood quietly in the wind, reminiscent of lovers cherishing their moments before parting. Duanduan had never experienced such feelings, tinged with a subtle melancholy and sweetness. She mused that perhaps this was what it truly meant to be fond of someone. Her mother was cheerfully chatting with the security guard, insisting on gifting him a package of salted fish, a specialty of High City. Upon seeing Duanduan approach, the guard's eyes brightened as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Oh, no need for that. At my age, I can't consume this. Please save it for your children." "Do not." She detests salted fish the most. Duanduan did not approach to join the commotion. Instead, She feigned ignorance and walked away. However, it struck her as odd that, despite being there for quite some time, she had yet to catch a glimpse of old Lu. She directed an inquiring gaze towards her mother. "Where is Dad?" Song Ning cast her a sidelong glance, realizing that while Duanduan was preoccupied with thoughts of her father, she, a living person, had been standing before her without receiving so much as a greeting. Upon hearing this, Duanduan could not help but burst into laughter. Leaping forward to encircle Song Ning's shoulders with her arms, "My esteemed mother, have you been enjoying yourself lately? Have you brought me any gifts?" In the Lu household, there had never been any favoritism. Even if there were occasional biases, they were the result of Duanduan's careful deliberation during special circumstances. "Don't worry. No one could ever forget about you, my precious darling." As Song Ning made her way towards the entrance, she remarked, "Just a while ago, when the bus passed by the market, your father pretended to remind me to see if I wanted to get some pork belly. That man is so prideful, suffering in silence despite having come to terms with things, always wearing a sour face. Duanduan, ignore him for now." After a month, hearing her mother's familiar playful admonishments, Duanduan felt an undeniable sense of ease wash over her. This had always been the case, no matter the trouble she caused, the quarrels she had, or the disputes that arose. There would always be someone unconditionally supporting her in the end. It was evident that Mrs. Song was standing by her amidst old Lu's pressure regarding her English scores for the college entrance examination and the application process. With that thought, Duanduan felt a rush of emotion, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, and she immediately tightened her embrace around her mother's arm. "Walk properly. You're not a child anymore," Song Ning chided playfully as she retrieved her keys to open the door. As soon as the entrance swung open, faint voices from the living room drifted in, one unmistakably belonging to old Lu, while the other was. Noticing a pair of white men's casual shoes at the foyer, Duanduan turned to her mother and inquired, "Are we having guests today?" Chapter 49. The visit of Shun Yun. Suddenly, Song Ning recalled, "Oh dear, I almost forgot to mention. It's one of your father's former students who has come to visit him. They happened to meet at the gate of the community, and your father invited him upstairs." Old Lu's former student. A name flashed through Duanduan's mind. Just as she was about to change her shoes, her mother cheerfully called into the living room, "Xiao Shun, next time you visit, please don't bring so many gifts." The conversation in the living room halted as Shun Yun rose from the sofa, politely greeting Aunt. She had heard him mention his intention to visit old Lu at school but hadn't anticipated it would be so soon. Still momentarily taken aback, it was Shun Yun who first addressed her, "Duanduan." Her mother busied herself in the kitchen washing fruit, leaving Duanduan standing awkwardly at the entrance, caught between stepping forward and retreating. Noticing her hesitation, Lu Yanqing gave a light huff. "Don't you know to greet your senior brother when you see him?" Shen Yun quickly interjected, "It's all right. Old Lu, Duanduan and I are quite familiar with each other, so there's no need for such formality." Familiarity aside, politeness remained a necessity. As Lu Yanqing sipped his tea, he discreetly cast a fleeting glance at Duanduan, and hurriedly noted that his daughter's face seemed to have thinned considerably since her last visit home. He pondered quietly. Wasn't he had said that the meals at Rome University were quite decent? How could she have lost weight like this? The tension that had previously marked Lu Yanqing's demeanor dissipated almost instantaneously. In the presence of his little girl, the old father was invariably the first to capitulate, a trait that was profoundly evident in Lu Yanqing's character. Although reluctant to confront the situation, Duanduan nonetheless approached the sofa and sat down with decorum. She intentionally chose the seat closest to her father, preparing for her forthcoming performance. Shen Yun, Lu Yanqing's most esteemed student, was bound to discuss matters of personal development with him, considering their infrequent meetings over the past 2 years. Duanduan busied herself with sunflower seeds, half listening as the conversation unfolded, and soon the trash bin before her overflowed with dark, discarded shells. Throughout this exchange, Lu Yanqing intermittently praised Shen Yun, his words betraying an unmistakable affection and pride for his prodigy. Yet, what was there to boast about? No matter how exceptional others might be, they were not his own flesh and blood. "Oh, Lu Yanqing, your child is right there beside you." Lost in her thoughts, Duanduan cracked a seed with a bit too much force, resulting in a sharp, resounding crack that echoed in the living room, followed by her tearful gesture of covering her mouth in pain. Both pairs of eyes turned towards her, particularly Shun Yun's gaze, which struggled to suppress a chuckle. Having grown accustomed to Duanduan's composed demeanor at school, it was a rare delight to witness her spontaneity and charm in everyday life. Observing her demeanor, Lu Yanqing first frowned, then waved dismissively, instructing her to hurry to the kitchen and let her mother check if she had once again chipped that decayed tooth. During her senior year, in a bid to invigorate herself, Duanduan had indulged in sweet treats at night, and the consequences of her indulgence soon manifested as cavities. Initially, her mother had insisted on taking her to the clinic for dental treatment, but Duanduan, with an inherent fear of pain that ran deep, had managed to delay the visit through persistent coaxing. Upon hearing old Lu's words, Song Ning emerged from the kitchen with a fruit platter, her tone laced with a blend of admonition and exasperation. "You child, I told you to seek treatment promptly. Now look at the pain you've caused yourself." "Mother, it's not merely a matter of discomfort," Duanduan lamented, regretting her impulsive actions. Chapter 50 Ms. Song's gossip spirit. Her intention had been to feign a ploy of suffering, hoping that old Lu might relent and cease to bring up the pressures of the college entrance examination. However, in her moment of recklessness, she had inadvertently exerted too much force and managed to chip away half of a tooth that could have lasted a few more days. Her attempt to deceive had backfired, and she was left to bear the consequences of her own actions. Fortunately, she still had the WeChat contact of the clinic's doctor saved on her phone. She would promptly make an appointment for the extraction of that troublesome tooth tomorrow. Not wishing to grant Miss Song any further opportunity to speak, she pulled her away towards the kitchen. Watching the girl's lively retreating figure, Xinyun couldn't help but smile. Duanduan had been diligent and exceptional at school. Perhaps, teacher, you were being too stringent with her. When it came to discussions about his daughter, Lu Yanqing's emotions were complex and conflicted. He cast his gaze towards the kitchen, where through the beaded curtain, he could see the mother and daughter sharing laughter and joy. With a heavy sigh, he mused, if I were to be strict with her, she would not have merely been admitted to Rome University, but to Tsinghua instead. Lu Yanqing's educational philosophy was renowned for its severity within the entire grade. He believed that if he was strict with his students, he ought to be even more so with his own children. However, the external perceptions of him were starkly contrary to the reality. His approach to Duanduan's education had always emphasized character development and the cultivation of interests, adopting a hands-off approach when it came to academic subjects. It was precisely this that emboldened Duanduan to deliberately skip her English exam on the day of the college entrance examination, with a total score of 150 in English. Even if his daughter could only score in the 40s or 50s, she would still secure the top position in science across the city. Lu Yanqing did not feel regret, but rather a pang of pain. He vividly recalled the moment he checked the examination scores and saw Duanduan's English result as 0. He nearly lost his composure. Nevertheless, what was done was done. To dwell further would only serve to deepen the estrangement between them, ultimately leaving him in silent frustration. Suddenly, Lu Yanqing came to a realization. That being said, the atmosphere in the kitchen was entirely different. Duanduan stood at the countertop, diligently rinsing cilantro, her hands engaged in the task, while her thoughts drifted far away. However, the prospect of seeing Brother Zhan in just a couple of days filled her with joy. "Mom, why are you looking at me like that?" Song Ning smiled gently. "Duanduan, I just remembered something." "What is it?" Duanduan smiled faintly. "Mother, your reflex arc is truly lengthy." "What is a reflex arc?" "You may inquire about it from my father later. He is well versed in such matters." "Wait, I digress." Given the current atmosphere, which was decidedly dismissive, Duanduan had no choice but to speak candidly. It is a senior from the same department. He happened to be in Jiangning for some matters and kindly offered me a ride. No sooner had she spoken than she noticed Mrs. Song displaying a curious expression. Duanduan, he is merely a senior, not a boyfriend or anything of the sort. Instantly, she was rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Faced with her mother's eager gaze, Duanduan could only chuckle inwardly. A boyfriend, she indeed yearned for. Chapter 51. Bringing home a boyfriend for us to meet after dinner. Xinyun sat for a moment before preparing to leave. Old Lu mentioned that he took evening strolls by the river every night, so the teacher and student decided to depart together. Immediately, the living room felt much more spacious. Duanduan reclined comfortably on the sofa, seizing the remote to switch the television to her preferred channel. At that moment, Song Ning emerged with a plate of sliced mangoes, casually handing the piece with the pit to her daughter. "Be careful while eating. Do not let that cavity flare up again." Despite her youth, some individuals possess an array of peculiarities. She was indeed a little eccentric with her dental habits. Duanduan kept her eyes glued to the television, replying absent-mindedly, "Thanks, Mom." Upon hearing her daughter's slightly sardonic remark, Song Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Alas, her mother's whirlwind of thoughts never seemed to cease. Indeed, Duanduan possesses a certain confidence. Just as Song Ning concluded her previous thought, she swiftly shifted the conversation, speculating that her father indeed harbors feelings for Xinyun. The mango flesh in Duanduan's mouth was suddenly expelled. Blinking in confusion, she wondered, what does that mean? Please do not frighten her. Unaware of her impact, Song Ning continued, likening the situation to that of Yu Buchuan from the smiling, proud wanderer, who initially endeavored to marry his daughter off to his favored disciple, Ling Huchong. Yet, fate had other plans, and Lin Pingji ended up as the son-in-law instead. However, Mother S' ability to articulate her thoughts leaves much to be desired. Comparing Xinyun to Ling Huchong is one thing, but to liken old Lu to Yu Buchuan is quite another. Though Mrs. Song appeared gentle and serene at the piano, her words could sometimes startle those around her. After all these years, old Lu may have gradually realized he had been deceived. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The real question is what her mother intends to imply by bringing these topics to her attention. After a while, unable to contain her growing anxiety, she approached her mother to inquire, "Mom, what did you mean by that? Could you explain it in simpler terms?" Regarding her daughter's significant life events, Mrs. Song truly invested considerable concern. Once again, Duanduan found herself ensnared. Yes, ensnared by an ant from the 70s. Chapter 52, Destiny Cannot Be Stopped. Although Song Ning may sometimes be carefree, her understanding of her daughter is undeniably confident. If not for those she trusts deeply, Duanduan would never go to such lengths to inconvenience others. Her social skills have indeed progressed remarkably. Which neighbor brother? Song Ning inquired. Although Duanduan initially hesitated to elaborate, considering that so many years had passed and her mother likely had little recollection, she realized that if she did not clarify, her mother's inquisitive nature would undoubtedly lead to relentless probing. With a sigh, Duanduan recalled the elderly lady who used to live upstairs at Iron Tower Park, who often treated her to walnuts. Her mother's memory was quite impressive, remembering details even better than Duanduan herself. She threw her hands up in resignation, indicating that the matter was now clear. Initially, she thought that after her explanation, the topic of her boyfriend would be put to rest. However, to her surprise, Mrs. Song gazed at her with delight, suggesting that, in this light, she and that boy could be considered childhood sweethearts. Childhood sweethearts, how lovely. After 10 years apart, they fortuitously reunited at the same university. Sometimes, when fate arrives, it cannot be resisted. Song Ning was lost in her beautiful daydreams, her expression reminiscent of a parent discussing another child, completely oblivious to the awareness one should possess as a guardian. For instance, asking about the boy's appearance, character, or the duration of their relationship. These inquiries were overlooked, as her child had already been thoroughly influenced by her mother. In that fleeting moment, Duanduan found herself genuinely believing that Pei Zhan was indeed her boyfriend. The boldness of the child was undoubtedly a reflection of her mother's teachings. This statement held a kernel of truth. Upon hearing a commotion, Duanduan hurried to the kitchen, retrieving a bowl of tremella soup and placing it on the table. Sweetly, she called out, "Dad, I've saved some supper for you. Enjoy it while it's hot." Her unexpected display of affection caught Lu Yanqing by surprise. Gazing at the steaming bowl before him, warm memories of their past moments together flooded his mind. It had been quite some time since they had shared such delightful interactions, perhaps since the conclusion of the college entrance examination in June, over 3 months ago. A gentle smile graced Lu Yanqing's face as he gestured toward the sofa in the living room. "Duanduan, let us have a chat tonight." The girl nodded slightly, as she too had the same intention. The television switched to a daytime rerun, and with Song Ning having gone to the bathroom, the entire house was left to just the father and daughter. Chapter 53. The reconciliation of father and daughter. Lu Yanqing was the first to speak. He held the delicate blue and white porcelain bowl, sipping the soup with a small spoon. After savoring it, he inquired, "Did you make this?" "Yes, I did, Dad." "What do you think of the taste?" Duanduan asked, her anticipation evident. After all, it was one of the few times she had ventured into the kitchen. "It's quite good, though perhaps a tad too sweet. In the future, you should indulge in sweets sparingly. Otherwise, cavities will come knocking at your door again." Lu Yanqing replied, enjoying the soup with gusto. He then continued, "School has been in session for over a month now. How do you feel about the major you chose? Do you have confidence in it?" Upon the mention of this significant topic, Duanduan sat up straight. In the face of such an important discussion, one must not lose their poise. After a brief silence, she earnestly and emphatically declared to her father, "Programming is fascinating, and I find it quite intuitive. You know that science is my forte, and I have no issues with logical reasoning." Observing his daughter's self-assured demeanor, Liu Yanqing could not help but smile. Indeed, children must grow up eventually. Although she had chosen a path that might prove arduous in the future, as a father, his role was not to oppose but to encourage and safeguard her. Reflecting on past events, Liu Yanqing turned to his daughter, feeling a twinge of remorse, and said, Duanduan, I owe you an apology." In that moment, the air fell into an unexpected silence. A myriad of emotions surged within her. She could hardly fathom that her father, who had always been so steadfast and rigid, would one day apologize to her. Duanduan gazed at her father for a while, her eyes brimming with tears. In truth, there are no parents who genuinely wish ill upon their children. All opposition and disputes stem from a desire for their well-being. Yet, in this father-daughter standoff, old Liu ultimately chose to concede willingly. Suddenly, in that fleeting moment, Duanduan grasped the hardships her father had endured, a father's struggles. Thus, the two reconciled without any animosity, devoid of contention or intermediaries, reaching an unspoken gentleman's agreement. When Song Ning emerged from the bathroom after her shower, she found an inexplicable sense of harmony between the two seated in the living room, causing her to furrow her brow in confusion. Had she inadvertently missed something? That evening, Miss Song engaged old Liu in heartfelt conversation for the entire night. In stark contrast to the unfortunate plight of old Liu, Duanduan enjoyed a remarkably comfortable night. Her dreams were filled with vivid memories of her time living in the old house at the Iron Tower Park, where a magnificent peach tree stood proudly in the center of the yard. Each summer, as the peaches ripened, Duanduan would delight in perching on her father's shoulders, extending her delicate, fair hand to pluck the succulent fruits. After gathering her treasures, she would not rush to indulge in them. Instead, her first thought would be to scamper upstairs and present the peaches to a certain young gentleman. He would take the peaches inside, deftly peel them with a fruit knife, and hold a slice to her lips, watching as she took a gentle bite. With a cool demeanor, he would ask, "So, is the peach sweet, as your brother prepared it?" She would gleefully nod in affirmation. Sweet. That cherished scene, even in her dreams, enveloped Duanduan in warmth and affection, causing her to wake up the next day with a silly, blissful smile. Duanduan quickly rose to dress and freshen up, humming a little tune as she rummaged through her wardrobe. In the afternoon, old Liu drove her to the train station, and upon entering, they spotted Shun Yun approaching with a suitcase in tow. "Teacher Liu, Duanduan," he greeted. This arrangement certainly eased old Liu's mind. He patted Shin Yun on the shoulder and said, "Perfect. Shin Yun, keep an eye on her during the journey. This girl can be quite scatterbrained." "Dad, we're not in the same carriage," she retorted silently, thinking to herself how far from scatterbrained she truly was. Duanduan fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 54. He comes to fetch her. The high-speed train journey from Jiangning to Rongqing takes just over an hour. Yet today, Duanduan felt as if this train was exceptionally slow. Throughout the trip, she tilted her head toward the window, yet the scenery outside failed to inspire her. Beside her sat a family of 4, including an elderly person with mobility difficulties, which thwarted Shin Yun's plans for a seat change. However, it truly fulfilled old Liu's directive. As he frequently inquired via WeChat whether she was hungry or thirsty, if she needed water, or whether she wished to order food, Duanduan held her phone in silence, internally lamenting over old Liu's incessant messages. At 5 in the afternoon, they arrived punctually at Rongqing Station, almost immediately after the train attendant's announcement. Her phone buzzed with an incoming call. Upon seeing the familiar 2 characters on the screen, Duanduan's face lit up with vivacity. Just then, someone gently tapped her shoulder. She turned to discern the identity of the person and waved her phone to signal them to wait. The station was bustling with people, and as Duanduan managed to free one hand to answer the call, her suitcase naturally fell into Shinyun's grasp. Whatever was said on the other end of the line brought an instant smile to her face, making her appear like a joyful bird weaving through the throngs of people. Observing her unrestrained happiness, Shinyun couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps GMO was right. That individual would indeed be a formidable opponent for him, and at this moment, it seemed that the opponent had already taken the initiative. After contemplating for a moment, Duanduan gathered her bearings regarding the specific location of the bus station just 100 meters to the left of the exit. Upon hanging up, she turned to Shinyun and said, "My friend is here to pick me up. Would you like to join?" The The person beside her remained unresponsive for a while, leading her to believe the noise around them was the cause. She raised her voice to repeat the invitation. This time he heard her. Xinyan paused, his steps faltering as he regarded her with a mixture of complex emotions. What friend? Do I know them? Well, do you know? Is he your boyfriend? Oh. Duanduan blinked her eyes, evidently influenced too deeply by Ms. Song at home, now triggering a chain reaction. I wonder if the esteemed one has been sneezing frequently these days, blissfully unaware of becoming someone's boyfriend behind his back. Hee. Oh dear, we are merely good friends, and yet you all are jumping to conclusions. That said, our little Duanduan is quite pleased within her heart. However, who was enmeshed in the situation, unexpectedly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the girl's words. In that case, he had nothing to worry about. With a smile, replied, I want to be going. I've already summoned a ride on my phone. Please be cautious on your way, and I'll see you at school. All right, Senior Shun, goodbye. Duanduan waved at him and eagerly made her way to her destination. Near the bus stop, a white SUV was quietly parked by the roadside with its hazard lights flashing. Upon seeing the girl approach in the rearview mirror, the driver exited the vehicle. Duanduan hurried over, nearly stumbling, when Pei Zhan reached out and caught her in his embrace, chuckling softly, considering how much you miss me. Brother Zhan will take you to savor the South Lake. The mere mention of food caused her stomach to rumble. With her cheeks slightly flushed, a tinge of sadness crept in. If this continued, she would surely cling to the esteemed one relentlessly. The allure of a long-term meal ticket was simply too tempting. Duanduan gazed up at him and sweetly remarked, if it's steamed, there will be many bones. Pei Zhan gently ruffled her hair, offering her a reassuring smile. You focus on eating, and I'll handle the challenges. Amidst the bustling street, two figures, one tall and one short, stood by the rear of the car, exuding a sweet and tender atmosphere that infused the early autumn air with the fragrance of romance. At that moment, around the corner on the other side of the exit, a black Mercedes also came to a halt. Upon hearing this, Xinyan's cold expression briefly flickered with annoyance. Chapter 55, South Lake Sweetfish. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the commercial district near Rongda. As they approached the intersection beside Starbucks, Pei Zhan turned left towards Raffles City. This was not the route to the other side of the street, and Duanduan was curious about where the enigmatic Pei Zhan intended to take her for dinner. South Lake Sweetfish, though seemingly unremarkable in name, could turn into a delightful experience if someone were to pick apart her plate. Around 6:30, the Jeep's engine fell silent in the underground parking lot of Raffles City. Pei Zhan retrieved his phone and wallet from the storage compartment, as Duanduan casually remarked while unbuckling her seatbelt. Recalling that she had heard from Bay Air about a hot pot restaurant celebrating its 6th anniversary nearby, offering a discount of 40 off. She would take a look to see if the event had concluded. Do not fault her for remembering so vividly. It is indeed impressive for a restaurant to thrive for 6 years in a bustling mall. Are you craving hot pot again? Pei Zhan glanced at her as he locked the car door with a remote. Duanduan pouted. She belonged to the type that thrived on spice. If she went 2 days without spicy food, she felt utterly drained and devoid of energy. However, reflecting on it, as a true native of Sichuan, her cravings were entirely understandable. However, today, the thought of indulging in hot pot did not cross my mind. Rather, the allure of the mandarin fish seemed far more enticing. With this thought in mind, Duanduan resolutely declared, let us stick to our original plan and go for fish. She blinked, as if caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic. Her words came forth in a mechanical manner, as she was simultaneously preoccupied with anticipating how the esteemed figure would respond next. Pei Zhan stepped into the elevator without pausing, and as the floor numbers began to ascend gradually, he calmly remarked, if you dislike it, feel free to withdraw at any time. Duanduan turned her head to glance at him, remaining silent. It was undeniable that she was somewhat ill-suited to the atmosphere of the student council office. Yet, even if her discontent was palpable, the notion of simply withdrawing was not an option. After all, it was she who had initially broached the subject of credits in front of Xinyan, prompting him to grant her access to the publicity department through the back door. To simply abandon her post at the first sign of disagreement seemed rather difficult to articulate. The smooth mirror of the elevator reflected the girl's slightly troubled visage. Even without uttering a word, those beside her could almost accurately discern her thoughts. This realization only strengthened Pei Zhan's resolve regarding his subsequent plans. The 4 prominent characters spelling out Nanhu Mandarin fish stood directly in front of the spiral staircase, boasting a favorable location. Yet, The sight of the sparse clientele within evoked an inexplicable sense of desolation. Brother Zhan, we haven't taken a wrong turn, have we? She rubbed her eyes, struggling to believe what lay before her. Then he leisurely strode in with long strides, while his little follower hurriedly followed suit, surveying the shop's decor and inwardly murmuring. Could it be that she was blind to the grandeur before her? Perhaps this place harbored hidden mysteries? Yet the business here truly appeared to be exceedingly desolate. Upon reaching the back, it became evident that the sole table occupied by a patron was dressed in kitchen attire. It turned out to be a family member enjoying a private meal, which made Duanduan chuckle rather ungraciously. The girl's voice resonated somewhat jarringly within the establishment, successfully drawing the proprietor's attention without either of them needing to speak. Upon catching sight of the incoming guests, the proprietor's face unmistakably brightened with surprise. However, for reasons unknown, that surprise dissipated almost instantaneously. Duanduan stared in astonishment. Was this proprietor an actor? The change in demeanor was swift beyond belief. In the span of a few unnoticed breaths, an unusual atmosphere seemed to permeate the air. Observing the silent exchange between the two, Duanduan stood by, unable to suppress a gulp. If one were to claim that their purpose today was genuinely to dine on fish, it would be met with incredulity. Judging by the proprietor's attitude and expression towards Pei Zhan, it was evident that they were previously acquainted. The atmosphere was palpably tense, tinged with an air of peculiarity. Duanduan found herself at a loss, unable to decide whether to sit or stand, until a sudden, pungent waft of chili from the kitchen prompted her to sneeze robustly, shattering the awkward silence. Had they sold out? She harbored doubts about the proprietor's honesty. Just as her indignation brewed, Pei Zhan let out a soft chuckle and inquired, "When will the next batch of fish be available for sale, esteemed proprietor?" The essence of fish as a delicacy must be savored while fresh. One must not be swayed by the whims of the fishmonger, which is indeed perplexing. However, the ensuing dialogue only deepens the confusion. To think she must wait until the arrival of spring next year for a taste of the South Lake Mandarin fish? Truly, one is rather self-satisfied. Zhan, let us indulge in hot pot instead. We can add fish, which is far more flavorful and tender than the steamed variety. This statement was deliberately made for the ears of that arrogant proprietor. Indeed, she is correct. There are countless fish sellers, and one cannot afford to hang their hopes upon a crooked tree. Upon finishing his remarks, the boss gestured for them to leave, indicating that they were closing for the night. Meanwhile, a gathering of crows seemed to materialize above Duanduan's head. In stark contrast, her companion remained unflappably calm. Even in the face of the proprietor's brusqueness, Pei Zhan displayed no signs of discontent. His countenance was serene, a smile playing upon his lips as he replied, "Take care. I look forward to returning next year." What returning again? Duanduan was utterly bewildered. Perhaps it was best to remain an outsider to this enigmatic exchange. She placed a hand on her growling stomach, feeling as though she had been duped today. In a bid to compensate for the earlier disappointment, Pei Zhan led her directly to a hot pot restaurant celebrating its anniversary with a generous 60% discount. The enticing aroma wafting through the air made it nearly impossible for Duanduan to contain her saliva. As they stepped inside, a server greeted them with enthusiastic warmth. Duanduan glanced at Pei Zhan beside her, noting his composed demeanor as he followed the server to a cozy corner table. "Would you prefer a spicy pot or a inyang pot?" The waiter inquired as he placed two menus before the pair. Following their usual custom, she would have opted for the spiciest option without a second thought. However, today, Duanduan exhibited an unusual inclination, choosing the inyang pot, half spicy and half mild. As Pei Zhan lowered his gaze to select the ingredients, he instinctively lifted his eyes, seemingly sensing something. The girl then explained, "In the past, I was solely focused on my own preferences and overlooked yours. I noticed you seem to enjoy the South Lake Mandarin fish, which suggests you might prefer milder flavors." One couldn't help but acknowledge that, despite her inability to comprehend much else, Duanduan grasped this particular insight. Upon hearing her words, Pei Zhan paused momentarily. Under the soft glow of the lights, the corners of his eyes shimmered subtly. Slowly, as if stirred by an unknown force, that glimmering light blended with the rising steam, becoming fragmented within the depth of his rich voice. When Duanduan cares for someone, she radiates a certain charm. Chapter 57. Is this a scam restaurant? Revised. Duanduan, taken aback by her realization, took a considerable moment to respond. Feeling the intense gaze upon her, she found herself unable to lift her head or steal a glance at the expression of the esteemed figure beside her. Whether it was the stifling air or her racing heartbeat, her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. In truth, the two had already established an unspoken understanding regarding hot pot. She would take charge of ordering the meats, while he only needed to select a few vegetables. In comparison to Duanduan's enthusiastic appetite, he seemed to lack fervor when it came to food. Well, that's about it. Oh, and please add a plate of tofu and beef tripe. Brother A, would you like something to drink? Duanduan closed the menu, finally finding an excuse to glance up at Pei Zhan, as she sat facing the entrance. This simple motion revealed two familiar figures seated near the counter. Director? Bayer? What a coincidence. Without a second thought, Duanduan swiftly rose from her seat, hastily declaring, "I need to use the restroom," and slipped away. Her fleeing silhouette caught Bayer's attention as she suddenly turned. Director, that girl's back seemed so familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere. When Qing, exasperated, replied, "It's just a back view. There are countless similar ones in the world. Hurry up and order the hot pot base." You're right, Bayer conceded, returning to her menu. Before long, a message popped up in their WeChat group. When Qing picked up her phone to see Duanduan's text. Hey, everyone, I've arrived at school. Shall we go out for a meal tonight? Sweat. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Duanduan immediately received an address. She felt like crying. It truly was those two. Realizing this, she quickly began typing in the chat. I've heard this place is particularly deceptive. They advertise discounts, but when you settle the bill, they add various fees, like ingredient and service charges. Let's choose another restaurant. Apologies to the owner. I feel guilty. While Duanduan was silently regretting her situation, when Qing was instantly incensed. She hurriedly grasped Belle's hand as she was about to place an order, urging her not to rush, for there was a situation at hand. Belle, bewildered, inquired what was amiss. When Qing glanced around before leaning closer to Belle's ear and whispering, Duanduan mentioned that this is a deceptive establishment. Really? That can't be right. Their business seems quite prosperous. Are there truly that many fools in this world? To verify the authenticity of the information, Belle focused her gaze on the counter nearby. At that moment, a couple approached the counter to settle their bill. The owner swiftly operated the calculator before presenting the invoice. That will be 400. Would you prefer to pay in cash or via WeChat? 400? Belle and Wenqing exchanged glances, astonished that the two of them had spent 400 just for hot pot. And that was after the discount. Clearly, something was amiss. They continued to observe. Indeed, just as the young man was about to reach for his wallet, the young woman stopped him. After hearing the total, she fell silent, yet still unwilling to concede. She pointed at the wine and questioned, "Why is this wine at full price? Wasn't it supposed to be discounted?" "Ah, you see, our establishment only offers discounts on dishes and beer. The plum wine you ordered is not included in the discount. You may refer to our promotional flyer, which clearly states this." Throughout the exchange, regardless of how aggressive the customers became, the owner remained courteous, displaying no signs of taking advantage of the patrons. Thus, Belle and Wenqing found themselves somewhat perplexed. Director. It turns out that those two also ordered fruit wine. No wonder it was so expensive. We must be cautious in the future and carefully examine their promotional materials before ordering. Having said that, Belle casually pulled out an event flyer from the nearby rack and engrossed herself in reading it. Wenqing picked up her phone and opened WeChat. Since the rumors were unfounded, it would be more convenient to dine here rather than running about. She decided to message Duanduan. Halfway through her message, Wenqing stood up and gestured to Belle. Duanduan adores seaweed sprouts. I am indifferent to what I eat, so please order first while I visit the restroom. Belle responded with an affirmative gesture. As she marked the seaweed sprouts on the menu, the delicate and charming visage of Duanduan suddenly flashed in her mind, causing Belle to pause momentarily. She recalled that the figure she had seen earlier bore an uncanny resemblance to Duanduan. However, she quickly shook her head. At this hour, Duanduan should still be on her way. Surely it was merely an illusion. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Duanduan had been waiting for over 10 minutes, her limbs growing numb from the prolonged squatting. Well, if I encounter her, she thought. Just as she opened the restroom door, she came face to face with a pair of strikingly beautiful eyes. Ah, Duanduan blinked, took a breath for a few seconds, and greeted the other with a smile. What a coincidence. Room leader, you are here to use the restroom as well. Wenqing, taken aback, looked at her with surprise and exclaimed, Duanduan, when did you arrive? Belle and I have been sitting right at the entrance. How did we miss you? Duanduan quickly shifted her eyes and replied, Oh, I entered through another door, as I was in a hurry to relieve myself, so I didn't look for you first. Phew, that was a close call. Duanduan was filled with self-admiration. Realizing the situation, Wenqing nodded, and after finishing in the restroom, she walked out with Injuan. As they passed by the door of the booth on the left, Injuan deliberately exclaimed, "Oh, it's Senior Pei." Following her gaze, Wenqing indeed spotted a graceful figure seated inside, the illustrious Pei Zhan. What a delightful surprise that their idol was here dining as well. Sensing something, Pei Zhan, who had been engrossed in his phone, suddenly directed his gaze towards the entrance. Wenqing instinctively tightened her grip on Injuan's hand, whispering, "He is looking at us." Injuan patted Wenqing's hand, signaling her to remain composed, and then inquired, "Should we go in and say hello?" Wenqing eagerly nodded, "Absolutely. Injuan, you're so familiar with Senior Pei, how can we not greet him?" "Well, to be honest, I'm not that acquainted," Injuan replied. "Oh, come on. He sat right next to you at the welcome party, and you still claim you're not familiar?" Wenqing retorted. Reluctantly, she conceded. Consequently, the two young women strode confidently into the booth. Under the calm gaze of Pei Zhan, Injuan steeled herself and managed a smile, saying, "What a coincidence, Senior Pei. Are you dining alone?" She continued, "You know, hot pot is more enjoyable with company. Why don't we share a table?" 2 minutes later, Bea rushed over, successfully joining her roommates at Pei Zhan's hot pot table. Dining alongside their idol, the two girls relished every bite. However, Injuan felt differently. Under the intense scrutiny of those nearby, even her favorite kelp sprouts were difficult to swallow. How was she to explain herself to the esteemed figure? Fortunately, just as the meal was nearing its conclusion, an opportunity arose. In the brief moment when Pei Zhan stepped outside to take a phone call, Duanduan exerted immense effort to swiftly whisk away her two gluttonous companions from the scene. "Oh dear, Duanduan, are we really leaving so quietly? Won't Pei Zhan be upset?" Rest assured, he is not a petty person. Moments later, a message from Duanduan appeared on WeChat. "I apologize, Brother Zhan. I will explain what happened earlier later. There is an urgent matter, so I must leave now. By the way, I'll temporarily leave my suitcase in your car. I'll come by to retrieve it later." It was evident that the girl typed in a flustered state, having made several punctuation errors in her haste. Pei Zhan glanced down at his phone for a while, and after a moment, a helpless chuckle escaped his lips. Chapter 59. The election list. She exhaled discreetly. Feeling a sense of relief, it was all settled. Bey held a large cup of milk tea, her cheeks puffed out like round dumplings, and as she spoke, the air was infused with the rich aroma of red beans. After expressing her thoughts, she turned to Duanduan and lamented, "What a pity. Even though Senior GMO has had her share of misfortune, her moment of fame barely lasted a few minutes before being overshadowed by your and Patient's posts." Duanduan fell silent momentarily. Wenqing discreetly signaled to Bayer not to speak too freely, as no one relished having their troubles repeatedly brought up. The incident from that evening had stirred quite the uproar throughout the school, making it nearly impossible for them to remain oblivious. Bayer, known for her carefree nature, had not meant any harm. She simply had a momentary lapse in judgment. Noticing the sudden quietude between them, Duanduan smiled nonchalantly, reassuring herself that she would grow accustomed to it in time. The two pairs of eyes widened slightly in surprise. Realizing she had misspoken, Duanduan quickly clarified. "What I meant to say is that in life, who hasn't had their share of gossip and rumors? If there are none now, there will surely be in the future. We need not dwell on it too much." Upon hearing this, Wenqing and Bayer raised their thumbs in approval, appreciating Duanduan's optimistic spirit, which is truly worthy of emulation by everyone. Xinyun has served as president for 2 consecutive terms and has garnered unanimous recognition for both her leadership and management skills. Should a re-election occur, it seems unlikely that any new candidates would successfully challenge her position. Upon mentioning this, Wenqing's eyes lit up. The election for the student council president takes place every October. It is said that in the past 2 years, the process was merely a formality. But this year is different. The list of candidates is particularly intriguing. Curious about what made it so interesting, Duanduan inquired. "What do you mean by interesting? Don't keep us in suspense, room leader." Wenqing shot a skeptical glance at Duanduan, slightly surprised. "You actually don't know?" The young girl looked utterly bewildered. As the bus swayed gently, the 3 of them lounged lazily at the back. Noticing Duanduan's genuine ignorance, Wenqing subtly beckoned the 2 closer, saying, "Listen, I have reliable insider information that among the candidates for the student council presidency, there is actually someone." Meanwhile, in the student council office, Jiang Xiaochuan and others were fervently discussing this very matter. "Xiaochuan, what do you think Brother Zhan is up to? At first, I thought he was merely joking, but it seems he is quite serious." Yi Bai pondered, stroking his chin, yet could not unravel the mystery. Jiang Xiaochuan languidly stretched his long legs while reclining in a chair, typing away at his code, and remarked, regardless of the reason, "I firmly believe that our leader is not pursuing mere superficial accolades. The student council operates independently of the school system, overseeing numerous clubs and associations. And while it possesses a degree of decision-making authority, the time consumed by trivial matters far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. Given Pei Zhan's capabilities, managing that position would be effortless. However, juggling the intense demands of projects while also overseeing the student council is no small feat nevertheless. The members of 404 are unwaveringly confident in their leader. The daunting challenges of this world seem to pale in comparison when faced by the formidable Pei Zhan." Just as the three contemplated various thoughts, the office door swung open, and they looked up in unison to see Pei Zhan striding in. "Brother Zhan! Brother Zhan! Brother Zhan!" Three voices, rich with emotion, harmoniously echoed at once. Pei Zhan stood at the threshold, casting a fleeting glance at the trio without uttering a word. Then, noticing Jiang Xiaochuan pointing in astonishment at the pink suitcase he was wheeling in, he raised an eyebrow. "Leader, such a whimsical suitcase, could it possibly belong to our future sister-in-law?" Chapter 60. Even we can welcome spring, it is often during such moments that the other two would immediately seize the opportunity to chime in. Yi Bai cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaochuan and remarked, "Xiaochuan, are you not asking a question you already know the answer to? Surely, Brother Zhan, a grown man, would not be using such a delicate suitcase? At first glance, it is evident that this belongs to a certain junior sister, does it not, Brother Zhan?" He deliberately emphasized the words junior sister, and both Jiang Xiaochuan and Lin Han instantly understood whom he was referring to. Seeing this, a flash of insight crossed Jiang Xiaochuan's mind. How could he have forgotten that matter? The two sets of eyes beside him glared at him with envy, and Jiang Xiaochuan smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "I think I finally understand why the boss suddenly decided to run for president of the student council." As soon as he spoke, Pei Zhan emerged from the storage room, having placed his suitcase down. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, likely due to just having washed his hands, giving him a more relaxed appearance. During the moment when Pei Zhan filled his cup at the water dispenser, he addressed the trio. "Let us set aside our current tasks and convene a brief meeting. The software project on the national security side is nearing completion. Before the National Day holiday, the team worked tirelessly to optimize the search engine, and the integration is almost complete. If all goes according to plan, we should be able to deliver the software to the client after the holiday. However, holding a meeting at this critical juncture must pertain to a new project." Lin Han straightened his expression, and the other two adopted a serious demeanor as well. "The association provides multimedia projection equipment." Pei Zhan opened his computer and stood at the desk, deftly maneuvering the mouse, while briefly explaining the situation to the three individuals present. A few days prior, he had visited Pinnacle Innovation and discovered that the project at hand was a handover initiative. The counterpart was unwilling to disclose the identity of the end client. Yet they agreed to pay the full remaining balance upon the project's completion at 90%. As he finished speaking, a hush enveloped the room. Jiang Xiaochuan struggled to digest the information, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Indeed, this news was a double-edged sword. Typically, students like them seldom dared to take on such a burden, for it could easily lead to a disastrous outcome. "Zhang, what are your thoughts?" Yi Bai inquired. Since the leader had brought this matter to light, it was evident that he harbored ulterior motives. Having collaborated for an extended period, the unspoken understanding among the four was unparalleled. Simultaneously, the three turned their gazes toward the individual standing before the projector, their expressions instinctively calm. In the silence, Pei Zhan shared a freshly minted client requirement document in the resource-sharing folder. He took a sip of water from the cup on the desk and spoke softly. "This project pertains to a wedding photography website. The client's demands are quite straightforward. The design of the interface must be both sophisticated and romantic." "Wedding photography? Sophisticated? Romantic?" the trio exclaimed in unison. Observing their astonished expressions, Pei Zhan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Thus, the challenge we face lies not in risks or technical issues, but rather in the complexities of design." Indeed, in the past, the rough men had primarily engaged with local software projects, and while they had dabbled in website creation, the aesthetic appeal was only passably refined after numerous revisions. However, this endeavor was markedly different. It involved bridal photography, with aspirations for sophistication and romance. One must ponder, Is it truly beneficial for a group of single individuals to immerse themselves in the happiness of others? Jiang Xiaochuan, his face ashen, leaned heavily on the table and lamented, "Boss, none of us have even experienced love. How can we possibly design such a romantic and elevated wedding website?" Yi Bai chimed in, "It's not just challenging. It's utterly impossible. Do not be so quick to dismiss yourselves. If we lack the design skills, we can always seek external assistance," Lin Han remarked, taking a deep breath and articulating his thoughts with deliberation. What external assistance? At this, the two men seemed to revive from their stupor. Noticing their eager expressions, Pei Zhan, who had been silent until now, cast a casual glance towards Lin Han. Recently, Lin had been pursuing a design student. Perhaps he ought to invite her out for a meal. Upon hearing the boss's explanation, Jiang Xiaochuan and Yi Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this awkward Lin had finally found a semblance of spring? They exchanged glances, feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 61. Never have I seen him compete with others. Nevertheless, Pei Zhan proceeded to elucidate the risks discussed earlier. Pinnacle is one of the most renowned enterprises in Rongqing, with an unassailable reputation and robust financial standing. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Xiaochuan sprang from his chair, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow! I knew there was nothing that Brother Zhan could not accomplish. Who would have imagined that their meticulously guarded information could be so effortlessly unearthed by you? Incredible, truly incredible." As it stands, the potential for further development of the website appears exceedingly promising. If we could establish a harmonious long-term partnership and secure the second phase of the project, wouldn't that be? Xiaochuan, the resources in Brother Zhan's hands are beyond your imagination, Yi Bai remarked, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Xiaochuan, his heart brimming with delight. Lin Han, upon hearing this, chuckled, stretching his limbs as he rose to his feet. After all, being with the boss guarantees a share of the spoils, and even in the absence of luxuries, starvation is not a concern. Indeed, that makes sense. Jiang Xiaochuan and Yi Bai nodded in agreement, the atmosphere having shifted from its earlier solemnity to a more lively one. Pei Zhan took a chair at the conference table, discreetly observing the rich tapestry of expressions on the faces of the three. Once their laughter had subsided, he spoke slowly. "My meeting with the end client serves a different purpose. It is not to undermine our position, so keep your wits about you." A sudden silence enveloped the room. Yi Bai swallowed hard, internally contemplating, "Oh boss, with such a prime opportunity at hand, why wouldn't we seek to gain an advantage?" The other two shared the same query. In scenarios such as these, Peak, as a primary entity, would undoubtedly reap substantial profits, while passing the project to them might yield only a fraction of the rewards, effectively relegating them to the role of laborers, garnering only meager returns. However, collaborating directly with the end client, bypassing Peak altogether, would indeed alter the dynamic significantly. The three individuals remained ensconced in their delightful reveries, only to be abruptly interrupted by Pei Zhan's unyielding voice. "Our time for the website project is limited. Xiaochuan, ensure the foundational framework is established tonight. Dubai and Old Lin, find a moment to review the Goan source code with me. We shall conduct our final internal test by tomorrow evening at the latest." He then casually glanced at his phone screen. "That will suffice for now. The meeting is adjourned." "Understood. No problem." In truth, they had been preoccupied with the monetary gains, neglecting certain potential ramifications. To uphold one's integrity is essential for sustaining a foothold in this industry. Especially in a leading company like Pinnacle, without sufficient strength, it is prudent to avoid provocation. Although Jiang Xiaochuan and his companions may not comprehend these truths now, they will inevitably grasp them through personal experience in the future, though that is a matter for another time. Upon exiting the conference room, Jiang Xiaochuan downed a glass of water and struck a casual pose as he glided to his seat. "Come on, young man, since I have no girlfriend, I might as well immerse myself in coding. I shall embrace my computer and become a monk." With a hearty shout, the office was instantly invigorated, and soon the sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air. Just moments ago, the department head mentioned that Pei Zhan had registered to run for the student council president. The rules were clear and well-founded, making it hard for her to disbelieve. Yet, it was also sudden. She had not even heard a whisper of this decision from him. Could it be a spur-of-the-moment choice? He has always conducted himself with a sense of discretion, never seen embroiled in disputes with others. What could have prompted this change, or perhaps, pondering fruitlessly, Duanduan decided to cease troubling herself with these thoughts. Noticing the time was growing late, she prepared to visit the association office to retrieve her suitcase from Pei Zhan. Chapter 62. Office Intrigues Revised. Buyer. You've devoured 4 bowls of rice tonight, when Qing reminded languidly from the other end. Hiki, it's a special time. Hunger strikes swiftly. And with all this blood loss daily, no amount of food will cause weight gain. It's quite splendid. Indeed, that reasoning holds merit. Duanduan replied with an okay gesture before hastily exiting. 15 minutes later, she arrived at the association office and was about to knock when the door swung open abruptly. Yi Bai, caught mid-yawn, halted in surprise upon seeing Duanduan. Junior sister? Yi Bai, senior brother? Duanduan's attempt to enter was met with Yi Bai quickly turning to call into the back room, his demeanor betraying a hint of embarrassment and guilt. Could there be something intriguing unfolding within? It was her tendency to overthink, but the evident discomfort of the person before her was unmistakable, driven by curiosity. Duanduan seized the opportunity while he was distracted, nimbly slipping through the gap. Yi Bai widened his eyes and peered weakly into the seemingly quiet office. Ah, brother. I did my best. With the boss present, it should be fine. Curiosity initially drove Duanduan to the office, yet upon stepping through the door, she was met with the sight of several senior students engrossed in their coding endeavors, the absence of the esteemed master palpable. However, faint sounds of a telephone conversation drifted out from the conference room, indicating that Brother Zhan was likely occupied within. At first glance, everything appeared quite normal, and she felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped for an encounter with something extraordinary. Just then, Lenihan glanced up, noticing the girl searching around with intent. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Little junior sister, Brother Zhan is in the conference room on a remote video call. Please, have a seat. Don't be shy. Familiar with the few seniors present, Duanduan felt at ease and casually chose an empty spot to sit. Seemingly nonchalant, she inquired, where is Brother Chuan? Has he taken a leave today? Lenihan hesitated, finding it somewhat difficult to respond. Meanwhile, in the chaos of the storage room, someone thought, are you cursing me? Surprisingly, Duanduan believed him, possibly never considering that her usually earnest senior would deceive her. Accepting that the master might not be available for a while, she resolved to retrieve her suitcase on her own. The office served as a storage area, and without a second thought, she approached the door to the storage room. Just as she was about to push the door open, an arm appeared abruptly beside the doorknob. Duanduan looked puzzled at Yi Bai, who was blocking her path. Today he seemed somewhat out of character. Senior, I'm just going in to get my suitcase. What is this about? The suitcase? It truly belonged to the little junior sister. They had indeed guessed correctly. However, the pressing matter at hand was that she absolutely must not enter the storage room. However, the more he behaved this way, the more it ignited Duanduan's competitive spirit. The girl, employing her cleverness, found herself at an advantage over the boys. Amidst a flurry of chaotic maneuvers, Duanduan ultimately succeeded in her surprise attack. Just as the door swung open with a sharp click, there was a stir in the conference room behind her. Pei Zhan emerged, catching only a fleeting glimpse of the girl entering the storage room, while beside him, Yi Bai's face resembled a vibrant palette of emotions. What is the matter? Upon seeing Pei Zhan approach, Yi Bai grasped at the opportunity as if it were a lifeline. Boss, our little junior sister has gone in, and, Xiao Chuan is also inside. Chapter 63, A Dazzling Sight, revised, upon entering. Duanduan was met with a most astonishing sight. In the cluttered corner of the storage room, amidst cleaning tools, lay an indistinct mess, initially obscured in darkness. She could not discern its nature. As she approached for a closer inspection, a startled scream escaped her lips. Outside, upon hearing the girl's shriek, Pei Zhan swiftly strode inside, followed closely by Yi Bai. To their surprise, the situation was not as dire as they had anticipated. At that moment, Duanduan was doubled over with laughter, her little finger pointing at the corner where a certain figure wore an innocent expression. Xiao Chuan, you are incredibly creative. You've transformed a mop into clothing. What inspired such a daring choice? It's quite the dazzling sight. Dazzling sight. She was even aware of the term. Pei Zhan quickly stepped forward to cover the girl's eyes, commanding in a low voice, Xiao Chuan, my coat is in the conference room. Immediately go out and put on some proper clothing. The moment the boss arrived, his authority was unmistakably evident. Just a moment ago, the lively junior sister was unable to contain her laughter, but now she sits quietly, her mirth stifled. The reason for her silence lies in her contemplation of how Jiang Xiaochuan managed to design such an exquisite mop. It is truly remarkable. She resolved to seek guidance from senior Xiaochuan at the earliest opportunity. Once the peculiar object departed, her gaze returned to normal. She turned to Pei Zhan with a cheerful smile, saying, Brother Zhan, I came to retrieve my suitcase. A group of anxious seniors waited outside. Yet the individual in question remained blissfully unaware, resembling an innocent little creature. In light of this, Pei Zhan felt compelled to impart a lesson to the young girl. They made their way to the conference room, with Pei Zhan leading the way and Duanduan trotting eagerly behind him. Inside the conference room stood a long, black wooden table, over 3 times larger than the one in the student council office. How extravagant! She could not help but muse upon the wealth of the committee. Just look at these facilities and office supplies. They could rival those of small to medium-sized enterprises on the market. As soon as she settled into her seat, she noticed Pei Zhan closing the door behind him. It seemed he had matters to discuss with her. Could it be concerning his candidacy for the student council president? To her surprise, his opening remark was, "Duanduan, from now on, you are not permitted to gaze at the bodies of the opposite sex." The girl paused for 2 seconds. Then the realization struck her. Was the esteemed one referring to the incident in the storage room, where Senior Xiaochuan donned the mop, exposing his upper body and legs? The vivid memory lingered in her mind, largely due to the strikingly patterned mop that encircled Senior Xiaochuan's crucial area, making it nearly impossible to forget at a glance. Yet, someone was intent on ensuring that she would never forget. Seeing the girl remain silent, Pei Zhan approached her directly, his low voice resonating closely above her. "Do you have any objections to what I just said?" Listening to his grave tone, it seemed he was angry. Duanduan finally adjusted her mindset. The notion of developing a style from merely glancing at a man's physique was a piece of cold knowledge instilled in her by Ms. Song during her childhood. Growing up, she realized it was far from mere trivia. It was nonsense. If a single glance could result in such a fate, the female nurses would have long been beyond salvation. Noticing her sincere acknowledgement of her mistake, Pei Zhan let out a soft sigh and gently ruffled her hair. Softening his tone, "Are you hungry? Let me take you out for something to eat." Duan's eyes brightened slightly as she honestly shook her head, "Not hungry, but a bit thirsty. Let's sit for a moment. I'll get you some water," Pei Zhan said before turning to exit the room. The girl glanced around, only to realize that the spacious conference room lacked a water dispenser. It turned out her suitcase had been left here by the senior. Had she known earlier, she would have waited a bit longer, thus avoiding such a mix-up. Although she was unclear about the specifics of what had transpired, it was evident that when she rushed in, Senior Xiaochuan's face had displayed profound terror. At that moment, it wasn't she who was frightened. It was he who had been thoroughly startled. Chapter 64. Accompanying her to the sheltered harbor, revised, noticing a few slices of lemon steeping in the cup, the girl immediately made a sour face. "Brother Zhan, did you add sugar?" He nodded gently. "I did." Duan took a small sip, and a hint of honeyed sweetness danced upon her tongue. Indeed, infusing water with lemons and adding honey is far more delightful than sweetening it with sugar. I must say, Pei Zhan exhibits remarkable attentiveness and care in his interactions with others. Of course, in this context, that individual is solely Duan. As she listens to the rhythmic clatter of keyboards outside, seated serenely in the conference room, sipping her lemon tea, she feels somewhat embarrassed. After a brief moment, Duan rises to take her leave. She strides directly to the corner behind the door, maneuvering her wheeled suitcase in preparation for departure. Pei Zhan, sensing the moment, closes his laptop and approaches her, evidently intent on seeing her off. Duan hastily declines, saying, "I still need to pick up some milk tea for my roommate, which will take quite some time. You should continue with your work. There is no need to see me off." In this campus, she is the only one capable of so calmly rejecting Pei Zhan. In truth, she merely fears inconveniencing him. However, Pei Zhan does not allow her the liberty of decision. He takes his coat from the chair and opens the conference room door. Duan is momentarily taken aback, compelled to follow. Having intertwined her fate with Pei Zhan on multiple occasions, now she finds herself conspicuously strolling alongside him to a secluded spot, drawing countless inquisitive gazes that send a shiver down her spine. She can sense the myriad speculations behind those stares, as they likely ponder the nature of her relationship with Pei Zhan, whether they are mere acquaintances or long-standing friends. Regardless, the discomfort of being the center of attention is palpable, and she cannot fathom how the esteemed figure beside her has navigated the past 3 years under such scrutiny. Yet, the attention he receives is presumably distinct from the current situation. The former is tinged with admiration and reverence, while the latter is fraught with gossip and speculation. As the girl entered the tea shop to purchase milk tea, Pei Zhan patiently awaited her outside. Amongst the throng of people, her slender silhouette appeared somewhat delicate. Despite her usually chubby cheeks, a closer look revealed that her frame was more slender than that of most. Thus, it was evident that she required his tender care, as she should not endure even the slightest hint of grievance or fatigue. While the girl languished in the lengthy queue, her number was suddenly snatched away by a large hand. "Sit back, I've got this." Huh. She heard something. Startled, Duanduan swallowed hard, instinctively aware that the attention of everyone in the bustling venue was now fixated upon them. Wasn't the esteemed figure supposed to be waiting patiently outside? Had he grown impatient due to the delay? The moment he arrived, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted at an alarming rate, as if the very air had frozen. When Pei Zhan stood there in silence, his austere visage bore no expression, almost radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The girls in line seemed as though they had been enchanted, glancing furtively yet hesitantly in his direction. Moreover, the lively chatter that once filled the tea shop dissipated significantly, creating a serene atmosphere. Seated further back, Duanduan felt a wave of relief wash over her, as the collective gaze of the crowd was captivated by the illustrious figure. It was indeed a rare moment of tranquility. Shortly after exiting the tea shop, Pei Zhan's phone rang. The evening had already consumed ample time, and seizing the opportunity while he was on the call, Duanduan silently gestured to him before deftly maneuvering her suitcase and slipping away. She knew the esteemed one would not pursue her, for he was unable to break free at that moment. Chapter 65. The nominal banquet. On her way to the tea shop at the wind shelter, she overheard a lively discussion among several individuals regarding the impending re-election of the student council president. It suddenly dawned on Duanduan that amidst the fervor surrounding the computing association, she had completely overlooked this matter. As for the authenticity of Pei Zhan's candidacy, perhaps she ought to verify it directly with him. However, she decided against it. He had his own reasons for his actions, and it would not be too late to inquire after the election concluded. Having spent considerable time together, she preferred not to beat around the bush in his presence, for that would seem deliberately awkward and estranged. Upon returning to the dormitory, an unusual silence enveloped the room. Upon her entrance, Bayer looked up from her computer, silently gesturing towards the table below. Curious, Duanduan's peripheral vision caught sight of a partially filled professional transfer application form, interrupted mid-completion, with the signature line conspicuously blank. Was Shadi contemplating a major change? She recalled having heard her mention it casually before, initially believing it to be mere talk, yet it appeared she was serious. Handing the warm milk tea to Bayer, Duanduan settled at the table, carefully examining the application form. Throughout the evening, Xiao remained ensconced within her mosquito net, while the other two, demonstrating an unspoken understanding, refrained from disturbing her. After completing their nightly routines at a leisurely pace, they found themselves in bed by the stroke of 11. The following afternoon, a group announcement was disseminated in the Student Affairs QQ group, summoning returning staff members to attend an evening banquet. This gathering was purportedly organized to celebrate the successful welcome party before the holidays and to foster camaraderie between new and old staff members. However, when the banquet was mentioned, Duanduan promptly declined, as the location chosen was the same discount hot pot restaurant from the previous day. She seemed to be at odds with hot pot. The remnants in her stomach had yet to be digested, and she was already facing the next round of indulgence. Unlike the streamlined nature of the academic association, the student council was composed of numerous departments, gathering a multitude of staff members, easily amounting to dozens. Throughout the event, Duanduan remained firmly ensconced in a corner, her chin resting on her hand as she observed the lively camaraderie among her seniors, who were feasting heartily. Her social skills were rather lacking, rendering her almost immobile in the face of the bustling interactions around her, apart from the occasional remarks from Xinyun. The others seemed to regard her as a mere shadow. However, this state of anonymity did not persist for long. The moment the head of the publicity department, GMO, made her entrance, Duanduan was utterly taken aback. Gazing at the radiant G, she felt an overwhelming urge to pinch Bayer, who was supposed to be nursing a fracture. What was this charade? Not only was there no sign of a fracture, but G was also adorned in a stunningly beautiful short skirt, her fair legs devoid of even the slightest scar. Indeed, rumors are merely whispers until witnessed firsthand, and Duanduan silently resolved to be less credulous in the future. G-Mo's arrival undoubtedly became the focal point of the dining table. She was well-liked and graciously accepted toasts from all. Come, everyone, let's raise a glass to Minister G, the true heroine of this welcoming gala. Su Kai led the charge, and soon, everyone else rose from their seats. In this moment, the previously inconspicuous Duanduan was suddenly thrust into the spotlight. As she lacked a robust tolerance for alcohol, She had been nursing a glass of juice throughout, taking small sips to pass the time. Now, with dozens of eyes fixed upon her, she felt an involuntary prickling sensation at the back of her neck. Without a hint of surprise, the atmosphere descended into awkwardness. Fortunately, Shen Yun timely intervened, stating that she could not partake in alcohol, urging others not to press her. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly lightened, genuinely refraining from troubling a young lady. However, a group of young men seized the opportunity to bring over a case of beer, stirring up a ruckus. Shen Yun, as our gallant protector of flowers, you cannot compete with juice. Hurry, fill our future president's glass. Within the private room, the fragrant steam of hot pot filled the air. Amidst the cacophony of noise, Duanduan suddenly understood that tonight's gathering, ostensibly a meeting of old and new, was in reality a covert campaign to garner votes for Shen Yun. The imminent election for the new student council president was clear, with Su Kaiming, who had just delivered a speech, being an ardent supporter of Shen Yun. Duan sighed, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Chapter 66, G-Mo's probing naturally. The spotlight of the latter half fell upon Shen Yun, while the remaining girls busied themselves with their phones in boredom. Duan glanced at the time, contemplating whether to concoct an excuse to depart early. Before she could make a move, she noticed the overhead lights dimming. Unbeknownst to her, GMO had approached, holding a glass of juice, standing before her with a beaming smile. Duan felt an inexplicable discomfort. Perhaps it was the stark contrast to how GMO, the head of the department, had never previously extended her kindness, making this sudden display of warmth quite unexpected. After a prolonged silence from Duan, GMO, sensing the need to break the ice, remarked, "It's freezing by the air conditioning vent. My legs feel numb. I hope you don't mind if I sit here for a while." Seemingly seeking Duan's permission, she had already taken action in her speech. She chose to sit beside them, her gaze naturally falling upon the group of boys indulging in their drinks, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Shen Yun had consumed quite a bit tonight in an effort to shield her from the effects of alcohol. Having known him for over 2 years, it was the first time she had witnessed his remarkable capacity for drinking. Duan cast a surprised glance at him, feigning ignorance. She detested conversing with those who spoke in circles. It was exhausting and irritating. G-Mo's previous remark had been laden with implications, leaving her quite uncomfortable. In a bid to curtail the ensuing conversation, Duan spontaneously rose from her seat. "Sister GMO, please enjoy your meal and drinks. I must attend to something and will take my leave now." It seemed GMO had not anticipated the girl's abrupt departure, momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, she swiftly grasped her arm, saying, "I must sincerely thank you. Without your intervention, we would not have been able to invite Pei Zhan to the welcome party. Please don't rush away. Sit down and have a drink." Duan's perplexed expression lingered on G-Mo's overly eager smile, and she felt an unexpected sense of joy. So now it was credited to her. She had thought GMO might have developed amnesia. At that moment, she was curious about what GMO was truly after. Having observed the familiarity between her and Pei Zhan, GMO inquired, "Have you known each other for a long time?" Duan, without much thought, simply nodded. "We've known each other since childhood. We can be considered childhood sweethearts." In an effort to enhance her point, she ungraciously borrowed Miss Song's brainwashing rhetoric. Upon hearing this, G-Mo's expression visibly stiffened, having contemplated countless possibilities but never anticipating such a close connection between the two. Yet, despite the turmoil within her heart, she was compelled to suppress her feelings due to an inherent sense of superiority. It became clear why Pei Zhan treated you with such kindness, akin to the affection of a brother towards his sister, a sight that incites envy. The mention of brother to sister struck a chord with Duan, piercing her heart. In the past, such a thought would have led her into a spiral of sorrow. However, upon reflection, even if Pei Zhan harbored no romantic feelings for her, it sufficed that she held significance in his heart. With this realization, Duan smiled in relief, acknowledging that Brother Zhan treated her with warmth and care. Upon hearing her refer to him as Brother Zhan, G-Mo's facade crumbled, unable to contain her emotions, merely managing a faint, dry laugh. Thus, an insidious test concluded in the silence of her aloofness, culminating in the defeat of the opposing side. This evening's unexpected episode helped Duan comprehend that having affections for someone extraordinarily outstanding could indeed be a source of profound mental anguish. Chapter 67. The effect of drinking gathered for a while. Duan sent a message to Shen Yun, informing him of her need to leave early. Observing him ensconced amidst a throng, too preoccupied to notice his phone, she silently donned her coat and slipped out through a side door. Amidst the cacophony of revelry, Shenyun's peripheral vision caught the subtle movement of a curtain nearby. After surveying the surroundings, he confirmed that the girl had indeed vanished. He downed his beer in one gulp, gesturing to Su Kai and the others in a plea for mercy, signaling that they should cease drinking. If they continued, they would find themselves sleeping on the streets that night. The regulations at Rongda University strictly prohibit students from indulging in excessive drinking, while a few casual drinks are permissible. Becoming inebriated to the point of disarray often results in disciplinary action. A group at the table patted their chests in assurance. Rest easy, Brother Kai. We are all friends here. No need for pleasantries. Indeed, with Shenyun having served 2 consecutive terms, his capabilities are evident, and we offer our unconditional support. It is often said that a university resembles a microcosm of society, where minor incidents reveal deeper truths, and within those truths, one can discern human nature. A group of youths, untouched by the vices of the world, seem to have instinctively succumbed to the pervasive influence of social drinking. Naturally, Shenyun ended up footing the bill for the gathering. Moreover, after a hearty meal, several young men enthusiastically clamored to head to KTV for an all-night singing session. Before departing, Shenyun discreetly handed a bank card to Su Kai, stating, I won TB joining. Please charge all expenses to my account. Enjoy yourselves. Noticing Shenyun's distracted demeanor, Su Kai knowingly nodded and chuckled, patting Shenyun on the shoulder. All right, for the sake of our brotherhood, I'll cover for you. Hurry and pursue her. She'll be gone before you know it. This playful banter inadvertently laid bare some of Shenyun's hidden sentiments. He did not attempt to deny anything. The subtle smile at the corner of his lips suggested his acquiescence. On this early autumn evening, with a gentle breeze caressing the air, Duanduan, clad in a soft pink trench coat, diligently stood in line outside the barbecue restaurant, awaiting their order. Bales 2 skewers of bean curd skin, 3 skewers of duck hearts, 4 skewers of kelp. The director's single skewer of mushrooms, 2 skewers of potatoes. The girl lowered her gaze to her phone, the soft strands of hair framing her cheeks, gently swaying in the breeze. Upon witnessing this scene, a tender warmth flowed through Shenyun's eyes as he stepped toward the barbecue stall, deliberately circling to the back to snatch the girl's phone away. Duanduan was startled, thinking she had encountered a thief. Just as she was about to cry out, she turned around to find a familiar face standing behind her. Shenyun, it's you? She sighed in relief, then added in surprise, aren't you supposed to be drinking? Did you finish so soon? Shenyun returned her phone and gestured toward the queue ahead, saying, go sit over there. I'll take care of the line. I promised Teacher Lu that I would look after you, and I intend to keep my word. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the opposite side of the street, where something caught his attention and a flicker of light glimmered subtly in his eyes. Chapter 68. Will you support me behind Duanduan? Out of her view, a white SUV was parked at the edge of a bus stop. A man stood beside the car door, dressed in a shirt and slacks. The dim streetlight cast shadows over his chiseled features, leaving them partially obscured. He stood silently, his elegant demeanor drawing the attention of passers-by. Midway, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. The Jeep, which should have driven straight into the school gate, instead came to a conspicuous halt on the one-way street. His deep, penetrating gaze rested quietly on the girl across the street, his hand resting against the car door. Slowly retrieving his phone from his pocket, engrossed in meticulously counting the dishes within the fast food box, Duanduan was suddenly jolted by the vibration of a nearby phone. Just as she intended to free her hand to check it, her shoulder was inadvertently bumped by someone, causing her phone to slip and fall to the ground. As she was about to bend down to retrieve it, Shenyun swiftly picked it up first. I'll hold your phone for you, he offered. Duanduan, not overthinking the gesture, continued her task with her head down. After a brief moment, Shenyun's calm voice resonated above her. Duanduan, will you support me in this election for the student council president? His tone was remarkably casual, as if he were merely engaging in idle conversation, without much contemplation. She nodded earnestly. Of course, I will support you. However, a sudden realization struck her, and her delicate face gradually contorted with concern from an invisible angle. How could she have forgotten that Brother Zhan was also a candidate? She could only cast her vote for one individual. Sighing, she thought, well, I've said it now. I'll just take it one step at a time. After all, it's an anonymous vote. Thinking of Pei Zhan, Duanduan instinctively lifted her head, meeting the intense gaze of someone across the street. Her clear eyes locked onto his in an instant. Upon recognizing his tall and upright figure, she momentarily froze. rubbing her eyes to confirm her sight. It truly was him. Brother Zhan, she exclaimed, her face instantly lighting up with joy. Thank you, Duanduan, he said, extending his hand as if to ruffle her hair. In a split second, she instinctively dodged, causing Shun Yun's hand to hover awkwardly in the air, creating a somewhat uncomfortable silence. The girl swallowed nervously, glancing furtively across the street before offering a shy smile. My mother told me not to let anyone touch my head casually, or I'll end up bald. Meanwhile, Ms. Song, far away in Jiangning, inexplicably sneezed. In the past, Duanduan would not have been so sensitive, but today was different. She could not allow the person she cherished to harbor even the slightest misunderstanding, especially since the esteemed figure was watching from afar. She tightened her grip on her phone, her gaze inadvertently dropping to the message that Pei Zhan had sent just a few minutes earlier. It turned out he had arrived long ago, which meant that just now. It seemed that no matter what he did, he always arrived a moment too late. In the thick of the night, a veil of melancholy shrouded Shen Yun's eyes as he stared into the endless street ahead, a faint bitterness curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, even in such despair, he resolutely refused to concede, even if it meant facing utter defeat in the end. Chapter 69, Becoming Pei Zhan's Girlfriend, revised. Duanduan, holding a skewer of barbecue, finally crossed the street with a smile gracing her face as she approached Pei Zhan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What a coincidence, Brother Zhan. How could it be mere coincidence? He had been waiting for her on purpose. The girl found immense satisfaction in the simplest joys, and Pei Zhan's affectionate gaze was fixed upon her delicate features. His cool fingertips brushed gently against her cheek, tucking away a stray lock of hair. If you ever want a midnight snack, just give me a call, and I'll go buy it for you. His voice, rich and mellow like aged wine, stirred Duanduan's heart. Whether it was merely a figment of her imagination, she sensed that Pei Zhan was somewhat different this evening compared to his usual self, though she could not quite articulate what had changed. The warmth of his fingertips still lingered on her cheek, and for a fleeting moment, she abruptly recognized the profound intimacy that had developed between them. Perhaps, in the depths of Zhan's heart, she was more than just the girl next door. She might hold a significance that surpassed that of a mere sister. As these thoughts occupied her mind, she found herself smiling to herself. She handed the barbecue box to her senior brother Xiao Chuan, entrusting him with the task of delivering it to the girls' dormitory, as she worried that if it cooled down, her roommates might suffer from an upset stomach. It must be said that if Duanduan were to apply her meticulous nature to matters of the heart, she might have disowned certain truths long ago. Nevertheless, one could commend Xiao Chuan's remarkable patience, having gently guided matters along for so long without any apparent progress. He remained remarkably composed. On her way back, Duanduan inquired about Pei Zhan's candidacy for this year's student council president. Upon receiving a confirmation directly from him, her spirits lifted instantaneously. Without further ado, she retrieved her phone and logged into the university's official website, quickly perusing the list of candidates. As she encountered a series of familiar names, she dryly remarked, Zhan, there are so many competitors this time. How can we secure a victory? The unintentional utterance caught the attention of the person beside her. Just as she prepared to speak, a sudden honking of a car pierced the air, instinctively widening her eyes. She had no time to react before being enveloped in a warm embrace, even with a mere 1% chance of injury. Those around her did not hesitate to protect her. Watch your step, Pei Zhan's deep, melodious voice resonated above her. Duanduan, her heart still unsettled, found herself momentarily entranced by the graceful movement of his Adam's apple. At that moment, the pedestrian light changed from red to green, and Pei Zhan guided her across the street, his large hand enveloping her small one in a firm, unyielding grip. It felt as though it was the first time he held her so tightly. The strength of his hand was remarkably steadfast, as if it would endure for eternity. The brief distance of a mere dozen meters across the sidewalk felt like traversing an epoch, and Duanduan's heart raced uncontrollably. The night breeze swirling around her, yet failing to dissipate the warmth blooming on her cheeks. A simple act of holding hands had rendered her flushed. Perhaps what she perceived as a heart-racing gesture was merely a brother's ordinary care for his sister in the eyes of those around her. Once they crossed the street, Pei Zhan gently released the girl's hand. In the deep, intricate hues of the night, his expression was gentle and lingering, his eyes laden with an unshakable intensity. Duanduan bit her lip, slowly lifting her gaze to meet his. Zhan, your hand feels a bit warm. It was not his hand that was warm. It was undeniably her own heart that burned with fervor. Though autumn had settled in, The crispness of the night only heightened her internal warmth. The night was enveloped in silence, the air imbued with a slightly intoxicating sweetness. Pei Zhan leaned down slightly, quietly observing the girl whose cheeks were aflame, yet who was striving to maintain her composure. The softness in his gaze gradually unfurled, transforming into a gentle query. Duanduan, would you like to be my girlfriend, allowing me to hold your hand like this always? Inden's dark eyes widened as she tilted her head, gazing intently at him. The once boisterous atmosphere transformed into a profound silence, her mind buzzing with a blankness that engulfed her. Just moments ago, he had confessed his feelings. Inden felt as if she were frozen in place. Even the slightest movement of her fingers seemed an arduous task. In truth, it was evident to all but this Na'vi girl that Pei Zhan harbored deeper affections for her than merely a brotherly love. At the tender age of 18, with no romantic history to speak of, she had devoted herself solely to her studies, particularly under the strict watch of her family, which left no room for thoughts of youthful romance. Now, confronted with a confession from the one she admired, an inexplicable mix of anxiety and confusion swirled within her. What should she do? What words should she utter? Under the fervent gaze of the person before her, Inden felt as though she were adrift in an ocean, floating aimlessly upon the waves of uncertainty, desperately seeking a stable footing, yet finding none. Time stretched on, long enough for the shadows of passers-by to fade. The girl hesitantly parted her lips, barely managing to utter a single word, "I," just as she summoned the courage to speak. A sudden phone call pierced the moment, interrupting her with impeccable timing. Whether to feel relieved or regretful was uncertain. Nevertheless, this fortuitous call granted her a moment to breathe. Inden innocently glanced up at him, noting his disinterest in answering the phone, and as she prepared to remind him, she watched as he calmly retrieved his mobile device from his pocket. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the caller ID, noting Jiang Xiaochuan's name displayed, and promptly severed the connection without a hint of remorse. Was it really necessary to be so blunt? The formidable action left Duanduan momentarily speechless. To alleviate the palpable tension, she timidly suggested, "Perhaps Senior Xiaochuan has something urgent. Why not attend to more pressing matters first?" In the next moment, Pei Zhan slowly countered, "Was not our previous conversation a matter of importance?" Duanduan once again lowered her gaze in silence. She had never imagined that the person she had admired from afar would one day lower himself to utter the words, "Be my girlfriend." It was something she had longed for, yet when that day arrived, her heart was not solely filled with joy but also an overwhelming sense of trepidation. She felt like a timid creature, resorting to such a base tactic. The girl spoke with rapidity, her words betraying an eagerness to escape the situation. Observing her state, Pei Zhan could only respond with a resigned smile. "Duanduan, I shall not force you in matters of the heart." She was simply flustered. Duanduan's cheeks flushed as she buried her face deeper, unsure of what exactly troubled her. Perhaps it was merely that the declaration from the one she esteemed had come too unexpectedly for her to process. If it were merely nerves, it would be manageable. However, the pressing issue at hand was her growing fear of even facing him. "Duanduan, what has been troubling you lately? You seem so preoccupied," Wen Qing remarked, waving her hand in front of her eyes with an enigmatic expression. Duanduan offered a faint smile, devoid of energy, lazily bending down to press the power button. "It is not just her who appears distracted. Look at the individual beside me." Tao Bei, while speaking, cast a knowing glance at the classroom monitor. In a position near the window, Su Xiaodi rested her chin on her hands, staring at the computer screen as if she could bore a hole through it. Her expression reflected a profound sense of despair, yet a resignation to endure the trials of existence. She is likely still entangled in the dilemma of changing her major. Let her be for now, for some matters only clarify with time. The pressing question, however, is what to do when clarity eludes one. As soon as Duanduan began to speak, the other two fell silent. Chapter 71, Deliberately Avoiding, Seeking Support for Subscription. Clearly, this young lady's thoughts are entirely disconnected from theirs. However, Bayer was exceedingly curious. Usually brimming with energy like a firecracker, Duanduan seemed unusually unenthused today. Even in her favorite C programming class. Given her earlier comment, one could only wonder. "Duanduan, from your demeanor, could it be that you are experiencing heartbreak?" The classroom monitor, in perfect synchronicity, was the first to voice the question. "CC, during the 618 event, each of them has morphed into a gossiping spirit." Duanduan collapsed in front of her computer, exclaiming, "I might be falling in love, but I don't think I'm ready." "What?" The three of them gasped in unison, drawing the attention of countless pairs of eyes in the classroom. Wenqing excitedly grabbed Duanduan's hand, urging her to share more. Quickly, tell us who it is. Is he handsome, tall, and most importantly, have we met him? None of the girls anticipated that Duanduan would be the first to embark on the journey of romance. Vale quietly took out a makeup mirror and gazed at her reflection, lamenting, "Even Duanduan has found love. Where on earth is my idol?" Suddenly, Su Xiaodi, already in a sour mood, found her spirits lifted by the antics of her companions. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she tilted her head and asked, "Duanduan, who is this person? Don't keep me in suspense. Considering how downcast I've been lately, just tell me so I can cheer up." In truth, given Duanduan's limited social circle, the number of males she knew was pitifully small, even if she refused to divulge. The other three could roughly deduce the identity through process of elimination. However, the formidable reputation of the individual in question made even the confident Wenqing hesitant to utter the name. After all, it was quite surreal to think that her roommate had captured the heart of the campus's most illustrious figure. With Duanduan's nature, it was unlikely for her to keep secrets. Faced with the eager gazes of her friends, she offered a vague response. "You've guessed part of it. But what troubles me most is that I rejected him." Rejected? She actually turned him down. An eerie silence enveloped the air as Duanduan glanced at the three, noting their faces had turned ashen. It was indeed absurd. The person she had longed for was so casually dismissed by her. How would she face him in the future, whether out of guilt or anxiety? Duanduan had been intentionally avoiding Pei Zhan these past days. It seemed he was also granting her space. And with the initial phase of a new project keeping him busy, it had been nearly a week since they last saw each other. The campaigning for the position of student council president was fervently underway during this time. Duanduan deliberately chose to distance herself from matters concerning her, wishing instead to calm her thoughts and ponder whether she possessed sufficient courage to confront the impending feelings. Yet, in moments of indecision, fate often proves unyielding. On this particular day, she was forcibly dragged to the counselor's office by Xiao Di. Indeed, Su had resolutely decided to change her major, and today was the day to submit her application form to Teacher Qin. Duanduan remained composed until she reached the threshold of the office, where a familiar and upright figure clad in white caught her eye, sending her nerves into disarray. "Teacher Qin, may we come in?" Xiao Di's call drew the attention of the two individuals conversing by the desk. Pei Zhan's gaze landed squarely on Duanduan, who was cowering behind her roommate. There went her chance to silently slip away. After a brief moment, she heard Teacher Qin's voice say, "Come in." With a light-hearted stride, Xiao Di entered, leaving Duanduan unceremoniously exposed to the scrutiny of the atmosphere and that penetrating gaze. Chapter 72, Inescapable. Please support the initial subscription, An Outsider. Oblivious to the subtle tension between the two individuals inside and outside the door, could not discern the underlying dynamics. Fortunately, the significant matter of changing majors quickly captured Teacher Qin's attention. In a department where males outnumbered females, the thought of losing more students in such a desperate environment was simply unacceptable for his aging visage. Glancing at a nearby assistant, he noted their lack of reaction, prompting a silent lament as he resigned himself to personally advocate for the cause. "Dear Xiao Di, I have observed that your overall performance has been commendable. What prompted you to suddenly consider a change of major?" As Duanduan subconsciously lifted her gaze to scrutinize Qin Xian, she sensed that Xiao Di's request for a transfer might not be easily granted, particularly due to the unmistakable look of disapproval etched across Teacher Qin's face. In truth, a student's potential is often more apparent through their consistent performance rather than their final exam results. Xiao Di's scores in the science subjects from her college entrance examination are indeed impressive, and coupled with her remarkable diligence and tenacity, mastering programming should come rather easily to her. However, Xiao Di lacks one crucial element, self-confidence. In this regard, she bears some resemblance to Duanduan, albeit with subtle differences. Xiao Di tends to be more prone to retreat under pressure. Despite the counselor's persuasive words, her roommate remained unmoved, causing Duanduan to feel an acute sense of anxiety from the sidelines. Those fervent exhortations, once fervently delivered, have grown stale with time. Unless Teacher Qin employs some drastic measures, the stubborn mule will not be swayed from the precipice. Ultimately, the application form was ruthlessly relegated to the depths of the counselor's desk drawer. However, there is still hope. This evening, the college is hosting a new student orientation. Should you still wish to change majors after the event, I shall not impose any further obstacles. With a glimmer of hope, Xiao Di exhaled slowly and nodded in agreement. Just as Duanduan was about to relish her impending freedom, she was unexpectedly called back. Qin Qian gestured towards the chair opposite his desk, instructing Lu Duanduan. "Please stay for a moment." The embarrassment of mistakenly approaching the wrong counselor for the first time still lingered vividly in her mind, yet now another form of awkwardness began to unfold. Due to teacher Qin's arrangement, she found herself seated right next to Pei Zhan. Throughout the entire process, he appeared to be engrossed in the manuscript before him, occasionally jotting down notes or making revisions. This, in turn, alleviated Duanduan's discomfort somewhat. Qin Qian cleared his throat and inquired, "So, you and Su Xiaodi share a dormitory. What are your thoughts on her desire to change majors?" Duanduan paused for a few seconds before replying somewhat dryly, "I have many thoughts, but ultimately, I fully support her decision." The use of the word fully indicated that she was not alone in her sentiment. Hearing this, Qin Qian felt somewhat stifled, realizing that he had nearly extinguished the conversation, prompting him to rephrase his question, "And what about you? Do you enjoy this major?" It is often said that university professors are indifferent and detached. However, this particular counselor seemed to excel in psychological engagement. Duanduan, initially poised to articulate her thoughts, was interrupted by a gentle voice nearby. "Rest assured, she has a keen interest in programming and won't be leaving." This remark struck at the very heart of Qin Qian's concerns. Having witnessed Su Xiaodi's decision to switch majors, he was genuinely worried that other female students in the department might follow suit, leading to a troubling trend. Wait, what had he just heard? After concluding his probing inquiry, Qin Qian fixed an incredulous gaze upon a certain individual, his mind struggling to comprehend the revelation. Gradually, he turned to look at the silent Duanduan beside him, and in that moment, a colossal question mark loomed in his mind. Yet, as a mentor, some inquiries seemed too delicate to voice openly. What to do? The curiosity is truly overwhelming. Chapter 73, Mobilization Meeting. Duanduan had never felt so uneasy in front of her instructor, particularly after that glance from her advisor, which made her suspect that the latter might have discerned something amiss. Unable to withstand such an atmosphere, she quickly concocted an excuse to slip away when Teacher Qin refrained from further inquiries. Even after distancing herself from the office, she could still feel that penetrating gaze upon her back. Oh, Brother Zhan, the Great One. What should she do? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the freshman mobilization meeting commenced punctually in the auditorium. Upon seeing the name of the senior representative on the screen, she suddenly realized that the speech in Pei Zhan's hand during lunch was, in fact, his speech draft. It seemed that the esteemed Pei was determined to secure the position of this year's student council president. In previous years, the mobilization meeting typically featured only Xinyan speaking. But this year, how exhilarating. After expressing her excitement, Wen Qing leaned closer to Duanduan and asked, "By the way, since you're so close to the source, do you have any insider information to share with us?" The other two also gazed at her with wide eyes, their expressions laced with a hint of ambiguity, as if they were paparazzi trailing a superstar for juicy gossip. Duanduan rolled her eyes in exasperation, reminiscing about her previous roommates, innocent souls. Alas, time had flown by, and in just over a month, her initial impressions of these three had been entirely upended. "I can barely keep myself afloat. How could I possibly have any insider news?" She silently berated herself. The trio blinked at her expectantly. Bayer was the first to react, realizing how she had forgotten. Duanduan had just rejected Pei Zhan, and now she was still engulfed in self-reproach. The way the room leader inquired was akin to piercing Duanduan's heart. Upon hearing this, Duanduan felt as though she might bleed internally. Did no one comprehend who was truly causing her distress? With a heart full of sorrow, she turned away, signaling her disinterest in hearing another word from the executioner beside her. At this moment, several members of the school committee had taken their seats at the podium, after all. It was a rather solemn occasion, and the chatter below quickly subsided into a respectful silence. The freshman mobilization meeting was essentially a blend of motivational speeches and invigorating encouragement, particularly timely given the recent trend of students frequently changing majors. For Xiaodi, this assembly was indeed fortuitous. After the school leaders concluded their addresses, the floor was handed over to a representative of the senior students. As the slender figure resembling a tall bamboo approached the microphone, an almost palpable silence fell over the audience, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Pei Zhan was regarded as a legendary figure at Rome University. His expertise and innovative capabilities had long established an insurmountable benchmark in the minds of his peers. His speech, delivered without notes, was less a formal address and more an intimate sharing of experiences. Each word he uttered was succinct and straightforward, devoid of superfluous rhetoric, striking resonantly at key issues while effortlessly illuminating substantive problems, prompting enlightening realizations among listeners. The entire auditorium remained hushed, captivated by the earnest expressions of the students. Duanduan found herself breathing slower and lighter. Some individuals possess an innate charisma that commands unwavering belief, even if they merely stand there, their sparse words imparting profound wisdom. At this very moment, as the atmosphere was charged with concentration during the 618 event, the classmate Xiaodi casually remarked, "I no longer wish to change my major. Is it too late to have regrets?" This moment illuminated the reason behind Teacher Qin's suggestion that Xiaodi attend the mobilization meeting before making a decision. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. After Pei Zhan concluded his speech, the audience erupted into fervent applause. Seizing the opportunity during a round of questionnaire surveys, Duanduan, who had been holding in her need to relieve herself for an hour, finally found her release. Casting a quick glance around, she joined a few girls by the aisle and departed from the audience. Chapter 74. You are not mistaken. I am pursuing her, initial support requested. She had clearly been accompanied by several girls moments ago. How could they have vanished in the blink of an eye? An inexplicable chill ran down Duanduan's spine, prompting her to quicken her pace towards the double doors. Just as her hand grazed the doorknob, a force from outside preemptively pushed the heavy wooden door open. In the dim light, she caught a glimpse of Pei Zhan's stern visage, the gleam of a steel watch on his wrist reflecting fragmented light as it extended up his shirt sleeve. Could it be mere coincidence? Instinctively, Duanduan felt the urge to flee, yet a firm hand seized her waist, thwarting her escape. A low, sultry voice whispered enticingly in her ear, "Little one, please don't hide from me any longer." As the words hung in the air, his crisp breath enveloped her senses completely. She found herself ensnared within his embrace, his warm breath cascading down upon her. Duanduan's face flushed crimson, rendering her immobile. I only stepped out to use the restroom," she stammered. "I know." Pei Zhan exerted a slight force on his arm, turning the person to face him. "Thus, I deliberately awaited your arrival here." He was indeed lying in wait for an opportunity. Duanduan felt a surge of panic within, yet her small hand instinctively tightened around the hem of the deity's garment. Before her stood a scene of stark contrast. One was a senior, a figure of admiration, while the other was an unremarkable freshman. Their ambiguous posture was such that if they were to be inadvertently discovered at that moment, chaos would surely ensue. It is often said that the things we dread most are precisely what we encounter. Almost as if summoned by her anxious thoughts, the sound of footsteps approached the door, nearly prompting Duanduan to gasp in alarm. Xinyun had never anticipated that his pursuit would lead him to such a sight, rendering him unable to suppress his emotions. His voice transformed into something formidable. Duanduan hastily released her grasp, instinctively shifting her body aside. Before she could offer an explanation, a figure interposed between her and Xinyun. "You are mistaken. I was pursuing her," he stated with a nonchalant demeanor, calmly presenting a fact. Consequently, the atmosphere became intensely oppressive. Xinyun was momentarily taken aback by the words, then retorted with a cold laugh. "This is how you pursue someone, patient? Do you have an objection?" Pei Zhan's voice, frigid and piercing like a spring emerging from a frozen river, enveloped her, chilling her to the core. Having witnessed numerous facets of him, it was only at this moment that the inherent dominance he exuded sent shivers through Duanduan's heart. It became evident that the fervor of affection could blaze so intensely, leaving no room for doubt from others. She had long yearned for special treatment from Brother Zhan. Now, he had taken 99 steps forward, while she, surprisingly timid, was unwilling to take even a small step ahead. With this thought, Duanduan lowered her head, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Sensing the awkwardness behind him, Pei Zhan gently turned his head, his tone softening slightly. "You go in first." This utterance drew the girl back to reality. She dully raised her head to look at the person before her, her expression returning to normal. "Brother Zhan, you. Be good. Go in first," he patiently repeated, his voice laced with a hint of indulgence. Duanduan could only nod, casting a glance at the stunned Xinyun, who she thought should be giving a speech on stage at this moment. Why was he suddenly here? But it didn't matter, given Xinyun's character. He would not speak indiscreetly. However, today was indeed a day of both beauty and surprise. Indeed, she referred to her earlier predicament as beautiful. As Duanduan smiled faintly for the 800th time, the three from 618 were openly resting their chins in their hands, regarding her as if she were a monkey. Chapter 75. Someone seems to have changed, revised, Did she display her feelings so overtly? Duanduan blinked, fabricating a story that a trip to the restroom had resolved a significant life issue. Feeling happy about it was perfectly normal. A significant life issue. Yes. Holding in urine for too long is detrimental to health, and releasing it promptly is indeed resolving a major concern. The three of them simultaneously shot her an eye roll, turning away, unwilling to listen to her nonsense any longer. At this moment, the senior representative Shen Yun had ascended the podium. Observing the composed demeanor of her counterpart, Duanduan inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. Instinctively, she glanced towards the fire escape beside the auditorium, allowing her imagination to wander as she pondered what the two might discuss after her departure. One couldn't help but wonder if the esteemed individual had silenced her. The remaining time passed astonishingly swiftly, 5 minutes before the meeting's conclusion, when Qing shook her phone, announcing that the committee's officers were planning to go out for a meal. A notification relayed by Jiang Xiaochuan in the group chat. She inquired if Duanduan wished to join the gathering. At that moment, Bei Air chimed in, urging her to go, pointing out that Pei Zhan would also be attending, making it a perfect opportunity. Perfect for what? Duanduan frowned. I'm not one of the committee's officers. It feels rather inappropriate to mooch off their meal. No sooner had she spoken than her phone, resting on her lap, vibrated. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw a WeChat message from Pei Zhan. A sense of foreboding filled her. He surely intended to invite her to join the dinner. However, soon after, her classmates began to leave the auditorium in succession. Duanduan lingered until the end, sitting alone in the middle of the last row with her backpack. She had chosen this position to better observe the happenings on stage. For reasons unknown, Pei Zhan was detained by several professors from their department for an extended discussion. The distance rendered their conversation inaudible, and out of boredom, she took out a programming book and began to read patiently. Half an hour later, her reverie was interrupted by the ringing of a phone nearby. She looked up to see Pei Zhan answering a call while gesturing for her to gather her belongings and prepare to leave. Yes, I'll be there shortly. Please go ahead and eat. There is no need to wait for me. With these brief words, Pei Zhan hung up the phone and casually retrieved her backpack from behind her. Carrying so many items daily, was it not heavy? Pei Zhan lifted the bag, speculating that, aside from her laptop, it contained a multitude of other belongings. As the weight on her shoulder lightened, she inexplicably felt that having someone to carry her backpack every day would be a blissful experience. The textbooks for each university course were remarkably thick, particularly her favorite, C language. Pei Zhan walked ahead in silence, her tall and slender silhouette pleasing to Duanduan's eye. The street curved and soon led to their dining destination, a renowned hot pot restaurant called Maddo Story. Due to her latent foodie nature, Duanduan and her roommates had become well acquainted with the eateries in the vicinity within just over a month of starting school. For instance, they knew which hot pot places offered year-round discounts, which Chinese restaurants had a tendency to overcharge, and which fried yogurt shops introduced new flavors weekly. She could recount every detail from street to street with her eyes closed. Brother Zhan, let me tell you, many profitable dining establishments cater to what girls love to eat. Take milk tea, for instance. While you boys may scoff at it, we girls flock to it. Look at that shop ahead. The amount of milk tea sold there in a year could likely wrap around Rongqing if the cups were lined up together. As she spoke, her enthusiasm grew, and she began discussing the intricacies of business, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was evident that the girl was particularly talkative this evening, suggesting that her spirits were exceptionally high. Pei Zhan quietly walked beside her, patiently listening from beginning to end. However, as he observed the girl's excited and flushed face, he gently advised her to refrain from consuming icy foods, as they are detrimental to the stomach. Duanduan was momentarily taken aback. This seemed to be the first time someone had cautioned her against what she should not eat, rather than suggesting what she ought to indulge in. Unbeknownst to her, the person beside her appeared to have undergone some transformation. Chapter 76, She Drinks Beverages at Room Temperature, Revised, Dockside Story, Second Floor. Duanduan had initially anticipated a casual gathering among a few committee members of the Computing Association, but upon entering the private room, she was astonished to find the large round table, which could accommodate a dozen people, completely filled. In truth, her assumption was not entirely incorrect. These individuals were indeed committee members. The unexpected number of attendees stemmed from her presence, or rather from a minor oversight by Vice President Jiang, which resulted in the omission of one name from the new member recruitment list of the Computing Association. To rectify the situation promptly, Jiang Xiaochuan had to temporarily increase the number of selected committee members. Unfortunately, the key individual was ultimately whisked away by the student council for various reasons. Nevertheless, since the spots had already been made available, the association had no choice but to honor their commitment and accept the additional members. Upon their arrival, the sharp-eyed Ding Zheng quickly stood up and called out to them, "President." Instantly, the atmosphere in the private room became vibrant. It was the first time Duanduan had heard such a distinctive title. Usually, everyone affectionately referred to someone as Pei Zhan or Brother Pei. Familiar faces gradually eased her tension, and there was no awkwardness of outsiders, allowing her to confidently follow the esteemed figure and choose a seat. As the gathering approached its peak, a senior from the third year rose, surveying the room before addressing everyone. "We have an array of beverages here, red, white, and beer. Feel free to indulge in whatever you desire." Before we came, the president mentioned that he would cover the expenses for tonight, with the vice president absent, Chao Ming, as the third in command of the association, took it upon himself to lead the welcoming. Particularly upon hearing that the president would foot the bill, the room erupted in raucous cheer, drowning out the usually composed ear of Duanduan. Observing the revelry around her, she couldn't help but feel a pang of reflection. Being the leader of the association was no easy feat, especially when one's pockets were not overflowing. This was true for Xinyun, and it was equally true for Dishin. Shortly thereafter, the class monitor, Ding Zheng, swiftly grabbed a few bottles of beer from the side, opening them with his teeth in a boisterous display, diligently pouring drinks for each of the girls seated to his left. When he reached Duanduan's seat, his movements instinctively halted. He looked up with a playful grin and asked, "Ludake representative, how can such humble beer possibly complement your exceptionally brilliant mind? Perhaps you would prefer something more refined?" As he spoke, he deliberately raised an eyebrow, evidently intent on teasing her. Everyone was aware that Ding Zheng and Duanduan were classmates, so his casual banter seemed normal among familiar faces. However, his audacious behavior elicited a wave of sympathy from a few insiders within the association, who regarded his actions as recklessly bold, daring to tease even Pei Zhan's circle. It was indeed a case of a young bull unafraid of the tiger. In that moment, the collective gaze of the room turned, some intentionally and others inadvertently, toward the one who was being challenged. Injuan maintained an air of composure, gazing at Ding Zheng's hand for an extended period before she gently remarked, "Alcohol tends to numb the nerves, particularly for those who are already slow to react. It would be best for you to abstain, class leader. Do take care to drink less later." Unexpectedly, the typically gentle junior sister displayed such fervor in her retorts. Just as Jiang Xiaochuan entered, he caught the sound of the girl's bright voice and couldn't help but emit a laugh reminiscent of a pig's squeal, which was rather ungracious. In contrast, Pei Zhan, seated nearby, observed the lively exchange with a serene smile, allowing the girl and Ding Zheng to engage in their playful banter with unabated enjoyment. Heaven knows, why must I exist alongside her? It seems as though fate is merely toying with him. Outmatched in intellect and outpaced in wit, Ding Zheng ultimately decided to throw caution to the wind, rolling up his sleeves to challenge Injuan to a drinking contest. At this point, the person beside him finally lifted her eyelids, showing some reaction. She opted for a drink, merely a soft beverage at room temperature. Pei Zhan's calm interjection extinguished Ding Zheng's fervent spirit in an instant. The young man was left momentarily stunned, frozen in the posture of preparing to drink, blinking in disbelief as if caught in a mirage. The room fell silent for several seconds before another clear female voice pierced through, drawing everyone's attention to the source, Li Zihan, the flower of the department. Since everyone else was drinking, what was the point of her consuming a soft drink alone? Out in the world, one ought to abandon pretentiousness. Chapter 77. He was never one to cherish the delicate, revised. Previously, she had been skeptical of the posts on the forum, but upon witnessing Lu Injuan enter alongside the esteemed Pei Zhan, her feelings of resentment grew increasingly uncontrollable. Lu Duanduan, merely a freshman, was compared unfavorably in appearance, physique, and lineage to others present. What merit did she possess that could attract someone like Pei Zhan? It seemed purely a stroke of luck. Though her heart felt heavy, she maintained her composure under the scrutiny of countless eyes in the private room. As the belle of the computer science department, she had to uphold the dignity and grace expected of her. Her earlier probing remark was merely an attempt to gauge Pei Zhan's reaction. After all, it was grounded in truth. Even if he wished to defend Lu Duanduan, his gentlemanly nature would preclude him from putting her in an uncomfortable position before such a crowd. With this thought, Li Zihan straightened her posture, her confidence growing. In contrast to Ding Zheng's childish teasing, Li's words were laced with palpable hostility. The onlookers were not oblivious. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward for everyone involved. A peculiar silence enveloped the room as chopsticks and cups lay motionless on the table, for in such an ambience, no one could stomach their meal. While Duanduan might have been fine with drinking as a model student raised with strict discipline, it was prudent to refrain from succumbing to peer pressure. For every indulgence invites another, and once boundaries were crossed, it would be difficult to refuse in future gatherings. As she resolved to endure the moment, an unexpected movement occurred beside her. Pei Zhan stood up unhurriedly, casting a calm gaze over the row of girls opposite him. In a soft voice, he inquired, "Is there anyone here who wishes to drink?" The scene, unusually harmonious, left the group of boys utterly astonished. Pei Zhan truly lives up to his reputation. His audacity is simply awe-inspiring. Li Zihan, on the other hand, was genuinely taken aback, struggling to comprehend why the senior sisters, who had been poised to enjoy a beer just moments ago, suddenly shifted their demeanor. It was utterly infuriating. Yet, her immediate concern was not the reaction of those girls, but rather her own precarious situation. Pei Zhan rose from his seat, summoned the waiter, and ordered several more cases of liquor, his frosty gaze fixating on Li Zihan. "I wonder how many bottles an unpretentious girl can truly consume," he mused. His tone as casual as an afternoon tea conversation, lacking sharpness yet causing Li Zihan's complexion to drain of color. His implication was unmistakable. He expected her to finish all those drinks. She realized her misjudgment. He had never been one to show tenderness, whether towards her or any other girl, with the sole exception of Lu Duandu. At that moment, Li Shihua appeared pitifully vulnerable, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. "Ahem, it seems the tripe over there is running low. I'll ask the waiter to bring a few more plates." "Ding Zheng, you're closest to the door, be quick about it." Ding Zheng took a moment to process the request before promptly responding, "Sure thing." With Vice Chairman Jiang speaking up, the group felt compelled to show some respect. Chao Ming was the first to raise his glass, declaring, as a veteran of this society, "I would like to propose a toast to our new members. Welcome to the fold." Toasting is the most effective way to enliven the atmosphere. And as soon as Chao Ming spoke, the boys' section erupted into lively chatter once more. "Come on, let us make a toast." Chapter 78, Fair Competition, Revised. The incessant clinking of glasses soon resonated throughout the private room, as Duanduan observed her companions indulging in their revelry, a subtle yearning igniting within her. Yet, recalling how the esteemed figure had publicly rebuked Li Zihan in her defense, she felt compelled to uphold his honor. While she mused internally, the curtain at the entrance of the room was suddenly lifted. Noticing the figures emerging, Sukai furrowed his brow and inquired of those behind him whether there had been a mix-up with the room assignment. Walking in his wake was none other than Shun Yun, the president of the student council. Duan raised her gaze to see Shun Yun standing under the beaded curtain, his expression one of indifference, unfazed by the potential awkwardness of entering the wrong room. He merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before departing without further ado. In less than a minute after both Shun Yun and Su Kai had exited, the others dismissed the incident as a mere triviality, returning to their jovial banter. However, for Duan, this moment marked a revelation. She had overlooked a missed call and a message. 15 minutes prior, Shun Yun had attempted to reach her, possibly due to her phone being inadvertently set to silent. Subsequently, he had sent her a text, proposing they dine together, even specifying the bustling locale of the dockside tales. Some occurrences are too coincidental to dismiss. It was no wonder that the glance he had cast her way was laden with meaning. Indeed, she found herself in a state of profound embarrassment. Half an hour later, the gathering was drawing to a close. After finishing the dishes in her bowl, Duanduan set down her chopsticks, intending to take out her phone for a brief moment of entertainment. However, she acutely sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere within the private room. When she lifted her gaze in bewilderment, she discovered an additional person in her line of sight. She was momentarily taken aback to see Shun Yun, who had somehow darted over from the next room, now raising a glass of wine in a toast to the group gathered around the round table. Under the soft glow of the lights, his face radiated a hint of amusement, although he typically interacted little with the rest of the attendees. The work of the student council undeniably relied on the support of the club members present. "This toast is for everyone," he declared. One could not help but admire Shun Yun's ability to command attention in any setting. Duanduan silently marveled at his audacity to campaign right in the heart of the competitor's territory, yet her admiration was fleeting, as she soon witnessed Shun Yun downing his drink in one swift motion before refilling his glass. This time, His attention turned directly towards Pei Zhan. Caught off guard, Duanduan had not anticipated that campaigning would escalate to such theatrics. Moreover, it was particularly unfortunate that she found herself positioned between the two. With one on her left and the other on her right, she was utterly deprived of the opportunity to excuse herself to the restroom, leaving her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable in her seated position. The girl's delicate features contorted with distress, which Pei Zhan noticed, prompting him to rise slowly and offer her some space. Surprised, Duanduan gazed at him, a sense of unspoken understanding sparking between them. How perceptive he was, it was truly wonderful. After she had departed, Pei Zhan calmly reached for a nearby wine glass, his elongated, indifferent gaze locking onto his rival. As the glasses clinked together, Xinyun wore her customary mask-like smile and remarked, "From this moment onward, we shall engage in fair competition." To outsiders, the term fair competition merely referred to the contest for the current student council presidency. Yet, the underlying significance was clear only to the parties involved. Pei Zhan offered a subtle smile, his cool, low voice seemingly infusing the air within the private room with a hint of chill as he leisurely replied, "I am always at your service." The fairness of this competition had long been predetermined, entangled in an inextricable knot, devoid of resolution. The two exchanged silent glances, and those present sensed the unusual atmosphere, yet none dared to disrupt this stalemate. For one was the current president of the student council, and the other the head of the finance association. Like deities embroiled in conflict, the less powerful must refrain from interference, lest they harm themselves. Chapter 79. Xinyun Likes You, revised. Meanwhile, as Duanduan had just lifted the curtain to step outside, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face in the corridor, the Minister of the Publicity Department, GMO. What an odd day it was, encountering acquaintances at every turn. Out of courtesy, she greeted her with a "Hello, senior," and was about to depart when GMO called out, "Wait a moment." GMO smiled at her, brushing aside a stray strand of hair from her ear, and affectionately linked her arm with Duanduan's. "I was just with Xinyun and the others. I happen to be heading to the restroom as well. Shall we go together?" Duanduan felt her face flush with embarrassment. Indeed, this evening's dinner had proven to be quite exhausting. She claimed to be heading to the restroom, yet in truth, she merely stood before the mirror to touch up her makeup, meticulously attending to every detail from the delicate skin around her eyes to the fullness of her cheeks, from her forehead to the bridge of her nose, and even the small area along her neck was not overlooked. When Duanduan emerged from the inner room, she cast a quick glance at her companion, contemplating the idea of her continuing to apply her makeup until she finished washing her hands. However, Minister G seemed to possess an admirable talent for time management, concluding her final touch just in time to neatly stow her powder compact into her bag before turning back to link arms with the girl. With no other option, Duanduan could only force a smile and accompany her once more. The concern in her companion's words was palpable, prompting Duanduan to pout slightly, wondering if she was truly unaware of her feelings. Internally reflecting this sentiment, she replied, "It's quite good. The seniors are taking good care of me." Jimo listened intently to her words and casually suggested, "If you find the work in the publicity department too exhausting, just have Xinyun transfer you to his side as an assistant. He cares for you so much, he will surely assign you lighter tasks." As expected, things were not as simple as they appeared. Duanduan chuckled dryly and replied, No, I tend to be rather careless, and administrative roles come with a high risk of error. The publicity department suits me well. I prefer more hands-on work." She deliberately emphasized the phrase hands-on work, feeling that this dramatic senior was unusually talkative tonight, far more than usual. Yet, despite the winding conversation, she wondered what exactly her companion wished to convey. Even the longest journey must eventually reach its conclusion, and just as Duanduan intended to bring this tiresome dialogue to a close upon sighting the private room ahead, her companion suddenly seized her arm. Jimo's expression was rather amusing, especially with the words that followed, which were nearly piercing in their precision. "Xinyun has treated you quite well, yet I am perplexed. Why do you remain indifferent in the face of such an exceptional suitor?" "What?" Duanduan was momentarily taken aback. Noticing her bewildered expression, GMO kindly pointed out, "Everyone in the student office is aware that Xinyun harbors feelings for you. Are you truly oblivious to this?" At this moment, Duanduan was utterly confused. She could not discern whether GMO was deliberately putting on an act or if there was genuine intent behind her words. It was indeed a fact that Xinyun cared for her, yet she believed it stemmed from his respect for old Lu. Elevating that care to the realm of affection was something she found hard to accept. Subsequently, GMO engaged her in numerous conversations, oscillating between friendship and love, until they finally arrived at the private room. As Duanduan reached the entrance, she noticed a flurry of people exiting. After waiting patiently, the room soon lay empty, and she did not catch a glimpse of the esteemed figure. Could it be that Brother Zhan had departed early? Just as she focused her gaze around, her phone chimed with a message from the esteemed individual, stating he was at the counter settling the bill and requested her to wait a moment. In that instant, Duanduan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Her heart lightened immensely. Tonight was destined to be extraordinary, and she hoped for his complete presence. When he first spoke, Duanduan hastily waved her hand, insisting, No, I'm waiting for someone. You may leave first, senior. In the past, she would not have been so sensitive. However, Jimo's earlier comment had indeed stirred something within her. If Shenyun truly harbored feelings for her, allowing him to continue his kindness would inevitably lead to complications. Chapter 80. I Want to Be With You. Revised. Though Duanduan had never experienced love, she possessed a fundamental understanding of the nuances of rejection. She merely wished that Shenyun could comprehend this as well. As she remained entrenched in her dilemma, the other party exhibited remarkable patience, continuing their conversation without any intention of departing. It was not until Pei Zhan's cool voice resonated from behind her that Duanduan exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, the esteemed figure had arrived. The moment she heard him call her name, she scarcely hesitated, bypassing any greeting to Shenyun, and eagerly dashed towards the silhouette at the stairway like a jubilant bird. Brother Zhan, matters of the heart cannot be forcibly dictated by human will. Even though Shenyun was acutely aware of this truth, he could not suppress the almost destructive impulse that surged within him each time he witnessed the girl he cherished distancing herself for the sake of others. Oh, when did he become so restless? This contest had only just begun, and the identity of the ultimate victor remained uncertain, did it not? As they exited the hot pot restaurant, the streets were aglow with a myriad of lights. Whether it was the street vendors or the popular fountain pool across from the Aviation Institute, throngs of young men and women from various schools congregated there. Particularly at the Aviation Institute, there was an abundance of handsome men and beautiful women. For reasons unknown, Duanduan suddenly felt an urge to stroll towards the fountain pool. Sensing the girl's gaze lingering in a specific direction, Pei Zhan almost instantly deciphered her thoughts. Brother Zhan, let me take the lead this time. Upon finishing her sentence, the girl extended a hand and gently clasped his large, outstretched palm under the quiet scrutiny of those around them. Her hands were small and soft, struggling to fully grasp his large palm despite several attempts. Yet, she persevered. As the girl silently competed with herself, she remained unaware that a veil of mist was gradually rising in Pei Zhan's calm eyes, a telltale sign of his emotional fluctuations. Duanduan, his deep, hoarse voice resonated from above. Those two simple words, uttered by him, sent her heart racing with excitement. Duanduan dazedly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with his fathomless black orbs. The two of them held each other's stare, and the bustling figures around them seemed to freeze in time. Suddenly, applause and cheers erupted from nearby, drawing Duanduan's attention to the source of the commotion, where a romantic scene unfolded by the fountain across the street. Brother Zhan, let us go take a look, she urged, tugging at Pei Zhan as they hurried toward their destination. Before they could draw near, an array of pink balloons floated from the crowd. A couple embraced, as onlookers chanted for them to kiss. It turned out someone was confessing their love, and according to bystanders, it was the girl who had taken the initiative. Perhaps only when one's affection reaches its zenith can they muster the courage to do what ordinary girls might shy away from, just like her feelings for Brother Zhan. Yet unlike the girl in that moment, she had never summoned the bravery to act on her emotions. Duanduan lowered her head in silence. Feeling timid and frail in the face of love, not only could she not take the initiative, but she also lacked the courage to accept the affection from someone who was already drawn to her. She felt utterly pathetic. As this realization struck her, it was as if something had pierced her heart, prompting her to halt inexplicably in her tracks. The girl's footsteps came to a halt, and the person beside her also paused in place. Then, she slightly tilted her face upward, her expression filled with earnestness. Gathering her courage, she said, Brother Zhan, let us be together. It seemed that uttering this phrase was not as daunting as she had envisioned. Once tranquility enveloped them, Duanduan gazed earnestly into the eyes of the person before her, her heart gradually quickening. In the next moment, the warmth on her forehead plunged her into a peculiar yet delightful dizziness. In the dense atmosphere, Pei Zhan gently placed his palm on her waist, guiding her softly closer to him. The distance between them narrowed, and Duanduan could distinctly feel the searing warmth of his breath. He lowered his head, his voice rich and deep, as if pondering something profound. Was it merely an illusion, or did Duanduan detect a hint of amusement in his calm words? Could it be that he had just been jesting at her expense? Subtly, she turned her head, eager to glimpse his current expression. Pei Zhan's embrace was warm. Though this was not her first experience, each time she drew near to him, she found herself enveloped in a profound sense of security. Duanduan pouted slightly, settling down. She remarked, "Ever since I met you, I have been exceedingly happy every day, and more importantly, my meals have seen a remarkable improvement. In the span of merely a month, she has inexplicably gained a whole 5 pounds, an unprecedented occurrence. My partner, Lao Lu, is notoriously unreliable. He has a penchant for withholding my pocket money at the slightest disagreement. Upon reflection, the urgency to secure a long-term source of sustenance becomes apparent. Especially if Lao Lu were to. The streets are bustling with a myriad of passers-by, each casting fleeting glances. Among those gazes lies curiosity, envy, and more abundantly, genuine blessings. Duanduan's delicate visage is flushed, nestled against Pei Zhan's chest as she confides in him softly. Her bright eyes sparkle with clarity and vivacity, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. After a prolonged silence, she fidgets slightly, unable to contain herself any longer, until a low voice reaches her ears. Pei Zhan's eyes gradually light up with a hint of a smile, his tone infused with affection. Thus, being my girlfriend, dear Duanduan, comes with numerous advantages, such as an endless supply of pocket money. Indeed, her secret thoughts are glaringly evident. Duanduan feels a tinge of embarrassment, professing shameless words while internally reveling in a sense of beauty so profound that it almost compels her to smile. At this moment, her inner musings and outward expressions are worlds apart, a feat few could achieve. Brother Zhan, she tentatively lifts her gaze to Pei Zhan, her voice barely above a whisper as she asks, "Can I interpret this to mean that, from this moment forth, we are in such a relationship?" As she utters these words, she nearly bites her tongue, feeling a pang of insecurity and resolving to seek confirmation from the very person involved. Pei Zhan responds with warmth and sincerity, "Had I not feared startling you, we would have undoubtedly been in such a relationship long ago." Eerily, Duanduan blinked, pondering whether the deity was subtly hinting at an infatuation, despite the fact that upon their first encounter, he had merely regarded her as a sister. How could that possibly equate to love at first sight? She nodded slightly, uttering a soft "oh." The air between them fell into an unprecedented silence, making even the slightest movement feel burdensome for Duanduan. Her left hand, resting at her side, clutched her phone, fingers absent-mindedly tracing the textured shell. Within mere seconds, her fingernails were adorned with fine golden specks of decorative powder. Pei Zhan observed her small gestures and couldn't help but smile, his amused gaze shifting from the girl as he gently took her hand, leading her towards the school. In Chapter 82, titled "Tonight I Am on Duty," Duanduan nearly succumbed to the brainwashing effect of his previous words, having already stowed her laptop in her backpack that afternoon. She followed Pei Zhan down the right path at the intersection of the administrative building and the artificial lake without hesitation. "Zhan, good," she called, hearing the commotion. Chao Ming glanced up towards the entrance, exchanged pleasantries, and then returned to his work, his demeanor now focused and taciturn. A stark contrast to his earlier joviality at the dining table. Perhaps he was compelled by circumstance. Life these days is challenging for everyone, Duanduan mused, shaking her head in sympathy. Chao Ming, engrossed in his final tasks, nodded nonchalantly, revealing that such situations were likely a common occurrence for him. Before long, Duanduan quietly approached, hoping to observe her senior's installation process, only to find that he had already completed the task. The girl sighed with a sense of regret, yet she felt a large hand gently patting her head. There is ample time ahead. Opportunities to learn will abound. The phrase "ample time ahead" elicited a sweet sensation within Duanduan. Given the multitude of computers awaiting repair this evening, why postpone? There is no better time than the present. She turned her head to inquire of her companion, Chao Ming, Sr. "Are there any hardware issues with the computers brought in today?" After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "Yes, the black laptop on the far left requires a memory replacement." Upon receiving the answer, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed to the repair area, seized the laptop Chao Ming had mentioned, and brought it before Pei Zhan. Nudging him with her chin, "Brother Zhan, let us start with this one. Please teach me." Unbeknownst to her, Chow Ming's keen observation caught a subtle change in the expression of another nearby individual. The look had morphed into one of resignation. They had only just established their relationship, and the outside world remained oblivious. Yet, within the confines of this moderately sized office, Chow Ming felt as though his presence was akin to that of a glaring light bulb. It was clear, he truly could leave now. For lingering any longer would surely lead to combustion. Brother Zhan, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Pei Zhan responded with a faint acknowledgement, granting his approval. As Chow Ming nearly vanished through the doorway with remarkable swiftness, Duanduan couldn't help but entertain the possibility of what might ensue. She tugged at the sleeve of the person beside her and murmured, "Our performance just now is quite normal, wasn't it? Why does it seem like they know everything? Where exactly did we go wrong? Could it be that her earlier encounter with Brother Zhan on the street was witnessed by Brother Chow Ming? No, the timing doesn't match." The girl, lost in thought and hearing no response from someone, instinctively looked up. Upon doing so, she was momentarily frozen in place. The expression of the esteemed one appeared somewhat off. What was troubling him? Pei Zhan sat composedly at the edge of the large table, his gaze fixed quietly upon an oblivious little friend, his eyes deep and unfathomable, as if they were drawing her into their abyss. "Dandan," he called her name softly. The girl blinked in confusion. Then she heard him release a deep sigh from his throat. "We are in a perfectly normal romantic relationship. There is no need to conceal it." Yes, she understood the reasoning behind his words. However, this was merely the beginning. She was reluctant to let anyone know so soon. In truth, she merely wished to afford herself some time to adjust. Moreover, he was none other than the renowned Pei Zhan. Any stir regarding him could easily attract the attention of the entire school, especially concerning such a significant matter as a romantic relationship. Just at the last welcome party, when the esteemed one merely sat beside her for a short while, it ignited a flurry of discussions on the Rongda forum that very night. She had already begun to feel apprehensive. Chapter 83. A box of sweet donuts, revised. The girl had always worn her emotions on her sleeve. Even if she did not express them openly, Pei Zhan could see through her almost instantly. Nonetheless, it was best to take things slowly with the sensitive little one, allowing matters to unfold gradually. For a moment, silence enveloped the office. Duanduan's gaze shifted towards the sleek black device on the table, poised to resume the discussion about repairs, when the phone belonging to the esteemed expert beside her began to ring. The primitive Huawei ringtone, a melody both simple and melodious, which had once seemed so down-to-earth, now resonated with an unexpected elegance as it reached her ears. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. How delightful it is that, in her affection for someone, she had inadvertently developed an affection for his ringtone as well. Alas, her own phone was not a Huawei. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly set a matching couple's melody. The expert took the call into the conference room, leaving her alone in the quiet space. She glanced at the awaiting computer in disrepair, then turned her attention to the phone call in the conference room, oblivious to how long it might continue. On the computer screen, a flurry of intricate strings flowed deftly beneath her fingertips. Old Jiang had once remarked that C language is the progenitor of programming, the key to reaching unparalleled heights. Occasionally, she pondered who would prevail in a duel between C and Java. In a span of about 10 minutes, Duanduan maneuvered the mouse, executing dozens of lines of successfully compiled code. In mere seconds, a simple black window materialized on the screen, displaying the gratifying result of a successful data request. It was indeed miraculous. Concepts that had perplexed her during the day now seemed to illuminate her mind with clarity. It appears that she ought to frequent the programming club more often, basking in the enlightening aura of the esteemed expert. Duanduan gazed at the screen with a sigh. Her expression relaxed as she closed the compilation tool. Stretching languidly, she instinctively turned her head towards Pei Zhan's seat, only to find it empty. Perhaps he was still on the phone? Yet, in the next moment, the door to the pantry swung open, revealing Pei Zhan emerging with a steaming cup of milk in hand. Given that the project team often burned the midnight oil in the office, the pantry was perpetually stocked with an array of energy-boosting snacks like milk and bread. Duanduan tilted her head with a smile, her stomach grumbling slightly. Just as Pei Zhan placed the milk before her, a few knocks echoed from the door. Before she could react, he had already stepped towards it. Duanduan couldn't help but chuckle. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Brother Zhan, how did you know I liked this?" It was a donut, her absolute favorite. Ever since entering university, her consumption had dwindled, and she reminisced about her high school days when Mrs. Song would relentlessly bring home heaps of them, nearly pushing her weight over the limit. Yet, Despite this, Duanduan found it impossible to restrain her cravings. The girl's exuberance was palpable, and Pei Zhan cast her a gentle smile, teasing, "Is a single donut enough to satisfy you?" She blushed slightly, offering a sheepish grin as a silent affirmation. It is peculiar how, at times, one may overlook the most extravagant offerings, while something as simple as a box of ordinary donuts can ignite a spark of joy. Pei Zhan's awareness of Duanduan's preferences stemmed entirely from his astute observational skills. On the rare occasions that she passed by the dessert shop, the girl would instinctively steal a glance inside, even if only for a fleeting 2 seconds. For someone of her age, such a gesture signified an abundance of interest and affection. It was her beloved mango flavor. In Chapter 84, it turns out the boss likes this vibe. On a spacious tabletop, one side held a glass of warm white milk, while the other cradled a pink donut. She surveyed the scene, hesitating to make a move. After a moment, she rose from her seat and scampered towards the refreshment area. Under Pei Zhan's gentle gaze, the girl emerged with 2 straws, apparently pried from the milk carton. Approaching the table, she inserted the straws into the glass of milk, then opened the donut box, arranging both items neatly between them, creating an elaborate display. Throughout this entire process, Pei Zhan observed the girl with quiet amusement, maintaining a soft smile without uttering a word, eager to see her next action. "Brother Zhan, this is a ritual that used to be popular in our middle school, where 2 close friends must drink from the same cup. Since we have no wine, let's substitute it with milk," she declared. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "This ritual seems more suited for the bond between men." "Ah, how perceptive you are," she retorted. Indeed, this was typically a practice favored by boys. However, she had altered it to fit their context, substituting the alcohol with milk, adding straws, and pairing it with donuts. In an instant, the scenario transformed as brothers became lovers. She may not have considered that donuts are likely a delicacy that Pei Zhan would never indulge in during his lifetime. However, due to her mere utterance, many impossibilities would soon become exceptions. Beneath the bright lights, she savored the delectable treats in small bites, feeling an overwhelming surge of appetite coursing through her being. As Belle aptly stated, amidst the myriad troubles of life, it is only when one sits down to relish a meal that they truly feel alive. Eating sparingly during ordinary times, she would indulge more when her spirits were low, and during those days of the month, she would feast heartily, believing that even indulging until the world faded around her would not hinder her beauty. Such naive thoughts, how could it not affect her allure? This warm atmosphere lasted no more than 10 minutes before her phone, resting beside her, chimed. Glancing at the screen, she saw the name of the department head flashing, and upon answering, a flicker of unease washed over her. After all, she had already resolved to decline his invitation, yet here she was, engaging in conversation with the esteemed figure. "Department head, do you require me to bring something for you?" Startled, she noted the slight frown on Wen Qing's usually composed face as she grappled with the unexpected call. Just as Pei Zhan closed his laptop, the phone rang, and she quickly interjected, "Brother Zhan, you carry on with your tasks. I shall wait for you to join me for breakfast tomorrow." Blushing, she swiftly exited the office. Upon reflection, it was only fair to allow him some space. After all, he had transitioned from being her idol to her boyfriend, and such a change could understandably feel a bit disorienting. Just as she opened the office door, she collided with Jiang Xiaochuan, who was approaching. Oh, and her junior sister was present as well. At this hour, the boss was quite normal, but the junior sister was also present, which made things rather intriguing. Jiang Xiaochuan's grin was excessively lewd, prompting Duanduan to hurriedly push him away and flee. Once the girl had distanced herself, he leisurely strolled into the office. Before uttering a word, his gaze fixated on the large desk, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret, and he quickly leaned in with an air of mystery. "Boss, there's no one else here. Do confide in your brother when you first developed a taste for this kind of thing." At the center of the desk lay a glaring cup of milk and a box of donuts, half consumed. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that 2 straws were inserted into the milk, each pointing in opposite directions. Anyone could discern the profound romantic atmosphere emanating from this scene. As Jiang Xiaochuan spoke, his eyes leered at the 2 straws in the milk, his expression so greasy that it was almost unbearable to behold. Shortly thereafter, Pei Zhan cast a cold glance in his direction, warning that if he appeared too idle, the bi-weekly days off would be revoked without hesitation. "Ah, how did the boss perceive my idleness? I am, in fact, exceedingly busy." After numerous lessons learned, Jiang Xiaochuan's mind had become much sharper. Fearing further missteps, he quickly donned a playful grin and made his way to his workstation, ostensibly just to retrieve a charger before departing. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had arrived a moment earlier to witness the undisclosed secrets between the boss and the junior sister. What a pity, such a pity indeed. However, to his astonishment, the leader acted with remarkable swiftness. Just a couple of days prior, he had been in a foul mood, tormenting everyone through a sleepless night, and now, so soon, he had successfully captivated a young lady? Truly, the leader is deserving of his title. One cannot help but admire him. Brother Zhan, I happened to encounter Xinyun on the way here. Guess what? That fellow actually issued a challenge on behalf of the finance department to our computer science department. Pei Zhan, without pausing in his task of dismantling the computer, calmly inquired, "What challenge?" Jiang Xiaochuan, with a look of disdain, replied, "He claims he wants the two departments to engage in a basketball match at the gymnasium. I simply cannot comprehend where Xinyun derives his unfounded confidence. With the abysmal level of their department, how do they expect to compete against us? It's utterly laughable. In terms of basketball, irrespective of future prospects, currently, there is scarcely a department within Rongdao that can rival the basketball team of the computer science department. The only department that could potentially hold its ground, the physical education department, is preoccupied with preparations for their graduation examinations and has no time to issue any challenges. Yet, there stands Xinyun, not only provoking the leader at the dining table, but now brazenly attempting to instigate our department's basketball team. It is evident he is simply overindulged." Jiang Xiaochuan assumed the other party's aggression stemmed from the upcoming student council president election, not realizing the deeper implications. After he spoke, he noticed the leader did not react. He remained focused on his task, not even casting a glance in his direction. "Leader, what are your thoughts on this matter? I find myself contemplating the current situation. The national security project has reached its conclusion, and the pinnacle endeavor has successfully commenced. It is rare for us to indulge in leisure, so why not accept that young man's challenge and engage in a spirited contest on the basketball court?" Jiang Xiaochuan, having long suppressed his fervor, could no longer contain his enthusiasm and candidly expressed his thoughts. Basketball has been a cherished pastime since his middle school days. As a beleaguered programmer, if he were to lose even the scant physical activity remaining to him, it could only lead to a grim fate. In the quiet of some future night, a senior Java engineer at a certain company, succumbing to exhaustion at the tender age of 29, he had already resigned himself to the notion that, should he continue on this path, he would surely not see the age of 30. While he indulged in these morose musings, Pei Zhan completed his final task, took a sip of water from a nearby cup, and spoke softly, "Since we have accepted the challenge, let us promptly arrange a time with the opponent." Jiang Xiaochuan felt a flush of embarrassment. His leader seemed to possess an uncanny insight into his thoughts, having surmised that he had unilaterally agreed to the challenge. Yet, one could hardly blame him. It was indeed Xinyun's arrogance that provoked such a spirited response. As for the timing, Jiang Xiaochuan silently calculated with his fingers, 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, an auspicious hour. Tomorrow evening. A barely perceptible smile graced Pei Zhan's lips. Curiously enough, she had a class scheduled for that time. Chapter 86. Application for withdrawal from the Student Council, revised. Meanwhile, in the 618 dormitory, Su Xiaodi had lost track of how long she had been crying, her eyelids swollen and red, a clear consequence of being repeatedly rubbed by tissues. In a matter of seconds, her shoulders were drenched, tears mingling with snot, creating a map-like pattern on her shirt. Yet, Duanduan did not show any disdain. She gently patted Xiaodi's shoulder while offering words of comfort. "Don't cry. Even the gravest of matters will eventually find a resolution. Can what you're facing possibly be as dire as my 0 score in the English exam?" Wenxing, emerging from the restroom, happened to overhear this and couldn't suppress a smile. Indeed, Duanduan's attempts at consolation were rather commendable, using her own experience as a metaphor, a clever approach. As expected, upon hearing this, Xiaodi managed to stifle her tears, gazing at Duanduan through misty eyes before quietly shaking her head. "It can't possibly compare. If I scored 0 on my college entrance exam, I'd likely have to starve myself for a week." Duanduan's expression fell, and in an instant, she transformed into the one in need of comfort. "A week of starvation? That seems quite implausible for you." Ultimately, through their persistent efforts and guidance, Xiaodi finally revealed some information while sobbing. Once it was revealed that the issue was related to online loans, the room leader instantly lost her composure. Scamming students out of their money was utterly despicable. At this point, both girls recognized the severity of the situation, their faces reflecting a serious concern as they turned to Xiaodi. The room fell into silence, and Xiaodi ceased her sobbing. After a while, the girl sitting at the head of the bed, her cheeks flushed, looked up at Duanduan and Wenqing with a guilty expression. It's all my own doing. I had been insisting on changing my major, and worried that my family would disapprove of the hefty tuition fees. In a moment of rashness, I took out a loan online, only to find that not only did I fail to secure the loan, but I also lost my own money in the process. Oh, how foolish I am. No. If we report this to the police and it escalates, the school will certainly inform my family. My father would kill me. You know how terrifying he is, even more so than a con artist. Upon hearing the mention of police involvement, Xiaodi quickly grasped the hands of both girls. Shaking her head vigorously, her fear of her father palpable to the bone, Duanduan silently scorned her, although she had never feared old Liu. There have been countless occasions when his actions had brought her to tears. Why do all fathers seem to embody the same terrifying traits? She then patted Xiaodi's shoulder reassuringly. Let us not call the police just yet. Let us think of other solutions. Due to Xiaodi's predicament, the three girls in the dormitory hardly slept well that night. Fortunately, there were no classes scheduled for the next morning. And when Duanduan got up to wash up at 8 o'clock, her roommates were still sound asleep. At 6 in the morning, a notification in the group chat informed them that those available should come to the office early. The early morning disturbance had shattered their peaceful dreams, and it was unclear what had transpired. Oddly enough, she always seemed to be the one with ample time whenever a significant event occurred. It was quite peculiar. Today, the student office gathered in remarkable unity, leaving Duanduan as the last to arrive, an innocent latecomer. As soon as she sat down, GMO magically produced a stack of ballots. For this election of the student council president, a named voting method was employed. Those who supported Xinyun could mark their choice in the corresponding space, while those who did not support him were to leave it blank. Abstaining was not permitted. After the ballots were distributed, everyone hurried to cast their votes. This announcement undoubtedly struck Duanduan like a bolt from the blue. Named voting. Hadn't previous elections always been anonymous? How could the rules suddenly change? Noticing her hesitation, GMO kindly reminded everyone that each individual was allowed only one vote, which meant that if they voted for Xinyun today, they could not vote for anyone else thereafter. What nonsense! Did she really need to remind me? Duanduan was utterly frustrated, nearly on the verge of exploding. Staring at the ballot in her hand made her dizzy. After all, she had impulsively promised Xinyun her support. Yet, it was entirely her fault for being so rash at that moment. In a state of helplessness and unable to devise a better plan, she could only stand up quietly and address the group. I hereby withdraw from the student council. This vote does not need to be recorded for me. It seemed they had not anticipated such a move from her. Not only GMO, but the entire office was engulfed in astonishment. Chapter 87. Warning. Her amicable relationship with Xinyun was no secret, and everyone assumed that Duanduan's vote for him was a certainty. However, the unfolding events appeared to diverge significantly from their expectations. In an effort to alleviate the tension, GMO feigned a dry laugh. The student council was not a place one could enter or exit at will. Even if one wished to withdraw, a formal request had to be submitted to President Shun, whose signature was necessary for it to take effect. It was as if the triviality of a student council were akin to the process of resigning from a job. Duanduan, however, was not swayed by her deceitful words and, without further comment, gathered her belongings and strode out of the office. With her words now spoken, she decided to depart with a sense of grace. Finally, she no longer had to engage in insincere pleasantries with this group. It was indeed a relief. Yet, her moment of relaxation was abruptly interrupted when she collided unexpectedly with Xinyun in the corridor, causing her nerves to tense once more. Xinyun? When had he taken his post outside the door? Perhaps considering the impracticality of conversing in such a setting. He reached out and guided her to the end of the corridor. His expression was far from pleasant, bearing an ominous demeanor. This was Duanduan's first encounter with such palpable negativity from Xinyun. It was evident that he had overheard her earlier remarks in the office. Alas, what was destined to occur would inevitably come to pass. She intended to remain silent and allow him to speak first, but as time passed, she noticed him quietly standing with his back to her, showing no inclination to utter a word. Duanduan frowned, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Xinyun struggled to suppress his inner turmoil, his clenched fists alternating between relaxation and tension. After an indeterminate period, he released a gentle breath, turned to face the girl before him, and softly confessed, Duanduan, do you know? I have liked you for a full 5 years. His opening words successfully shattered Duanduan's train of thought. What did you say? She stammered, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. Observing the bewildered expression on the girl's face, Xinyun could not help but smile wryly. The year you first entered 7th middle school. When I encountered you in Teacher Lu's office for the very first time, my heart was stirred. At that time, the school forbade early romantic relationships. And under the imposing demeanor of Teacher Lu, I was compelled to bury my feelings deep within my heart. Duanduan, do you think this is fate? The girl remained silent, yet the gaze she cast upon him began to change gradually. Xinyun attempted to ease the atmosphere, focusing intently on her delicate features, and earnestly stated, I am a student of Teacher Lu. He knows me thoroughly. If we were to be together, he would undoubtedly support us. This statement jolted Duanduan awake. She instinctively stepped back a few paces, creating distance between them. Senior Xinyun, I appreciate your affection, but I already have someone I like, and you should be aware of this. Furthermore, I am involved with Pei Zhan. Are you certain you genuinely like him? Xinyun interjected, his demeanor darkening uncontrollably. Someone like Pei Zhan is always the center of attention wherever he goes. Are you sure your feelings for him go beyond admiration and into true affection? Duanduan swallowed hard, pondering whether the person before her had truly lost his senses. Before she could respond, a cool voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Whether she likes me or not is not a matter for outsiders to comment on. A familiar presence drew near, and Duanduan discreetly exhaled in relief. Just as she turned, a large hand grasped hers, pulling her protectively behind him. The moment Pei Zhan arrived, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. His gaze, as profound as a cold pool, pierced sharply towards the other party. His low voice carrying a warning. Since a challenge has been issued, there is no need for such futile gestures. If there are thoughts to be shared, it is best to speak directly to me. Chapter 88. Grant me a day's time. Revised a challenge? Duanduan felt somewhat perplexed. It seemed that the world was aware of Xinyun's affection for her, while she, the very person involved, remained oblivious. This implied that the esteemed one had long been clear in his heart, yet he had never exhibited any signs of discontent or peculiarity in her presence. The girl could not help but steal a glance at the figure ahead, finding his silhouette tall and steadfast, providing her with an unwavering sense of safety and trust at all times. Indeed, at this moment, she nestled comfortably within her shell, while he stood alone, shielding her from the external world. When she raised her head again, she noticed Xinyun's expression of cold indifference as he approached Pei Zhan. Their eyes met, and the tension in the atmosphere thickened, devoid of any visible conflict. I have nothing to discuss with you. See you at the basketball court tonight. With that, Xinyun cast a fleeting glance at the girl hiding in the corner, then composed himself and walked straight towards the end of the corridor. Once he departed, Duanduan instinctively approached Pei Zhan, tugging at his sleeve. Why meet at the basketball court? Noticing her anxious expression, Pei Zhan chuckled softly and ruffled her hair. It's nothing. Just a game. Xinyun is going to compete in basketball with the esteemed one? This seems rather provocative, thought Duanduan, frowning. She had never perceived this side of Xinyun before, initially believing him to be gentle and amicable, unaware of his underlying tenacity. The girl's melancholic visage reflected in Pei Zhan's eyes, prompting him to inquire, What troubles you, Duanduan? She lethargically lifted her eyelids, delicately grasping one of his fingers with her petite hand, murmuring, I merely wish to quietly engage in our romance, without the emergence of numerous complications. Yet it seems quite arduous. Upon hearing this, Pei Zhan felt a subtle stirring within him. He gently enveloped her fidgeting hand within his own, reassuringly tightening his grip. Grant me a day, and it shall soon be resolved. A day? Although Duanduan did not fully comprehend, her nerves instinctively relaxed upon hearing the esteemed one's words. As it was a self-study session, old Jiang typically refrained from bringing textbooks, and tonight was no exception. The initial part of his statement was enticing, yet the latter half took an unexpected turn. Someone jested, Teacher Jiang, could we not simply watch a movie without any other distractions? It feels rather dull otherwise. Many gazes intentionally drifted towards a particular spot in the front row of the classroom, aware that old Jiang held a fondness for the representative of the Lu major. With just a word from her, he might very well reconsider. In truth, Duanduan did not possess such significant influence. Her cleverness was merely a playful facade. As one ages, there is often a unique appreciation for astute children, and Duanduan had consistently surprised him, even if he did not wish to. He had to admire her. In the face of the crowd's insinuations, the representative of the Lu major remained as steadfast as a mountain, exuding an air of calm confidence. Beside her, Wenqing tugged at her sleeve. Duanduan, you are remarkably composed. With a chuckle, Wenqing was taken aback by Duanduan's unexpected retort, which ignited within her a sense of unexplainable pride. As the class representative feigned ignorance, the classroom erupted into a cacophony once more. Noticing that time was running short, the elderly instructor raised his glasses, signaling for silence. Enough of this idle chatter, he declared. Students ought to embody the essence of being scholars. It would be quite improper for the passing teachers to overhear and think I'm merely lazy about, neglecting your education. At this juncture, the projector above commenced with the film's opening theme. The familiar melody resonated with the audience, and it took a minute for them to fully awaken to the realization that it was the iconic Titanic. At such a late hour, the old man had chosen to present them with such a poignant film, jeopardizing their peaceful slumber. Although this film may be somewhat dated, it remains a paragon of cinematic excellence. The tale of unwavering love between the protagonists has elicited tears from countless viewers. Many students present, due to their youth, may not have seen the film, yet even those who have not are likely aware of its reputation through casual browsing of videos online. This was also Duan's first viewing, and she was utterly engrossed, scarcely blinking throughout the experience. The scene that moved her most was when the male lead, submerged in the frigid waters, in his final moments of life, selflessly wished for the salvation of the woman he adored, envisioning her future filled with marriage, children, and a long life. His frail utterances struck deep within Duan's heart, leaving her with misty eyes. Old Zhang set down the remote control, uncapped the thermos, and took a sip of water. Then, with his resonant voice, he announced, the content of today's assignment has been shared on the class cloud drive. You may download it at your discretion, with no limitations on your approach. However, soon after, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Tonight's assignment was to craft a love letter, utilizing the programming syntax learned to express one's feelings for a past crush or someone they admired. Come on, it's merely a romantic exercise. There is no need to take it so seriously, many remarked, questioning whether those without a crush or affection would be exempt from the task. In response, the old man chuckled warmly. Every being possesses emotions. Even the stray dogs on the street know to feed their mates first. How much more should you? The most sophisticated creatures on Earth? With that, the classroom fell into an immediate silence. Right, he urged, for those who refuse are even less worthy than dogs. As time ticked away, everyone immersed themselves in writing heartfelt letters to those they once admired or currently cherished. Duan focused intently on her computer, and the elegant figure of Pei Zhan emerged vividly in her mind. What might he be doing now? Surely, he was running on the basketball court. She recalled their first meeting in the gym, where he donned a black sports uniform. Even as he simply passed by, holding a bottle of mineral water, he captivated her attention completely. And when he shielded her from a flying ball, resting his head gently against her warm, solid chest, her heart raced to an exhilarating peak. In that moment, she truly believed that love at first sight was not merely a myth. Duan closed her eyes, her delicate fingertips dancing gracefully across the black and white keys of the keyboard. In just a few breaths, 3 lines of code, succinct yet fervent, leapt vividly onto the center of the screen, resembling a love letter. Without a second thought, she clicked submit, sending her assignment to Professor Zhan's workspace, a sweet smile illuminating her face. Above the podium, Professor Zhan, peering through his reading glasses, scrutinized the work, his weathered visage adorned with a myriad of questions. He beckoned Dong, the class representative, and humbly inquired, "Pray tell, what does this love letter signify?" Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, Dong firmly shook her head, asserting, "A love letter is meant solely for the eyes of the one you cherish. Outsiders cannot comprehend. I am powerless in this regard." Noticing her cryptic demeanor, the professor huffed in mild defiance and squinted at the code once more, pondering deeply. The first line defines a variable. The second line's conditional statement is. It was a rare occasion indeed, being ensnared by an elderly gentleman in the analysis of a love letter, truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. As time gradually slipped away, even until the bell rang for class dismissal, Professor Jiang remained ensconced in the enigma. Dong, exasperated, mused whether this old man had never known love in his youth or had never read a love poem. Or perhaps her love letter was, indeed, too obscure to decipher. If he could not understand it, then, could a genius grasp its meaning? Swallowing her curiosity, she could no longer contain herself. Her fingers danced across her screen, opening WeChat, and in a moment of impulse, she sent those 3 lines of code to Pei Zhan. Chapter 90. I'll meet you at the back door, revised, the crowd. After a peculiar silence, dozens of students surged out of the classroom in a frenzy. As Duanduan calmly arranged her books, she cast a glance at the elderly man engrossed in his research, shook her head with a sigh, and then departed with her roommates. Exiting the classroom, she noticed the A building was unusually quiet at this hour. It would typically be bustling with numerous classes, yet the corridor was nearly deserted. Where had everyone gone tonight? Did you not feel a chilling breeze? An eerie sensation in the air? Just as Xiao Di finished speaking, a group of boys from her class passed by, discussing the basketball game between their department and the finance department. By 7 o'clock, it seemed many classes had skipped to attend the match at the gym. It appeared that the students from the computer science department were indeed well behaved. Indeed, old Jiang has caused us great distress, as we have missed our own department's basketball game. Someone remarked. Not necessarily, another replied. It's only 8 o'clock. The game has likely not yet concluded. If we hurry, we might still catch Pei Zhan making a few shots. As Duanduan walked alongside them, she appeared remarkably composed compared to their excitement. If it were possible, she wished that this basketball game did not exist at all. A sentiment she understood all too well as the person involved. Lost in thought, she was suddenly flanked by her class leader and Belle, who urged her to sprint towards the gym. Wait. Let us wait for Xiao Di. She is still behind us. Duanduan called out. Xiao Di already mentioned she needed to visit the counselor's office. Hurry up, Duanduan. If we're late, we want to get good seats. They pulled her along, and in a fleeting moment, she turned her head to glance back at Xiao Di, who wore a dazed expression, a wave of melancholy washing over her inexplicably. It is said that Xiao Di has yet to recover from the trauma of being deceived, and the cruel abandonment by her companions feels rather excessive. Alas, there's no need to dwell on it. Xiao Di's visit to Teacher Qin is indeed for that matter, as she has resolved to report the incident to the authorities. By the time the 3 of them reached the gymnasium, it was already packed to the brim. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the 3 girls could not help but swallow hard. This was far more than merely attending a basketball game. It resembled the fervor of a presidential election rally. The school had constructed the gymnasium to be quite spacious, yet even so, it struggled to accommodate such an overwhelming influx of people. Gazing towards the inner court, it was evident that not a single seat in the stands was unoccupied. Even the railings in the aisles were adorned with individuals. In short, any available space, no matter how minuscule, was filled to capacity. My goodness, what is the situation inside now? Duanduan, being the tallest, can you see anything? The trio was jostled about by the crowd. The cacophony surrounding them was deafening, forcing Wenqing to shout to be heard. Duanduan stood on her tiptoes, straining to catch a glimpse of the court, but managed only to spot the top of a player's head before being shoved down again. It seemed that the star player had no intention of notifying her to watch the game. Just as she thought this, her phone in hand vibrated gently. She glanced at it and saw a message from Pei Zhan. Duanduan, there's a game tonight. After class, come straight to the gym. I'll take you for a late-night snack. I'm already at the gym, but I can't get in, she replied, attaching a pouting emoji to vividly express her current sentiment. In the lounge, Pei Zhan gazed at the screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Bring your roommates down the fire escape from the 2nd floor. I will meet you at the back door. An underground passage as well? Duan's interest was instantly piqued, and she quickly sent a nodding emoji in response. Exhaling a sigh of relief, she felt that she was finally about to escape the throngs of humanity. She reached out to pat her 2 roommates, who were still struggling through the crowd, and made a cheeky gesture, signaling them to follow her. The girl's mysterious demeanor inadvertently sparked Belle's curiosity. Could it be that this girl knew of a hidden passage in the gymnasium? Well, it seemed they were on the same wavelength. Chapter 91. The boss is determined to win over the junior sister, revised. One could not help but marvel at how astute certain individuals could be. Despite having visited the gymnasium numerous times, they had never noticed that the fire escape on the 2nd floor led directly to the lounge on the 1st floor. In the dimly lit corridor, Belle tightly grasped Duanduan and Wenqing's hands, her eyes darting nervously in the darkness. You seem quite timid. Have you been indulging in too many ghost stories lately? Duanduan teased her friend. What is so terrifying about merely ascending a staircase? Besides, the thought of soon encountering the Great One spurred her to stride boldly forward. Before long, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and in the shadows, she discerned the familiar figure waiting quietly at the door. Duanduan. Pei Zhan was the first to call her name. Then he stepped forward. witnessing their natural hand-holding. Both girls gasped in astonishment. Duanduan, Senior Pei, you too. Duanduan smiled and deliberately raised their intertwined hands, waving them in front of her roommates. Well, that was an unabashed display of pride. In the presence of her idol, Wenqing restrained the impulse to deliver a playful slap to Duanduan's behind, instead donning a bright smile and offering her heartfelt congratulations. Pei Zhan merely curved his lips slightly, his warm demeanor exuding an approachable charm that was somewhat more pronounced than usual. The two young women exchanged glances, silently reflecting that even a godlike figure such as Pei Zhan was still human. After all, it is a timeless truth that even the most renowned heroes find it difficult to resist the allure of beauty. Love, indeed, is a splendid thing. Moments later, upon witnessing Pei Zhan entering with a girl by his side, the onlookers could only stare in astonishment, their expressions akin to having missed out on a fortune. Old Lin, I trust my judgment this time, right? Jiang Xiaochuan mused, observing the scene with an air of superiority as if the weight of the world rested upon his shoulders. Lin Yihan merely smiled in silence, while Yi Bai scoffed lightly, noting that the boss's pursuit of his junior sister was inevitable, whether in the present or the future. Yet, the pace of the boss's advances exceeded his expectations, albeit just a tad. How curious it is that someone previously claimed the boss was perpetually unfulfilled. Jiang Xiaochuan's words trailed off as Yi Bai lunged forward, firmly silencing him with a hand over his mouth, causing a flurry of chaos as chairs toppled over in the process. The three young women were utterly unprepared for such an unexpected spectacle upon their entrance, the shock palpable. Jiang Xiaochuan found one leg ensnared around Yi Bai's waist, while Yi Bai's hands covered Jiang Xiaochuan's lips with fervent urgency. Bai Er cast a timid glance around, spotting Lin Yihan, who sat nearby with an amused expression, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was at least one semblance of normalcy amidst the frenzy. As her gaze gradually shifted forward, it ultimately settled upon Duanduan's face. Beneath the bright lights, his once tranquil eyes slowly began to veil with a thin mist. Inside and outside the door, Shun Yun observed Duanduan, while she took in the lively scene within the room. It was not until Pei Zhan's deep, well-like black eyes sharply scanned the individuals outside that the atmosphere morphed, charged with an impending tension. Sensing something amiss, Duanduan turned around, only to find Shun Yun standing at the entrance. Unconsciously, she edged closer to Pei Zhan. This subtle movement, akin to a splash of cold water, instantly drenched the proud finance prodigy in a wave of chill. Has she truly come to despise him so? Shun Yun let out a cold smile and turned to enter the basketball court. As the game progressed into its latter half, the defeat of the finance team seemed all but inevitable. Yet, in the final minute, Pei Zhan's consecutive dunks ignited waves of screams throughout the crowd. Even the composed Duanduan, under the relentless visual onslaught, found herself entranced by the pleasing elegance of his form. Of course, she was not the only one captivated. Soon enough, her previously calm roommates became increasingly restless. He is so handsome. My idol is just explosively attractive. I can't take it anymore. What should I do? I will have to raise my standards for choosing a partner yet again. The original partner sat nearby, but classmate Bai Er made no effort to disguise her infatuation, prompting Wenqing to deliver a sharp slap. Bai Er glanced at the class leader, then turned to the original partner with a face full of grievance, silently apologizing. I'm sorry, I have exposed myself. Chapter 92. Ceasing the meaningless contest. Revised. Moments later, Bell inexplicably added, of course. It seems that Senior Yihan plays quite well too. Two pairs of eyes fixated intently on the young lady, who, seemingly intentionally, yet casually, flicked her hair and remarked, look quickly, it appears the main event is about to commence. Casting her gaze downward, she noticed that the vast court was now occupied solely by Pei Zhan and Shun Yun. Consequently, Duanduan's mood was no longer as tranquil as before. In truth, while the basketball game ostensibly featured two teams competing fervently, only those privy to the inner workings understood that the latter half was entirely reserved for the two of them. To her left sat several senior brothers from 404, and their expressions were far from pleasant. After a brief hesitation, Duanduan approached. Senior Xiaochuan, how long does such a one-on-one match typically last? The anxious demeanor of the girl elicited a chuckle from Jiang Xiaochuan. There's no definitive answer. It depends on the situation. If neither party wishes to continue, it will naturally come to a close. But if neither side intends to concede, does that not imply this PK match could persist indefinitely? Duanduan expressed her discontent. However, Yun is already trailing by a significant margin. Continuing serves little purpose. This remark resonated with Yi by beside her, who nodded in vigorous agreement. Junior sister is correct at this stage. The game is no longer a competition, but rather an outlet for frustration. As for what Yun is venting about, by now, we all have a clear understanding. The air fell into a brief silence, and just as Duanduan immersed herself in contemplation, the audience erupted once more. Gazing towards the court, she witnessed a tall figure gracefully leap over an opponent, effortlessly executing a slam dunk from beyond the three-point line. Following this, Bei Zhan clambered onto the railing, enthusiastically cheering. "Well, patient, go, go, go." Duanduan felt a pang of embarrassment. Compared to Bei Zhan's fervent support, she seemed utterly inadequate. Observing the computer science student's uninhibited enthusiasm, Jiang Xiaochuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the crowd. Indeed, in contests between different departments, absent the presence of cheerleaders, one could credit this group of spirited girls for creating such an electrifying atmosphere. Otherwise, the event would have lacked the vibrant energy it held that evening. However, what should have been a conventional conclusion to a solo PK seemed far from over. In fact, it escalated further. Many had begun to sense the unusual nature of this match, suppressing their curiosity and gossip, leading the audience to a remarkable and synchronized silence. In a crowd of thousands, the sudden hush was both severe and spectacular. Yet, amidst the curiosity, excitement was palpable. After all, the esteemed Pei Zhan was involved. And even a simple contest for the position of student council president could ignite boundless imagination and fervor among the spectators. Observing the intensity, it appeared that the person surnamed Zhan was prepared to fight to the bitter end. Lin Yihan slowly opened his eyes, his low, cool voice nearly causing Bei Zhan to topple from the railing, thankfully being steadied by Wenqing. At this moment, Duanduan found herself indifferent to her roommates. Whether to remain silent or to scream her lungs out mattered little to her. Their happiness was all that counted. What weighed heavily on her mind was the phrase uttered by Lin Yihan, "A fish dies when the net breaks." In this instant, she felt as though she had never truly known Yun, strange, obsessive, entirely unlike the humble and courteous figure she had once admired. Time ticked away, and the two figures on the court continued their relentless contest. Finally, after enduring much, Duanduan could no longer restrain herself. Without a thought, she dashed down the stairs, leaving Jiang Xiaochuan with no opportunity to intervene. This was a disaster. The leader had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on the junior sister. How could he manage this? Observing his troubled expression, Lin Yihan offered some comforting words. In matters of urgency, only the appearance of the junior sister can bring this senseless match to a halt. Let her go. There is no other recourse. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaochuan slowly exhaled, realizing the truth in his words. The atmosphere in the silent gymnasium was so still that only the harsh sound of sneakers scraping against the floor could be heard. Before long, a slender figure caught the collective gaze of the spectators, and upon closer inspection, the figure was racing directly towards the court. Ajahn Gij. The girl's soft voice was barely audible to those in the stands, but in the next moment, the basketball that had been aimed at the hoop suddenly plummeted from midair, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Dressed in a white sports uniform, Yun stood still, allowing beads of sweat to blur his vision. In his hazy sight, he witnessed that figure stride confidently towards the girl. Pei Zhan's deliberate steps halted before her. His gaze lowered as he regarded her quietly, inquiring gently, "Are you feeling tired?" The entire evening had been spent on the court, leaving him little time to observe. Pei Zhan remained silent for a moment before retrieving a towel from a nearby rack. Wiping his brow as he extracted his phone from his jacket, his eyes fixed on the screen. The 3 lines of code that greeted him were straightforward and clear. Under the girl's anxious scrutiny, a hint of amusement gradually blossomed in his dark eyes, the logic and algorithms unfurling with precision. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Was that it? Just as her expression faltered, she heard Pei Zhan's calm voice resonate. "Holding your hand, I shall grow old with you." The sentiment was profound and deeply felt, drawing her irrevocably into the depths of emotion. He had comprehended her heart's longing. As she stood in a daze, she suddenly felt a firm grip around her waist. In front of the gathered crowd, he unexpectedly wrapped his long arms around her. The sudden turn of events elicited gasps from the audience. What was happening? What had they just witnessed? The distance was too great to hear the exchange between the two. Yet Pei Zhan's actions spoke volumes about the extraordinary intimacy shared between them. Could it be that the elusive Pei Zhan was in a romantic relationship? The most striking aspect was that the typically reserved Pei Zhan had deviated from his usual demeanor, choosing this moment under the spotlight to boldly announce their connection. Moreover, some recognized the girl embraced by the idol at the edge of the court as the rumored protagonist from the trending topic during National Day. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. The image was strikingly clear, making it difficult to dismiss it as mere illusion. It turned out that all the gossip in the world was not without foundation. The announcement by Pei had become more explosive than the outcome of the match itself. The fervent fans were beside themselves with excitement, momentarily causing chaos at the viewing site. "Ah, Brother Zhan, let us depart." Moments later, Duanduan lifted her head from his chest. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, speaking without daring to glance outward. Pei Zhan noticed her unease. He gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear and took her hand, preparing to leave. However, behind them came Shun Yun's mocking tone. "Do you think that with such a grand display of asserting dominance, I would simply retreat in embarrassment?" Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern the blatant provocation in Shun Yun's words, including the audience in the stands, whose sanity had been shattered by the recent spectacle. Pei Zhan disregarded Shun Yun, continuing to lead the girl forward. "I advise you," he said, "that which is not yours cannot be forcibly claimed." "Is that so? Yet to me, it seems the game has only just begun." "Shun Yun, enough." Duanduan could no longer contain herself. She halted and turned to face the man who, at that moment, appeared both unfamiliar and shameless. Did he truly intend to humiliate everyone present for his own satisfaction? Although her words were harsh, they were spoken from the heart. Shun Yun gazed at the girl and spoke softly. "I have cherished you for 5 entire years. This time, I shall not relinquish my hold so easily." Unsurprisingly, her words once again stirred a commotion among the audience. Duanduan silently turned away, gently pinching the fingertips of the person beside her, signaling him to disregard Shun Yun as she yearned to depart swiftly. Before leaving, Pei Zhan coldly remarked, "In comparison to 10 years, your 5 years mean nothing." His voice was lowered, perhaps too softly for Shun Yun to comprehend, yet Duanduan heard every word distinctly. In that moment, her heart was stirred, and she hastened her steps, longing to retreat with the esteemed one to a secluded place, where they could quietly enjoy a late-night meal undisturbed. Upon entering the lounge, the prolonged silence within the gymnasium, which lasted for half an hour, was finally shattered. The chaotic murmurings were left far behind the door, and Duanduan's world finally found solace. Above in the stands, Bei Er observed Shun Yun, who stood motionless on the basketball court, with deep sympathy. "Director, I find tonight truly exhilarating. Pei Zhan is remarkably manly," she exclaimed. When Qing sighed and shook her head, Pei Shixiang has likely harbored feelings for Duanduan for a long time, and now he is resolute in his pursuit. Anyone attempting to intervene will only court disaster. She paused. "Ah, I should call Xiao Di and inquire about her situation." Chapter 94. A unique welcome ceremony, revised, lost in her thoughts. Duanduan inadvertently committed 2 embarrassing blunders as soon as she entered the lounge. The first incident involved clumsily following the esteemed master into the men's changing room, which resulted in the unfortunate Xiaochuan Sr. colliding forcefully with the door frame, leaving him with a prominent bump on his forehead. The second incident occurred when, while fetching water, the cup in hand unexpectedly slipped, fortuitously crashing onto the foot of the senior brother, Debai, causing him to instantly develop a painful blister, with both senior brothers suffering misfortunes. Only Senior Lin was spared. Jiang Xiaochuan and Yi Bai found it utterly perplexing that, in the name of fairness, they audaciously urged the junior sister to take revenge on Lin Yihan. "Brother Zhan, I suddenly realized that being the leader of 404 is not an easy task for you," the girl remarked, casting a sly glance at the 2 figures nearby, her expression revealing her thoughts. This prompted Pei Zhan to chuckle softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. "I have no mind to concern myself with them. From now on, I shall solely focus on taking care of my little friend. Let us go? I will treat you to something to eat." "All right." Just as they took their first steps, a cacophony of wails erupted behind them. "Sister-in-law, my head hurts. Sister-in-law, my foot hurts. Sister-in-law, I want to eat crayfish. Sister-in-law, I want to eat boiling fish." Jiang Xiaochuan and Yi Bai collapsed onto the ground, their expressions and tones mirroring each other perfectly. The utterance of sister-in-law startled her, leaving her momentarily stunned, as if she had been caught in an unexpected predicament. It seemed she had unwittingly found herself in a rather troublesome situation. Casting a desperate glance at the person beside her, Duanduan noticed Pei Zhan had already taken out his phone, deftly maneuvering his fingers across the screen. Soon after, several phones in the lounge chimed in unison with a system notification. Red envelope incoming. Ah, this is truly. With an adorably dazed expression, the two injured individuals lying on the ground hastily retrieved their phones from their pockets, engrossed in the frenzy of snatching the red envelopes. Once they completed their task, Jiang Xiaochuan and Yi Bai turned their envious, bright eyes 180 degrees towards their little junior sister, Duanduan. Thank you, sister-in-law. Within mere minutes, Duanduan felt as though she had unwittingly fallen victim to 2 consecutive scams, even beginning to suspect that the earlier bump on her head and the blisters on her feet were the result of her 2 senior brothers' deliberate antics. However, considering their fervor for a mere red envelope, she decided to forgive them. Jiang Xiaochuan beamed radiantly, immediately adopting a servile demeanor. Little junior sister, welcome to the 404 family. I hope you will take good care of us from now on. Hee. Does taking good care imply extracting more money from your leader? Then, Yi Bai chimed in with the next remark. Little junior sister, now that your relationship with Brother Zhan has grown closer, although we are all acquaintances, there should still be some sense of ceremony, such as going out for hot pot tonight to celebrate. Upon hearing the term sense of ceremony, Duanduan couldn't suppress a laugh. Such a grandiose excuse. Hee. What? Do you still wish to continue extorting your leader? Among the 3, Lin Yihan appeared the most composed, maintaining a gentle smile throughout as he simply remarked, I'm easygoing. As long as my little junior sister is happy, that's all that matters. Behold, the esteemed senior Lin, whose words resonate with a profound sense of humanity. Yet, upon further contemplation, a peculiar dissonance lingers. In the face of the unconventional welcome bestowed by the revered brothers of 404, Duanduan felt a blend of helplessness and heartfelt emotion. Throughout her 4 years at university, the future that awaited post-graduation remained shrouded in uncertainty. However, one truth stood unassailable. Every companion encountered during this journey would emerge as the most cherished treasure of her life. Given that they embraced her as one of their own, she felt compelled to convey her respect. Thus, after a moment of reflection, she earnestly called out to the trio. Senior Xiaochuan, Senior Debai, Senior Lao Lin. Jiang Xiaochuan and Yi Bai were momentarily taken aback, their eyes swirling with bewilderment. While the composed Lin Yihan found himself unable to withstand such direct address, sighing with resignation as he pressed a hand to his forehead, realizing that among them, his age was most evidently revealed. The names Xiaochuan and Bai sounded far more endearing compared to the rather clumsy title of Senior Lao Lin. Observing the harmonious interaction between the girl and her brothers, Pei Zhan's gentle eyes gradually brightened with a hint of joy, accompanied by an almost imperceptible pride. Ultimately, the 2 seniors' hopes of indulging in a free meal were dashed, as Duanduan, in the midst of her joyful revelry, was forcibly escorted out of the university by her superior, who showed no inclination to assist them. As she walked, an involuntary laugh escaped her lips. The earlier tumult at the gym seemed to vanish like mist, leaving her feeling as light as a cloud. Upon her return, the clock neared midnight, and unsurprisingly, the school gates were firmly locked. It is well known that those 2 gatekeepers are notoriously difficult to deal with, as it is said that they spend their days idly, specifically waiting to catch couples like her and the esteemed figure returning late. Brother Zhan, shall we enter through the side door instead? Duanduan suggested in a soft whisper to the person beside her, fearful of attracting the gatekeeper's attention. However, the esteemed figure merely smiled faintly and strode directly towards the security office. He tapped on the window of the security room, and after a brief moment, a head emerged. To Duanduan's astonishment, the large gate slowly swung open. Throughout the entire encounter, she did not hear the esteemed figure exchange a single word with anyone. It was truly remarkable. Could it be that the renowned figures of the school wield such influence that even the gatekeepers are thoroughly enamored? At this thought, Duanduan suddenly exclaimed, "Ah," and quickly tugged at Pei Zhan's sleeve. Isn't the voting for the student council president election about to end? I vaguely remember hearing it was closing at a specific time tonight. Oh no, I haven't cast my vote yet. The person beside her remained composed and calmly inquired, who do you wish to vote for? Of course, it's you. Duanduan promptly pulled out her phone to call the class leader in the group chat, realizing that in such crucial matters, one must consult the right person. She suspected that the esteemed figure was utterly indifferent to such affairs and therefore would not provide her with an answer. After swiftly maneuvering her phone, she had yet to send her complete message when it was suddenly snatched away by someone. He turned off the screen and glanced at the girl, saying, "The night is short. Do not waste your energy on this matter." Duanduan blinked in confusion, having only heard the phrase spring nights are painfully brief. However, that could not be the intended meaning. Casting a vote was a trivial task that could be accomplished in a heartbeat, which hardly conflicted with the brevity of the night. She attempted to seize Pei Zhan's phone from his grasp, only for him to effortlessly raise it above his head. This adorable height difference was quite vexing. After jumping a few times in vain, she pouted in frustration, declaring, "I must cast this vote tonight. Otherwise, I shall be restless." She had withdrawn from the student council to wholeheartedly support the one she cherished. Did he not comprehend her sentiments? The girl's small face flushed with excitement. Her eyes narrowed in indignation, shimmering with a captivating glimmer that, to someone, appeared beguilingly alluring. As his breath drew near, Duanduan instinctively shut her eyes. Her small hand positioned between them, mistakenly anticipating his next move. Amidst the dappled shadows of the trees, Pei Zhan's large hand gently caressed the back of the girl's head. His soft lips descending slowly, whispering, "Fear not, this is all I shall do." A tender kiss. In the next moment, his restraint, tinged with a hint of suppressed longing, softly landed upon her eyelashes. Without lingering, Pei Zhan gazed deeply into her eyes. The night cast a veil of mist over his chiseled features, and his arms subtly tightened, creating a barrier between her and the cold tree trunk. Gradually, his warm breath meandered to her neck, while his alluring Adam's apple gently moved. His voice, imbued with a husky yearning, whispered in her ear, "My darling, Brother Zhan awaits your gradual growth." His crisp scent seemed to penetrate every fiber of her being. As her small hand, dangling at her side, clenched and released, a gentle rhythm that rendered her as soft and ethereal as if she were floating on clouds. The endearing call of baby from the person before her felt both distant and achingly tangible, resonating in her ears. The air was thick with a palpable intimacy, the sweet fragrance of first love wafting through her senses, awakening her to the true essence of a heart racing like thunder. To be in love with a deity was indeed a flavor unto itself. The girl lifted her head slightly to gaze at him, her eyes sparkling with starlight. Vibrant and resplendent, enough to make one's heart quiver. Pei Zhan was suddenly struck by a wave of breathlessness. In truth, his mother was right. Some things, even if they arrive a decade late, in that moment of rediscovery, all past regrets pale in comparison to the beauty of now. She was, indeed, the exquisite joy he would cherish for a lifetime. Chapter 96, Forever a Child I have grown up. I am already 18. The tranquil air was shattered by her declaration, and with that gaze from the deity, she feared she might flee in panic. Pei Zhan chuckled softly, releasing the girl. Yet his warm hand remained intertwined with hers as they continued forward. 18? What does that even mean? To me, you will always be a child. The girl puffed her cheeks in defiance, interpreting his words as a suggestion of her immaturity. She resolved to present herself with a steadier and more mature demeanor in front of him. She had no desire to be seen as a mere child. At the foot of the girls' dormitory, just before their parting, Pei Zhan advised her, "Make sure to find some time this weekend to have a meal with your roommates." "Oh," she replied. Duanduan instinctively responded with a soft acknowledgement, pausing momentarily before adding, "There's no need to rush. They are currently focused on their weight loss." In room 618, the three girls, adorned with facial masks, were salivating over the fragrant little lobsters. Noticing the silence from a certain individual, she hesitated for a moment, contemplating bidding him farewell, only to hear him inquire, "Duanduan, do you wish for me to assume the position of student council president?" The words of the esteemed one were delivered with nonchalance. Yet Duanduan's eyes widened in surprise as she stammered, "Zhan, what do you mean? If you desire it, I would spare no effort in vying for it." "No, I do not wish for it." Duanduan felt somewhat dazed, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Theoretically, that position gleamed with prestige. To wrest it from the hands of Xinyun, who had held the presidency for 2 consecutive terms, would undoubtedly be an unparalleled honor. However, on a personal level, she harbored a reluctance for the esteemed one to juggle the burdens of the student council amidst his already demanding commitments within the department. She wished for him to avoid such exhaustion. Yet, participating in the election was initially Pei Zhan's own choice. He always had his reasons for his actions. Would her own thoughts potentially sway his decision? Duanduan grappled with her inner conflict, torn between whether to speak her truth. The expression on the girl's face spoke volumes. And Pei Zhan refrained from pressing further. He reached out to gently sweep aside the bangs that the wind had tousled from her forehead, speaking softly, It's quite late. You should head inside. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share them with me on WeChat. Duanduan nodded obediently, wishing him good night before turning and dashing into the dormitory building. Beneath the rich, luminous moonlight, Pei Zhan stood beneath a street lamp, quietly observing the silhouette of the girl gradually fading away beneath the dormitory building. After a moment, he slowly retrieved his incessantly vibrating phone from his pocket. The voice of Zhong Ziyu, filled with concern, resonated through the receiver. Son, I thought you had fallen asleep since you didn't answer my call so late at night. I was preoccupied for a moment. My phone was on silent, Pei Zhan replied as he made his way towards the boys' dormitory, his tall and graceful figure creating a picturesque scene against the hazy night. There was a brief silence on the line. No, I was just dining with someone, he continued. Zhong Ziyu paused, instinctively inquiring, a girl? Pei Zhan responded nonchalantly, yes. Son, you may be calm, but I certainly am not, Zhong Ziyu thought to herself. Her curiosity piqued at the notion that her son might indeed have someone he cherished. How is your father faring lately? Pei Zhan, despite his outward indifference, never failed to show concern for his family. Upon mentioning the family patriarch, Zhong Ziyu sighed as she settled onto the sofa, rubbing her temples. Recently, there were some issues at the company, and your father, in a fit of anger, dismissed 2 long-standing employees. His blood pressure is still elevated. Your father has a rather irritable temperament. The staff constantly tiptoe around him, which inevitably leads to mistakes. Noticing Pei Zhan's silence, Zhong Ziyu shifted her thoughts and continued. He has been in a foul mood these past few days. When you find the time, do give him a call. It would be best to share some updates about your life at school. If there are any other positive developments, engage him in conversation about those as well. Her words carried an underlying message, and Zhong Ziyu quietly scorned herself for her indirectness. As her mother continued chattering on the phone, another call came through. Pei Zhan glanced at the caller ID and remarked with a hint of irony, what kind of good news could possibly elicit a smile from Chairman Pei? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhong Ziyu replied, perhaps your romantic escapades. She immediately regretted her words. Pei Zhan halted, turning around. His frigid gaze fixated on the administrative building shrouded in mist in the distance, and in a low voice inquired, Mother, how much benefit has that boy Qian provided you? Chapter 97. When did he start to develop feelings for her? Revised, just when she thought her roommates had drifted off to sleep. A hand suddenly emerged from the mosquito net beside her, clutching her clothing tightly. Duanduan was jolted into a cold sweat, unable to discern the culprit before a ghostly voice floated out from the corner. Come clean. When did you and Pei Zhan start your affair? Did anything particularly passionate happen tonight? Did you manage to bring my idol down? What are you doing? Recognizing the playful tone of Bei Er pretending to be a spirit, Duanduan, an avowed atheist who believed only in the deity of her household, maintained her composure. Faced with her indifference, Bei Er resigned herself to revealing her true self. The dormitory had collectively turned off the lights, and in the faint glow from the 2 laptops, aside from Xiaodi, who glanced at her with a lackluster curiosity before retreating into her mosquito net, the other 2 remained vigilantly stationed at the door as if they were paparazzi, enduring until midnight solely to provide her with a fright. In the realm of women, there exists no rationale, only the sentiment of personal preference. For the first time, Duanduan entertained the thought of dragging Bei Er and the class president out for a thorough beating. Subsequently, the 2 girls made their move, positioning themselves on either side of the corridor, effectively cornering her with no escape in sight. It appeared that they were determined to keep her awake until she provided a satisfactory explanation. As she hesitated, Bei Er leaned in with an ambiguous expression, reiterating the earlier inquiry. So, did you manage to win over my idol tonight? This question was utterly devoid of substance. Duanduan shot her a significant eye roll, questioning what misconception she held, believing that she would be audacious enough to completely captivate Pei Zhan. Bei Er, wake up. It's time for a change. When the class president took her turn, things would undoubtedly become more challenging. Indeed, when Qing's question struck at the heart of the matter, each one laden with significance. Duanduan, what is the current status of your relationship with Pei Zhan? I've seen you hold hands, but what about kisses, hugs, or being lifted? The thought of being lifted was too disturbing to contemplate. Not daring to imagine, it wasn't until months later that Duanduan comprehended the swiftness with which reality could slap one in the face. Finally, when the topic of when Pei Zhan had developed feelings for her arose, she fell into a contemplative silence. Occasionally, she too wondered when the esteemed figure had begun to harbor affections for her. Reflecting on that moment in the gymnasium, when he remarked that compared to 10 years, Xinyun's 5 years were insignificant, it dawned on her that a decade prior, they had still been children, naive and unaware. There was no way he could have matured emotionally that early, comprehending the complexities of romantic feelings at such a tender age. Duanduan shook her head. No, it couldn't have been like that. What, then, does the decade he speaks of truly signify? She pondered tirelessly, her thoughts spiraling into an endless insomnia that persisted until the early hours of 2 a.m. In the dormitory 618, another soul shared her plight, Duanduan. Leaning over the edge of her bed, gazed downward and noticed that the light still glimmered within the white mosquito net near the door. From the moment she entered, she had perceived that Xiaodi's spirits were rather low, yet the insistence of the other two left her little room to attend to the girl's distress. The dorm leader had mentioned that Xiaodi sought out teacher Qin in the office that evening. Could it be that after their discussion, no resolution was reached? Alas, those deceitful swindlers cause untold harm. If only they could be found and dealt with appropriately. Online loans, scams, the insidious nature of the internet, elusive and inescapable. A spark of inspiration ignited in Duanduan's mind as she conceived a strategy. She swiftly rolled out of bed, fumbling through the darkness to power on her replica laptop. Chapter 98. A couple's resemblance. The following morning, after the early self-study session, Duanduan, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes, was dragged by Xiaodi to the counselor's office. Since the beginning of the semester, had it not been for the issue of online loans, the two might not have set foot here for over half a year. It was well known that those who caught the counselor's attention were seldom in for good news. Late into the night, Duanduan had shared her plan with Xiaodi, who immediately nodded in agreement, provided they could first keep teacher Qin from hastily informing her family. As they approached the office door, faint voices of conversation drifted out. Duanduan was engrossed in rehearsing her arguments, contemplating how to persuade teacher Qin, when Xiaodi exclaimed in surprise, "What a coincidence! Senior Pei was also present." Although she did not speak last night, the girl clearly witnessed the intense interrogation of Duanduan by the section chief and Bayer. It was quite a thrill to see the couple meet in the confined space of the counselor's office. Xiaodi's mood brightened, and she suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for the reactions of the two. The distinction between private and public addresses was unmistakably clear to Duanduan. Outside, the sky was bright and sunny, with rays of sunlight streaming through the window, cascading over Pei Zhan's dark hair. He sat leisurely at his computer, enveloped in the warm glow of the sun. Dressed in a white shirt, he resembled a majestic ice mountain, elegant and aloof. Upon hearing the girl's voice, Pei Zhan's previously stern features began to soften, his gentle gaze quietly directed towards the entrance. Beside him, Qin Qian was astonished to witness the complete transformation of the man. Just moments ago, during their serious discussion, this esteemed figure had not bestowed him with a single smile. Yet now, with the arrival of the young lady, he seemed like a different person altogether. Indeed, men are creatures who easily forget their principles in the presence of beauty, Qin Qian silently scorned. "Ah, just in time. I was discussing with your senior brother Pei the matter of Su Xiaodi being deceived by an online loan scheme. He has an excellent idea. Despite his disdain, he truly needed the expertise of this esteemed individual for the current issue." After finishing his sentence, Qin Qian glanced over, only to find Pei Zhan wearing an expression that suggested he had no intention of elaborating. Resigned, he held his breath and continued. Halfway through his explanation, Su Xiaodi gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh my, senior brother Pei and Duanduan share the same thoughts. You two are remarkably in sync." Almost instinctively, Duanduan and Pei Zhan exchanged a silent glance, as if they had a tacit agreement, both smiling yet remaining silent. The two individuals, having been together for only a brief period, already exhibit the semblance of a married couple in both demeanor and conduct. Within just a few minutes, Qin Qian had silently criticized them countless times. He felt that his inner thoughts today were particularly vivid, perhaps due to the exhilarating phone call with his aunt last night, during which he received an extraordinarily generous red envelope. As the saying goes, what one thinks, one attracts. Just as Qin Qian was secretly reveling in his good fortune, his phone suddenly vibrated, and a WeChat message popped up on the screen. "Do you have a photo of the other girl? Send it to your aunt for her to see." "Oh dear. Hurry up. I have a class soon." Pei Zhan glanced at someone's phone with a somewhat indifferent tone. This was bad. His secret was exposed. Feeling somewhat guilty, Qin Qian could only touch his nose to ease the awkwardness, and then pretended as if nothing had occurred. Continuing the previous topic. Chapter 99. Only her. By the time their discussion concluded, it was already 10 o'clock. since there were no classes scheduled for the morning. The two girls agreed to head to the library for self-study. After the upheaval of changing majors, Xiaodi had firmly resolved to diligently study computer science. However, the path to success often requires the assistance of benefactors, and thus, Duanduan naturally became Xiaodi's homework helper. As the two were preparing to leave, they noticed Pei Zhan closing his laptop and rising as if he intended to accompany them. Sensing the situation, Xiaodi, displaying remarkable insight, took her leave first. Before departing, she cast an innocent glance at Duanduan, hoping that Lu Deku, the representative, would finish attending to her boyfriend swiftly so she could receive her tutoring assistance at the library. The interaction between the girl and her roommate was particularly endearing. Pei Zhan watched the scene before him with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with uncontainable affection. He placed his large hand over someone's head, giving it a light rub, assuring her roommate that he would not monopolize her time. Duanduan murmured, "We haven't said anything at all." Remarkably, the adept individual could discern the silent communication between her and Xiaodi merely through observation. Oh dear. This meant she might become nothing more than a transparent glass bottle in his presence. As her thoughts wandered, Pei Zhan retrieved a black USB drive from his pocket and handed it to her. Once you are online, insert this into your computer. It can help mitigate virus intrusions to some extent. Duanduan swallowed hard, taking the USB with curiosity, glancing at it from various angles. This was quite impressive. Noticing her eager expression, Pei Zhan added with a smile, "It contains numerous handy tools. If you're interested, take your time exploring." Duanduan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, she quickly stowed the USB into her backpack. After knowing the genius for so long, she had finally obtained something from him today, making the visit worthwhile. Beneath her calm demeanor, she secretly reveled in her good fortune when unexpectedly, her forehead was lightly flicked. A barely audible voice from Pei Zhan reached her ears. "What is mine is yours. Anything you desire, brother will provide. Don't smile so foolishly." Duanduan blinked in surprise. Did she just smile? Hastily, she picked up her phone and used the screen to check her reflection. Well, she looked perfectly normal. Her series of fluid movements elicited a light chuckle from those nearby. Only upon realizing did she understand that someone had ensnared her in a clever scheme. Standing there in a daze, her gaze fixated on the silhouette ahead. She pondered whether the deity truly possessed the ability to read minds. Noticing that the girl had not caught up, Pei Zhan turned and paused at the end of the corridor. Upon seeing her adorably innocent face, a tender softness within him gradually melted into a pool of warmth. Before him, Duanduan resembled a pristine sheet of white paper. Even if her emotions were not overtly displayed, he could discern her every sentiment with just a glance. Influenced by his upbringing, Pei Zhan indeed possessed an exceptional talent for perceiving the hearts of others. Yet, the only person worthy of his efforts to fathom was she alone. The incident involving a freshman being deceived by online loans swiftly captured the attention of both the school and society at large. Fortunately, through relentless efforts and the close cooperation of the school authorities and the police, the fraudulent group was apprehended by 4 o'clock that afternoon. During this collaborative endeavor between the police and the community, the quick-witted adaptability and exceptional technical prowess displayed by 2 students from the computer science department garnered accolades and encouragement from the college leadership. Consequently, due to this online fraud incident, the previously unassuming Duanduan suddenly became the focal point among the freshmen at Rongdai University. However, only those privy to the details understood that behind the entire affair, Pei Zhan was the mastermind orchestrating it all. As for why the spotlight fell entirely upon Duanduan, it was merely a consequence of someone's understated demeanor. In gratitude for the generous assistance of the esteemed couple, Xiaodi exuberantly declared her intention to treat them to a grand feast. After conveying her roommate's sentiments to Pei Zhan, a terse message appeared on WeChat. "Invite your roommates. I shall cover the expenses." She was left speechless. Chapter 100. The Wealthy Lu, revised. Upon learning that Pei Zhan would be treating everyone to dinner that evening, chaos ensued in dormitory 618 starting from 5 o'clock. As for the source of their frenzy, one girl, in particular, was caught in a whirlwind of indecision, glancing back and forth, and had yet to choose an outfit, but had already concluded that her wardrobe was lacking a black base layer and a pair of white knee-high boots for the autumn season. When Qing, upon hearing her roommate's soliloquy, rolled her eyes dramatically. "Your clothing could form a veritable mountain. Perhaps you could consider the plight of us less fortunate souls?" Bay Air, the most affluent among the residents of dormitory 618, never seemed to falter in her spending habits. She perpetually indulged in shopping sprees, and throughout it all, one never heard her lament over financial constraints. This observation struck a chord with Xiaodi, who felt compelled to join the conversation. Clearing her throat, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at her roommate's teasing. "I merely engage in regular expenditures," she insisted, believing she had not committed any earth-shattering acts of consumption. Nevertheless, even her modest habits overshadowed those of her peers. Bayer, a second-generation affluent individual from the county, had never divulged her background to anyone, not even to her closest roommates. She harbored concerns that revealing her status might lead others to misinterpret her wealth, resulting in emotional distance and social disdain. In truth, it was Belle who overthought the situation. Wenqing's character is beyond reproach, and Duanduan, hailing from a scholarly family, is certainly not a superficial individual. As for Xiaodi, although her family circumstances are somewhat lacking, she would merely experience a fleeting sense of inferiority in the presence of wealthier roommates, never allowing any feelings of jealousy to take root. Indeed, at this moment, she retrieved 2 crumpled bills from beneath her pillow. The meager savings she had painstakingly set aside over the past month to purchase a pair of snow boots for this winter. Observing Xiaodi's dejected demeanor, Duanduan, now dressed, could not help but gently pat her shoulder in consolation, saying, "Do not despair. Once you graduate and earn your own income, everything will improve." Casting her gaze upon Duanduan's stylish, albeit expensive, nude pink trench coat, Xiaodi offered a wry smile and replied, "Duanduan, your family's financial situation is quite comfortable, so you cannot truly understand the hardships faced by someone from a less fortunate background." "How could I not understand?" Duanduan retorted playfully. "I can relate very well. Although my family is not short on money, I personally am. Don't believe me? I have 3 bank cards. Go ahead and check if any of them contain more than 100. If you find one, I shall no longer be called Lu Duanduan." Xiaodi, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Then what will you be called?" "Lu Wealthy," Duanduan quipped. Their childish banter elicited laughter from Wenqing, who reached out to affectionately ruffle Duanduan's hair. "All right, Lu Wealthy, let us not compare our financial woes any further. If we linger here, the seniors from 404 will surely lose their temper." At the mention of this, Belle eagerly leaned in and asked, "Duanduan, will Pei Zhan's 3 roommates really be joining us as well?" "It seems so," came the response. "What does it mean to seem like? Could you inquire for me?" "It's about Linihan. Is he coming or not?" Duanduan displayed a rather distressed expression. She coughed twice, saying, "Please do not appear so desperate. Maintain some composure. In terms of appearance, Jiang Xiaochuan, Yi Bai, and Linihan are all quite decent, but the length of their acquaintance has rendered them overshadowed by someone's formidable aura. However, our dear classmate Bayer possesses a discerning eye for talent. Ever since witnessing Senior Lin's graceful dribbling in the gymnasium, she has been unable to find rest, constantly pondering over him. The gathering of the 2 dormitories tonight has come at the perfect moment. Chapter 101, The Male Standard for Choosing Partners, revised. At 7 in the evening, a throng of students surged outside the school gates. Amidst the bustling crowd, Duanduan quickly spotted a solitary figure standing at the corner, exuding an air of tranquility. She hurried over, without uttering much, and instinctively wrapped her arms around his. "You've already met my 3 roommates, so I want to introduce them again." Indeed, beneath the soft glow of the yellow street lamp, Pei Zhan affectionately ruffled her hair. The 3 girls trailing behind were unceremoniously bombarded with romantic gestures, and they turned away in unison, pretending to see nothing. "Let us go. Xiaochuan and the others have already arrived." After speaking, Pei Zhan calmly took Duanduan's hand, leading the way with ease. The relationship between the 2 had become well known throughout the school after their incident at the gym. In retrospect, this was quite favorable, at least in the future. They could enter and exit the school gates together without any trepidation, embracing their connection openly. At this very moment, as countless pairs of eyes scrutinize her, Duanduan remains composed and unwavering, her mood untouched in the slightest. Having chosen to be with him, she resolves to cultivate an impenetrable fortitude, to walk her own path and embrace her own romance, letting others wallow in envy. Within the private room, drinks have been prearranged, and to accommodate the several young ladies present, Jiang Xiaochuan has kindly instructed the server to bring additional bottles of plum wine. On the round table, each of the 6 members has a small, exquisitely packaged bottle of plum wine before them, accompanied by a delicate white porcelain dish filled with plums. Yet, Duanduan's setting is conspicuously barren, with only a cup of honey grapefruit tea before her. The girl gazes at Jiang Xiaochuan with a look of grievance and confusion. silently conveying that as a senior brother, he ought not to show favoritism. What does this mean, if not a blatant slight? Jiang Xiaochuan, however, is entirely innocent, as he had received a call from their superior prior to ordering, sternly instructing him not to serve any alcohol to the junior sister, not even a drop. Under such orders, he could hardly defy them, and thus was compelled to prepare a hot drink solely for Duanduan. Although they had exchanged pleasantries several times before, a toast was made before they began eating. After each of the six introduced themselves briefly, Jiang Xiaochuan promptly poured wine into the glasses of the three lovely ladies. Dear junior sisters, we are all family now. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let us know. We will be at your beck and call. Duanduan couldn't help but admire Xiaochuan's ease in navigating social interactions, wishing she could handle such relationships with equal grace one day. However, this gave rise to a wave of perplexity, as she discreetly tugged at Pei Zhan's sleeve and whispered, with such sweet words, "Why can't Xiaochuan find a suitable girlfriend? Is he truly a lone wolf?" Jiang Xiaochuan promptly countered, "How can I be a lone wolf when I have all of you?" Humph. Yi Bai disdainfully averted her gaze. When the topic of male preferences in choosing a partner arose, Bei Er suddenly directed a question at Lin Yihan across the table. "Yihan, what about you? Do you have any specific requirements for your future girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, the three from 618 widened their eyes in unison. "Bei Er, your intentions are too obvious. Remember to maintain some decorum." What is decorum, after all? Can it be consumed as sustenance? Not only can it not be, but it may also lead to inadvertently relinquishing the one she cherishes. Such a fate is something Bei Er would never allow to befall her. He replied, "I don't have any specific requirements. It mainly depends on fate." Upon hearing this, Bei Er nodded in understanding, maintaining a calm facade. But those who knew her understood that it was all an act. Initially, one might expect some awkwardness during the first gathering of the two dormitories. Yet it turned out to be unexpectedly harmonious. Amidst the laughter, the members of 404 would occasionally tease her and the senior, Pei Zhan, who, in a good mood, allowed Xiaochuan and the others to playfully banter. In the midst of the joyful chaos, someone suggested heading to KTV for some singing. Chapter 102, with me here. No one dares to ridicule you, revised. Observing the three girls from 618 nodding vigorously, Bei Er's small face nearly fell to the ground in dismay. One by one, those who prioritize romance over friendship, have they ever considered the feelings of a tone-deaf individual like her? What's wrong? She sighed, feeling disheartened. I sing poorly. They will undoubtedly mock me later. In her recollection, she had never mentioned this shortcoming to the esteemed one, so she decided to clarify it now, as a preemptive measure. Singing itself was not the issue. She merely feared startling him. Before someone she admired, every girl tends to tread carefully. Upon hearing this, Pei Zhan seemed to recall something and chuckled softly. I have long since come to understand your vocal talents. Fear not, with me around. No one would dare to ridicule you. Huh. However, Duanduan fixated on his words about having understood her singing long ago. What did that mean? Had he heard her sing before? That couldn't be right. She couldn't remember ever singing in front of him. Noticing her puzzled expression, Pei Zhan kindly enlightened her. Duanduan, don't you remember? You used to trail behind me all day as a child. Ah, this. His reminder indeed sparked a faint memory. Oh right, I used to enjoy singing as a child, but I think I only knew 2 songs back then. What were they? I can't quite recall. I remember, he interjected. Duan halted, her head tilting in curiosity. After all these years, he still remembered? She found it hard to believe. Calling you brother. A few lines of doubt crossed her forehead. Were children's songs from that era really titled so straightforwardly? The girl's drowsy demeanor appeared particularly endearing. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the KTV's front hall, and with others present, Pei Zhan ceased to tease her. He took her hand and led her into the elevator. As the doors chimed open with a soft ding, Duan suddenly realized, oh no, the Great One was actually playing with her. Duan felt a pang of grievance. How could she have been so serious just moments ago? Humph. The room reserved by Senior Chuan was conveniently located near the elevator. Upon exiting, they were greeted by the lively sounds of music emanating from within. Rather than being compelled to sing, she much preferred being playfully teased by someone. It may come as a surprise, but this was Duan's inaugural visit to a KTV. Her previous absences were attributed to a demanding academic schedule, and after entering university, she had resisted the allure of such establishments. As soon as they arrived, they were promptly handed microphones. The first song had to be a duet between Senior Pei and Duan. Yes, Duan, just those few songs you love to sing. I've already queued them up for you. How considerate they were. Duanduan shot a disdainful glance at the trio of girls, vowing, just wait. However, Bayer simply pretended not to notice, turning her back to assist in selecting songs for her and the Great One. It seemed that the trio was resolutely determined to make her sing tonight, their true intention being nothing more than to subject the Great One's 3 dormitory roommates to her vocal performance. What a trivial matter. Sitting nearby, Wenqing and Xiao Di were already brimming with anticipation. The mere thought of Bayer's near-suicidal reaction the first time she heard Duanduan sing only bolstered their resolve to execute their collaborative plan. Tonight, they intend to let a few from 404 experience what it feels like to have their ears forcefully assaulted. After a brief hesitation, Duanduan ultimately came to a realization. Well, since everyone is so eager, perhaps she should oblige them. After all, the great deity had assured her that with him around, no one would dare to mock her. Chapter 103. Applause should be here. Revised, the efficacy of the deity's assurance was soon evident. After the two finished singing Little Dimples, the private room was enveloped in silence for an unusually long span of several seconds, devoid of any laughter. According to customary practice, shouldn't there have been applause by now? Oh no, perhaps they were rendered speechless. Particularly, seeing the 3 senior brothers from 404 staring blankly, Duanduan's spirits plummeted in an instant. Look what they made her do. She innocently blinked, raising her head to glance at the person beside her, her eyes brimming with grievance. After a moment, Pei Zhan quietly spoke. Are you still listening? This prompted a collective awakening among the crowd. Jiang Xiaochuan was the first to respond, hurriedly clearing his throat and saying, actually, our junior sister sings quite well. Come on, everyone, let us give her a round of applause. As his words fell, a sporadic round of applause erupted in the private room. Duanduan felt somewhat embarrassed. Offering a dry smile, she instinctively turned to look at Pei Zhan, who was leisurely sipping from his cup, a faint smile lurking in his dark eyes. Yet he remained silent. In contrast to the deity's calm demeanor, the 3 roommates from 618 were far from composed. Wenqing and Bayer exchanged glances, undoubtedly perceiving the disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. What a remarkable brotherhood this is. Despite the circumstances, some individuals still shamelessly claim that Duanduan sings rather well. Indeed, those who can befriend someone like the esteemed Pei Zhan are far from ordinary mortals. Observing the two with their discontented expressions, Duanduan felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. In truth, her singing was merely off-key. It was not nearly as exaggerated as their reactions suggested. As for Bayer's extreme response during her first listen, it might have been influenced by the horror film she was watching. The haunting quality of Duanduan's voice, paired with the image of a long-haired specter, was indeed terrifying. However, what followed was rather peculiar. Everyone seemed to tacitly agree to refrain from suggesting anyone sing, and instead, Yi Bai eagerly fetched some board game materials from the front stage. Playing games. A whole group ventured to the KTV solely to engage in board games. Duanduan couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Surely, they wouldn't collaborate to rewrite the script just to avoid hearing her sing. The original plot should have involved her performing another rendition of Learning to Meow, followed by a friendly offering of a popular gaming anthem. How dull. The board game consisted of a test of tacit understanding, where pairs would engage in a game of Pictionary, with the team that guessed the most correctly emerging victorious. Naturally, Duanduan was paired with the illustrious deity, while the remaining 6 formed their own teams. Seizing the opportunity, Bayer approached Lin Yihan with a charming smile. Senior Yihan, our energies align closely. If we team up, we shall undoubtedly vanquish them without a trace. What do you say? Would you consider joining forces with me? At that moment, Xiao Di, who was sipping water, could not help but choke, desperately stifling laughter, feeling quite uncomfortable. Lin Yihan's face, usually composed, revealed a rare expression of awkwardness. This delighted Jiang Xiaochuan immensely, who promptly joined in the excitement, exclaiming, Old Lin, if I were you, I would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. That girl is so generous. Why are you hesitating? It seems everyone present is quite astute. Concerned for her roommate's happiness, Duanduan cast an expectant gaze towards the steadfast Lin Yihan, even wishing to encourage the esteemed one to lend a hand. The girl's exuberance did not escape Pei Zhan's notice. He pinched her cheek lightly with 2 fingers and spoke in a voice barely audible to the 2 of them. Duanduan, Old Lin has his own thoughts. We should merely observe. Upon hearing this, Duanduan instantly understood. He was right. We cannot compel others to undertake actions they do not favor, particularly in matters of the heart, where mutual affection is paramount. Just moments ago, driven by camaraderie, she nearly became a conspirator in Xiaochuan's schemes. In Chapter 104, which focuses on the art of teasing those close to us, old Lin eventually nodded in agreement. Although he acquiesced, Duanduan could perceive his reluctance, wondering if the astute Bayer had noticed it as well. The remaining participants formed pairs, the class leader with Xiaochuan, while Xiao Di teamed up with Dabai. If one were to describe the prowess of the esteemed couple, it would be an understatement. Duanduan, with her artistic skill, and Pei Zhan, whose mind operated at lightning speed, nearly left the others in anguish throughout the game. The losing teams faced two possible penalties, either drinking or a game of truth or dare. Old Lin opted for the drink, while Bayer chose the latter. As Lin Yihan downed a glass of wine, Duanduan had already posed a question. Bayer, if we all fell into the water at the same time, whom would you save first? Such a cliché life and death inquiry was perhaps the only thing Duan's whimsical mind could conjure. Little did she know how fortunate she was. As Xiao Di's delight was evident, her smile wide. When asked about her reasoning, Bayer articulated her thoughts with clarity. First, let us exclude a few of the senior brothers. They are too heavy, and saving them would likely endanger my own life. As for the class president, and Duan Bayer sighed softly, her resolve unwavering. Since I have chosen to give up this life, then in the next, I shall protect them with my own life. Wen Qing and Duan exchanged glances, acknowledging that this girl certainly knew how to navigate emotions. Rather than flirting with the boys, she focused her affections on her own circle. They had assumed she would unhesitatingly choose to save Lin Yihan. Yet her subtle approach was uncharacteristic of Bayer. It was only later that they realized, when Lin Yihan had agreed to team up with Bayer. She had already sensed his reluctance. Given that, it would have been unseemly to flirt with him in front of others, which might even provoke his disdain. From that moment on, they regarded Bayer's emotional intelligence as rather impressive. By the time they exited the KTV, it was already 9 o'clock. The senior brothers and roommates had departed ahead, leaving Duan and Pei Zhan to stroll leisurely through the dimly lit streets. Passing by the aviation college, the girl made a beeline for the fountain, urging the sluggish companion to quicken his pace, her cheeks flushed from exhaustion. It is said that by holding a coin with both hands, facing away from the fountain, one can make a wish, and upon casting the coin into the water, the wish may come true. Duan took out 2 coins she had prepared in advance, placing one in Pei Zhan's hand, signaling him, Brother Zhan, will you accompany me in making a wish? He affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, all right. While most boys are skeptical of such things, Pei Zhan earnestly followed Duan in completing the entire ritual. At that moment, it was mid-month, and a radiant full moon hung serenely in the night sky, illuminating the delicate features of the girl, enveloping her in a layer of ethereal glow. The coin traced an arc through the air before ultimately splashing into the crystal-clear waters of the fountain, signifying a safe landing. On the way back, Duan inquired, Brother Zhan, what did you wish for just now? The person beside her glanced at her softly and asked, do you want to know? With an eager nod, she replied affirmatively. Pei Zhan paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before turning to face her earnestly, and said, kiss me, and I shall tell you. Duan widened her eyes slightly, as if verifying whether she had misheard. After a brief moment, she gently placed her hand on his forehead, murmuring, how did you transform from such a serious person to a rogue after falling in love? Having said that, she turned away, lost in her thoughts. Duan, I accept the label of rogue, but what of the old that follows? The girl blinked, realizing she had merely spoken in jest. Soon after, she felt a warmth creeping up her ears as his breath drew closer. Did you not wish to know what I wished for? Pei Zhan's deep, dark eyes were intensely fixed upon her, and for reasons unknown, her entire face began to blush uncontrollably. She tilted her head back, cautiously uttering, I suppose it must be. The last few words were abruptly silenced by his lips, and the oxygen in her chest seemed to vanish entirely. His crisp, rich breath explored every inch of her sweet mouth, leaving Duan momentarily dazed for a few seconds before she gently closed her eyes. In Chapter 105, Natural Talent, Revised. Just as Duan felt as if she could hardly breathe, Pei Zhan slowly loosened his grip on her, tenderly drawing her into his embrace. He hadn't intended to act so swiftly. Lowering his voice to a soft murmur, his warm breath brushed against her cheek, igniting a rosy flush. The girl slightly moved her fingers, listening as he continued, but Duan's scent is utterly addictive. Addictive. Duanduan's face was already flushed. Could this kiss truly be addictive? The master was making absurd claims again. Pei Zhan chuckled softly. It is a man's innate gift, a natural talent. For some reason. Upon hearing his words, Duanduan sensed a hint of superiority emanating from him. Her mind grew increasingly unruly, spiraling into nonsensical thoughts. Indeed, a moment later, Pei Zhan playfully flicked her forehead, asking what she was pondering. Do you wish for Brother Zhan to be a complete fool when it comes to emotions? Duanduan blinked, realizing the absurdity of her thoughts. If the renowned Pei Zhan were to be a novice in matters of the heart, it would be a tremendous pity. As the girl reconciled her tangled thoughts, her steps became naturally lighter. As they strolled along, Pei Zhan suddenly turned his head to look at her and remarked, "The love letter you sent me that night was quite well written." Upon hearing the term love letter, Duanduan couldn't help but smile sweetly. Referring to the 3 lines of code she had composed, it could be said that her writing was profoundly subtle. Even Professor Zhang, the esteemed elder, could not decipher its meaning, yet unexpectedly, the genius had understood it at a glance. The remarkable rapport between them filled Duanduan's heart with immense joy at that moment. Pei Zhan's clear gaze rested upon the myriad expressions on the girl's face as he said with utmost seriousness, "Please transcribe the love letter tomorrow. Sign your name at the bottom and bring it to me during breakfast." Duanduan pouted slightly. "Why must I transcribe it again? If you wish to read it at any time, you could simply save it in WeChat." The girl's bewildered expression resembled that of a little white rabbit deprived of its carrot, and Pei Zhan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied indulgently, "Very well. I shall transcribe it." Huh? Duanduan was taken aback. The genius had conceded so quickly? Within a mere 2 seconds, she then heard him casually add, "Keep it by your pillow to constantly remind yourself." Duanduan rubbed her eyes and gazed up at the sky, convinced that tonight, the genius must have been possessed by a spirit. The night was thick with darkness as Pei Zhan held Duanduan's hand, strolling leisurely through the vibrant streets adorned with neon lights. Just as they reached the school gate, they unexpectedly encountered Shen Yun, who stood out among a group of people in his striking white coat. Duanduan instinctively halted, staring intently at him. Initially, after the events at the gymnasium, one would assume that an unexpected encounter on the street would lead both parties to simply pass by one another. However, Shen Yun had other intentions. He deliberately distanced himself from the crowd and approached with purpose, ultimately stopping at an appropriate distance between them. Duanduan furrowed her brow, pondering his motives. Shen Yun stood illuminated against the light, his expression neutral, devoid of the previous gloom that had enveloped him. His gentle gaze briefly settled on the girl's face for a mere 3 seconds before shifting to Pei Zhan, who stood beside her. "Congratulations, you have secured a temporary victory. For the remainder of this final year at Rome University, I shall refrain from disturbing you," he declared. As he spoke, his throat tightened slightly, and he added, "I sincerely hope you treat her well. Otherwise, I shall find it impossible to uphold my earlier promise." The air thickened with tension. Duanduan held her breath, awaiting the reaction from the man beside her. After a few breaths, Pei Zhan tightened his grip on her hand reassuringly, stating, "Rest assured, I will not afford you that opportunity." In response, Shen Yun merely smiled faintly, then without a backward glance, proceeded towards the street's edge. As he passed by Duanduan, his steps momentarily faltered, but he maintained his stoic demeanor as he departed. He feared that if he lingered for even a moment longer, he might reconsider. "Duanduan, your heart and mind are now solely occupied by him. If you find happiness, I can relinquish my hold for the time being. As for the future, who can truly predict it?" Behind him, still in a state of astonishment, Duanduan earnestly stole a glance at Shen Yun's retreating figure. Chapter 106. Caught in a Trap, Revised. Ah, to think that merely a fleeting glance would provoke such sensitivity from the esteemed one. Duanduan pouted and tilted her head to inquire of the person beside her. Tomorrow marks the weekend, and couples in love typically venture out for dates. What should Brother Zhan and I do? Pei Zhan glanced at her, asking, "What do you wish to do?" Duanduan instinctively blurted, "Let us snuggle under the covers and binge-watch some shows." Realizing her slip of the tongue, she hastily covered her mouth with her small hand. Perhaps due to the excitement of the evening, the girl's words and demeanor had become bolder than usual, presenting a different side of herself before Pei Zhan. She noticed the sudden halt in his footsteps, and before she could react, he drew her into his embrace. "Duanduan, are you suggesting that Brother Zhan should take you out this weekend?" Before he could finish, she quickly interrupted, shaking her head. "No, that's not it. You've misunderstood. I usually prefer to stay in with my roommates and watch shows during the weekends, so I spoke without thinking." What I meant was, the more she tried to explain, the more muddled her words became, leaving her unsure of her own intent by the end. Pei Zhan chuckled lightly and released her, taking her hand as they walked toward the artificial lake. What did you think I misunderstood? I intended to say that I would take you out to the movies this weekend. Duanduan felt completely overwhelmed. She gazed at his half-smiling profile, sensing that she had fallen into someone's trap, ensnared by his words. If they were to see a movie tomorrow night, tickets would need to be purchased in advance. Thus, Duanduan inquired, Zhan, what genre of movies do you enjoy? We can purchase tickets on the app shortly. No need. I've already secured them, he replied. Just around the corner of the corridor, a silhouette of a girl stood at the office door. Upon seeing Pei Zhan, she greeted him with a hint of shyness, her almond-shaped eyes glancing at Duanduan, a fleeting look of admiration crossing her features. Are you here to see old Lin? Pei Zhan initiated the conversation. The girl appeared somewhat embarrassed, carefully choosing her words before softly stating, I didn't come specifically to see him. I just completed the initial draft of my design these past few days and happened to pass by. So I thought I would bring it for you to review and see if any modifications are necessary. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck that the office was empty, leaving her to patiently wait outside the door. Observing the girl's gentle and polite demeanor, Duanduan felt a flicker of fondness. However, why had the illustrious figure inquired whether she was there to see old Lin? Could it be, considering a certain possibility? Duanduan suddenly found herself unable to remain composed. As soon as she entered, Bayer immediately approached her, inquiring in a muffled voice, So? Did you manage to glean any information from Pei Zhan? Duanduan paused for a moment, then realized. Before leaving the KTV room, Bayer had sent a WeChat message, hinting that she should ask the illustrious figure whether old Lin was single. Alas, with so much happening tonight, she had completely forgotten. Suddenly recalling the girl at the office entrance, I pondered whether to inform Belle about the situation. After careful consideration, I decided against it. It was best not to hastily draw conclusions without clarity, lest misunderstandings arise. With a pitiful gaze, Belle looked at me, and I forced myself to say, You don't need to ask, it's not easy for boys in the computer science department to find girlfriends. I suspect most of them are still single. As soon as the words left my lips, an innocent layer of mud formed on my smooth forehead. Belle shot me a disdainful glance before picking up her phone to continue browsing the internet. Indeed, when it comes to crucial moments, she was all action and no words. If she could act, she wouldn't waste time talking. I silently peeled off a piece of the mud, bringing it to my nose for a sniff, scrunching my face in distaste. What was that smell? Chapter 107. Happiness in the hands of the leader, revised, at that moment, in the boys' dormitory room 404. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Xiaochuan, could you be a bit quicker? Do you not have a driver's license or what? Driving that slow car of yours. By the time you bring that turtle speed contraption over here, I'll be long gone. Yibai furiously clicked the mouse and pounded the keyboard, the lagging network causing his character to be hit multiple times. He was crouched by the window, hastily stopping the bleeding and replenishing energy. After his roommate finished scolding him, Jiang Xiaochuan inexplicably burst into laughter. Under the table, Yibai mercilessly kicked him twice. I told you to hurry up. I told you to hurry up. In the small window on the right, Jiang Xiaochuan was chatting with a lovely girl from the fine arts department, and upon hearing Yibai's impatient urging, he seemed a bit annoyed. Soon. Alas, can one not find joy in courting? 5 minutes later, the leak-fixing vehicle arrived at the warehouse, swaying unsteadily. Jiang Xiaochuan bellowed, I have arrived, hurry down. No sooner had his words left his lips than a grenade descended from the heavens. Boom. Before the smoke had cleared, the system announced, Wang Bobo 101 has eliminated you. Wang Bobo 101 has eliminated 404 Chuanmei. Yibai, fuming, hurled the mouse aside, cursing furiously. Jiang Xiaochuan, feeling powerless, shrugged his shoulders. Is it my fault? Had he engaged the lovely lady in conversation a while longer, perhaps he could have survived to savor a chicken leg. Observing his smug demeanor, Yibai kicked him once more, scoffing, You haven't even begun. What are you so pleased about? Subsequently, a cacophony of thuds erupted beneath the table as the two childish souls kicked fervently, expending all their might. Linihan, emerging from the restroom, was no stranger to such antics, yet he felt compelled to advise Xiaochuan, You'd best gauge her intentions, lest you be deceived. He had previously chanced upon the girl entering a hotel with a man, but without concrete evidence, he refrained from making accusations in front of his friends, opting instead to keep cautioning him. Upon hearing Linihan's words, Jiang Xiaochuan scratched his head and replied, I am but a penniless fool. What could she possibly gain from deceiving me? Emotional exploitation, Yi Bai retorted, swiveling his chair. In this day and age, many navigate two vessels. As a single old dog, no matter how eager you are, do not lower your standards to pursue a dubious woman. Besides, her intentions may not even involve you. Jiang Xiaochuan snorted, then tell me. If her target is not me, who could it possibly be? Heh, that girl wanted to add the boss on WeChat, but he rejected her. Subsequently, she took the initiative to approach you. Is this not obvious enough? The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Jiang Xiaochuan then slowly turned his head towards someone sitting in front of the computer. Amidst the lively chatter in the dormitory, Pei Zhan sat against the wall, his warm gaze quietly resting on the WeChat chat window on his phone. It displayed a photo sent by Duanduan just moments ago. The photograph showcased her handwritten three-line love letter, with elegant and flowing characters, and her signature gracing the bottom of the pristine white A4 paper. A gentle curve adorned his lips as he tenderly caressed the screen with his fingertip, seemingly able to envision the girl's endearing and adorable appearance. Even from several buildings away, witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaochuan immediately lamented, Boss, the junior sister is a wonderful girl. You must cherish her for the long haul. My happiness rests in your hands. The others. Abruptly interrupted by the unexpected wail, Pei Zhan frowned with displeasure, casting a cold glance in their direction. Does her goodness require your reminder? Boss, my emphasis was on the latter part, all right? Jiang Xiaochuan knelt in defeat. That night, after enduring a series of setbacks, Jiang Xiaochuan found himself utterly sleepless. After finally drifting off at 2 in the morning, he was soon plagued by a nightmare, or rather, it initially began as a beautiful dream. As he was about to kiss the charming girl in his dream, the scene abruptly shifted, transforming her beautiful visage into that of a grotesque, pitch-black zombie, riddled with pockmarks and infested with maggots. The horrifying sight made him retch violently. Startled, Xiaochuan jolted upright from his bed, and amidst the thunderous snoring that echoed like a tempest, he listened intently, unable to fall back asleep. Chapter 108. Simultaneous withdrawal in accordance with someone's wishes. Duanduan set the alarm for the following day an hour later than usual. However, fate had other plans. While she was still cocooned in her warm blankets, her ears were pierced by a thunderous scream. Just as Bei Er's cry reverberated, a cushion flew out from the mosquito net at the door, striking the troublesome fellow squarely on the head. The dormitory leader yanked the curtain aside and bellowed with a palpable morning temper. You better give me a reasonable explanation. The commotion was so great that Duanduan, still in a daze, poked her head out. Upon glancing down, she was met with Bei Er's ghostly expression. The latter weakly shook her phone, urging the two to check the forum themselves. Something monumental had occurred. What happened? After enduring previous turmoil, Duanduan felt a wave of resistance at the mere mention of the forum. Approximately 5 minutes later, when Qing finished perusing the lengthy thread, her mind reeling, both Pei Zhan and Xinyun had simultaneously announced their withdrawal from the election for student council president. What was this all about? The revelation struck the dormitory like a bolt of lightning, and Duanduan, initially intent on ignoring the outside world, suddenly sprang upright from her bed. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly grasped her phone, preparing to make an inquiry. Just as she opened her contacts, an incoming call from an unfamiliar number interrupted her. The caller was the food delivery person, announcing their arrival at the dormitory. It turned out that the breakfast ordered by the esteemed figure had arrived. Quickly dressing without a chance to wash up, she dashed downstairs with fervor. As she navigated the stairwell, the young women around her animatedly discussed the sudden withdrawal of 2 pivotal candidates from the election earlier that morning. It was only when she closed the door to room 618 that she felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over her. Observing the beads of sweat adorning her forehead, Wenqing couldn't help but shake her head with a sigh. The protagonist's halo can be burdensome, a fact not to be overlooked. The young woman felt a surge of despair. If she were indeed the heroine, she would surely be the most timid one in existence. With the withdrawal of Pei Zhan and Xinyun, the competition for the student council president plunged from its zenith into the abyss overnight. Speculation abounded regarding the underlying implications, ultimately tracing the cause back to the events of that fateful basketball match. So much transpired that night that it inevitably led to certain associations. What they failed to comprehend was that the relationship between Duanduan and the esteemed figure had always been a private affair, uncomplicated until Shun Yun's interference convoluted matters. In the student council office, the atmosphere was peculiarly tense. Indeed, Even if they chose to withdraw, a semblance of explanation would have been appreciated. Vanishing without a word was simply unacceptable. I suspect Xinyun is nursing a broken heart, contemplating self-destruction. Competing for a woman with Pei Zhan is merely self-inflicted misery. Can he truly blame anyone else? In a casual exchange among the crowd, the conversation veered towards the melodramatic theme of a love triangle. Jima, who had been silent, could no longer endure the idle gossip and interrupted coldly. Instead of indulging in such trivialities, it would be more prudent to contemplate the impending challenges ahead. The student council cannot remain leaderless. If Xinyun steps down and Pei Zhan declines the position, who among them possesses the requisite capability to assume the role of the next president? Following the sequence of votes, Su Kai emerges as the most qualified candidate. As the vice president, his ascension to the presidency seems justifiable, yet a flicker of inscrutable light flashed in Jima's eyes, concealing her ulterior motives. Chapter 109. A natural nemesis. Throughout the afternoon, Duanduan found it difficult to concentrate in class. The thought of Pei Zhan's sudden withdrawal from the election weighed heavily on her heart. On the day of the student council's ballot, she had expressed her desire for a tranquil romance with him, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Pei Zhan had asked for a day to resolve matters. Could he have been referring to this situation? Indeed, the prospect of not becoming the burdensome student council president and instead enjoying a serene college life filled with romance and projects was her heartfelt aspiration. Yet, if her words had prompted such a hasty decision from him, it would leave her feeling unsettled. Lost in her reverie, she felt a tap on her shoulder. The class leader beside her reminded, "The English teacher has glanced our way several times. In my experience, it's highly likely one of us will be called upon shortly." At this, Duanduan promptly regained her focus. Fearless in the face of the heavens and the earth, she found herself trembling solely at the prospect of attending English class. It is worth noting that among the students of Rome University, she alone dared to risk a score of 0 in the English portion of the college entrance examination. Sometimes, the more one dreads something, the more it manifests. The ominous predictions of the class leader proved remarkably accurate, and in that fateful moment, she knew she was finished. The female teacher, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, appeared gentle and soft-spoken, yet her gaze bore a subtle intensity that hinted at an underlying severity. Since the beginning of the semester, there had been no sparks exchanged between Duanduan and this teacher, but today, confrontation seemed unavoidable. Beside her, the class leader discreetly covered the notes he was passing to her, yet under the vigilant eyes of the teacher, Duanduan felt paralyzed, unable to make any move. Resigned to her fate, she thought, "Whether I extend my neck or retract it, the outcome remains the same," and decided to take a gamble. She picked up her book and meticulously read through the convoluted English phrase, conducting a thorough analysis, ultimately arriving at a translation. As her voice echoed in the classroom, an eerie silence enveloped the space. It was not that her translation was flawed. Rather, her classmates were utterly perplexed. The English class was a large lecture hall, filled with students from various disciplines. While many were bewildered, those versed in computer programming understood that Duanduan had translated a pure English sentence literally according to the code's meaning, resulting in a starkly different interpretation. Oddly enough, her delivery rendered it surprisingly coherent. Laughter, sharp and piercing, erupted in the classroom. Duanduan instinctively shot a glance at the boy who had spoken, marking him in her memory. To claim she was not embarrassed would be a falsehood. Under the collective gaze of her peers, she longed to vanish into the ground. Sometimes, such indifferent neglect can more easily shatter a person's self-esteem, leaving Duanduan blushing furiously. English, her natural nemesis. Yet, what could possibly rescue a hopelessly inept English learner? It remains an enigma. The girl's spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. Beside her, Xiaodi inquired while gathering her belongings, "The registration for the CET-4 has begun. Are you planning to sign up this time?" The mere mention of it caused her a headache, and Duanduan weakly waved her hand. "You all go ahead. I will sit this one out." The three exchanged glances, sensing that today's English lesson had indeed dealt a significant blow to their friend. Observing her despondent demeanor, when Qing offered a reassuring smile, "Duanduan, why not register with us this time? Whether you pass or not, consider it a trial run." "Indeed, Duanduan. If you can tackle something as complex as programming, surely you can manage the CET-4. It's merely a matter of memorizing vocabulary," they encouraged. "Oh, really?" Duanduan could only chuckle weakly at her roommate's nonchalant remarks. Chapter 110. Not-so-simple dinner was a lively affair as her roommates insisted on heading to the newly established cafeteria in Zone B. which boasted various dishes not available in the old dining hall. The food enthusiasts eagerly rushed to the second floor as teppanyaki station, their mouths watering at the tantalizing aroma of cumin that wafted through the air. Duanduan was particularly pampered today. Her role was simply to select a seat and await her roommates as they brought the food over. However, just as this delectable feast was about to commence, an unexpected visitor arrived. GMO and several girls from the publicity department approached and fortuitously chose the seat directly opposite her, feigning an unintentional encounter. GMO took the initiative to greet her. As the adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, Duanduan reciprocated with a polite nod. This scene, observed by Wenqing, prompted her to set down her plate and discreetly glance across the table. Recognizing that it was indeed GMO from the student council, what a fortuitous coincidence. Duanduan, slowly eating with her fork, appeared rather listless, seemingly disinterested in everything around her. Wenqing, feeling a sense of exasperation, couldn't help but lean closer and remind her, Duanduan, it is common knowledge in the dance department that GMO has feelings for Pei Zhan. You ought to be cautious. Duanduan paused, slightly taken aback. Yet her reaction was subdued. She had long been aware of GMO's affection for Pei Zhan, but given his exceptional qualities, it was only natural for girls to be enamored with him. There was no need to act as if guarding against a thief. Moreover, she herself was not lacking in charm. Otherwise, why would Brother Zhan take an interest in her? After a few bites, Duanduan's spirits were revitalized. However, the tranquility of their meal was short-lived. As if fate had decreed that something must unfold in such a setting. Suddenly, GMO rose from her seat and approached them. Do you have a moment to chat after we finish eating? GMO stated directly, cutting to the chase. Meanwhile, the three girls from table 618 directed their gazes towards their rival, fully prepared for confrontation. Duanduan, feeling somewhat vexed, rubbed her temples and was about to decline when GMO had already anticipated her response. It will only take a few minutes of your time. There are some issues left over from when you were working in the publicity department that I need your assistance in clarifying. It is somewhat frustrating. The day I left the student council was rather hurried, and indeed, there were many tasks that were not properly handed over. Duanduan is certainly not someone lacking in responsibility, and since the other party has raised these concerns, she has no reason to decline. Very well. Please wait for me for a few minutes. No rush, take your time to eat. As soon as the person left, the three girls began to whisper among themselves. Duanduan, let me tell you, this GMO seeking you out is surely not as simple as it seems. Exactly. You've been away from the student council for so many days. Why didn't she reach out sooner? Why now of all times? One must always be wary. It is wise for you to keep your guard up, Duanduan. Their conversation echoed a singular sentiment. This was a gathering with ulterior motives. Yet, despite the underlying tension, she felt compelled to attend, for she had already agreed to meet. Moreover, to withdraw at the last moment was not in Duanduan's character. Before long, GMO sent a WeChat message stating she had to leave early and proposed to meet in 20 minutes at the shelter, while the person involved remained silent. Bayer rolled her eyes, wearing an expression of expectedness. See, the fox has revealed its tail. Shadi chimed in, Duanduan, do not fear. No matter how cunning the fox, it cannot escape our leader's keen insight. We will protect you. Wenqing, more straightforward, rolled up her sleeves and began to clear the table. Let us go and stake out the shelter in advance. Duanduan exclaimed, Ladies, aren't you being a bit excessive? Chapter 111. The banquet at Hongmen after dinner. The trio of young women resolutely followed Dandan to the Hongmen banquet. As they passed by the artificial lake shore, Bayer, with keen eyes, pointed toward two figures beneath the trees and exclaimed, Isn't that Senior Han? Should we go greet them? Realizing the volume of her voice, Bayer shyly stuck out her tongue and hurried over to the two. What a coincidence, esteemed seniors. Are you heading to the committee meeting? Since the two dormitories had forged a bond of camaraderie during their last outing for a meal and karaoke, their encounter at school now felt much more familiar. Yibai chuckled and replied, No, we are attending an internal training session for our club this evening. Training? What is it about? Bayer inquired eagerly. It's about office software, with old Lin as the speaker. Oh, Bayer instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized, her eyes sparkling as she turned to the side. Is Senior Han going to deliver a lecture tonight? Yes. May I join as well? I wish to learn too. Lin Han, who had been silent, finally regarded Bayer with a serious expression and calmly replied, Of course. With the confirmation from the esteemed senior, Bayer's face lit up with joy. Great. I'll gather my roommates to join. At that moment, 50 meters away from the scene, the other three from 618 quietly observed the unfolding drama. After the two senior brothers departed, Winching let out a resigned sigh, reflecting that in the presence of beauty, the notion of standing by a friend through thick and thin seemed trivial. Rest assured, Duanduan, Xiao Di, and I will never betray you. Let us go? As Bei Er watched her beloved leave, she turned around to find only the cool, empty air behind her. Observing her roommates who had unknowingly wandered off, she exclaimed, "Oh, could you all spare a thought for me, a solitary soul who has been single for nearly 20 years? Tonight, Senior Ihan is giving a lecture. We should support him. Yet, here you are." The individuals trailing behind were so anxious they could hardly contain themselves. Duanduan, unable to suppress a chuckle, suggested, "Why don't you all accompany Bei Er to the club training? Once GMO finishes her discussion, I will join you. It's rather pitiful for her to be alone. However, Duanduan, the thought of you meeting GMO alone without our support is equally disheartening." Sigh. When compared to Bei Er's significant life events, the matter concerning GMO pales in significance. Ultimately, they reached a consensus and ambled along to the shelter, where they found GMO waiting patiently. She displayed no signs of displeasure at Winching's tardiness. Rather, she graciously ordered a cup of milk tea for her. "I wasn't sure what flavor you preferred, so I chose the house specialty. Give it a try." Duan sat down, maintaining her composure, and thanked her quietly. Although they were ostensibly rivals in love, she found herself smiling and engaging amicably with the girlfriend of the one she adored. As the department head aptly remarked, compared to the typical brazen provocations of others, GMO resembled a hedgehog clad in a thick coat, a creature whose choice of when to extend its sharp quills remains an enigma. However, Duan was acutely aware that the purpose of today's meeting was likely tied to the ongoing election for the student council president. In this small haven, familiar faces from the student body comprised more than 50% of the gathering. Indeed, one might fittingly call it a banquet reminiscent of the Hamen. Chapter 112. A sensitive topic to her credit, the other party did not meander, but instead went straight to the point. Upon posing the question, it was evident that many ears in the vicinity perked up with interest. Duan furrowed her brow ever so slightly and then fell into silence. Noticing her lack of reaction, GMO continued, "I admit that I had quietly supported Pei Zhan before, but as you can see, he has shown no interest in that position from the outset. The only one left capable of fulfilling the role is Shenyun. How could it possibly be just Shenyun? With so many candidates in the running, I refuse to believe that in such a vast school, there isn't someone more qualified." Duan retorted. Just as she attempted to rise, GMO eagerly called her back, her tone tinged with a hint of desperation. "Shenyun has been in poor spirits these past few days. Despite the misunderstandings and unpleasantness between you two, considering how fond he is of you, why not take the initiative to have a conversation with him?" Duan chuckled. "Minister Ji, if you care so much about Shenyun, why not approach him yourself?" Jima was left speechless, momentarily pausing before murmuring, "You misunderstand. My concern does not lie with Shenyun, but rather with the future of the student council." Her righteous declaration seemed to carry a weight of logic. Yet, the matters previously discussed had no bearing on her, and she had no desire to involve herself. Taking a deep breath, she resolved not to engage further and issued an ultimatum. "Minister Ji, I truly cannot assist you with Shenyun's situation. Time is precious, and I have my own affairs to attend to. Please refrain from disturbing me in the future. Thank you." With that, she disregarded any reaction from the other party, swiftly gathering her bag and departing, leaving the signature milk tea untouched on the table. The atmosphere in the CAF became eerily silent, as if even the air had stilled. The publicity department held a significant position within the student council, and it was a rare sight to witness the proud and composed Minister Ji humbling herself to plead with the freshmen, inciting the ire of onlookers. Almost immediately after Duanduan had stepped out, before she had even crossed the threshold of the CAF, mocking voices began to arise behind her. This Lu Duanduan truly is hypocritical, straddling two boats while putting on airs of superiority. I wonder what patience sees in her. Indeed, it was said that she had embarrassed herself in English class today, with someone unearthing her Gaokao scores. Guess what? One individual smirked, raising their voice deliberately. Lu Duanduan's English score was a shocking 0. Isn't it bizarre that with her intellect, she could even gain admission to Rome University? Truly unfathomable. Good heavens, such a thing exists? The admission standards of Rome University seem to decline with each passing year. Indeed, One might say that Shen Yun is rather pitiable. Of all the individuals she could have chosen to adore, she has chosen to compete with Pei Zhan for a superficial and ultimately unworthy trophy. Despite countless attempts to convince herself to close her ears to the world's harsh judgments, the piercing words still penetrate her heart, inevitably influencing her emotions. Especially when her vulnerabilities are struck by others' remarks, she finds herself devoid of the courage to retort. Her English proficiency has always been her Achilles heel, leaving her with no defense. Had she known that one day her performance in a single subject would render her the target of such scrutiny, she would have dedicated herself to mastering the language, even at the cost of her own well-being. Lost in her thoughts, she wandered forward, tears welling up uncontrollably in her eyes. Yet, what use is an apology when it is all too late? As she gazed up at the pitch-black night sky, she felt the void within her expanding, vast enough to swallow anything she tried to fill it with, leaving her feeling desolate and fearful. Perhaps sensing her distress, her supervisor called her immediately. After she brushed him off with nonchalance, a second call ensued. This time, it was Pei Zhan on the line. The moment the call connected, his deep, soothing voice resonated through the receiver, calling her name. As dusk settled, she clutched her phone and stepped out onto the balcony, casting her gaze upon the lonely street lamp beneath her dormitory, responding softly. The girl's tone was calm and steady, betraying no hint of her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, the projector ahead displayed the course content, and those below listened with rapt attention and earnestness. Pei Zhan stood at the entrance of the classroom corridor, his expression slightly austere under the dim light. Yet, the words that flowed from his lips were surprisingly gentle. "I know your roommate has just informed me," he remarked, before softly inquiring, "Have you missed me at all today?" His voice was imbued with a captivating allure, causing the person on the other end of the line, Duanduan, to blush with an undeniable shyness. Indeed, she found herself thinking of him more than she anticipated. With a slight pout, she acknowledged that it was quite normal for a couple in love to think of each other daily. Her candidness was unmistakable, devoid of any pretense. The person on the line paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, praising her. "Ah, my darling has made progress." In a myriad of emotions, nothing could quite compare to the endearing term darling that slipped from his mouth. Even after weathering the most tumultuous storms, it felt as if a mere whisper from him could clear the skies. Perhaps she had truly fallen in love. After their conversation, the weight of her worries had lifted considerably. To stave off any errant thoughts, Duanduan had completed her evening routine early and nestled herself into bed. However, certain worries, once rooted in the heart, are not easily dispelled by mere distractions from the outside world. After all, in this world, malicious individuals lurk everywhere. Yet, with the weekend approaching, she and her beloved Pei Zhan had planned to watch a film together. She resolved to maintain a positive mood tonight, eager to spend a joyful weekend with the one she cherished. Yet, no nightmarish dream could compare to the disheartening news that awaited her the following day. The date was abruptly derailed as Pei Zhan found himself ensnared by an urgent matter, rendering him unable to accompany her to the cinema. In that moment, the sense of disappointment was unprecedentedly intense. Perhaps it was the heightened anticipation that made the sudden turn of events feel all the more intolerable. Duanduan silently reminded herself that he had not intentionally stood her up. He must have encountered something truly pressing that required his immediate attention. Yet her spirits were exceedingly low, to the extent that she lacked the strength to even leave the dormitory building. "Duanduan, please accompany me. Brother Zhan's lecture is incredibly engaging. You will surely gain a wealth of knowledge from it," Bayer pleaded, adorably attempting to persuade Duanduan to join her in attending the weekend club training session. It was worth noting that Duanduan was now the esteemed sister-in-law of room 404, and surely, after Brother Zhan's lecture, he would treat them to a meal out of gratitude. The prospect of sharing a delightful meal with her beloved during the splendid weekend was a source of immense joy for Bayer. Chapter 114. She was merely an accident in truth. Duanduan was also eager to attend the training session regarding office matters. She had missed the introduction last night and had no valid reason to be absent from today's advanced course. However, given her current state, she feared that even if she were to attend, her mind would wander incessantly. With a sigh, Duanduan rose from her chair, resolving to consider it a change of scenery to lift her spirits. Upon hearing her concession, Bayer hurriedly approached to assist her in packing up her computer. "Duanduan, if Brother Zhan and I end up together, you shall be the matchmaker, and I will bestow upon you a grand token of gratitude." Endlessly forcing a dry smile, the child remarked, "It's still too early to tell." Senior brother Lin appeared as tranquil as a monk deep in meditation, leaving one to ponder whether his calm demeanor was a fade or if he truly embodied the resilience of an iron tree. In any case, to any discerning observer, it was evident that Bayer's pursuit would not be a smooth journey. The training was held in a multimedia classroom within the 8-district teaching building, which could accommodate over 200 attendees, and it was nearly filled to capacity. Rome University maintains exceptionally high standards for the establishment and development of each club, imposing stringent requirements for monthly professional training, outdoor practice, and regular assessments for members' duties. Regarding professional training, the Computing Association stands out among numerous clubs, a feat attributed to Pei Zhan's remarkable management skills and the high efficiency of the team beneath him. Just as Lin Yihan was concluding his presentation on the office module, Vice President Jiang swiftly directed Yi Bai to prepare for the afternoon's hardware maintenance course. One cannot help but admire the selfless dedication of the seniors from room 404 towards the Computing Association. After the morning session concluded, as Bayer had anticipated, Lin Yihan approached promptly after organizing his materials. Junior sister, Zhang Gu is absent today. My brothers are treating you to a delightful meal. Jiang Xiaochuan eagerly opened a food app to search for newly opened restaurants in the university town, ultimately settling on a Thai restaurant, only to have it snatched away by Yi Bai. Thai cuisine? Can't we opt for something more original? When it comes to dining, the essence lies not in novelty, but in the atmosphere. Do you understand the significance of ambience? After Jiang Xiaochuan finished speaking, he mischievously winked at Lin Yihan beside him, saying, "Isn't that right, old Lin? My words hold some weight, don't they?" The two senior brothers inadvertently shifted the focus of the conversation onto Lin Yihan, which startled Bayer, causing her eyelids to flutter in anxiety, fearing that her little secret had been uncovered. Sensing the shift, she quickly redirected the topic, assuring her seniors that they need not be overly formal, for they were all comrades and could simply enjoy their meal. Yi Bai chuckled, "We cannot be informal. The esteemed guests present today are all distinguished figures, and we must not neglect you." Distinguished figures? Bayer giggled foolishly in response. Duanduan, however, was not in high spirits today, merely managing a smile throughout the gathering. Fortunately, as Bayer noted, they were all among friends. The 404 group assumed that the absence of their leader explained the lack of enthusiasm from the younger sister, so they continued to enjoy themselves without further thought. Yet, towards the conclusion of the gathering, a tragic turn of events unfolded. The appearance of a design student nearly plunged Bayer's once joyful mood into despair. Duanduan recognized her as the senior design student who had stood outside the door waiting for old Lin that night when she and the esteemed one attended the association meeting. Ah, what is meant to come will always arrive. Observing the ease and familiarity with which Lin Yihan conversed with the girl, Bayer's heart sank into desolation. The truth was unveiled. Jiang Xiaochuan's earlier jest was entirely unrelated to her, while Yi Bai's mention of distinguished figures subtly hinted at the arrival of this girl. Regrettably, during this lunch, she found herself merely an uninvited guest. Bayer's despondent expression was etched in Duanduan's mind, who comfortingly grasped her friend's hand, offering silent encouragement and companionship. Perhaps the recent days marked the retrograde of 618, as a series of discouraging events unfolded unexpectedly. Chapter 115, Mutual Trust. Duanduan could not ascertain the nature of Lin Yihan's relationship with that girl. The specifics could only be gleaned by inquiring about her significant other. The thought of Pei Zhan caused her to glance down at her phone. She felt a deep concern for him. What could have transpired to render the usually composed individual so grave and anxious? The hours had passed without a single call or message, leaving her in a quandary about whether to reach out to him. After contemplation, she ultimately refrained. During such critical times, maintaining composure was paramount. Contacting him now would only add to his turmoil. Patience was required. Following lunch, she had anticipated that Bayer would forego the afternoon classes. To her surprise, her friend seemed to have made a swift recovery, demonstrating that one must see things through to the end and not abandon them midway. Duanduan blinked, uncertain of what to say. Noticing Bayer's worried demeanor, she attempted to reassure her. "Do not fret about me. I am well aware of my circumstances. Senior Yihan is likely pursuing that girl, and from my discerning perspective, they have yet to unite." Suddenly, she felt a swell of admiration for her dear roommate. Had it been Lin Yihan, he might have retreated long ago. In matters of the heart, Duanduan truly lacked courage. Fearing that the girl from the design department might reappear at the dinner table, Duanduan promptly suggested after the afternoon class that she and Bayer dine together. allowing the three senior brothers to excuse themselves. In the realm of women, there are seldom many questions. The understanding 404 nodded in agreement. After watching the two junior sisters leave the classroom, Jiang Xiaochuan patted Lin Yihan's shoulder with a sense of lament, expressing his wish to be the one drowned in the flood rather than the one parched in drought. Nearby, Yi Bai nodded in agreement, remarking, "Old Lin, your luck with romance is truly overflowing, inciting envy among your brothers." Yet the person ensnared in a triangular dilemma bore a face of profound sorrow, offering a wry smile as he replied, "One blossom of romance is sufficient. Too many will only bring harm to body and spirit." TSK. TSK. Jiang Xiaochuan and Yi Bai simultaneously cast a scornful glance at him, thinking, "Unappreciative fool, revel in your fortune, why don't you?" Seeing their expressions of envy and jealousy, Lin Yihan helplessly rubbed his forehead, stating, "You may not believe it, but my ultimate life goal is to be like our leader, devotedly cherishing just one person throughout my life. Anything more is futile." Upon mentioning the leader, Jiang Xiaochuan and Yi Bai found themselves at a loss for words. It is well known that the leader's affection and care for the junior sister are evident to all. In this instance, Pei Zhan had repeatedly instructed them before leaving not to speak too much in front of Duanduan, lest it cause her worry. During lunch, Jiang Xiaochuan noticed Duanduan frequently checking her phone, and several times he nearly voiced his thoughts, only to swallow them back down. Oh, perhaps this is what they mean by good things come with trials. As the hour grew late, and the day slipped away in a haze, Yi Bai languidly reclined in his chair, lamenting, "The lesson has nearly reached its conclusion, yet our website project remains stagnated. It is truly disheartening." Jiang Xiaochuan cast a glance at him, pondering what could be done. Despite old Lin's efforts to enlist a stellar student from the design department, they had yet to produce a UI design that satisfied the client. The three of them, lacking expertise, could merely await the return of their leader. In the past, they had managed to meet even the most demanding of clients' requests, but when it came to design, the creatively challenged trio felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. "What do you think about Zhan Ji's family situation? I can't shake the ominous feeling that our plans for the studio next semester might come to naught." Jiang Xiaochuan furrowed his brow, interjecting, "You all know what kind of person our leader is. Once he sets his mind to something, no amount of obstruction will deter him. I have never doubted this aspect of him. We must have faith in our leader." As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the three. Throughout, they had unwavering confidence in Pei Zhan. In the realm of IT, mere technical prowess is insufficient for securing a foothold. It requires a continuous flow of capital and business acumen. Pei Zhan embodied the perfect amalgamation of these two essential elements. Yet, their thoughts wandered to another possibility, the pressure stemming from their leader's family. Indeed, as Xiaochuan articulated, since they have resolved to follow Pei Zhan in expanding their territories, their sole duty, until certainty is achieved, is to offer unwavering support and to share both triumphs and trials. By steadfastly guarding the rear, they shall share both glory and disgrace. The unspoken trust among the four of 404 will, in time, forge a splendid future for them. Chapter 116. I am not a good girl that evening. Duanduan, encouraged by Bay Air, indulged in some spicy crayfish. It is said that consuming crayfish accompanied by beer can numb the senses in times of profound melancholy. Of course, this is merely a grandiloquent excuse concocted by a food lover. Previously constrained by her family's dietary rules, she now felt like a frog in a well, discovering the exhilarating pleasure of drinking and feasting on crayfish simultaneously. The past 18 years seemed wasted in comparison. Seeing Duanduan's cheeks flushed with delight was utterly charming. Bay Air, with a silly grin, raised her glass to toast, declaring, "Cheers to our Duanduan for escaping the sea of suffering. From now on, the sky is high and the ocean vast. Live freely." Though the notion of escaping suffering may be an exaggeration, it was more a celebration of her successful transition into adulthood. Duanduan's hiccups came one after another, and by the end, her face was a radiant crimson. At this moment, the university town buzzed with life. The streets awash in the vibrant glow of neon lights, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the girl's delicate features, enhancing her already enchanting allure. A passerby paused to admire her beauty for a lengthy moment. Just then, Su Kai settled the bill and exited the establishment, catching sight of the solitary figure, and could not help but sigh. "Let us depart. Since we have agreed to let go, there is no need to torment oneself any longer." In the 3 years of knowing Shen Yun, I have never witnessed him in such a state of despondency. Alas, Love is akin to poison. One touch can lead to ruin. Wait for me here, Shenyun said nonchalantly before striding across the bustling street. The lively food stalls were accompanied by a cacophony of chatter. I tilted my head back to drain the last sip of beer from the can, the strong aroma stinging my nostrils and causing me to furrow my brow. Amidst the shifting figures, I suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette approaching, initially thinking it a mere figment of my imagination. Rubbing my eyes, I turned to the equally dazed Belle beside me and asked, "Hey, doesn't that person look familiar?" Belle followed my gaze and dismissively waved her hand. "It's just Shenyun. He must have seen you." Shenyun, momentarily dazed, shook his head in confusion. "Why is he coming to find me? Aren't we in an awkward situation? Who knows?" The two girls exchanged banter, their logic flowing with extraordinary clarity. Shenyun ultimately halted 50 meters away from the girl, apprehensive that his approach might provoke her resistance. Ironically, his instinct was indeed astute. Had he possessed such awareness earlier, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. In the midst of the clamor, the two exchanged silent glances, neither daring to speak first. I was rendered speechless by confusion, while Shenyun was at a loss for words. After a while, as Belle began to nod off at the table, Shenyun finally took the initiative to break the silence. He gazed at the girl's tipsy visage and inquired in a low voice, "Why are you drinking here so late at night? And where is that man who should be accompanying you?" Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Duanduan stammered, "I'm not a good girl. If I want to drink, I shall." Suddenly realizing the implications, she quickly added, "Shenyun, please don't tell old Lu about my drinking. The consequences would be severe. If my parents find out I dared to drink, they would undoubtedly come after me with a knife." Observing her Navi demeanor, Shenyun couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you really perceive me as the type to report on others?" The exchange of laughter seemed to dissipate the tension, prompting Duanduan to ease the awkwardness with a sincere response. As they say, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. The top students are often the best at reporting to the teachers, reflecting on their high school days. Shenyun had been the class monitor and likely had ratted out her classmates to old Lu on numerous occasions. It struck her as comical. Old Lu could never have anticipated that the most obedient student in his class would one day dare to set her sights on his daughter. Under the influence of alcohol, Duan's mind began to wander uncontrollably, and she laughed without knowing the reason behind her mirth. Two young women intoxicated late at night posed a considerable danger. Prompting Shenyun to cease any further delay, she promptly called Su Kai, and they each took a girl to return to the school. Buyer was making quite a commotion, nearly causing Su Kai to lose his composure, but fortunately, Duan remained relatively alert, quietly trailing alongside Shenyun. Although she occasionally muttered under her breath, her overall demeanor was still quite normal. However, as they passed by the administrative building, Duan suddenly came to a halt. She pointed towards a different fork in the path, exclaiming, "I left my sketchbook at the student office. Shenyun, could you fetch it for me?" Unbeknownst to her, Duan had dropped the honorific senior from her address to Shenyun, perhaps subconsciously feeling that he no longer warranted such respect. Shenyun, now being instructed, could only pause mid-stride. "How about I get it for you tomorrow? It's too late now." Duan shook her head defiantly. "No, I want it right now." With the effects of the alcohol setting in, the girl seemed to transform into someone entirely different. After hesitating for a moment, she relented. "All right, but when we get there, you must go in and retrieve it for me. I want to go in there. There are people I dislike." "Fine, I'll go in and get it." Seizing the rare opportunity to be alone with her, Shenyun readily acquiesced, even though he was aware of her impaired state. He wished to cherish this fleeting moment of beauty. Su Kai, witnessing this, felt compelled to interject, "Hey, brother, she's already taken, so be mindful." Su Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he just heard that correctly? After numerous attempts by various individuals to persuade her to change her mind, the moment Duan appeared, Shenyun had effortlessly altered his stance. Wow, had he known that Duan had such an influence, he would have gone to great lengths to place her before President Shin from the very beginning. As Shenyun and Duan stepped outside, they were greeted by the unmistakably clear sounds of conversation emanating from the office. "So, are you all registering for the CET 6 this time?" "Of course, we must. If we delay any longer, we'll soon be in our senior year, and then, with internships, we shall have even less time. But the grammar in CET 6 is truly daunting. I have no confidence whatsoever. By the way, GMO, didn't you pass the CET 6 quite early? Do share some insights with us." GMO chuckled. "What experience do I possess? In truth, The CET-6 is not as formidable as you imagine. Diligent practice is key. The group sighed in admiration. See, those with innate talent are distinctly different. Us mere mortals cannot compare. Amidst the flattery, GMO lowered her gaze and spoke softly. When it comes to talent, perhaps no one can rival Pei Zhan. He passed the TM-8 in his very first year at the university. What? TM-8? Goodness, is Pei a genius? Indeed. It pains me to think that someone as exceptional as Pei would take an interest in a student who scored 0 in English. It truly grieves my heart. The conversation swiftly shifted to the innocent Duanduan, with a cacophony of mocking voices piercing the air and reaching the ears of the girl outside. In that moment, Duanduan, already in a daze, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and her body seemed to lose its support, collapsing softly towards the ground. Duanduan. Xinyun's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 118. Allergic reaction to alcohol. During this restless slumber, Duanduan felt an unbearable heat and itchiness, as if she had been tossed into a hot oil pot and repeatedly stirred with seasonings. Moreover, she was incessantly surrounded by a swarm of tiny, crimson insects, male and female, beautiful and grotesque, chirping incessantly, causing her great distress. Her body hung suspended in the scalding oil, and she exerted herself to open her eyes and glimpse these creatures. Yet her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to part. She struggled and cried out, but time slipped away, becoming an indistinct blur until her consciousness faded into oblivion. Gradually, the world around her began to quiet. It was rather pleasant. At last, she could find the peace to sleep soundly. At 1 o'clock in the morning, outside the 3rd People's Hospital of Rongqing, the on-duty doctor approached with the blood test report in hand, advising those in the corridor that the primary cause of the patient's fainting was a severe allergic reaction triggered by food. One of the potential allergens was preliminarily identified as alcohol, and the family was instructed to monitor the patient's temperature and condition throughout the night. Should there be any signs of high fever or rashes, they were to promptly inform the nurse. Allergy? Alcohol? Wenqing swallowed hard, casting a fleeting glance at the sullen-faced Pei Zhan beside her. Heaven knows the trouble buyer had stirred up this time. That fellow lay comfortably in bed, sound asleep, while she, as the parent of the 618 event, stood here, trembling under immense pressure. Given Pei Zhan's fearsome demeanor, she couldn't help but wonder if he would take drastic measures against her. For the first time, the usually composed Wenqing felt that interacting with her idol was an excruciating ordeal. Would that little brother, who just went downstairs to settle the payment, hurry back? At this rate, she might just, Big Brother, has the result come out? Is the junior sister all right? At the end of the corridor, as Jiang Xiaochuan's voice resonated, Wenqing immediately released a breath of relief. In the brightly lit hallway, patient stood with an upright posture, negotiating with the doctor. His words imbued with composure, yet his expression remained chillingly severe. Once the doctor departed, he cast a tranquil gaze into the ward for a moment before turning to offer instructions to Jiang Xiaochuan. Pei Zhan tossed the car keys to Xiaochuan, the frigid demeanor about him having noticeably thawed, as his calm eyes settled on the girl beside him, thanking her for her efforts with Duanduan. Wenqing was taken aback by this expression of gratitude. She promptly shook her head, feeling somewhat flustered, and replied, "In truth, we share the responsibility. We should not have taken Duanduan out for drinks. I was only aware of her poor tolerance for alcohol, unaware of her allergy to it. We are to blame. Had Bei Er been present, she would surely have been profoundly moved." As the head of the team, Wenqing refrained from placing the entirety of the blame on one person, instead calmly accepting her share of the fault and offering an apology. One's character is often revealed through these seemingly trivial matters. Beside her, Jiang Xiaochuan couldn't help but glance over, noting that in their few interactions, this girl, though not overly talkative, exuded a steadfast aura. Her role during the 618 event mirrored that of a leader during the 404, serving as a stabilizing force. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Jiang Xiaochuan patted his chest, addressing Pei Zhan. "Boss, you stay here with your junior sister. If anything arises, just call us immediately. We are at your service." Pei Zhan nodded almost imperceptibly before turning to enter the ward. In the dimly lit room, only a faint bedside lamp illuminated the space. While Duanduan remained restless in her slumber, her brow slightly furrowed, and her small face flushed, exuding warmth. Upon witnessing the girl's discomfort, Pei Zhan tenderly buried his head into her small hand, his eyes brimming with profound remorse. Sensing the coolness against the back of his hand, Duanduan murmured softly in her sleep, instinctively burrowing deeper into the covers, her feverish body yearning for a cooler touch. To prevent the girl from tumbling out of bed, Pei Zhan cautiously perched on the edge, gently adjusting her head to rest properly on the pillow. As their breaths intertwined, a veil of mist gradually enveloped his dark eyes. The 48-hour separation had caused his longing to burgeon uncontrollably, and he gazed intently at the figure beneath him, his somewhat rugged fingers delicately tracing her brows, nose, and cheeks. Finally, he sighed, pressing his lips against hers, just as sweet as the memories he cherished. In the past 20-odd years, he had never yearned for anyone as he did now, desiring all of her, body and soul, every smile and frown. He had never imagined that one day he would come to understand the preciousness of what it means to regain something lost. This little girl, 3 years his junior, had unknowingly become the essence of his very being. As she was his fate, he vowed that from this moment forward, no matter what monumental events transpired, he would never allow her to slip from his sight, not even for a second. The sense of guilt deep within him grew ever more intense, causing Pei Zhan to unconsciously apply more pressure. In the next moment, the girl slightly furrowed her brow, letting out a faint whimper from her soft lips. It hurts. His spine stiffened, and he slowly rose to release her. She felt an unbearable itch, a heat enveloping her. Duanduan writhed uncomfortably as the familiar, piercing itch once again swept over her entire body. The swarm of red insects reappeared, now more numerous than before, overwhelming to the point of anguish. The girl's temperature was evidently rising, prompting Pei Zhan to turn and enter the bathroom, dampening a towel to place on her burning forehead, then retrieving a thermometer from the bedside drawer. With his long fingers, he carefully unfastened the buttons at her collar, only to have her pout and wave her arms in protest. Go away, it's so hot. Pei Zhan caught her flailing hands, gently soothing her. Duanduan, be good. Let us check your temperature. The familiar and long-lost voice resonated in her ears, naturally instilling a sense of security that instantly calmed Duanduan. She wished to open her eyes to see him, struggling for a long while, yet to no avail. Shallow dimples began to form on her cheeks, as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. The coolness from her forehead momentarily alleviated her body's burning heat. Her rapid breaths gradually steadied until she succumbed once more to the heavy embrace of sleep. When she finally awakened, it was already the following day. The sun high in the sky. The bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting fragmented halos upon her peaceful sleeping face, a sight both beautiful and comforting. Duanduan surveyed her surroundings. The pristine white sheets and the faint scent of disinfectant indicated that she was indeed in a hospital. At that moment, the person who had attended to her throughout the night sat by her side. It seemed that no matter what transpired, even if she lay ill in a hospital bed, the mere presence of him banished any trace of fear from her heart. Yet, prior to this, she had not seen him for a full 2 days, and his sudden appearance stirred a wave of grievance within her. Brother Zhan, I miss you, Duanduan thought. She pursed her lips, and her silent yearning ultimately found refuge in her heart. When Pei Zhan lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of the girl's reddened eyes, the mist gathering in her gaze causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Duanduan, do you feel unwell? Do not be afraid. I will call the doctor immediately. As he began to rise, the person on the bed grasped his wrist, prompting him to turn and find her beaming at him with a smile. Chapter 120. I won't dare again. Duanduan playfully shook his arm, calling out to him with a childlike innocence, Brother Zhan. Noticing that her palm had returned to its normal warmth, Pei Zhan gently touched her forehead, and seeing no abnormalities, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. I'm here, he replied softly, extending his long arms to embrace her tenderly. Duanduan. She rested her head on his shoulder like a little kitten clinging to its owner. Pei Zhan leaned slightly and kissed her earlobe, speaking in a gentle tone. If you ever drink again, I shall discipline you severely. Suddenly, Duanduan shivered, lifting her head to gaze at him in bewilderment. At that moment, she finally discerned the numerous crimson veins in his eyes, a manifestation of the exhaustion born from prolonged mental strain. The subtle sense of grievance within her dissipated in an instant, and with a pang of emotion, she instinctively clutched tightly onto Pei Zhan. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please don't be angry. The pitiful expression on the girl's face tugged at Pei Zhan's heartstrings. He did not wish to chastise her, but he could no longer bear to witness her in such distress as she had been the previous night, lying on the hospital bed. In truth, Duanduan was quite innocent. Having grown up for over a decade, she genuinely had no awareness of her allergy to alcohol. Had she not indulged this time, she might never have discovered this flaw in her body. The inability to consume alcohol was indeed a significant disadvantage. Wait, something is amiss. Lao Zhao is the term used in her hometown of Jiangning. It is also known as rice wine, a beverage produced through the meticulous fermentation of rice and glutinous rice. Theoretically, it certainly contains alcoholic components. While lost in contemplation, a large hand playfully flicked her forehead, followed by his voice. The alcohol content in Lao Zhao is relatively low, thus posing minimal danger, yet your pronounced reaction this time sufficiently indicates that you consumed a substantial amount. She felt a wave of despair wash over her, akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on her own foot, just as she wallowed in her regret. Pei Zhan's voice resonated once more in her ear. Duanduan, tell me, why did you drink last night? Gazing at his serious profile, she lowered her head in profound guilt. Pei Zhan gently lifted her chin with his finger. His penetrating gaze fixed upon her delicate face as he inquired, was it because you were feeling down? In the 2 days of absence, even through mere telephone conversations, he keenly sensed the girl's discontent that evening when she missed her first training session. He had intended to uplift her spirits over the weekend, but unforeseen family troubles arose, leaving him overwhelmed and neglectful of the emotions of those around him. Ultimately, he recognized that he had fallen short. Pei Zhan gently kissed the girl's forehead, his large hand tightening slightly around her waist. Duanduan, from now on, Brother Zhan will take you wherever he goes, all right? Duanduan was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been racking her brain on how to explain the previous night's drinking escapade, only to be met with such an unexpected declaration from him. A wave of discomfort washed over her as she detected the profound guilt in his words. It was she who had been capricious. Why should she impose her anxieties and anguish upon the one she cherished? In a flash, tears cascaded down Duanduan's cheeks as she clung tightly to Pei Zhan's neck, crying out, Brother Zhan, let us never part again. Not for anything. In mere seconds, the fabric of his shoulder was soaked with her tears. Pei Zhan tenderly caressed her back, softly reassuring her, all right, brother will never leave you. Duanduan, please don't cry. Chapter 121. One thing overcomes another. A passing nurse, unintentionally catching sight of the scene within the ward, couldn't help but smile. The love between a man and a woman is indeed the most exquisite phenomenon in this world. Though it may occasionally bear a hint of bitterness, the fruits born from enduring various trials and tribulations are remarkably sweet. Indeed, at this very moment, the two individuals who had been apart for a mere 48 hours exemplified the adage that a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Throughout the morning, Duanduan clung to Pei Zhan, accompanying him to the doctor's office, assisting in the discharge procedures, and together navigating the bustling chaos of payment and medication collection. Their hearts bubbling with uncontainable joy. The girl, in high spirits, felt an unusual fondness upon spotting the white SUV. With glee, she nestled into the back seat, comfortably leaning against the seatback as she stretched languorously. Hearing the eldest tease from the front, Jiang Xiaochuan quickly grinned and remarked, it is my utmost honor to serve as the driver for the elder brother and sister-in-law. By the way, it is nearly 1 o'clock. What shall we eat? Oh, they had yet to have lunch. Perhaps due to the fluids administered throughout the night, Duanduan realized she felt no hint of hunger. A warm touch brushed her cheek, and she turned to see him gently scratching her face with his finger, a smirk playing on his lips as he suggested, how about we indulge in some crayfish? Perhaps accompanied by a little drink? At the mere mention of crayfish, a vivid image of a conveyor belt of red little critters flashed in Duanduan's mind, sending a shiver down her spine and an inexplicable wave of nausea washing over her. The foul creatures that had tormented her throughout the night were the last thing she wished to consume. Moreover, she vowed that, for at least the next 6 months, she would categorically avoid such delicacies. Never again would she touch them. The girl fell silent, while Jiang Xiaochuan, aware that the eldest was intentionally teasing his junior sister, could only stifle his laughter as he drove on. The car fell into a brief silence before the calm and composed voice of Pei Zhan resonated from the back seat, reminding everyone that for the next month, all spicy foods must be avoided, including hot pot, stinky tofu, and barbecued dishes. Did you remember the doctor's admonitions clearly? This was directed towards a certain little girl. Seizing the opportunity to atone for her misdeeds, Duanduan nodded vigorously, affirming that she had noted everything down in her phone's memo. She promptly opened the memo to reveal meticulously detailed entries. It must be said that in the presence of such a revered figure, Duanduan's desire to survive was remarkably strong, unable to resist the girl's flattery and endearing antics. A hint of a smile gradually emerged on Pei Zhan's stern face. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaochuan, who was driving, couldn't help but reflect on the dynamics at play. Truly, One thing does indeed subdue another. The leader, as always, remained unshakable, whether in front of his brothers or with his beloved, maintaining his role as the unwavering orchestrator. The leader exuded an aura of might and dominance. Simultaneously, a different kind of anticipation burgeoned within him. When would he have the chance to witness the scene of the leader being firmly held in the grasp of his junior sister? If that day were to come, the members of Team 404 would undoubtedly raise their champagne in celebration. A peculiar smile unconsciously crept onto Jiang Xiaochuan's lips, causing Duanduan in the back seat to shiver with goosebumps. She pinched the hem of her companion's clothing, silently inquiring, "What shall we eat later?" This time, the awaited response was not about crayfish, but rather a cryptic smile from someone. Thus, the harsh reality was that the innocent Jiang Xiaochuan found himself accompanying his leader and junior sister on a culinary adventure that consisted solely of bland congee, paired with soup dumplings. The premise is that after a girl has finished her meal, she might indulge in a sweet treat like a donut, yet for him, a grown man, it is quite another matter. His stomach churns uncomfortably in the middle of the day. Exiting the dessert shop, Jiang Xiaochuan gazed upwards at the sky, rendered speechless. In truth, his presence today was a significant mistake. Chapter 122. Athletic talent having dispensed with the excess company. Pei Zhan took Duanduan's hand and strolled along the narrow street towards the school. This lane was quite desolate, rarely frequented even on weekends. To accommodate the girl's pace, Pei Zhan slowed his steps considerably. After walking several hundred meters, he paused in front of a set of steps and gestured for her to ascend. Huh. Duanduan looked at him in confusion. Pei Zhan turned his body and pointed behind him, indicating for her to come up. In fact, Duanduan had just emerged from the hospital, and her steps were somewhat unsteady. He held her well-being close to his heart, reluctant to let her walk too far. Since being together, every detail of her life, big or small, had been attended to with utmost care, and she could genuinely feel this concern. With this thought, Duanduan couldn't help but smile sweetly, and then, with ease, stepped onto the stairs, gently placing her hands on his shoulders. Regrettably, at that time, she had been timid and shy, leading her to reject him. Time has passed, and in the blink of an eye, their relationship had transformed into something extraordinary, allowing them to cast aside excessive worries. His shoulders were broader than she had imagined, and the tension of the muscles beneath the fabric of his clothing was palpable. Inden rested her chin on the back of Dazhang's neck, cheerfully inquiring, "Brother Zhang, do you enjoy exercising in your spare time? Do you possess any particular athletic talents? If one does not engage in regular physical activity, it would be unlikely to achieve such a robust physique." Pei Zhan paused for a moment before letting out a low chuckle. He slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the person behind him, and remarked, "What is an athletic talent? Inden will come to know in due time." The meaningful glance from him sent a shiver through Inden's heart, prompting her to swallow hard and let out a couple of dry laughs. Despite the earnest nature of their conversation, the words from Dazhang's lips took on an unexpectedly mischievous tone. Even without looking, Pei Zhan could envision the expression on the girl's face at that moment. With the future stretching long ahead, the thought of being able to gaze upon her adorable and innocent demeanor every day melted his heart into a puddle of warmth. As time ticked by, the grand school gate came into view, and Inden indeed made a move. She shifted her legs and reminded Pei Zhan, "If we enter in such a bold manner, won't it affect the school's decorum? If overly cautious parents were to see us, they would surely have much to say." There had seemingly been instances before where young couples were spotted displaying affection at the school gate by visiting parents, leading to much gossip. Inden's concerns were not without merit. However, Pei Zhan's steps did not falter. Instead, he proceeded directly through the eastern gate and into the parking lot. This area was designated for bicycle parking, and Inden quickly discerned Dazhang's intentions, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of excitement. The walk from here to the girls' dormitory takes approximately 20 minutes. While cycling can nearly have that duration, she never anticipated that Pei Zhan could appear so dashing on a bicycle, attracting numerous admiring glances along the way, naturally making Duanduan an integral part of that picturesque scene. On the tree-lined path beside the artificial lake, the girl, clad in a pink trench coat, wrapped her arms around the waist of the person in front of her, her silky hair dancing in the wind, embodying grace and beauty like a butterfly taking flight. This enchanting sight left passers-by mesmerized and a touch envious. Chapter 123. Xinyun's approach upon returning, the dormitory was devoid of occupants, leading her to surmise that her 3 roommates had likely gone shopping. After a brief wash-up, Duanduan opened her computer and practiced the Excel functions that Senior Lin had explained during the training session the previous day. Upon careful reflection, she realized that the principles were almost indistinguishable from what she had learned in programming. Indeed, it was fortuitous that Bayer had insisted on her attending the class. Setting aside the unexpected incident that had occurred midway, she truly gained a wealth of knowledge that day. As she pondered, the sound of keys unlocking the door echoed from outside the dormitory, prompting Duanduan to glance towards the entrance, ready to greet her roommates' cheerful faces. However, the first to enter was Bayer, who, upon seeing her sitting there calmly, unexpectedly burst into tears. "Duanduan," she exclaimed, rushing over to envelop her in a tight embrace, her tear-filled eyes scanning her from head to toe before she continued to weep uncontrollably. "Duanduan, you must take care of yourself. I could never forgive myself if anything happened to you." Sob, "It's such a relief that you're all right." Standing at the doorway, Wenqing and Xiaodi exchanged a helpless glance before simultaneously stepping forward to grasp Bayer by the collar and drag her away. Duanduan was still feeling weak. One must be careful not to exacerbate her condition. "Oh, come now, it's not that dramatic," Duanduan chuckled, attempting to reassure her companion. "Bayer, do not blame yourself. I chose to indulge in the crayfish and consume the alcohol of my own volition. You did not force me, so you cannot shoulder the blame." "However," Bayer countered, "but I was the one who encouraged you to indulge, and had I not incited you to let loose just this once, you wouldn't have drunk so much. Nor would it have escalated to the point of requiring a hospital visit." As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to that of a mosquito. Filled with guilt, before Duanduan could respond, Wenqing swiftly wrapped her arm around Bayer and sat her down in a chair, her expression grave. "The crux of the matter isn't about you persuading Duanduan to drink. Rather, it is about how perilous it is for two young women to be out late at night, intoxicated. Just imagine. Had we not encountered Xinyun and Su Kai last night, who could have foreseen the dire consequences if Duanduan had collapsed on the way home?" As soon as the dorm leader concluded her statement, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Duanduan, feeling a sense of shame, lowered her head, her heart filled with trepidation. Indeed, had they not run into acquaintances last night, and had she fainted alone outside, Bayer, in her inebriated state, would have been incapable of assisting her. As the dorm leader articulated, had that scenario unfolded, the repercussions would have been unimaginable. Amidst the contemplative silence, Xiaodi, who had been quietly listening, timely broke the stillness. "Indeed. Not only that, but after Duanduan fainted, Xinyun promptly sought to inform me, and I, in turn, immediately thought to ask Pei Zhan's roommate for assistance. The entire situation was handled with remarkable efficiency." Xiaodi nodded thoughtfully, remarking that it seemed Xinyun had come to terms with the matter following the last incident and had entirely let go. Listening to her roommate's analyses, Duanduan felt a mixture of astonishment and delight within her. Currently, her relationship with Xinyun was indeed awkward, leaving her pondering how to navigate future encounters. However, given that he had acted so gentlemanly this time, perhaps she should find an opportunity to express her gratitude, a means of reconciliation. With this thought, she finally laid to rest a lingering concern, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. Chapter 124, shielded by a pampered wife enthusiast to oversee her dietary habits. For the forthcoming month, she was required to dine with the esteemed Pei Zhan at every meal. He truly fulfilled his promise made in the hospital that wherever he went, she would accompany him. In a single night, Duanduan transformed into the beloved treasure tucked away in the pouch of a kangaroo father. The trio of 618 looked on with envy and jealousy, yet their feelings were predominantly filled with heartfelt blessings and joy. With a devoted husband like Pei Zhan, could Duanduan stroll through school with an air of confidence? Though the notion of strutting about would surely face her resistance, as she always preferred to remain low profile, avoiding unnecessary attention. Being by Pei Zhan's side naturally attracted gossip and scrutiny, prompting her to seek an even more secluded existence in the days to come. The ideal refuge for such retreat was none other than the Computing Association office. At 6 in the evening, while Pei Zhan was engaged in a meeting with the project team, Duanduan refrained from interrupting. Instead, she took the initiative to arrive early at the office and patiently awaited his return at her workstation. Near the window stood a white display board, densely covered with project notes marked in bold strokes by a marker. The familiar handwriting unmistakably belonged to a master, likely penned during a moment of serendipity while encountering challenges in the development process. Duanduan gently touched the notes on the board. The technical jargon was overwhelming, interspersed with English abbreviations she had never encountered in her classes. The yearning for the unknown surged within her, reaching an apex, as the girl lightly bit her lower lip, silently resolving to pursue a certain idea. Moments later, the door to the adjacent conference room swung open, and a group of individuals streamed out. Upon spotting Duanduan standing by the window, the three senior brothers from room 404 greeted her with cheerful exclamations. "Junior sister! Junior sister! Junior sister!" The girl blinked, momentarily perplexed. With three brothers appearing simultaneously, she had no choice but to address them from left to right. "Senior Chuan, Senior Bai, Senior Lin, good evening." A chuckle escaped her. The sensation was peculiar. Although they were peers of similar ages, the moment she uttered the term senior brother, they inexplicably felt decades older. Indeed, time is a merciless force, and if these bachelors do not seek companionship, they may very well face a solitary existence. Ignoring the brothers' oddly contorted expressions, Duan's gaze fell upon the figure trailing behind, and without a second thought, she dashed forward. Her dark eyes sparkled under the lights, and her slightly upturned face, tinged with a rosy hue, was irresistibly charming. Noticing the faint flush on Duanduan's face, Pei Zhan first reached out to touch her forehead, confirming that her temperature was normal, before gently taking her hand and leading her out of the office. Moments later, the contrasting silhouettes of a tall and a short figure gradually faded from the view of onlookers, and the previously quiet office was suddenly filled with chatter. Yubai remarked, "Ever since the arrival of our junior sister, the boss has ceased to dine with us. I truly miss the blissful days when he would treat us." Lin Yihan smiled faintly. "You could have joined the boss and junior sister for a meal just now. No one would have stopped you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaochuan's voice floated in. "As a brother, I must advise you all, from now on, steer clear of the boss and junior sister, and take better care of your own appetites. After all, no adult can withstand those bland and insipid meals. Naturally, our junior sister, with her preference for stronger flavors, would also struggle to endure them." With this thought, Jiang Xiaochuan's mind whirled, and he cheerily suggested to his two companions, "Why don't we make a bet on when Brother Zhan will take junior sister out for hot pot?" The two, bewildered, turned their heads in unison, dismissing the idea. Chapter 125. The disappointment of hidden schemes. However, Pei Zhan did not grant her the opportunity to reconsider. Seizing her small hand, he swiftly ascended to the second floor of the B district cafeteria. The second floor featured a window for spicy hot pot, and from a distance, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Duanduan to swallow involuntarily. Yet, the esteemed figure did not pause at the hot pot window, continuing to lead her directly toward the knife-cut noodles on the opposite side. Endin stubbornly turned her head back while walking. Glancing at the spicy hot pot that was left far behind, her little face scrunched up in displeasure. Watching the delicious aroma waft away from her nose was an unbearable cruelty. "Brother Zhan, I want to eat." Before she could finish her sentence, someone beside her cast a fleeting glance her way, saying, "Dream on." Endin pouted in grievance, feeling wronged. Was it so wrong to merely think about it? She hadn't even claimed that she wanted the spicy hot pot. A month, how was she to endure this? Before her lay a steaming bowl of clear beef noodle soup, with little more than a few pieces of beef and a scattering of green onions floating in the broth, looking rather unappetizing. Silently, Endin turned her head to look at the person beside her and was surprised to find that his bowl mirrored hers exactly. Curiosity piqued. She wondered why his noodles appeared just as unappealing. Pei Zhan lowered his head, picking up a few strands of noodles with his chopsticks and placing them in his mouth. He remarked casually, "From now on, whatever you eat, I will accompany you." The girl's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Moments later, he nodded imperceptibly, adding, "It's quite good, Endin. Hurry and eat before it gets cold." Oh, with such a declaration from him, no matter how she felt, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and finish it. However, after taking a bite, she was genuinely astonished. Indeed, the taste was delightful. Who would have thought that noodles without chili could be so delicious? It was truly remarkable. The girl continued to eat a few more bites, her previously reluctant expression now transforming into one of sheer enjoyment. The master does not deceive me. In truth, Pei Zhan's insistence on steering her away from heavily flavored foods did not signify a desire to torture her palate. In the culinary realm of Shu, spiciness reigns supreme. However, not all dishes require the inclusion of chili peppers. Duanduan, accustomed to bold flavors since childhood, would undoubtedly struggle with such sudden restrictions. Yet, any challenge pales in comparison to the paramount importance of her health. I still recall the physician's repeated admonitions prior to her discharge. Duanduan's recent fainting episode was not merely a consequence of alcohol intolerance, but also stemmed from a severe disruption of her digestive system, leading to a decline in her immunity. Duanduan has long grappled with gastrointestinal issues, and her disregard for dietary restrictions since enrolling in school, coupled with the previous night's excessively spicy crayfish, culminated in her current condition. Of course, she was oblivious to these details, as she had conveniently stepped away to the restroom when the doctor relayed this information. Pei Zhan had no intention of enlightening her either. After all, he would be overseeing her well-being in the days to come, and this individual before him would hardly find an opportunity to indulge in anything else. At times, men possess a peculiar confidence, believing that as long as things transpire under their watchful gaze, no errors will occur. In truth, the inner musings of Duanduan are likely to remain a mystery known only to her. Duanduan nodded. Yes, I think I will register for the CET exam. I'll go to the office and use my computer shortly. However, the registration requires my ID number, which I left in my dormitory. With this, Duanduan made a final attempt to resist. Upon hearing this, Pei Zhan finally lifted his gaze, his calm eyes fixed upon her as he replied softly. There's no need for such trouble. I remember your ID number. Duanduan, Chapter 126, The Taste of Flattery. How astonishing that the esteemed one even knows her ID number. In a moment of perplexity, Pei Zhan kindly elucidated her confusion, stating, before becoming your assistant, I perused your student records. Upon hearing this, Duanduan suddenly grasped the situation and nodded in silent understanding. Indeed, the admission files for university are remarkably detailed. Aside from fundamental information such as height, weight, and vision, even interests and specialties must be genuine and verifiable. For instance, in the section for hobbies, when she initially indicated her passion for art, the system even required her to upload certificates of achievement or relevant awards. For the students at Rome University, even a hobby must hold some merit, lest it be deemed insignificant. Duanduan reflected on this, feeling a sense of pride. Although she lacked talent in music, she excelled in painting, having participated in numerous competitions in her childhood, amassing a small mountain of trophies at home. With this thought, she smiled proudly. Her steps light as she kicked pebbles along the path while humming a cheerful tune, inspired by the girl's joyful demeanor. Pei Zhan's lips curled into a smile as he reached out to gently ruffle her hair, speaking softly, You should always be as happy as you are now. Duanduan is already quite adorable, and she becomes even more beautiful when she smiles. At that moment, taken aback by the unexpected compliment, she looked up at him with a playful expression. Zhan, I never imagined you could flatter so extravagantly. However, Duanduan did not afford him an opportunity to retort, taking a few quick steps ahead before turning to gaze into his eyes, declaring, Even if it's flattery, coming from your lips, Zhan, it is undeniably delightful. Even someone as composed as a certain deity was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise passing through them. Undeterred, the girl, unaware of the shift in atmosphere, continued forward. After taking a few steps, a large hand unexpectedly gripped her waist, causing her to stumble backward until her back pressed firmly against the chest of the person behind her. Pei Zhan seized the girl's flailing hands, leaning down to bring his lips close to the tip of her nose, murmuring, Take a whiff. Is it still fragrant? Her immediate reaction was to dart her eyes around, ensuring they were alone, before exhaling in relief. Sensing the crisp aura of the person beside her, Duanduan instinctively sealed her lips, her gaze betraying a silent defiance. What was this? She had no intention of smelling anything. Trapped within the confines of powerful arms, her cheeks flushed an enticing shade, igniting the imagination. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded along the tree-lined path, ultimately merging into a dim twilight that enveloped their entwined figures. The tranquil air was interrupted by a gentle, melodic ringtone, prompting Duanduan to lower her eyelids and focus on the incessantly ringing phone in Pei Zhan's pocket. It was rumored that the new project was encountering difficulties, and the team members would likely be working late into the night. After a few seconds, Pei Zhan gently released the girl, freeing one hand to answer the call while the other continued to guide his little companion leisurely toward the conference office. However, the caller was not a senior from 404. And upon hearing Pei Zhan's serious and composed tone, an image of a paternalistic figure began to form in her mind. Inden couldn't help but wonder what stringent demands could render even the most skilled seniors utterly helpless, with even the revered Pei Zhan displaying a grave expression. Chapter 127, Cradled in His Palm. Soon, the answer emerged. It turned out that the UI design for the current website project was crafted by none other than the individual in question. A clever acquisition made by Senior Lin while pursuing them. This external designer possessed considerable expertise, as evidenced by the array of images projected on the screen, showcasing a harmonious blend of color and grid layout, all exuding both aesthetic appeal and technical finesse. It was evident that they had devoted significant effort to their craft and possessed a natural talent. However, despite the beauty of these designs, there lingered a sense of incompleteness. Something was amiss. As Inden pondered this, a large hand descended over her head, and a voice instructed her to use his computer for any tasks, with the password being her birthday. He mentioned that there were desserts in the pantry and encouraged her to help herself if she felt hungry later. She gazed up, her eyes wide with surprise, only to discover that the office had emptied, presumably as everyone had ventured to the conference room to prepare for a meeting. Sighing, she noted how busy her seniors were, while she found herself quite idle, unable to contribute in any meaningful way. In a soft, gentle tone, she replied, "Brother Zhan, you carry on with your work. There's no need to mind me." The sight of the sweet and understanding girl reflected in Pei Zhan's eyes stirred a profound tenderness within him, prompting him to pinch her cheek playfully. "If you encounter any difficulties while coding, feel free to seek me out or consult your senior Chuan and the others. We are all in this together, so there is no need for formality." She shyly nodded, feeling like a cherished treasure, cradled in the hands of the deity. Regardless of where she wandered, while her heart brimmed with sweetness, a thought quietly emerged within her. In order to avoid feeling superfluous in the office in the days to come, she must contribute something to the project team. However, to make such contributions, she first needed to become an officer in the Association of Accountants. Although her brother, Pei Zhan, had previously assured her that a position would always be reserved for her, such nepotism was not in her character. She aspired to enter the project group with integrity, relying solely on her own capabilities. Furthermore, this year held a particularly significant goal for her: to pass the English level for examination. With that in mind, she resolutely powered on the deity's computer, entering her birth date at the login screen. She registered for the exam, made the payment online, and downloaded relevant materials and past papers in one seamless motion. Before the computer screen, the girl's fair visage radiated concentration, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Time trickled away until the project group meeting concluded, leaving only a few core members in the office, observing the earnest dedication of their junior sister toward her studies. They too felt invigorated and began to stretch their shoulders and necks, diving into their tasks with fervor. Throughout the night, the office was enveloped in silence, save for the continuous clattering of keyboards, signifying an extraordinary level of busyness. The sporadic ringing of Pei Zhan's phone and the distant sounds of video calls further attested to the unprecedented challenges and thorns the project team was currently facing. At this moment, the young girl Duanduan found herself in a state of utter despair over several words with similar meanings. After nearly 40 minutes of effort, she had only just managed to memorize 20 words. At this rate, achieving a passing score on the Level 4 exam by mid-December seemed nothing short of miraculous. In her frustration, she pressed her face into her hands and leaned on the table, reflecting despondently. Why, oh why, did it seem that the words recognized her? Yet she could not grasp them? Not tired at all, not even a little. Tonight's goal was to remember 50 words, and she had barely completed half of that. Pei Zhan cast a glance over the various vocabulary books on her desk, casually picking one up and flipping through its pages before asking her, "Could you share the method you used to memorize words?" Duanduan blinked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Isn't it just rote memorization? What other method could there be? The expression on the girl's face spoke volumes. To be honest, standing before this prodigy who had aced the professional level 8 exam left Duanduan feeling utterly humiliated. Suddenly, memories of that day at the shelter, when a group of people had mocked her, resurfaced, alongside the incident of fainting outside the student council office. It was a lie to say she didn't take care. In truth, she was deeply affected, and those cruel taunts had left a lasting shadow in her heart. Duanduan. He reached out, gently brushing aside the stray hair that fell across her forehead, his voice softening as he continued. "There is no one in this world who is omnipotent. My Duanduan is so remarkable. What does it matter if her English is lacking?" Upon hearing such comforting words, Duanduan felt her nose tingle with emotion. She gazed into his profound eyes and murmured, "But you have already attained a professional level, while I lag far behind." She had always been brimming with confidence, aspiring to stand beside him and admire the scenery, though she felt unable to surpass him in certain aspects. Surely, the gap could not span centuries. With a slight sniffle, she lifted her head, her voice now resonating with determination. "This December, I must pass the level 4 exam. I will." The glimmer of moisture in her eyes pierced through Pei Zhan's heart, prompting him to envelop her in his embrace, gently caressing her misty gaze with his fingertip. "Yes, Zhan believes in you and will always be by your side. Duanduan, you can do it." "Yes, I will." She was not one to wallow in self-pity. After a fleeting moment of sadness, she rejuvenated instantly. She first enlisted the help of her exceptional partner for a brief 10-minute assessment of her English proficiency, and he subsequently imparted to her some effective techniques for memorizing vocabulary. After a preliminary attempt, she was pleasantly surprised to find them remarkably beneficial. Duanduan had never felt such joy in witnessing her own progress. She was on the verge of leaping with happiness, particularly with English, which she had always dreaded. Not only had she avoided studying it, but even the mere sight of her textbook's cover would make her scalp prickle. Yet just moments ago, she had managed to memorize 50 words in merely half an hour, in stark contrast to her previous struggle of spending 40 minutes to cram 20 words. Her efficiency had skyrocketed severalfold. Indeed, having such a remarkable partner felt truly exhilarating. Adhering to a balanced approach to study and rest, after an hour of concentrated learning, she was reluctantly whisked away by someone to the tea room for a late-night snack. At this moment, it is already 9 o'clock, and several senior members of Team 404 are replenishing their energy with food. The tantalizing aroma of barbecue wafts through the office, and Duanduan finds herself once again grappling with temptation. Unable to endure any longer, Pei Zhan strides directly to the doorway of the pantry and addresses the three who are indulging outside. "Open the exhaust fan swiftly, and for goodness sake, keep your mouth shut." The trio responds with silence. Men often revel in the sounds of eating, particularly Jiang Xiaochuan, who can elevate even the most mundane morsel to the status of gourmet cuisine. Yi Bai finds a piece of bean skin lodged in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless as he watches their leader retreat into the room. He casts a helpless glance at his companions, subtly urging them to lower their voices. "I told you to eat in the restroom, but you insisted I was exaggerating. What can we do? Our junior sister is currently on a restricted diet, and any disturbance will be swiftly quashed by our leader. Forget about barbecue. Next time, try ordering a self-heating pot." Jiang Xiaochuan is well aware of the entire situation's background. He had previously warned the others to steer clear of their junior sister when consuming such foods, but they chose to disregard his advice. The consequence of their disbelief is that tonight's midnight snack must be consumed in utter silence. It is frustrating, and tears well up within them. Chapter 129. The preciousness of perseverance. Duanduan, the instigator of this predicament, feels a twinge of guilt. It is her cravings that have inadvertently burdened her senior brothers. On one hand, there are the brothers, and on the other, a girlfriend. As the leader of Team 404, is it not a tad biased for someone to be so harsh on his comrades? Endlessly sipping milk with a dreamy expression, Duanduan appeared lost in thought. Perhaps sensing the girl's internal struggle, Pei Zhan discreetly pulled out his phone and sent 3 red envelopes in their WeChat group. In a mere half-second, the envelopes were snatched up, followed by a flurry of messages. Xiaochuan inquired, "What shall we eat tomorrow night?" Debye lamented, "I've been feeling quite irritable lately." Lao Lin suggested, "Then let us have congee and pickles." The underlying message was clear. As long as their leader frequently dispensed red envelopes, they would gladly subsist on pickles every day. The rugged men had little complexity in their thoughts. Even the gravest grievances could be assuaged with a simple monetary gesture. If one envelope was insufficient, 2 would suffice, and if that failed, 3 would do, for Pei Zhan was hardly lacking in disposable income. Jiang Xiaochuan and his companions reveled in the notion that meeting their junior sister was the greatest fortune of their lives. Meanwhile, the oblivious girl silently vowed to master her facial expressions, determined never to let the esteemed figure perceive any hint of her inner turmoil. In the final moments of her time, Duanduan decided to unwind, her cursor gliding over the PS icon on the esteemed one's desktop, leading her to inadvertently click it open. Previously, she had thought that only UI designers required image editing skills, but after witnessing Xiaochuan's patient efforts in Photoshop, she realized what it truly meant to be a competent programmer. To compel oneself to grow swiftly, one must not confine oneself to a singular domain. For instance, While back-end developers may not need design expertise, possessing the ability to manipulate images alongside a solid foundation in design would undoubtedly enhance one's prospects in the IT industry, serving as a formidable advantage when seeking employment. These insights were entirely gleaned from observing several senior colleagues in the 404 team. It must be said that even by merely sitting quietly beside them, doing nothing, one can gather a wealth of knowledge in just a few days. This experience has only intensified Duanduan's resolve to join the project team. Time is of the essence, and it seems she must find an opportune moment to make her move. As this thought crossed her mind, the images from the projector earlier that evening flashed in her mind. Those pages had sparked a flicker of inspiration, hinting at a path forward. It was evident that the current website project revolved around wedding photography, a subject that felt utterly unattainable to her as an 18-year-old girl. Yet, every unmarried girl harbors a dream of wearing a wedding gown, just as she does for Pei Zhan. If two people are truly in love, they inevitably wish to embark on the journey to the altar together. Thus, a wedding dress symbolizes not only a yearning for a fantastical romance, but also a commitment to the person before her. The essence of commitment is both precious and challenging to uphold. In her senior's design sketches, Duanduan perceived a distinct absence of this steadfastness. Feeling inspired, she began to outline the framework on the white backdrop using her mouse, pouring her heart into the task. She meticulously revised each segment countless times until she achieved complete satisfaction. Nearly an hour passed, and the time in the bottom right corner of her computer screen marked 10 o'clock in the evening. As Duanduan gazed at the emerging draft on the screen, a smile crept across her face. She mused that if one day she were not to become a programmer, she likely wouldn't find herself destitute. This time, Duanduan did not hesitate. With a cheerful demeanor, she reached for the mouse to save her work, only for the computer to suddenly go black. What on earth is happening? Gazing weakly along the power cord, she felt tears welling up. She had forgotten to charge her computer. How pitiful that the fruits of her labor, painstakingly achieved over such a long time, could vanish so easily. Pouting in indignation, she resembled a withered radish. The contrast in the girl's expression was striking, and Pei Zhan, with a smile, inquired, "What's wrong?" Dumpling, in her nav vet, pointed at the computer, saying, "I forgot to save my work." Ah, indeed. The eminent one's computer must possess an automatic recovery feature, far surpassing her imitation model. Pushing aside her thoughts, Dumpling hastily gathered her belongings, preparing to leave. Before exiting, she cast a glance at the senior students engrossed in their coding, initially intending to greet them out of courtesy, but ultimately deciding against disturbing their concentration. The campus at night was enveloped in an unusual stillness, as two figures, one tall and one short, strolled along the tree-lined path beside the artificial lake. Occasionally, the soft sound of the girl's voice mingled with the low laughter of her companion, infusing the cool breeze with a touch of romance and warmth. Dumpling kicked at the pebbles beneath her feet, deliberately slowing her pace, perhaps wishing to linger a little longer in the presence of the eminent one. Amidst the swaying willows, the distant shelter still glimmered with faint lights, where the shopkeeper diligently swept the floor. Inside, a few silhouettes were scattered about. Several girls chatted animatedly over cups of milk tea. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the sight of their animated conversation stirred a wave of discomfort within Dumpling. On the day GMO had invited her to the shelter, she wondered what expressions those behind her had worn as they spoke of her. It may be filled with disdain or perhaps sarcasm. Nevertheless, whatever has transpired is now in the past. She can no longer allow herself to be affected by that incident without reason. She must actively step out of the shadows. Observing the girl gazing at the shelter for an extended period, Pei Zhan unconsciously halted his steps and gently inquired, "Would you like some milk tea?" "Huh?" In the dim light, her expression appeared slightly unnatural, her voice tinged with a hint of hesitation. She preferred not to think about it, at least not until after the 4th level exam. Milk tea is sweet, yet those harsh words are bitter beyond measure. They remarked how could Pei Zhan possibly be interested in someone who scored 0 in English, a fool. In that moment, she felt as if she were shattering into pieces. Ah! She never imagined that one day she would become the fool in someone else's narrative. Truly, it is both comedic and ironic. The initial joy had vanished from Duanduan's small face. It was only when they reached the dormitory building that she managed to force a smile and bid Pei Zhan good night. "Get some rest. I'll find you in the classroom after the morning self-study." "All right." In the thick of night, the warmth on Pei Zhan's face gradually dissipated with the girl's retreating figure, until only the lingering chill remained. He turned on his heel, took out his phone, and dialed Qin Qian's number. slipping one hand into his pocket as he strolled toward the administrative building. After a brief moment, a drowsy male voice answered the call. "What is the matter with you calling your cousin at this late hour?" Only in private did Qin Qian exhibit a semblance of being a conscientious cousin. "Surveillance footage? Have you had something stolen?" Qin Qian was utterly bewildered. It is well known that while counselors possess the authority to access surveillance footage from certain locations on campus, such actions must be justified by cause, such as a theft or some other incident. However, given the peculiar disposition of a certain individual, it was evident that a mere case of lost property would not warrant a late-night phone call. There must be another motive at play. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Qin Qian earnestly inquired, "Come clean, have you engaged in some clandestine affair that necessitates the destruction of evidence?" One might wonder if the illustrious patient had, under the cover of a moonless night, coerced a young lady into an indiscretion, resorting to such desperate measures to preserve his reputation. It must be said, Qin Qian's imagination was rather boundless. Observing Qin Qian's nonsensical ramblings, Pei Zhan lost all patience and coldly issued an ultimatum. "I have ample means to access the surveillance footage. My informing you in advance was merely out of respect. The rest is for you to handle." Qin Qian was left flabbergasted, staring blankly at his phone, which had already been hung up, filled with a sense of injustice. "Cousin, what a way to spend a late night." Chapter 131. A Dash of Excitement. Revised. The classroom for the morning self-study session the following day was designated in Building D, specifically for the computer science class. Word had spread that the counselor would be conducting surprise attendance checks in the coming days. Consequently, the class monitor, Ding Zhang, had sent out a notice in the group chat the previous night, stating that every class committee member must arrive in the classroom 15 minutes prior to the start of self-study, with no allowance for tardiness or absences. It must be said that Ding Zhang, the class monitor, is indeed exceptionally responsible and possesses considerable charisma. At his command, all the little brothers promptly set their alarms on their phones. Everything was prepared, and it seemed that the only thing lacking for the surprise attack was a favorable wind. Yet unexpectedly, internal discord erupted at a critical moment. This turmoil originated from the artistic committee member, Li Zihan, and the entire 618 dormitory. The standoff had persisted for a full 10 minutes, and with the morning study session only lasting 45 minutes, this squabble had already consumed a quarter of that time, which was truly disheartening to Duanduan. Even at this juncture, when class monitor Ding Zhang took the initiative to intervene, Li Zihan remained unyielding. As the subject representative, Duanduan had the audacity to enter the classroom with just 5 minutes to spare. Such reprehensible behavior warranted a deduction of her credits. Otherwise, how could the class monitor maintain authority in the future? Moreover, I must clarify that Duanduan is merely the subject representative, not a member of the class committee. Your policy of arriving 15 minutes early does not apply to her. Do not seek trouble unnecessarily. We of the 618 dormitory are not to be trifled with. Although Bayer, standing at a height of 1.60 meters, appeared slightly shorter than Li Zihan, her presence undeniably overshadowed her opponent. Once a conflict ignites among girls, its intensity rivals that of a world war. There remains no definitive conclusion regarding whether subject representatives fall under the class committee's jurisdiction. We are all part of the same class and should embrace mutual understanding and unity, rather than perpetually arguing and disrupting harmony, lest we become the subject of ridicule. Ding Zhang initially wished to refrain from involvement, but recognizing that time was of the essence, especially with the counselor poised to arrive for an impromptu inspection, he made every effort to mediate the conflict. At the heart of the conflict lies Duanduan, yet it is Bayer who valiantly steps forth to confront the challenges on her behalf. Given that her roommate stands resolutely by her side, Duanduan cannot afford to retreat into a shell. With the class leader having broached the subject so pointedly, she is reluctant to put anyone in an awkward position and thus directly hands the decision-making power to Li Zihan. Let us not waste anyone's time. Li Zihan, please be candid. What must you say for this to come to an end? Upon uttering these words, the gazes of everyone in the classroom converged once again upon Li Zihan. It seemed to suit her perfectly. A smug smile graced her lips. With many preparing vigorously for the upcoming English level for examination, she taunted, "So, Duanduan, you, who have long struggled with English, dare to challenge me on vocabulary today after all your hard work." Damn it, she was indeed waiting for this moment. Bayer mentally cursed. Following the previous incident in English class, anyone acquainted with Duanduan knew of her struggles with the language. Li Zihan was clearly intent on resurrecting old grievances, deliberately attempting to embarrass Duanduan in front of everyone. What an unabashed provocateur she was. As events unfolded, when Qing could no longer bear to witness Duanduan being put at a disadvantage, just as she was about to rise in protest, Duanduan's gaze halted her. Very well, how would you like to compete? Duanduan challenged Li Zihan, her eyes radiating an undeniable resolve. If her opponent wished to engage in a contest, she was more than willing to oblige. Whereas Duanduan once feared English, she was now transformed, without hesitation. Her passion for the language had eclipsed that of 90% of those present, including Li Zihan. Even though Li Zihan had a solid foundation in English, Duanduan felt no trepidation. In the realm of vocabulary, victory may be deemed a stroke of luck. Should one falter, acceptance of defeat is not a grave matter. For the ultimate outcome remains uncertain. Duanduan's unanticipated eagerness to engage in a contest caught Li Zihan off guard, who immediately recalled her own lackluster English skills, filling her with palpable disdain. With a time limit of 10 minutes, the challenge was to generate the most English words beginning with the letter A. After Li Zihan confidently made her declaration, Duanduan could not suppress her laughter. With a frown, Li Zihan inquired, "What is so amusing?" Duanduan retorted unapologetically, "I find your method of competition rather simplistic. If we are to compete, let us introduce something more challenging." Pausing momentarily, she continued, "For instance, we could draw lots to determine a key letter and its position within the word. To illustrate, she proposed that if D3 were selected, both parties would need to list all words containing the letter, with positioned as the third letter from the beginning." Upon hearing the proposed rules, the classroom erupted in excitement. Such a daring concept emanating from Lu Duanduan was beyond their expectations. While they struggled to believe it, a sense of anticipation arose, eager to witness how the student, who had once received a 0 in English during her college entrance examination, might transform her fortunes. Observing the unrelenting momentum of the situation, Ding Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of resignation. In the end, contemplating the situation, organizing a small academic competition seemed a preferable alternative to allowing the instructor to witness the classroom in disarray. After the class monitor consented, a mediator was promptly sought to begin crafting the labels. Thus, the question arises, the permutations and combinations formed by 26 letters and 9 digits yield an astonishingly vast quantity, rendering it utterly implausible for a human to generate them in a short span. However, this conundrum appears trivial to Duanduan, who, being versed in programming, contemplates that if it cannot be accomplished manually, then it shall be left to the machines. Once the computer boots up, it promptly displays its interface onto a white screen, while Ding Zheng, unblinking, commits to memory the logic and algorithmic coefficients presented by Representative Lu. After a moment of reflection, Duanduan realizes that code can indeed be crafted in such an innovative manner, showcasing an extraordinary thought process. Soon after, the competition between the two intensifies. Following the drawing of lots, Li Zihan shoots Duanduan a fierce glare, seizes a piece of chalk, and begins inscribing the first word on the blackboard. Yet, in a twist of irony, after completing the initial word, Li Zihan finds herself at a complete standstill. In stark contrast, Duanduan, akin to a jumping bean, fills half the blackboard within mere minutes. Consequently, within less than 10 minutes, the spectators can discern the victor and the vanquished with a single glance. "Oh dear, Li Zihan. It's time to step down. You're simply too weak." Indeed, she was brimming with confidence just moments ago, believing herself to be formidable. Now, it's time to exit the stage. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, Li Zihan, gritting her teeth in indignation, points accusingly at Duanduan. She wrote the program. Who knows if she intentionally allowed for leniency? Li Zihan seems to have a knack for emphasizing key points, reminiscent of the last C language class when she accused Duanduan of cheating in base conversion. Duanduan's programming prowess is unparalleled in the class, even if her code is questioned. Who among them possesses the acuity to discern its authenticity? No one. Among the outstanding students was Ding Zheng. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, two figures unexpectedly entered the room. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the counselor and patient. Indeed, the rumors were true. The counselor had personally come to check attendance and had brought along someone as esteemed as patient. In fact, both had lingered outside for quite some time, having witnessed nearly the entire process from Li Zihan's provocation of Duanduan to the conclusion of the competition. While some were unaware of this, Qin Qian was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. After the class leader greeted them, Qin Qian gestured towards Pei Zhan, suggesting that since they were here to assess, it would be prudent to consult the expertise of this eminent figure. One glance at him would reveal the integrity of the work presented. Seemingly forgetting the purpose of their visit, the beloved counselor merely lifted his chin, signaling for the proceedings to commence. Pei Zhan offered a subtle smile, obligingly stepping up to the podium. His warm gaze rested on the girl for a few seconds before he lowered his eyes to the computer screen. The logic was coherent, the algorithms ingenious, and the code remarkably concise. He could find no fault. As for the integrity of the work, the audience waited with bated breath, only to see Pei Zhan calmly descend from the podium, not to exit the classroom, but to approach a specific spot. There were no issues with Duanduan's code. With that statement, Qin Qian waved his hand dismissively, his enthusiasm waning. That will suffice. Everyone, please continue with your morning reading. Without another word, he turned and departed, leaving the class representatives in a state of bewilderment. After all their hard work and preparation for the morning, was this truly the conclusion? On the other side, Pei Zhan calmly took a seat in the empty space next to Duanduan at the back of the classroom. At that moment, everyone suddenly recalled the connection between Duanduan and the esteemed Pei Zhan. Nevertheless, their faith in him remained unshaken. The illustrious Pei Zhan had always been one to judge matters on their own merit and would never act out of personal interest to shield anyone. With the fourth-level examination looming, the students set aside their distractions and devoted their entire focus to memorizing vocabulary. Meanwhile, Li Zihan, who had been forgotten after losing the competition, tightly gripped the vocabulary handbook on her desk, vowing to herself, Duanduan, do not rejoice too soon. One day, I shall surpass you and crush you beneath my feet. Just wait and see. 5 minutes later, at the back of the classroom. Zhan, what are you doing? Duanduan couldn't help but lower her voice to inquire. Pei Zhan's lips curled into a faint smile. I'm here to accompany you during your early study. Did you not sleep well last night? Duanduan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the esteemed one was addressing her. She rubbed her eyes and replied, Yes, I memorized some vocabulary before sleeping. Continuing, she added, There are still a full 25 minutes left until the early study session ends. Are you sure you want to stay here the entire time? After a prolonged silence without a response from him, she turned her head to see Pei Zhan gazing thoughtfully at her. Is there any issue with accompanying my girlfriend during her early study? Duanduan blinked, seemingly finding no issue. Yet, it was peculiar. Why could she not calm her mind today? Chapter 133. Soaking in a honey pot. If you are not inclined to study early, we could engage in other activities. Endin was momentarily taken aback. Before she could even open her textbook, Pei Zhan had already pulled her out of the classroom. Fortunately, they exited through the back door, avoiding much commotion. However, the knowing glance from the class monitor made her cheeks flush instantly. Zhan, I was still studying. Where are you taking me? They all saw us. The girl's stammering voice echoed down the empty corridor. The person ahead smiled with a carefree demeanor. It was perfectly reasonable for Pei Zhan to take his girlfriend away, and no one dared to voice any objections, while no one would dare to complain. The whispers of curiosity lingered in the air. One couldn't help but wonder if that classmate, Li Zihan, would note her absence. Endin felt a lump in her throat, suddenly nostalgic for the days when her esteemed partner was more low-key. Just the other day, she had mused about how wonderful it was to have such a remarkable boyfriend. Now, she felt compelled to amend that statement. Having a boyfriend who was an assistant director made her feel like she was on top of the world. From the teaching building to the office of the association, the journey took about 10 minutes. Pei Zhan walked at a leisurely pace, firmly holding her wrist, allowing her to sense the protective instinct woven into his grip. At this hour, the office was unoccupied. After unlocking the door, Pei Zhan gestured for her to sit at his workstation. I need to discuss a few matters shortly. Please turn on my computer and refine the design that I didn't finish last night. Endin's eyes lit up. You really managed to restore that image? Zhan, your efficiency is truly remarkable. The girl's small face radiated admiration, and upon witnessing her innocent demeanor, Pei Zhan couldn't help but smile softly. Matters concerning his beloved must always take precedence. Suddenly, Duanduan held her breath, floating in a state of blissful oblivion. She suspected that in her past life, she must have been a neglected and unloved little beggar, only to be favored by fate in this life, where a divine being had come down to envelop her in a honeyed embrace. In her daze, a series of knocks echoed at the office door, prompting Duanduan to lift her gaze. Upon recognizing the visitor, her eyes widened slightly. It was her. GMO could hardly believe that upon her arrival, she was immediately bombarded with a mouthful of dog food. For a fleeting moment, she genuinely wondered if her ears had betrayed her. in the presence of others. He always wore a frigid mask, and it seemed that only someone he cherished deeply could provoke him to utter the term beloved. She should have long since resigned herself to this reality, yet her innate pride forbade her from yielding. GMO endeavored to maintain a semblance of normalcy on her face, suppressing her emotions for a few seconds before managing to conjure a faint smile. She addressed Pei Zhan, saying, "The prize from your solo performance at the welcome party has been with me all this while. I thought I might chance upon you today, and lo and behold, here you are." In their junior year, there were no early morning classes, and everyone in the association was well aware that Pei Zhan would be at the office every Monday morning. Thus, there was no question of coincidence. Minister Ji is known for her articulate and well-founded arguments, her words flowing seamlessly like water. During that occasion when she invited Duanduan to the refuge, she uttered piercing remarks in a seemingly gentle tone, capable of both undermining her adversary and portraying her own vulnerability to evoke sympathy from bystanders. A splendidly large and pristine lotus flower, Duanduan, in her forbearance, turned her head away, expressing her disinterest in witnessing more. As for her precision and timing, it was simply a matter of Duanduan idly activating the stopwatch on her phone. How remarkable GMO is, managing to push her into such a predicament time and again. Duanduan silently scoffed at the thought. Chapter 134, Keep your distance from her just right. I have matters to discuss with you. Pei Zhan cast a fleeting glance at the other party before turning to enter the adjacent conference room. GMO appeared momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, casting a glance filled with ambiguous emotions at the girl by the window. Lost in thought, she let out a wry smile and followed him into the conference room. Once they left, Duanduan slowly turned her gaze in that direction, only to find the door had been shut. The glass walls of the conference room were soundproofed, and despite straining her ears, she could discern not a whisper from within. Frustrated, Duanduan leaned heavily on the table, huffing as she reopened Photoshop to continue her artwork. At that moment, the atmosphere in the conference room plunged into an icy silence, almost instantaneously after the door closed. GMO stood before the slatted blinds, enveloped in an aura of coldness, akin to being trapped in a deep, desolate well, lacking even the courage to take a step forward. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately broke the silence. "What you wish to discuss, is it regarding my previous invitation to Lu Duanduan for the refuge?" As her words fell, Pei Zhan's gaze, cold to the extreme, sharpened as it fell upon her. "You do possess a sense of self-awareness." "Indeed, it seems so." GMO subconsciously believed that Lu Duanduan would inevitably disclose the events that transpired at the shelter to Pei Zhan. Alas, she was mistaken. Had it been so, she would not have had the opportunity to spend a tranquil night that evening. She looked toward Pei Zhan, softly elucidating, "I sought her out solely for professional matters. Nothing more. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? If there is a misunderstanding, you are well aware of it." His voice, tinged with a chilling pressure, interrupted her, leaving no space for her to defend herself. He turned away, casting one final remark. "Do not mistake me for someone with boundaries. I advise you, from this moment forth, keep your distance from her." With that individual's departure, the suffocating sense of oppression dissipated. The expansive glass door of the conference room gradually blurred in GMO's vision as she offered a faint smile, as if all her strength had been drained away. She had envisioned countless scenarios of the future between them, yet she had never anticipated such an awkward scene. For the sake of a Lu Duanduan, he could be so unrelenting towards her. "Keep your distance," she mused. Was this a warning? Throughout her life, GMO had grown accustomed to the adoration and flattery of those around her. The streets were nearly filled with boys from both school and beyond, all vying for her attention. Yet, no matter her excellence, it seemed she could never capture the regard of that one person. Life is indeed unjust. Why, oh why, did Lu Duanduan encounter Pei Zhan before her? Compared to that mediocre newcomer, how could she, a prominent figure in the dance department, possibly be unworthy of the illustrious Pei Zhan? It is truly ironic. GMO took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and forced herself to calm down. After a full 5 minutes, she slowly opened her eyes and walked out of the conference room without casting a sideways glance. Outside the office, a considerable number of people had gathered, engaged in discussions about the project. Duanduan was at the center of the group, animatedly elaborating on her design concepts. And the scene of her being the center of attention pierced GMO's eyes painfully. Sometimes, she truly could not comprehend what brilliance Duanduan possessed that could captivate such proud individuals as Shun Yun and the ascetic Pei Zhan, both remarkable figures in their own right. Upon reflection, It seemed to boil down to her attractive appearance and her seemingly innocent face. With a cold smile, she could only comfort herself in this manner. Under the persistent low pressure from someone ahead, everyone remained engrossed in serious matters. Not a single person dared to lift their gaze until the figure of the outsider quietly vanished at the entrance of the association's office. GMO nearly fled in disarray. Chapter 135. Emerging prominence. Duanduan had never anticipated that Pei Zhan would present her design drawings for public appraisal on the screen. After all, those were merely her unilateral ideas, not to be taken seriously. Yet, no matter how desperately she signaled to him, he remained indifferent, calmly clearing a spot and inviting her over to explain to the group members. Thus, the scene GMO had just witnessed unfolded. Setting aside considerations of color coordination and page layout, when it comes to creativity and user experience, this design by Duanduan significantly surpasses its predecessor. She has introduced a time-themed backdrop that, as one drags the time progress bar below, allows users to vividly and clearly experience the journey of the bride and groom from their initial meeting to marriage and parenthood, navigating through the mundane aspects of life, and ultimately transitioning to the themes of aging, illness, and the enduring companionship of their twilight years. It is undeniable that the stunning visuals and the passage of time depicted left the audience in awe. However, such flights of fancy must be supported by robust technical prowess. While Duanduan's imagination flourishes, she must also consider the perspectives of her seniors. Jiang Xiaochuan, stroking his chin with eyes glinting with enthusiasm, remarked, I think we could take our junior sister's design to the pinnacle team for a trial. Perhaps the clients would genuinely appreciate this approach. At the very least, it would surely present a refreshing sight for those rugged gentlemen. Yi Bai, seated nearby, nodded in agreement, adding, previously, the clients often lamented our designs lacked soul. Now, this one is brimming with it. No, it's practically overflowing with soul. Upon hearing such praise, Duanduan nearly spat out the water she had just sipped. Laughter filled the office, and beside her, Pei Zhan wore a subtle smile, his gaze towards the girl filled with profound admiration. After a moment, Lin Yihan turned his head and inquired of Pei Zhan, "Boss, what do you think?" The important figure had yet to voice his opinion. No matter how lively the discussion became, it ultimately required the boss's approval. All eyes turned towards him, including Duanduan's. The girl's youthful visage faded from excitement to a restrained anticipation, although she was among his close acquaintances. Receiving his objective affirmation on a professional level would be an immensely proud accomplishment. The office was enveloped in an unusual silence, as if everyone were awaiting a verdict. After a few moments of contemplation, Pei Zhan directed his gaze towards Duanduan and posed several pragmatic inquiries. This design draft, on a unilateral basis, indeed closely aligned with the client's requirements. However, it could not be generalized. Our endeavor transcends merely assembling a visual tool from images. It must culminate in a functional website that is applicable in real-world scenarios. To emphasize functionality necessitates an exceptional degree of integrity and fluidity, a feat not easily accomplished by every designer, particularly for novices who find it exceedingly challenging. Upon concluding his remarks, Pei Zhan directly posed a counter-question to the wide-eyed young girl. Duanduan, if you were to assume the role of front-end designer for this website project, how confident would you feel? Caught off guard by the inquiry, Duanduan pondered whether admitting her mere one-tenth confidence would lead to dire consequences. As a novice newly acquainted with programming, her design efforts were merely whimsical musings. While she had no objections to engaging in practical work, she understood that even someone as indulgent as Pei Zhan would not jest with project responsibilities. Before her thoughts could settle, she observed Pei Zhan rising from his seat and addressing the group. If the design draft passes the client's scrutiny, Duanduan will officially join the project team, temporarily responsible for the foundational work of front-end development. Does anyone have any objections? The atmosphere in the office was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, and it was quite evident that several people were swallowing nervously. However, once that wave of anxiety passed, the trio from room 404 simultaneously exclaimed, "No objections." "Welcome to the team, junior sister." Inden's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. It was a blush tinged with embarrassment, as no one truly knew what this group of seniors had just endured. Perhaps they were coerced, yet the outcome undeniably exhilarated and thrilled her. Since even the most rational among them had spoken in favor, she decided to await feedback from the clients with patience. A smile graced Inden's face, revealing two delicate dimples, making her all the more endearing. Chapter 136. Is there something being hidden from her? That afternoon, the official announcement from Rome University proclaimed the final selection of the student council president. This result did not stir much discussion, as following Pei Zhan's voluntary withdrawal, it had been almost a foregone conclusion that the position would fall into Xinyun's hands. It was merely a matter of time. Just as she was engrossed in her thoughts, her phone was suddenly snatched away by a large hand, and she looked up with a pout, only to find Pei Zhan expressionlessly turning off her screen. Brother Zhan, the girl's soft voice was like a gentle paw of a kitten, brushing against his heart. Pei Zhan remained unfazed, signaling her with an unyielding gaze to focus on her meal. To cater to a more traditional Chinese palate, Inden had ordered the black pepper tomato sauce, knowing that if it cooled, both the taste and the tenderness of the steak would diminish. Yet, it was evident that he was concerned for her health. Otherwise, in the past, he would not have been so insistent about her eating instead of playing on her phone. The intentions of that doctor remain a mystery. After all, it was merely an allergic reaction to alcohol, having administered fluids throughout the night. One would think the matter would be resolved. Yet, before departing, the doctor felt compelled to issue a peculiar warning, making it seem less like an allergy and more akin to a gastrointestinal ailment. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Duanduan, causing her to pause. With trembling, inquisitive eyes, she glanced at the person across from her, an ominous premonition swelling within her heart. Could it be that she was afflicted with a grave illness? Was there something her beloved deity was concealing from her? What's wrong? Pei Zhan's voice resonated above her, his large hand reaching over to gently ruffle her hair. Duanduan, in a daze, set down her cutlery and, as if compelled by some unseen force, asked him, Brother Zhan, if one day I were to be gone, would you feel sorrow? Almost as soon as the words left her lips, Pei Zhan's expression darkened visibly. With 2 fingers, he playfully flicked her forehead, his voice low and serious. If you ever utter such things again, I shall silence you in front of everyone. Duanduan understood the underlying meaning in his words and promptly fell silent, a look of apprehension crossing her face. Observing her timid demeanor, Pei Zhan sighed softly, rising to gently soothe the reddened skin on her forehead before retrieving his phone to settle the bill at the counter. The steak remained uneaten, its warmth having dissipated. Though reluctant to waste food, Duanduan contemplated finishing the remaining bites, but she knew he would not allow it. Surely, he would insist on taking her elsewhere for some snacks, yogurt, or fruit. This routine had become a comforting habit over the past few days. On their way back, they unexpectedly encountered Xinyun at the school gate, the familiarity of the scene catching Duanduan off guard. However, times have changed. From the mouths of her 3 dormitory companions, she learned that after she fainted that night, it was fortunate that someone promptly took her to the hospital. After such a long time, she found that the person who once held affection for her was no longer as detestable as before. Duanduan gazed up at the Shun's expression and found it to be quite normal. Just as she hesitated whether to approach Xinyun and express her gratitude, the person beside her had already stepped forward. At that moment, Duanduan stood alone, one hand clutching a yogurt and the other grasping a boiled corn cob, observing the silent standoff between the 2 men ahead. This time, the tension in the air was not as intense as on previous occasions. It seemed unlikely to escalate into a conflict. With this thought, she began to move slowly and stealthily towards her target. Chapter 137. Ascertain someone's jealousy. As she drew closer, she discovered that the atmosphere between the 2 was relatively normal. She couldn't quite hear what they were discussing, but she noticed Xinyun unexpectedly smiling at Deshan, saying, There's no need to thank me. Even if it had been someone else, I would have acted similarly. Moreover, he paused slightly, casting his gaze towards the girl who had quietly approached from behind, his expression softening. Moreover, Duanduan is the daughter of my teacher. It is only right to offer her care in a foreign land. At this, Duanduan couldn't help but give Xinyun a silent thumbs up in her heart. Pei Zhan discreetly glanced at the person beside him, who was smiling brightly, then slowly extended his arm to pull her closer, tilting his head and speaking softly. It's getting late. Let me take you to class. Before she could ponder further, Pei Zhan took her small hand and began to stride toward the school gate, only to be abruptly halted by her urgent tug. Wait a moment, Brother Zhan. Duanduan smiled mischievously, signaling for the esteemed figure to remain patient. Then, unaware of the profound gaze following her from behind, she turned and approached Xinyun. With genuine warmth, she greeted him, Senior. Congratulations on continuing your role as the president of the student council, and thank you for that night. Although this congratulation held little significance when uttered from Duanduan's lips, it felt remarkably sacred. A subtle smile graced Shen Yun's lips, yet he refrained from acknowledging her words and instead inquired, "How does Pei Zhan treat you?" Duanduan was momentarily taken aback, but nodded earnestly after a few seconds. "He treats me well, as everyone can see. You needn't worry about that. Moreover, if Lao Lu inquires about me, you can candidly inform him that his daughter has high standards, and her choice in a boyfriend is certainly commendable." In the realm of perspectives, having navigated through various tribulations, Duanduan had now grasped the art of eloquent conversation. She felt she had handled her previous remark quite adeptly, skillfully sidestepping sensitive topics while maintaining a touch of humor. She couldn't help but admire her own wit. In a brief moment of self-adoration, she lavished praises upon herself from head to toe. "Well then, goodbye, senior. Goodbye." Upon turning away, Duanduan discovered she was alone. Her gaze swept the surroundings and found the esteemed figure standing by the flower bed, engrossed in a phone call. She approached with a smile. Tugging at the hem of his shirt, Pei Zhan glanced at her gently, and with her arms around him, they walked towards the school. The phone call felt exceptionally lengthy. Much of the conversation was shrouded in ambiguity, yet her heart brimmed with joy, for it was not difficult to infer from the exchanges that the design proposal she had submitted was likely accepted by the client. However, this remained merely her conjecture. The true details awaited confirmation from the expert himself. At this moment, it was lunchtime, and several senior colleagues were sprawled across their desks in the office, taking a breather. Duanduan stealthily entered the conference room ahead of Pei Zhan, and just as she stepped through the glass door, his call concluded. The sound of the door clicking shut echoed behind her. Preoccupied with thoughts of the design, she was eager to inquire, but before she could turn around, she felt a sudden grip around her waist. A warm hand firmly seized her, and with a forceful turn, Duanduan found herself pressed against the door. The corn cob she held fell to the floor with a thud. Pei Zhan leaned down, his long legs closing in, and he captured her lips with a fervent kiss. Duanduan's mind was enveloped in a buzzing haze, completely bewildered. The commanding and crisp breath between his lips terrified her into immobility, leaving her rigid against the door. Gradually, she found it difficult to breathe, and her small hands pressed between them in a futile attempt to push him away. As if reading her thoughts, he seized her wrists before she could make a move. The cold glass door pressed against her back, while every inch of skin in contact with him felt as though it were being seared in a fiery inferno. Duanduan felt as if she were caught between an icy mountain and a sea of flames, with no escape in sight. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Duanduan felt her petite frame teetering on the brink of being crushed. Amidst the haze, a faint sound of knocking resonated from outside. "Cough. Boss, there's an urgent situation," came Jiang Xiaochuan's tentative voice after a brief pause. Suddenly, Duanduan held her breath in a surge of anxiety, her eyes widening as a reminder to the insatiable brigand atop her. Although the door was soundproof, its opacity remained uncertain. Surely, those outside could not discern the circumstances within? The pitiful look on Duanduan's face was heart-wrenching, yet the man atop her showed no inclination to cease his advances. Instead, he intensified his grip as if punishing her for her distraction. "Ah, Brother Zhan." The girl's fragile voice quivered with a hint of tears, instantly extinguishing Pei Zhan's ire. He gradually relaxed his hold, soothing her startled heart. Duanduan's body had grown utterly weak, languidly leaning against his chest, gazing up at her tormentor with eyes brimming with mist and confusion. Pei Zhan's heated breath traversed the contours of her chin, finally nestling into the delicate hollow of her neck. "Duanduan, you belong to me," he murmured, his low voice laced with suppressed intensity, almost whispering in her ear. His authoritative tone jolted Duanduan into a moment of clarity. She began to comprehend the reason behind the overwhelming invasion she had just endured. The great deity was, in fact, jealous. Surely, her decision to approach Shen Yun at the school gate had provoked his wrath, and at that moment, she had failed to notice the shift in his emotions. Endeavoring to conceal her head, Duanduan, at that moment, profoundly sensed the deep-seated possessiveness that Pei Zhan harbored within him. It was an unfamiliar sensation, a blend of sweetness and fear. Fortunately, her senior, Xiao Chuan, had departed early. Otherwise, Duanduan would have wished to dig a hole and bury herself. Pei Zhan chuckled softly as he enveloped her in his embrace, his delicate lips brushing against her forehead, eyes, nose, and cheeks in a fleeting caress. "I must shower my precious with affection. Not only will it help her grow taller, but it will also enhance her beauty," leaving her cheeks and lips flushed with a delightful radiance. Duanduan pouted, her small fists pounding forcefully against a certain someone's chest. "Humph. I'm not a 3-year-old. Who do you think you're fooling? The girl glared at him, her silent reproach lasting 5 minutes, ultimately concluding amidst Pei Zhan's patient apologies and confessions of wrongdoings. Chapter 138. Taking the initiative to adapt with ample time before class commenced at 4 in the afternoon, Duanduan glanced at her slightly swollen lips in her phone, feeling aggrieved as she lingered in the conference room, hesitant to venture out. After half an hour of unbearable boredom, she extracted a vocabulary handbook from her backpack and began to study. Meanwhile, in the office, Jiang Xiaochuan and several others were in a state of frantic agitation. The server hosting their website project had unexpectedly malfunctioned, plunging them into a sense of impending doom. It was crucial to note that it housed the back-end database they had painstakingly crafted over 2 sleepless nights. Should the server fail to recover that data upon reboot, all their arduous efforts would be rendered futile. Yubai found himself utterly perplexed, frustratedly tossing his mouse aside. You claim that peak performance equates to being a giant in the industry, yet here we are in this era, still reliant on such slow and unstable contraptions. It must be the client's unwavering demands. As we all know, foreign enterprises tend to harbor a suspicion that compels them to prioritize confidentiality, even at the expense of efficiency. Lenihan, with arms crossed, remained as composed as a sage in meditation, seemingly indifferent to this minor predicament. After all, with the formidable Pei Zhan overseeing the situation, even if the heavens were to collapse, he could effortlessly rectify it with a mere gesture. Observing the 2 solemn faces before him, Lenihan sighed and shook his head. Youthful naivety was evident. Old Lin's disdain was too overt, prompting Jiang Xiaochuan to quietly approach and exhale a couple of heavy breaths. Even if, as you say, the client is intent on safeguarding data, must it be to this extreme? We are still in the initial stages. Everything can still be redressed. But what if, in the later phases, we encounter situations like today that delay the project? Who will bear the responsibility then? In the blink of an eye. An entire week had passed since the website project commenced. Due to the protracted indecision over the front-end design, the time afforded to them by external factors was rapidly dwindling. If they were to halt frequently to address these avoidable emergencies, time would become a precious commodity, akin to life itself. The office fell into a silence that stretched on for 5 minutes, until the sound of a door closing in the conference room broke the stillness, prompting all 3 to turn in unison. Boss, boss, boss. It was as if they had grasped a lifeline. The trio from 404 instantly revived with newfound vigor. The once tense atmosphere had dissipated, and Jiang Xiaochuan curiously glanced towards the conference room, slyly inquiring of Pei Zhan, "Boss, why hasn't our junior sister come out? It must be rather dull for her to stay inside alone. Should we call her out for some afternoon tea?" The term afternoon tea held myriad interpretations, especially for a group of rugged men, certainly not resembling a delicate platter of fruits. As the conversation shifted, Yibai's mood unexpectedly brightened, and he eagerly chimed in. Yes. Didn't our junior sister have class earlier? A little snack now would be perfect to replenish her energy, separated by merely a glass door. Pei Zhan had faintly overheard the 3's lively banter before emerging to find them now clinging to him with desires for sustenance. Though his thoughts were predominantly occupied with the young lady, it did not render him deaf. Pei Zhan's indifferent gaze swept over the trio. Instinctively dismissing the notion of afternoon tea as he calmly inquired, "The server has crashed. Have you identified the cause?" The 3 exchanged glances, collectively shaking their heads. "Brother Zhan, we've ruled out all possibilities. The only explanation is that the material provided by the end client is subpar." Indeed, the antiquated equipment from the other party was the most rudimentary Pei Zhan had ever encountered, bar none. Jiang Xiaochuan and Yi Bai succinctly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand, while Lenihan remained silent, casting his gaze towards their reticent leader. As the silver laptop on their workstation powered on, Pei Zhan's measured voice resonated. "Since this is an unchangeable factor, all we can do is adapt proactively. In many instances, we find ourselves unable to alter the objective conditions that exist in the external world. To facilitate the smooth progression of affairs, we are compelled to adapt ourselves to the circumstances." Chapter 139. Officially joining the project team. "Boss, have you come up with a solution?" Jiang Xiaochuan inquired eagerly as he leaned in. Under the intense scrutiny of the 3, the screen of the silver laptop gradually illuminated. With elongated fingers gliding over the mouse, Pei Zhan directed it to the search box in the lower left corner. He entered a string of IP addresses, and once the settings were complete, The entire interface transitioned into a new cloud service platform. The virtual cloud I mentioned earlier is now activated. The trio was left in stunned silence, swallowing hard. But, boss, without the old server being operational, we cannot back up the data to the virtual cloud, one protested. Xiao Chuan, considering the boss's meticulous nature. It's likely that all data has already been synchronized and backed up from the very first day of this project, came the astute observation. Struck by this revelation and witnessing the nonchalant demeanor of the man in question, Jiang Xiaochuan found himself momentarily speechless. He had momentarily forgotten that his superior was akin to a deity, rather than an ordinary human. Junior sister. As the scheme of Duanduan unfolded successfully, she innocently smiled and said, I apologize. I was so engrossed in the proceedings that I couldn't bring myself to interrupt you. In truth, Pei Zhan had taken note of the girl the moment she quietly exited the conference room. However, he preferred not to disrupt the serious discussions, allowing the young lady to observe with a radiant smile behind Xiao Chuan. It was more than mere observation. It was a process of learning and broadening her horizons. In just a few brief moments, Duanduan found herself immersed in a fresh and profound realm. The allure of the unknown kindled within her a fervent curiosity and desire for exploration. However, given her limited expertise at present, she could only stand by and observe, rendering her unable to contribute further. Yet, if she could join the project team, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. Practical experience is of paramount importance for a programmer, and Duanduan's quick wit and strong adaptability allowed her to absorb knowledge, as if it were a refreshing elixir, the sweetness and joy of which only she could truly appreciate. At that precise moment, as if responding to an unspoken call, Pei Zhan's calm voice interrupted the room's tranquility. The computer screen had already transitioned to the email interface, and he projected the latest client feedback onto the communal screen, prompting 3 senior colleagues to lean forward in anticipation. The content of the email was succinct, officially conveying the successful approval of the design without unnecessary embellishments. Much like navigating a labyrinth and vanquishing monsters, it was a fleeting spark of inspiration that Duanduan had experienced the previous night, propelling the entire project into a new phase. Upon receiving this exhilarating news, it was not Duanduan who was most ecstatic, but rather the 3 senior colleagues who sprang from their seats in unison. I told you our junior sister would excel. Just look at her. She managed to secure approval from such a discerning client on the first try. She is truly a born designer, they exclaimed. Oh, I wouldn't go that far, Duanduan replied with a shy smile. I merely stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaochuan immediately retorted, Oh, junior sister, do not be overly modest. A touch of pride now and then can be beneficial for one's personal growth. Such flattery. Duanduan, stifling a laugh, glanced over at Pei Zhan, only to find him smiling as well. Today was indeed a day of remarkable fortune, as both the server issues and the design plans had been resolved satisfactorily, and the atmosphere in the office had transformed into one of unprecedented ease. Pei Zhan took out his phone to check the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. He turned to Xiao Chuan and instructed him to disseminate the client's feedback to the project group. He then announced that, effective immediately, Duanduan would officially join the project associations team, tasked with front-end development. Jiang Xiaochuan promptly responded, Understood, I will take care of it right away. Chapter 140. It was intentional as Pei Zhan's authoritative voice resonated. Duanduan was so elated that she found herself momentarily speechless. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her senior brother swiftly added her to the project group. She anticipated a warm welcome filled with congratulations, yet instead, she was greeted by a flurry of red envelopes. Senior Sister 1's envelope. Welcome, Junior Sister, with kisses. Senior Sister 2's envelope. A small gift for our Junior Sister, with kisses. Senior Brother 1's envelope. You are amazing, Junior Sister, with kisses. Senior Brother 2's envelope. Keep up the good work, Junior Sister, with kisses. Senior Brother N's envelope. Though the envelopes were modest in size, the sentiment behind them was immense. In a state of blissful confusion, Duanduan began to tap the red envelopes, and after a while, she sadly extended her finger towards someone, playfully saying, My finger is cramping, could you blow on it? Pei Zhan, with a tender smile, gently patted the girl's head, softly took her delicate fingers and blew on them, chuckling quietly. There, save your energy for later. Now, I shall escort you to class. Brother Zhan, the senior students are so warm-hearted. I must perform well to live up to their expectations, she remarked. They are not merely warm-hearted, he replied. What would you call it then? Duanduan inquired, tilting her head. At the entrance, two figures, one tall and one short, were about to leave, leaving behind a faint remark. It's better to prepare for a rainy day. To prepare for a rainy day? Duanduan was somewhat perplexed, but refrained from asking further. After all, the fact that they had given out red envelopes was undeniable, regardless of the motivation behind it. It was surely an act of goodwill. The young girl's thoughts were refreshingly simple. She believed that goodwill is felt with the heart, not through pretentious or insincere words, nor the cold mockery she had faced during her days in student affairs. The seniors from the association, even if their kindness stemmed from Pei Zhan's influence, was sufficient for her. After all, aside from direct affection, there exists another beautiful sentiment in this world, known as love for what one cherishes. Duanduan paused at the door, tugging at Pei Zhan's sleeve. The teacher is inside. Perhaps you should not go in? It is quite normal to date in college. Yet she remained shy, feeling it inappropriate to brazenly flaunt her boyfriend under the teacher's watchful gaze. The young girl's cheeks flushed a vibrant red as Pei Zhan cast a silent glance in her direction before calmly stepping into the classroom. Duanduan glared fiercely at someone's retreating figure, her lips pursed high in defiance. At that moment, old Master Zhang, sporting his reading glasses, was perusing his textbook when he caught sight of someone entering and instinctively turned his head to look. Observing the situation, Duanduan steeled herself and called out, "Good afternoon, Teacher Zhang." After speaking, she made her way to the second seat on the left in the front row, expression blank as she methodically retrieved her laptop and textbooks from her bag, all the while avoiding a glance at Pei Zhan. She repeatedly reminded herself, "We are strangers." "We are strangers." Old Master Jiang, upon noticing Pei Zhan's arrival, exhibited a momentary surprise, quickly replaced by a glimmer of sharp insight on his weathered face. "So, have you given thought to what I mentioned last time?" he inquired. As the old man spoke, Pei Zhan spontaneously shifted to the empty seat beside the girl, causing Duanduan's eyelids to flutter in alarm. "Great deity, I suspect you were doing this on purpose." Pei Zhan reclined casually in his seat, engaging in conversation with the elderly gentleman, merely here to accompany a young student to class, nothing more. As his words hung in the air, old Master Zhang unexpectedly removed his glasses and directed a penetrating gaze toward the trembling representative of Lu Deku, who was cowering in the corner. That look from the old man was laden with profound meaning, reminiscent of someone who had witnessed the myriad forms of love and affection throughout life. Duanduan swallowed hard, continuing to feign indifference. The ensuing dialogue between the elder and the youth became increasingly difficult for her to ignore. The presence of the person beside her was overwhelmingly palpable. After enduring 2 minutes of this tension, Duanduan finally found herself unable to remain still. With 20 minutes remaining before class, she made a decisive choice. Casually, she circumvented the aisle and slipped out through the back door of the classroom. In her self-reflection, Chapter 141, "Are you the protagonist of that 3-line love letter?" Observing the girl's retreating figure, Pei Zhan allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. However, in a mere moment, an enigmatic question arose from the podium. "Could it be that you are the male lead from Lu Duanduan's 3-line love letter?" The tone was laced with disbelief and a barely concealed excitement. Unsurprisingly, the old man chuckled heartily before furrowing his brow and inquiring, "What exactly did those 3 lines of code express in poetry?" Since their last fruitless investigation, he had been harboring a sense of frustration that lingered. Yet, in the end, no conclusions were reached. When prompted about the contents of the love letter, Pei Zhan's reaction mirrored that of the young Duanduan at the time, since it was penned for the one he admired. What did it matter whether others understood it or not? His refusal was anticipated by Jiang, leaving the old man to gesture towards a certain immovable individual below. "You, who rarely seeks out the sacred halls without purpose. During the last competition when I awarded you, I did not see you so eager. Speak. What brings you here today to seek me out?" Jiang's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of calmness. He leisurely blew the froth off his insulated cup of tea, wearing a smile reminiscent of Mithriya Buddha in a golden hall. "Indeed, I have come with purpose today, not only to escort my beloved to class, but also for another matter." Pei Zhan retracted the faint smile from his face, adopting a demeanor of gravitas as he gazed upward. "Professor, are you free this evening? I would like to invite you to dinner." Upon hearing this, the old man squinted his eyes and inquired, "Given my recent high blood sugar, I cannot dine at an overly extravagant restaurant." "Rest assured," Pei Zhan replied with a subtle smile, rising from his seat and strolling to the edge of the podium. "It's your favorite dish, South Lake Mandarin fish." The mere mention of South Lake Mandarin fish elicited an unfavorable reaction from the old man. He suddenly felt that today might not be propitious, pondering why he had been ensnared by his own student so soon after stepping outside. It was truly baffling. Over the past 2 decades, he had mentored numerous exceptional students. Yet apart from Pei Zhan, only the South Lake Mandarin fish had faded into obscurity. While it was his favorite dish, he found it to be both foul-smelling and tough. At his advanced age, he was not certain he could manage it. Contemplating this, the old man waved his hand impatiently toward Pei Zhan, stating, "I cannot make it tonight. Let us postpone it for another day." The outcome was predictable. Pei Zhan displayed no signs of disappointment. He nodded slightly to the old man and said softly, "I shall await your favorable response in the spring of next year." She first stood at the back door, scanning the room for a certain presence, and upon finding it absent, confidently entered the classroom. The esteemed figure had indeed departed. She felt rather astute. Before long, the class bell rang, and she observed the trio of girls from 618 stealthily arriving just in time. Perhaps Li Zihan's previous admonition was indeed correct. They should rectify their detrimental habit of arriving late to class. Arriving punctually is commendable, and henceforth, one must adhere to it. Chapter 142. After graduation, a life of domesticity? In the ensuing days, she found herself extraordinarily busy, yet for the first time, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. According to the division of content sections, the website project encompassed a total of 28 pages. Excluding the homepage and the primary subpages under the menu, by Friday, Duanduan had successfully completed the final detail page. While this pace may not be particularly swift within the UI field, for a novice like her, it was commendable indeed. Duanduan's efficiency could largely be attributed to the encouragement from her senior colleagues in the office. After all, when one works daily in an inspiring environment, even the slowest of snails can find motivation. However, after several days of vigorous effort, her progress inexplicably came to a standstill at the very last moment. It was now 8 o'clock on Friday evening, and 5 hours had passed since Duanduan found herself at an impasse, staring at her computer screen, feeling as though her head might explode. Could this be the fabled creative block? She chuckled to herself, never imagining that a novice like her would be graced with such a predicament. Sitting in her chair, she rubbed her aching neck and raised her gaze to the senior colleagues across from her. She truly admired these gentlemen. Who could endure 10 hours a day in front of a computer? How did their spines withstand such strain? It must be said that without a robust physique, it is indeed challenging to thrive in the demanding realm of programming. Feeling fatigued, she decided to take a brief respite by the window for some fresh air. Mindful of her eyes, behind her, someone gently massaged her shoulders and neck, while Duanduan closed her eyes with a smile, utterly relishing the moment. The workload seemed trivial in comparison to her 3 senior brothers, who toiled far more diligently. Their tough exterior was not to be underestimated. Pei Zhan cast his gaze downward, casually uttering a remark, but the next moment, he could distinctly sense a shift in the girl's demeanor. Duanduan gradually straightened her posture, her small face serious as she asked Pei Zhan, given that the IT industry advocates for a 996 work schedule, "Will you have any objections when I inevitably face overtime in the future?" Following her question, a silence enveloped the air for a prolonged 10 seconds. "After graduation, you will remain by my side, without the need to seek employment elsewhere." Upon finishing this statement, he answered a call and walked toward the conference room. The notion of not having to search for a job left Duanduan perplexed. Did he envision her as a mere idle dweller at home? Impossible. The mere thought of such a future ignited a volcanic fury within her, a restlessness that could not be contained. No. She resolved to take the time to have a serious conversation with someone. Consequently, her motivation to design waned, and she tossed the mouse aside, reclining in her chair to scroll through Weibo. When Pei Zhan emerged from the conference room, he found this scene. The girl, phone in hand, wore a silly grin. With one hand tapping and swiping on the screen while the other cradled a steaming cup of tea, sipping delicately, he approached with a carefree demeanor. But his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the dark, unidentifiable substance steeping in her cup, and his expression darkened instantly. "Jiang Xiaochuan, how dare you let her drink that?" Chapter 143. Nosebleed. The somber voice startled Jiang Xiaochuan, who was seated in his chair, causing him to shudder. With an innocent gaze, he weakly turned to see his superior glaring at him coldly. "What, have you been drinking?" Jiang Xiaochuan looked utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly felt a rush of warmth flooding his nostrils. Confused, he touched his nose, and upon seeing the bloodstains on his hand, panic set in. "Brother Zhan, I think I'm having a nosebleed. Pei Zhan, disregarding the instigator of the chaos, swiftly supported the back of the girl's head with his hand, lifting it gently. He turned and retrieved a few tissues, pressing them softly against her nose. Here, hold this. I'll take you to the infirmary. The relentless stream of blood showed no signs of abating, and Duanduan instinctively choked back a sob. I won't be in any trouble, right? Why am I suddenly bleeding? I've never had a nosebleed before in my life. Am I sick? Don't worry. It's just a nosebleed. You'll be fine, Pei Zhan reassured her, his words meant to soothe her fears. He bent down and lifted the chattering girl into his arms, striding out of the office amidst the astonished stares of their three companions, leaving them with an icy silence. Watching the empty doorway, Yi Bai gleefully patted the shoulder of the person beside him. Xiaochuan, as your brother, I shall observe a moment of silence for you. The individual in question swallowed hard, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he replied, It's merely a nosebleed. It has nothing to do with me. It matters not. The junior sister, having been deceived by your words, partook of that absurd dragon bone tea of yours. Can you truly claim no connection to this? Upon realizing this, Jiang Xiaochuan was utterly unsettled. Suddenly, a memory struck him. Just before leaving last night, the junior sister had pointed at the dark substance in the canister in the tea room and inquired about it. He had jokingly remarked that it was a beauty elixir. And to his astonishment, she had. What to do? The boss would undoubtedly flay him alive. Observing his despondent demeanor, Lin Han calmly reassured him from the side, Do not be overly pessimistic. The boss would not resort to violence over such a trivial matter. Given his temperament, he would likely only have you squatting and coding for a couple of hours. However, Jiang Xiaochuan would rather endure a beating than be made to squat and code. Frustrated, he tugged at his hair, sighing heavily, and grasped it even more fiercely. How did the notion of squatting and coding arise? The origins of this predicament trace back to a particularly vexing habit of Jiang Xiaochuan during programming. Among the few in the 404 group, he was often referred to as the tentacle monster. His coding speed could achieve the completion of a homepage banner carousel in as little as 2 minutes, all without utilizing any pre-existing frameworks, relying solely on raw CSS. Yet, as the adage goes, haste makes waste, while maintaining his speed. Jiang Xiaochuan's most frequent blunder was mistakenly writing the English punctuation separator as a Chinese semicolon. At first glance, the two punctuation marks may seem quite similar. Yet in the realm of programming, a minor error can lead to monumental consequences. A mistakenly written Chinese semicolon could result in an entire codebase being rendered in ominous red error messages. Although the act of correcting punctuation appears deceptively simple, the agony of it is only truly understood by those who have experienced it. Hundreds, if not thousands, of lines of code can be composed in mere minutes. Yet amending the program may consume nearly an hour. Such a waste of time that can severely hinder team progress is what Pei Zhan detests most fervently. Thus, from that moment onward, he imposed a strict decree upon Jiang Xiaochuan. For every misplaced delimiter, he must endure 2 hours of coding while squatting, with no room for negotiation upon any error. One might argue that this approach was rather harsh, yet the results were undeniably immediate. To date, Jiang Xiaochuan's error rate has impressively plummeted to a mere 0.1, effectively nearing 0. Just when he thought he could finally escape the ordeal of squatting to code, fate intervened, presenting him with a troublesome herbal tea that would lead to his downfall. That old tea vendor has caused me great distress. Chapter 144, Sweetening the deal with the candy in the infirmary. The school doctor attended to Duanduan's bleeding while inquiring about Pei Zhan's past experiences with nosebleeds. If they occurred frequently, it would be wise to seek examination at a reputable hospital. The girl's tone was laced with palpable urgency, and upon the doctor's questioning, her concern intensified. That ominous word lodged itself deep within her, a burden she could scarcely bear. At only 18 years of age, so youthful, how could this be possible? Oh, how she lamented. The school doctor, a man in his early 30s, noticed the young girl was quite frightened. He turned his head towards Pei Zhan with a smile and said, In the left drawer of my desk, you may fetch a candy to cheer up your girlfriend. Duanduan. Just moments ago, she was engulfed in self-induced terror, and now her face had turned the color of a ripe tomato. Her heart brimmed with indignation. Despite being unwell, she was still the target of his jokes. This school doctor was truly childish. After all, she was no longer a child. Why would she need candy? It wasn't as if she were a little kid getting a vaccination. While she silently lamented her predicament, someone beside her laughed rather conspicuously. Pei Zhan took a long stride towards the school doctor's desk, and Duanduan's mouth fell open in disbelief. Just as she was about to intervene, she saw him extract a business card from a box. Phew, perhaps she had overreacted. Surely, a remarkable person like him wouldn't indulge in such antics. However, her moment of relief was short-lived as he turned and bent down to retrieve a piece of candy from the left drawer, a large white rabbit milk candy. Instantly, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. The aroma of milk wafted into her senses, and Duanduan blinked vacantly, rising from her chair to grasp his hand. No need. You are already an adult. Humph. Once again, tears threatened to spill as she wished he could communicate with her properly. The contrasting figures of tall and short vanished at the doorway, while the school doctor stood still, holding a cotton swab, observing for quite a while. After a moment, a knowing smile crept upon his lips. On their way back, Pei Zhan explained to her the reason behind the nosebleed. It turned out to be the result of a peculiar cup of tea brewed by senior brother Xiaochuan, which was meant to invigorate and nourish the kidneys. In simpler terms, it was a tonic that could strengthen a man's physique, but for a woman, it would stir her blood. Enden's thoughts have always been rather straightforward. And coupled with the vague hints from those around her, she did not ponder deeply, dismissing the matter as a mere misunderstanding. On the following weekend morning, she rose early to freshen up and prepare. The esteemed individual had mentioned the night before that he would take her somewhere today. Enden whimsically regarded it as a date. Although the website project was in a crunch, with everyone diligently toiling away, the allure of a carefree outing was too tempting for her to resist, and she shamelessly agreed. Just as she finished putting on her shoes, a WeChat message chimed in. Enden, I'm waiting for you downstairs. The person on the other end seemed somewhat exasperated. Take your time coming down the stairs. We are not in a hurry. Upon receiving this message, Enden eagerly grabbed her newly purchased bag and dashed out the door. The sudden sound of the door slamming startled the three girls still sound asleep in bed. In their groggy state, Shouty's voice emerged from beneath the mosquito netting. Room leader, buyer, we must find a time to file a complaint against patient. Indeed, we must complain. It is utterly intolerable to be disturbed from our dreams so early in the morning. Chapter 145. Introducing her to clients. Enden initially thought the esteemed individual would take her to the movies, but as they drove further and further away, twisting and turning for nearly 40 minutes, the white SUV finally came to a halt outside a park in the western suburbs. Yet, calling it a park seemed a misnomer, as no park would have two beckoning fortune cats stationed at its entrance. Yes, fortune cats. Enden could hardly contain her laughter upon seeing this incongruous gateway against the backdrop of the scenery, struck by an inexplicable sense of humor. The girl giggled throughout the journey, entirely forgetting to inquire about the purpose of their expedition. As they navigated through the intricate pathways resembling a tropical jungle, an expansive sea of blossoms suddenly unfolded before her eyes. Overwhelmed by the vast expanse of lavender enveloping her, she found herself momentarily rooted to the spot. Brother Zhan. This place is breathtaking. Having been in Rongqing for so long, I've never heard of such a beautiful spot in the western suburbs. Pei Zhan approached and draped his jacket over her shoulders, gently taking her hand as they continued onward. This area is not open to the public. It is a private estate. Upon hearing the term estate, a vision of undulating white castles, orderly servants, and a master with mountains of wealth flashed through Duanduan's mind. The fact that this place was not accessible to the public, yet the esteemed figure could enter freely, made her ponder if he was indeed the master of this estate. While she remained merely a visitor, caught off guard by the clarity of her own thoughts, Duanduan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How awkward. Surely there must be a crevice in the ground for me to hide in. However, as they traversed the field of flowers, her composure began to wane. Her eyes widened in awe as she beheld the towering pyramids, the ancient and enigmatic Sphinx, the magnificent Eiffel Tower, and the black pearl pirate ship moored on the surface of the artificial lake. These iconic structures from around the world were almost exact replicas of their originals. Though not identical in scale, their appearance and essence were as if carved from the same mold. One could not help but remark on the wealth of the estate's owner, indeed. They were not only rich, but also rather ostentatious. Yet, she found herself utterly enchanted by that pirate ship. In the eyes of the young girl, a yearning hue lingered, her gaze fixated on the distant, majestic black sail. If the young lady so desired, she could approach and take a closer look. The gentleman before her appeared to be in his 30s, adorned with a woven straw hat and dressed in a loose gray casual shirt, exuding an air of refined elegance. It was evident without doubt that this unexpectedly intrusive man was the owner of the estate. During the moment the girl was lost in thought, Pei Zhan introduced her. Duanduan. This is Mr. Feng, the founder of Pinnacle. Startled, Duanduan quickly regained her composure, offering a polite nod. Hello, Mr. Feng. Encountering such an elite individual for the first time, Duanduan felt an immense pressure. After all, she had come to meet a client today. Surely, the esteemed individual should have informed her in advance. A touch of light makeup would have sufficed. Appearing barefaced might come across as disrespectful. Coming from a scholarly family, Duanduan had been educated in the nuances of etiquette from a young age. Thus her awareness in this regard was particularly acute. Mr. Feng appraised the girl for a few moments before turning to Pei Zhan with a smile. Such a graceful figure, standing elegantly. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Complimenting her upon their first meeting, and with such eloquence at that. Very well. In the presence of a stranger, Duanduan found it challenging to maintain her usual unabashed demeanor. To divert her own awkwardness, she proactively expressed her desire to view the pirate ship, suggesting that while the adults engaged in serious matters, she, as a mere child, should refrain from interjecting. Before she departed, Pei Zhan adjusted her coat snugly and gently ruffled her hair, cautioning her about the strong winds overhead, advising her to avoid catching a cold. Yes, call me once the meeting concludes. The girl's sparkling eyes, reminiscent of a spring, stirred the heart of a certain individual. Indeed, it was a mistake to be here on such a splendid weekend. Chapter 146, The Young Master of the Pei Family. The conversation did not last as long as one might have imagined. After she had explored the pirate ship thoroughly, her phone in her bag rang. It was still early, and Pei Zhan politely declined the other party's earnest invitation, driving her little companion to a private dining establishment in the city center. This particular restaurant, renowned for its crab roe tofu pudding, had garnered fame throughout half of Rongqing, attracting numerous patrons who queued from noon until night, often forming long lines outside. Fortunately, the two arrived early today, escaping the hassle of waiting. Pei Zhan led her directly up the intricately carved wooden corridor to the second floor. While ordering, Duanduan instinctively filtered out the tempting hearty dishes that made her mouth water, opting instead for several light and nourishing soups and side dishes, including the signature crab roe tofu pudding. Her self-aware demeanor was particularly endearing, causing Pei Zhan's heart to ache slightly. Unable to resist, he reached out to pinch her little face gently. Choose a dish you like. I will ask the kitchen to use less chili, he said. At his words, Duanduan's eyes brightened noticeably. Doubting her own ears, she adorably sought confirmation once more. Upon receiving his nod, she quickly flipped to the last page of the menu, where various specialties of Sichuan cuisine awaited her: grilled fish, spicy hot pot, boiled beef, and double-peppered yellow croaker. In truth, after adhering to a light diet for 2 weeks, Duanduan had noticeably observed changes in her body. The previously inexplicable discomfort gradually dissipated. The intermittent ache in her stomach ceased, and her digestive functions improved manifold. Although these ailments seemed trivial and did not significantly affect her daily life, upon reflection, it was evident that if they persisted over the years, they would inevitably escalate. Fortunately, after indulging in a meal of crayfish, she might not have recognized the severity of the issue had she not visited the hospital. The deity's regulation of her diet was indeed appropriate. Henceforth, she must be more conscious of her health and not burden those around her with needless worries. After much deliberation, she noted mildly spicy as her preference for the grilled fish. Lifting her gaze to the person opposite her, she was suddenly interrupted by the cheerful voice of a middle-aged man at the entrance of their private room. Look, I told you he seemed familiar. What a coincidence to encounter the son of the old Pei family here. A group paused outside the room, and as the middle-aged man began to speak, several pairs of eyes turned toward them. While the man spoke, Pei Zhan gradually rose from his seat and walked toward the entrance. With a polite yet distant tone, he greeted the man, Uncle Quan. When mentioning his family member, Pei Zhan's tone softened slightly. My father is no longer unwell. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Quan. Ah, that's good to hear. I shall have someone deliver the evergreen pine from my backyard to your father another day. Its efficacy may be debatable, but the symbolism is undoubtedly auspicious. As an elder, Pei Zhan navigated the conversation with poise, seemingly able to respond effortlessly to the ensuing dialogue. Even if his father did not believe in such matters, he would undoubtedly appreciate the kind gesture from Uncle Quan. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man chuckled several times in delight and patted Pei Zhan on the shoulder, saying, after your graduation, you must shoulder some responsibilities for your father. This realm will ultimately belong to the youth. No matter how resilient we may be, we cannot withstand the tempests for many more years. Fortunately, after he finished speaking, he refrained from prolonging the conversation, as there were colleagues trailing behind, and he did not wish to waste anyone's time. Before departing, the middle-aged man discreetly cast a glance into the private room, where he noticed a young girl sitting quietly at the dining table, a flicker of peculiarity crossing his gaze. Once the group had departed, Duanduan slowly directed her gaze towards the entrance. Throughout the entire conversation, she had kept her ears open, comprehending every word exchanged between the deity and the others. Particularly, when she heard about his father's hospitalization, her heart clenched unexpectedly. Chapter 147. Please maintain your persona. Deity Zhan's father had fallen ill and was hospitalized. When had this occurred? The thought of certain possibilities plunged Duanduan into a wave of self-reproach. Indeed, it must have been that weekend when she fainted due to her alcohol allergy. They had originally planned to watch a movie together, but he had to cancel at the last minute due to an urgent matter. That urgent matter turned out to be his father's illness. Duanduan inwardly lamented, realizing that she must amend her obliviousness. Why hadn't she inquired more about what had transpired with the deity at that time? Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her. And when Duanduan raised her head in confusion, she found Pei Zhan gazing at her thoughtfully. "What are you pondering?" he inquired. Those eyes could, at any moment, discern her thoughts, perhaps because she was simply incapable of concealing them. With a serious demeanor, Duanduan exhaled and earnestly asked him, "Brother Zhan, have I become your burden?" The girl's face bore an earnest expression, akin to that of someone contemplating a significant life matter. Pei Zhan gazed down at her silently, the light casting an enigmatic emotion in the depths of his profound eyes. After a prolonged moment of anxious anticipation from the young one before him, he suddenly broke into a smile. Leaning slightly forward across the round dining table, he lowered his voice. "When Duanduan grows up, she can bear a little burden for Brother Zhan. As for you, you are not a burden. You are my treasure. Do you understand?" The notion of bearing a little burden. Duanduan seemed to focus solely on the first half of his statement, her mind momentarily overwhelmed. Her round, sparkling eyes were fixed on him, unblinking, as she felt his breath drawing nearer, paralyzed with fear of provoking him into teasing her once more. Just as her neck began to ache, a commotion at the entrance of the private room startled her. She turned her head to see a waiter entering with the dishes. "Ladies and gentlemen, your meals are ready. Please enjoy." Timing could not have been more perfect, Duanduan thought to herself, reveling in the moment. However, her joy was short-lived as Pei Zhan's voice, laced with a teasing tone, echoed, "You ought to knock before entering the private room. Otherwise, you might startle the little one." The air suddenly grew thick with tension. Duanduan stared at him in astonishment. The waiter promptly realized the situation and quickly blushed, apologizing, "I am terribly sorry, sir. I will be more attentive next time. I apologize for disturbing your meal." This unexpected scene left Duanduan quite astonished, especially given the extraordinary composure displayed by the gentleman today. According to his temperament, such a minor incident should have provoked a different reaction. As she pondered how to alleviate the situation, she heard him calmly utter, "I was merely joking earlier, my apologies." Duanduan was at a loss for words, while the waiter stood in stunned silence. She felt on the verge of tears, imploring the gentleman to maintain his persona. Ultimately, it was the waiter who was most startled, hastily departing the private room in concern of further blunders. Duanduan gazed at the man across from her, who remained unfazed throughout, sensing that he had acted with intention. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Zhan, who had always been reticent and maintained a cold demeanor towards the world, seemed to be subtly transforming over time, influenced solely by her presence. Ever since being with him, Duanduan experienced an illusion that wherever he was, the air around them was imbued with a rosy hue. At this moment, although their meal remained untouched, her heart felt completely full. If this continued, she feared she would be overwhelmed. Such vexation. Chapter 148. His bank card that evening. Pei Zhan fulfilled his promise and took her to the cinema. Duanduan has always been irresistibly drawn to science fiction blockbusters. Recently, a new Hollywood film premiered, and she spent the entire evening engrossed in the movie while munching on popcorn. Meanwhile, the person beside her was incessantly engaged on the phone. At times, she pondered how, as a third-year student, he was already so busy despite having only a few projects. If he were to establish his own studio next semester and take on even more significant projects, he would surely be overwhelmed with work. It seemed imperative to cherish their current moments of leisure, for in the future, they might scarcely have time for dates. The girl mused silently as a ferocious velociraptor on screen suddenly turned and let out a deafening roar aimed at the audience, nearly causing her to drop her popcorn in fright. In her startled state, a large hand appeared on her forehead and gently pressed it against his shoulder. "It's already 10 o'clock. Are you feeling tired?" he inquired. Duanduan quickly shook her head, insisting she was not tired at all. Who could possibly feel drowsy while watching a thrilling monster movie? Oh, but indeed, there were such individuals. She cast a curious glance at a middle-aged man in the front row whose snoring resonated like thunder, feeling a peculiar admiration for him. On the way back, the girl sat in the passenger seat, her expression noticeably subdued, her eyes occasionally drifting towards the window, her mood far from the initial excitement. Observing her demeanor, Pei Zhan chuckled softly. "There is still plenty of time ahead. You need not rush every moment." His words struck a chord with her, and Duanduan felt a twinge of discomfort, murmuring softly, "Although time is ample, you do not possess any spare moments, do you? Are you planning to juggle your laptop while managing tasks and accompanying me to the movies in the future?" The shadows danced playfully along the streets, fragmented beams of light filtering into the car, casting a striking outline on Pei Zhan's chiseled profile, rendering him a touch more aloof than usual. After a moment's pause, he declared, "In the future, when I accompany you to the movies, I shall turn off my phone, Duanduan. I promise to keep my word." She stared at him, somewhat bewildered. Did the Great One misunderstand my intent? Considering a certain possibility, Duanduan quickly turned to the driver to clarify. "What I meant was that I would rather spend time with you working late on projects. Watching movies is not a means of sustenance, and given how much I eat, you must earn more to support me. If you spend all your time idly, the eventual outcome will be my starvation, leaving you a destitute man." The urgency in her voice flushed her cheeks a deep crimson within the cramped, dimly lit confines of the car. Pei Zhan, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, caught sight of her large, expressive eyes in his peripheral vision. He had never anticipated that his little treasure would harbor such concerns about their future. Perhaps it was due to his failure to share his thoughts with her. After Duanduan finished speaking, she closely observed his expression, or rather, she unabashedly fixated on him. However, he seemed impervious to her scrutiny, entirely absorbed in driving, his gaze unwavering. Moments later, the car halted at a red light. Just as she was about to abandon her efforts and turn away to rest her eyes, the person beside her suddenly extended his long hand, deliberately ignoring her intense stare, and leisurely retrieved a bank card from the front compartment of the vehicle. Continuing, that large hand slipped a thin card into hers, accompanied by his leisurely low voice. "All my savings are in there, Duanduan. Whether your boyfriend becomes a pauper in the future depends on your spending habits." Did she hear that correctly? The esteemed one was actually entrusting his fortune to her for safekeeping. Wasn't that a bit too hasty? Compared to the calm demeanor of a certain individual, Duanduan's emotions had become a convoluted tapestry difficult to articulate. She swallowed hard, reminding the person beside her, "Brother Zhan. Such an important item as a bank card should never be in my possession. It's not safe." After all, she was a normal girl, and girls were undoubtedly the most extravagant creatures in existence. As soon as she finished speaking, the car came to a halt. Pei Zhan unfastened his seatbelt, and upon hearing the girl's words, he leisurely cast a deep gaze her way. "I've given you my trust. Why would I be concerned about a mere bank card?" Duanduan blinked, sensing that the esteemed one was rather unreasonable. Yet, despite his seemingly flawed logic, she found herself rendered speechless. Confused, she pondered how someone typically so taciturn could suddenly, well, it was hard to describe in words. Ultimately, that silver card landed firmly in her grasp. When he revealed that the password was 6 zeros, she was so taken aback that she nearly popped her eyes out. How lazy could one be? Or perhaps there wasn't much money in the card, rendering it unworthy of any elaborate thought concerning the password. Duanduan instinctively speculated. At this late hour, as midnight approached, the campus had fallen into a deep, tranquil slumber. As she approached the fork near the artificial lake, Duanduan suddenly recalled something, her steps involuntarily pausing. She wondered whether there was still anyone in the student council office at this hour. Her sketchbook had been left there. Originally, she had accompanied Xinyin to retrieve it, but an unforeseen incident had occurred just outside the office. Reflecting on the night she had fainted still sent a shiver down her spine. However, she assumed the office would be empty by now, so she casually mentioned it. Yet, the person beside her silently halted his steps. "What is the matter?" Duanduan inquired, turning around in confusion. Pei Zhan regarded her quietly for a moment without uttering a word, then resumed walking. As he reached her side, he suddenly enveloped her with his long arm, adjusting his pace to match hers. Duanduan felt the heat and strength of the hand that clasped her waist, drawing her closer to his side, inch by inch, until they were tightly pressed together. Zhan, it's not easy to walk like this. You should let go a bit. I might trip, the girl stammered, her small face etched with helplessness as she stumbled along with his strides. The person beside her seemed oblivious to her plight, his tall figure casting a long shadow under the dim light of the street lamp, while her petite silhouette clung closely to his, as if they were destined to remain entwined forever, impervious to any external force that might seek to separate them. Duanduan. He called her name softly as they walked. She lifted her head, her resigned eyes brimming with a sense of grievance. Pei Zhan's gaze quietly settled ahead. His profile illuminated intermittently in the darkness, imbued with an enigmatic emotion. He remarked, "Tomorrow morning, I shall retrieve your sketchbook from the student council." He would go to fetch it for her? Duanduan felt a flicker of doubt, yet she nodded earnestly. "Go ahead. It will be far easier for you to do so than for me." At least those students, no matter how sharp-tongued, would not dare to trouble Pei Zhan. Upon hearing this, Duanduan's eyelids fluttered, and she stared blankly at him. She recalled that she had not disclosed those trivial matters to him. How could he appear so well-informed? Sensing the cold atmosphere around them, she tugged at his sleeve. "Those individuals are merely attacking me with words. Let them be. As long as I ignore them, they will eventually grow quiet." "I fear I am not so magnanimous," Pei Zhan retorted with a light scoff. Never had she witnessed such a chilling side of him. Perhaps he was genuinely angry. His protectiveness over her intensified with each passing day, becoming so pronounced that it was impossible for anyone to overlook. Duanduan fell silent, her heart swelling with profound gratitude. How fortunate she felt to encounter Brother Zhan during these blossoming years of her youth. Chapter 150, Matters of Duty Indeed. After a leisurely stroll on Saturday, Duanduan felt her mind invigorated. The following morning, she cheerfully accompanied Pei Zhan to the dining hall for breakfast, thereafter hastening to the association office. Just as she eagerly opened Photoshop, ready to commence her work, Pei Zhan casually announced, "I am heading to the student council," before departing the office with his phone in hand. As Duanduan glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of her computer, she recalled that, according to the previous scheduling order, it was precisely the moment when Xinyun was on duty. The esteemed individual had gone to the student union to retrieve something for her, inevitably leading to an encounter with Xinyun. The memory of their last chance meeting at the school gate lingered vividly in her mind, while they appeared to be in perfect harmony on the surface. A closer examination revealed a clear facade of peace between them. At the very least, she could discern that the esteemed individual had no desire to engage in conversation with Xinyun. With this thought, the girl exhaled deeply, resolved to cease her distractions and began to work diligently, grasping the mouse firmly. Meanwhile, events unfolded as Duanduan had anticipated. The person on duty at the student union was indeed President Shen. Upon seeing the figure at the door, Xinyun felt a twinge of surprise. After all, it was rare for someone to visit without cause. Even when clubs occasionally came to submit documents, it was typically delegated to the junior staff. The likes of Pei Zhan had never before graced the student union office. It seemed that today was an extraordinary exception. Xinyun rose to approach, and before she could utter a word, his cool voice shattered the silence, directly addressing the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Xinyun slightly furrowed her brow. Was it truly for this reason? This inevitably led her to consider another possibility. Perhaps the owner of the sketchbook intended to retrieve it personally. But due to the controlling nature of the person before her, Pei Zhan, who had never set foot in the student office, was compelled to come himself. Oh, would Duanduan truly find happiness with someone like him? With this thought, Xinyun could not help but mockingly remark, "What is this?" The illustrious Pei Zhan is concerned that his girlfriend might be taken away, to the extent that even for something as trivial as collecting a sketchbook, you must abandon your own affairs to make a personal trip. A trivial matter? Pei Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly, his cold gaze drifting effortlessly towards the other person. His tone laced with frost. "You must understand, this is not a trivial matter, but rather my responsibility. Moreover, it is entirely appropriate for me to run errands for my girlfriend. There is no need for others to meddle." Xinyun. The phrase running errands uttered from a certain individual's lips sounded remarkably composed, as if it truly embodied that notion of propriety. It was only natural for Pei Zhan to attend to Duanduan, regardless of his status as a revered figure or a person of great renown. In the presence of the one he cherished, he was simply an ordinary man. In that moment, an indescribable sense of vexation surged within Xinyun, a feeling he had never experienced before, even during the time he was rejected by Duanduan. Some things had indeed been lost without his awareness. And by the time he realized it, everything had become irrevocably settled. The light blue cover of the sketchbook was adorned with a hand-drawn pink cartoon pig, perfectly aligning with Duanduan's zodiac sign. When her little face flushed, she resembled it strikingly. Pei Zhan gazed at the small notebook, a smile playing on his lips as he examined it for a while, then slowly closed it away under the silent scrutiny of others. "Thank you." The fleeting expression of gratitude before his departure took Xinyun by surprise once more. He silently watched the figure that drifted calmly towards the door, muttering to himself as if in soliloquy. "For her, you have truly changed so much." Chapter 151. Has the boss given the little junior sister a boost of motivation? As for the one who contributed to this matter, under a certain individual's unabashed insinuation, she could only peck a kiss on his face like a little chick. She was quite busy now, and if the esteemed one insisted on interrupting, it would be rather inconsiderate. Fortunately, she was merely overthinking. Regardless of whether a certain someone harbored such intentions, the incessant ringing of the phone on the table indicated that this was not an opportune moment for flirtation. The sound of the phone ultimately faded into the background of the conference room, and the atmosphere around her became tranquil. Duanduan paused her tasks and began to peruse the sketchbook before her. It contained all her reflections from the conclusion of her college entrance examinations to the present. Some born from sudden inspiration, others penned in the quiet hours of the night to fend off insomnia. Collectively, they filled 2/3 of the notebook's thickness. It was evident that, with the evolution of her sketches, Duanduan's inner self was gradually maturing. The most recent piece depicted a scene from her childhood, where she sat on her father's shoulders watching a movie about dams. She faintly recalled that it was created on the very night she reconciled with her father, each stroke emanating from the depths of her heart. As thoughts of old Lu surfaced, Duanduan found herself glancing towards the conference room, sighing softly. Speaking of which, she had yet to reveal her romantic entanglement to her family. However, the truth could only be concealed for so long. She would eventually need to find a moment to confess to her parents. Her mother might be more accepting, but as for old Lu, she remained uncertain. Thus arose a dilemma. What if old Lu opposed her dating at such a young age or disapproved of her partner? Oh, the tribulations of adulthood were numerous, and they weighed heavier on her during this awkward phase. One step backward placed her in the realm of minors, while a step forward ushered her into adulthood. Given old Lu's temperament, there was a greater than 50% chance he would oppose her current relationship. As Duanduan wrestled with her thoughts, Jiang Xiaochuan's booming voice suddenly resonated from the conference room, prompting her to stretch her neck to peer inside. What has transpired? Could it be that the project has encountered yet another setback? As a member of the project team, she wasted no time and hurried over. Upon entering, she was met with several pairs of eyes fixed upon her, and she swallowed hard, sensing an ominous premonition. Indeed, without granting her a moment to gather her thoughts, Pei Zhan addressed her in a calm tone. The client has made last-minute modifications to the requirements, necessitating alterations to the previous design. In fact, not only the design, but also certain back-end interfaces from the preliminary stages require slight adjustments. However, the extent of change on her end pales in comparison to the modifications required here, implying that she is likely destined for a night of overtime. Yet, the comedic twist awaited her, initially approaching the client's so-called new demands with a sense of resignation. Upon closer inspection, she found herself inexplicably relieved. The revisions were excellent indeed. They seemed tailor-made for her. What had once appeared daunting to her was now entirely overturned, with the new version aligning perfectly with her strengths. Though she maintained a facade of composure, internally, she was already celebrating. At present, there was no need for an all-nighter. A conservative estimate suggested that half a day would suffice. Thus, under the astonished gaze of her 3 senior colleagues, she hummed a light tune as she opened the old files, deftly employing both keyboard and mouse to initiate her revisions, her momentum far outpacing the despondent trio. Jiang Xiaochuan glanced weakly at Pei Zhan, who sat silently beside him. "Boss, did you perhaps give our junior sister a pep talk last night?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a fleeting gaze from someone caught his attention. "Is it necessary for me to give you a boost of motivation now?" Jiang Xiaochuan quickly shook his head, chuckling. No, I'm brimming with energy and don't require any additional encouragement." With that, he plunged into battle with the fervor of a mad dog. Chapter 152. Double joy. It became evident that Duanduan was not blindly confident in her design skills. As she completed the final subpage, the clock struck noon, precisely marking half a day's work. With unexpected speed and unwavering quality, she successfully finalized all the UI design drafts for the website. Consequently, Duanduan found herself enveloped in a chorus of praise within the office. And just as she was about to succumb to drowsiness from the accolades, her keen eyes caught a glimpse of an unusual demeanor from her senior, old Lin, sitting across from her. The stark contrast between the surrounding joviality and his desolate expression piqued her intuition. She sensed that his unhappiness was undoubtedly linked to a certain girl from the design department. However, it seemed inappropriate to approach him at that moment. So she decided it was best to promptly package and send the design drafts to the expert. Lunch was shared with several seniors from the 404 team, during which she learned, through Jiang Xiaochuan's playful banter, that old Lin had completely missed his chance with the goddess. Old Lin, you simply dither too much. You keep saying you want to give her time to consider, and now look, she's rekindled things with her ex. In the end, you've gained nothing and are left feigning congratulations with a forced smile. Conversations among men are typically straightforward. When it comes to consoling a friend after a breakup, Yi Bai and Xiaochuan had no intention of offering comfort. They immediately launched into a barrage of direct commentary, hitting the core of the matter. As Duanduan was engrossed in her meal, she suddenly perked up her ears, her dark, glistening eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. Today, without a doubt, was a day of double joy, the sources of which hardly need elaboration. Above all, she was eager to share this news with Bayer, eagerly anticipating the reaction of that little girl upon hearing it. However, compared to the merciless scolding from her two senior brothers, the great god beside her appeared remarkably composed. Throughout the entire affair, he refrained from voicing any opinion, quietly serving Duanduan dishes, pouring water, and dishing out rice, eliciting silent tears of despair from the onlookers across the table. Although he remained silent, Duanduan sensed that his thoughts diverged significantly from those of her senior brothers. At least, she could detect no hint of regret in his expression. Before ascending the stairs, Duanduan tentatively inquired of Pei Zhan, "Is there still a chance for my Bayer with Senior Lin?" The girl gazed at him with wide, earnest eyes. Pei Zhan stood still, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, and playfully countered, "Are you hoping to play matchmaker, Duanduan?" Oh dear, was it that obvious? Duanduan felt a flush of embarrassment as she lowered her head, murmuring, "Seeing my roommate with someone she likes is inherently a joyful thing. After all, I am the only one in the dormitory who is in a relationship, which feels rather lonely." Yet, it seemed that he fixated solely on the latter part of her statement, for upon hearing the word lonely escape the young girl's lips, he inexplicably felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He could not help but reach out to pinch her delicate face, a half-smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "The thoughts swirling in that head of yours often elude my understanding. Engaging in a romance is not akin to playing a game where one must form a team." Yet, how could he fathom that she felt a sense of solitude despite his constant presence? It struck him for the first time that perhaps he had been overly indulgent, neglecting the development of her emotional well-being. He resolved that upon detecting any unhealthy psychological factors, they must be promptly addressed. Chapter 153. A transformation, however, upon hearing his words, Bayer displayed a calmness that exceeded her expectations, particularly under the profound guidance of the department head, which seemed to fortify her resolve. It appeared she had overthought the matter, for it turned out that Bayer had a wise mentor behind her. Perhaps it was due to her relaxed mood that she fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until 4 in the afternoon, as she rubbed the sleep from her eyes and emerged from her bed. A screenshot of an email from a prominent figure in their project group caught her attention. In that moment, her mind surged into action, fixating on the email's contents, nearly blinding herself with disbelief. To her astonishment, her design had received a full approval from the client, and remarkably, not a single flaw was pointed out. To claim she felt no pride would be disingenuous. She lay back in her cocoon of blankets, savoring the gentle chill wafting in from the balcony, her heart enveloped in warmth. As winter approached, she hoped to bring forth even more surprises and vigor to the project team. Onward, Duanduan. However, shortly after, amidst Duanduan's joyful laughter, another rather awkward piece of news arrived. A notification was issued in the class group, announcing that the school is expected to organize a choral competition for the first-year students at the end of December, with no restrictions on theme, content, or form. Although the prospect of participating in a choral performance did not initially excite Duanduan, her composure vanished upon seeing her name on the list for the computer science class. Despite the allure of earning substantial credits for winning, The thought of an off-key singer like her participating felt akin to a single mouse dropping, spoiling an entire pot of porridge. Sitting on her bed, Duanduan appeared despondent, seemingly devoid of hope. I suspected that this was likely the handiwork of Li Zihan and reassured Duanduan that I would confront her shortly. However, the class leader shook her head in disagreement, expressing skepticism about my theory. It seemed implausible, as Li Zihan was likely unaware of Duanduan's lack of musical talent. Furthermore, with only 6 girls in the class, Duanduan could not escape participation regardless. Logically, as the cultural committee member, Li Zihan held the power of recommendation and would likely seek to eliminate 1 or 2 from the group rather than freely bestow credits upon anyone. I found the class leader's reasoning compelling. Xiaodi joined the conversation, emerging from her mosquito net. In such moments, Duanduan often resembled an adorable little bug, attentively absorbing her roommate's analyses. Yet, the truth of the matter was less significant than the reality that she had to balance preparing for the English level 4 exam while rehearsing for the choir. As December approached, with only half a month remaining, each day began with the question of how many words she needed to memorize and how many practice papers she should complete. In a certain sense, the energy she now devotes to learning English far surpasses that of her entire senior year. Consequently, Duanduan cannot help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, as she once harbored an innate aversion to this subject, unwilling to invest much effort into it. It is indeed perplexing that she could perform well with such an attitude. While her roommates fervently engaged in discussions, Duanduan quietly rose to wash her face, then proceeded to the bookshelf, methodically placing her vocabulary manual and the level 4 examination papers into her backpack. Under the watchful eyes of her 3 friends, she waved goodbye and swiftly exited. Behind her, observing her hasty departure, Bei could not help but exclaim, "Have you noticed how Duanduan now leaves early and returns late, meticulously scheduling her days? I wonder if her body can endure this." Duanduan's determination to pass the level 4 exam is quite substantial. Just look at how fervently she is tackling English lately. A stark contrast to her former self. I suspect she must have experienced some sort of stimulus. When Qing, recalling the last time the student council's GMO invited Duanduan to a refuge, speculated that Duanduan's transformation was likely connected to that mysterious white lotus. Chapter 154. Such a diligent girl belongs to his family. With the support of the External Relations Department, the Computing Association also serves another significant purpose: to oversee all computer repair work across the school, of course, offering these services free of charge. From the initial overwhelming sensation of encountering a multitude of components to now adeptly addressing various common computer hardware issues, her rapid development has not gone unnoticed by those around her, further affirming the significance of the junior apprentice as a fresh force within the project team. As the 4th level examination looms, the entire campus has plunged into a frenzied battleground. Whether preparing for the 4th level or the 6th level exams, students have tacitly confined their activities to the triangular route between the study room, the cafeteria, and their dormitories. Duanduan, in particular, is exerting herself to the utmost, juggling responsibilities for the association while simultaneously tackling practice papers and attending choir rehearsals for her department. Yet, despite her busy schedule, she finds time to indulge in what someone deems a healthy emotional cycle by occasionally going out on dates with her boyfriend. The night before the 4th level exam, Duanduan had hoped to engage in a meaningful discussion with several seniors from room 404 regarding front-end programming techniques. However, after sitting for 2 solid hours, the incessant clattering of keyboards in the office drowned out any chance of conversation. Alas, they are all far too occupied, and she cannot bring herself to intrude. After glancing toward the door countless times, Duanduan finally could no longer remain seated. Rising with a yawn, she muttered to herself, "Why does time pass so slowly? One should truly relax and indulge in leisure before exams. If you ask me, Lao Lin and Xiao Chuan, put aside your tasks, and let us take the junior apprentice out for some fun." Ever since she took on the website project, her existence has been reduced to attending classes and remaining in the office, with all-nighters becoming a regular occurrence, leaving no time whatsoever for gaming. Yibai, reflecting on the past, could not help but feel a pang of bittersweet melancholy. "Oh, my dear leader, when shall you grant us a respite?" Upon hearing this, Duanduan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I usually engage with rather simplistic games. I have never ventured into the realm of your battle royale. How about this? I could assist you in crafting a few pages." Jiang Xiaochuan, quick to seize the moment, eagerly agreed, Ah, my dear junior sister, you truly understand. Come here. I shall have you accommodated in no time. Jiang Xiaochuan remained as unreserved as ever. Just as he was about to stride over, Lin Yihan suddenly cleared her throat. Following her gaze to the entrance, they beheld the tall figure of Pei Zhan striding in. Ahem, junior sister. You may continue with your gaming. There will be ample opportunities to write pages in the future. No need to rush, he remarked. Jiang Xiaochuan, ever quick-witted, retorted with the fervor of firecrackers before silently bowing his head to resume his typing. Yi Bai watched in astonishment, having been subjected to the relentless torment of our leader. It is no wonder the transformation is so striking. Might I inquire, has your face ever been measured with a rice ruler? Stung by the pointed remark, Jiang Xiaochuan, indignant, kicked the person opposite him, inadvertently striking the separator key, transforming it into a Chinese semicolon. Gazing at the blinking cursor on the screen, Jiang Xiaochuan wore an expression of utter desolation. Somehow, this wretched separator had morphed into his personal nightmare. The routine banter between the two senior brothers had become the norm, while Duanduan, perched in the corner, watched the exchange with unrestrained laughter. Compared to her earlier despondency, she now appeared considerably more spirited. Pei Zhan approached the girl with a cup of water, his gaze gently resting upon her joy-filled face. He inquired softly, "What time did you arrive? Have you been waiting long?" After a moment of contemplation, Duanduan admitted that it had indeed been quite a while. However, she replied, "It's all right. I had the senior brothers with me, so it wasn't too boring." The three senior brothers exchanged silent thumbs up. The little junior sister truly was endearing when she displayed such thoughtfulness. After hearing her response, Pei Zhan merely smiled, choosing not to address it directly. Instead, his eyes drifted to the stack of 4 mock exams she had left on the table, thick and substantial, suggesting she had completed them in one go. He had observed her dedication and attitude towards this examination entirely. Regardless of the outcome, her fervor brought him immense satisfaction and pride. Such a diligent girl belonged to him. Indeed. Chapter 155. The wheel of fortune turns as a smile unconsciously crept across his lips. The tranquil atmosphere of the office was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Xiaochuan's voice. "Boss, the little junior sister finished 4 sets of papers in just an hour and a half. This astonishing speed could rival your own in your prime." Following this reflection from his brother, the smile in Pei Zhan's eyes widened gradually. He gently ruffled the girl's hair and asked, "What was your accuracy rate?" Duanduan obediently replied, "Not quite 100%. Indeed, it was merely 90%. She had expertly sidestepped the common adage that haste makes waste." Her modest assertion swiftly silenced the 3 bystanders, who exchanged glances that spoke of their astonishment, their expressions reflecting a mix of admiration and envy. Unbeknownst to her, Duanduan increasingly embodied the demeanor of a certain individual beside her. Indeed, it is quite commendable to simply excel as a diligent student. In this moment, under the unwavering gaze of the other 3, Pei Zhan finished his drink, lifted the down jacket draped over the chair, and gently assisted Duanduan into it, casually remarking, "Well done, but do not let pride take hold. Continue to strive." Duanduan smiled subtly, affirming, "I will." She had never felt such confidence in her English skills. The sensation was utterly delightful. A moment later, with reluctance, she uttered an "oh," slipped her hands into the pockets of her jacket, and prepared to step outside to embrace the chilly breeze. As they reached the door, Pei Zhan smoothly extracted one of her hands from her pocket and placed it in his palm, faintly suggesting, "It's inconvenient to keep it in your pocket. Allow me to hold your hand." Well, she found it quite convenient, indeed. Duanduan blinked, perplexed. At 7 in the morning, the slumbering 618 dormitory was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of alarm bells. Wenqing, still in a fog, was startled upright in bed, rubbing her eyes as she shouted across to Bei Er, who was soundly asleep, "What on earth are you making such a racket for so early in the morning? You nearly scared me to death." After her outburst, the occupant of the bed remained utterly still, unresponsive. It felt as though her words had merely struck cotton. With a sigh, Wenqing resignedly began to dress. Just 2 minutes later, the alarm blared once more. She thought to herself. This time, before the explosion could occur, Xiaodi poked her head out from under the mosquito netting, murmuring, "This sounds like the song Duanduan sang at KTV last time. What was it called again?" The title eluded her for the moment. At this moment, Wenqing suddenly came to her senses, realizing the familiarity of the situation. Meanwhile, the culprit, Bei Er, lay motionless. Behind her, Xiaodi silently swallowed hard and, with a swift motion, struck the lump beneath the blanket without mercy. When Duanduan emerged from the restroom, she found Bei, pale and clutching her abdomen, waiting at the door. Concerned for her roommate's discomfort, she asked, "What's wrong? Is your stomach bothering you?" Bei nodded and replied, "Yes, it's that time of the month. I might not be able to make it to the exam. You all can go ahead without me." Not able to go to the exam? Before Duanduan could respond, the prepared Wenqing stepped out and glanced over, immediately exposing the girl's fib. "Your monthly visitor is quite punctual. It's only been 5 days since the last visit." Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Xiaodi also shifted her gaze. It seems that no trickery can escape the discerning gaze of the dorm leader. It was perhaps time for Bei to come clean. Lowering her head in silence, Bei murmured, "I've completed 10 sets of practice papers, and not a single one was satisfactory. I was initially filled with confidence, but after a series of humiliating failures, I'm now quite anxious about the exam." Oh, so that was the case. Among them, Duanduan had the most authority to speak, as she had transformed from failing to passing, ultimately achieving a remarkable 90% accuracy. "Bei," she reassured, "regardless of the past, it is behind you now. What you need to focus on is to maintain a calm mindset and approach the exam with composure. Hurry and freshen up, we will wait for you." "But I really don't want to go." As Belle made her final, desperate struggle, she pondered whether it was truly worth it. After all, the disappointment of failure would only deepen her sorrow. Indeed, her pride was quite formidable. However, Duanduan gazed at her with utmost seriousness, suggesting that since registration was available each semester, this time could simply serve as a trial. Belle, with an innocent expression, found the words strikingly familiar. Oh, how the tides of fortune turn. Ultimately, under the collective urging and watchful eyes of her roommates, Belle reluctantly splashed her face with cold water, forgoing any makeup, and set off for the examination hall in her bare visage. Chapter 156. Daily Sweetness. The venue for the level 4 examination was designated in Building A, a 10-minute walk from the dormitory. Duanduan and her roommates nearly timed their arrival perfectly. Had they dallied for just a few more seconds, their efforts would have been in vain. Belle expressed a profound sense of guilt and helplessness about this. As the clock struck 9, the examination rooms commenced the listening section promptly. A glance around only intensified her despondency. Her roommates were scattered across the room, leaving her isolated in a corner, akin to a forsaken stray dog. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that among the residents of room 618, she was likely the sole candidate destined to fail. But do not inquire as to why, for most of her time had been consumed by contemplating how to win over the elusive Senior Han. The ancient adage about beauty leading one astray appears to hold considerable truth. Listening to the barrage of incomprehensible English sentences from the broadcast, Belle rubbed her aching eyes and compelled herself to focus. No matter what, as Duanduan had said, she would treat this as merely a trial. This time, it is merely a temporary setback. If necessary, I shall continue next year. If someone like Duanduan, who once struggled with English, can elevate her performance from failing to achieving top marks within 2 months, then with her foundational knowledge, a little effort should suffice. With this realization, Belle immediately immersed herself in completing the exam paper. As time trickled by, with only half an hour remaining before the exam concluded, Duanduan had already conducted a final review of her paper. 2 minutes later, she submitted her work ahead of schedule, leaving a message for her 3 friends in the WeChat group before making her way across the A building towards the administration building. At this hour, the esteemed one should still be at the association office. Her quiet approach to seek him out might just be a delightful surprise. The fog was dense today, coinciding with the winter solstice, as the chilly wind, laced with rain, blew through the air. Duanduan snugged her down jacket closer and skipped lightly along the cobblestone path beneath the administration building. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. In the distance, beneath the grayish-blue stone pavilion, stood a tall figure. The moment Duanduan recognized the silhouette, warmth enveloped her like the sun, igniting a gentle heat from head to toe. "Brother Zhan," she called softly, interrupting a phone conversation in progress. Pei Zhan slightly turned, catching sight of his beloved approaching, and a tender affection instantly gleamed in his eyes. "Let us leave it for now. I will call you back later," he said, ending the call and standing gracefully in place. He gazed quietly at the girl's rosy cheeks, a smile dancing in the corners of his eyes as he opened his arms to welcome her arrival. This gesture undoubtedly invigorated Duanduan, prompting her to quicken her pace as she rushed towards the person beneath the pavilion, heedless of everything else. Just as she was about to collide with his warm embrace, he firmly grasped her waist with his large hand. In her puzzled gaze, she observed Pei Zhan slowly unbuttoning his black coat, one button at a time, revealing a light gray shirt underneath. The buttons were rather stiff. She hoped they wouldn't jab at her face. Upon hearing his words, Duanduan cheerfully extended her arms, slipping them through the hem of his coat, gently pressing her cheek against his chest, separated only by a layer of shirt fabric. Today marked the winter solstice. Reputed to be the coldest day of the year, yet despite his sparse attire, he radiated warmth. Clad in a pale pink down jacket, she nestled against him like a furry ball, reminiscent of a hibernating kitten. Pei Zhan tightened his embrace, resting his smooth chin gently atop her head. His voice tinged with a husky timbre. I have a little furnace in my heart, so I fear no chill. Duanduan gradually grasped the implication, tilting her head upwards to say, if you compare me to a little furnace, wouldn't that make me unbearably hot in summer? Occasionally, she would unwittingly reveal her straightforward nature. In the past, such moments were more frequent, but after a series of psychological guidance from a certain someone, she had improved significantly. Gazing into her clear and enchanting eyes, Pei Zhan chose not to dwell on whether it was winter or summer, instead offering a gentle smile. As the hour grew late, Pei Zhan gently pulled up the hood of Duanduan's down jacket, enveloping her head, and took her small hand in his large one. Together, their contrasting heights formed a pair of silhouettes as they exited the stone pavilion. At that moment, a first-year student, having just completed an exam, swiftly captured this scene on their phone, only to be abruptly stopped by a companion. Hey, even Pei Zhan dares to take candid shots? Are you seeking trouble? Startled, the individual trembled for a moment, but soon regained composure. Did you not notice that since Pei Zhan entered a relationship, his fierce demeanor has softened considerably? At least, the anonymous accounts on the forum that post their affectionate photos are still thriving. Had this been in the past, goodness. Chapter 157. Mischief. Once more, this meant that for the next 2 weeks, she would not be responsible for any matters related to the association, allowing her to fully immerse herself in choir rehearsals. Speaking of the choir, she had initially worried about being mocked for singing off-key, but it turned out her concerns were unfounded. With dozens of people singing together, even the keenest ears would struggle to discern a single off note. Except for the 3 girls from her dormitory standing nearby. The dorm leader could not help but remark that the beautiful singing voice of Duanduan seemed to be a privilege reserved for their inner circle. However, just 10 minutes after such musings, during a brief intermission, events took a turn far from the predictions of the group. Just moments ago, the senior student designated as the lead vocalist had been rushed to the hospital with acute appendicitis, causing the supervising teacher to panic and ultimately necessitating the selection of a replacement from the remaining personnel. The selection method turned out to be a spontaneous vocal performance. Duanduan found herself at a loss for words, her only consolation being the presence of someone like Li Zihan, who was always eager to step forward. Statistically speaking, the likelihood of her being targeted should be minimal. However, reality proved that a mere 0.1 probability does not equate to impossibility. If fortune were to turn against her, there would undoubtedly be ill-intentioned individuals ready to expose her. When Li Zihan recommended Duanduan to the guiding teacher, chaos erupted among the group. Wenqing was the first to rise, saying, "Teacher, Duanduan has a cold and her throat is swollen. She is not fit for this." The head of the group truly lived up to her title. Always the quickest to react, Duanduan silently gave Wenqing a thumbs up, secretly delighted, but her joy was short-lived as Li Zihan countered, "For the sake of our collective honor. Even if she has a cold, she should still give it a try. Duanduan is recognized as the best singer in our class. How can we back down at a critical moment?" Damn it, Duanduan realized she often encountered such eloquent nuisances. Just as Minister Ji had calmed down, another contender like Li Zihan emerged. Could it be that she inherently attracted such troublesome characters? As Duanduan lamented, she pondered her strategy. She absolutely could not allow Li Zihan to prevail today, and the claim of being the best in class was nothing but absurdity. At that moment, the guiding teacher cast a probing glance her way, suggesting, "Perhaps you should take the lead and give it a try?" Duanduan quickly mustered a smile, replying, "Teacher, in terms of talent, no one can compare to our class's cultural committee member, Li Zihan. She was once in the top 10 of the Dream Angel singing competition. In a twist of fate, the young and ambitious Duanduan has made remarkable progress. The Dream Angel ranks among the top 10 nationwide," exclaimed Li Zihan, her words tumbling out in a flustered rush. "Do you take me for a deity? I didn't even make it past the preliminary rounds. What makes you think I could possibly be in the top 10? As her voice fell, the surrounding commotion grew louder, transforming from encouragement to a cacophony of laughter, ambiguous in its intent. Whether mockery or amusement remained unclear. The relentless jeering nearly drove Li Zihan to the brink of despair. With her face flushed and rigid, she felt akin to a glass vessel on display, subject to the scrutiny of all. In stark contrast, Duanduan remained composed amidst the chaos, having lost none of her poise as a distinguished flower of her circle. In that case, let both Duanduan and I perform a song. The superior voice will be evident, she declared defiantly. Even if she were to fall flat, she would have a companion in her misfortune. Li Zihan's singing ability was modest at best, yet it paled in comparison to Duanduan's talent. In her mind, she calculated the odds, convinced that as a confirmed tone-deaf individual, Duanduan would shy away from singing. However, if Li Zihan believed this, she was gravely mistaken. After enduring the rigors of preparing for the English Level 4 examination, Duanduan had learned to face her shortcomings with tranquility. Musical talent may be innate, and while honing one's skills through practice is challenging, singing was not her livelihood, thus it held no undue significance in her life. One must either conquer challenges or learn to embrace acceptance. Avoidance is never a lasting solution. This is a truth that Duanduan comprehended long ago. If one is to sing, let it be a resounding performance, for how could she meet the eager gazes of the audience otherwise? Li Shihua could not have anticipated that Duanduan would indeed rise to the occasion. In a moment of surprise, another person stepped forward to stand alongside her. Clearing her throat, Duanduan announced, "I will present to you a song titled Chengdu." Indeed, it is a beautiful folk melody, one she has practiced diligently until it became somewhat pleasing to the ear. By pleasing, she meant it was marginally better than her previous karaoke attempts. As I stroll through the streets of Chengdu, until all the lights extinguish, I shall not linger. You will clutch my sleeve, and I shall tuck my hands into my pockets, walking to the end of Yulin Road, sitting at the entrance of a quaint tavern, outside the rehearsal room. Upon hearing this heart-wrenching melody, Qin Qian, who was leading the way, collided forcefully with the door frame. Rubbing his dizzy head, he could not help but turn to the person behind him and remark, "Whose little nuisance is this? The singing is utterly dreadful." Pei Zhan cast a fleeting glance at him before striding past and entering the rehearsal room. "It's from my household. Do you have an issue with that?" Yet, this exchange lasted but a few seconds. He let out a dry chuckle and followed suit. At this moment, Duanduan's performance was nearing its conclusion. Despite its lack of finesse, it garnered a round of applause from the room. Such is the nature of this world, the more one dares to reveal their shortcomings, the stronger the resonance they evoke among others. Amidst a wave of applause, Duanduan slightly bowed to the crowd, expressing gratitude for their support, as well as her genuine delight. As she raised her head, she noticed two individuals leisurely entering through the back door. A look of surprise crossed her delicate features. And just then, Teacher Qin was the first to speak. What brings about such excitement? It was a question he already knew the answer to, after all. His sister-in-law was singing, and her performance was exceptionally unique. How could it not create a stir? Qin Qian silently mocked the situation. However, in front of the numerous students, he had to maintain an air of profundity. The rehearsal for the choir had already progressed for quite some time, and today, the ever-absent counselor had unexpectedly brought Director Pei along, which left everyone feeling anxious, especially with Pei Zhan trailing behind, his face a mask of coldness. The atmosphere quickly descended into an almost suffocating silence, as the recent events played in their minds. How could they forget Duanduan's identity? They were audaciously applying pressure on the girlfriend of the revered Pei Zhan, truly commendable bravery. Li Zihan, who was supposed to sing next, found herself momentarily spared due to their arrival. She subtly exhaled in relief, her gaze instinctively darting towards Pei Zhan. The familiar rhythm of her heartbeat echoed in her ears. Each encounter with him made her feel as though she were on the brink of losing her composure. Yet, it was painfully clear that his attention was solely fixed on Duanduan. Reflecting on the earlier rendition of Chengdu, Li Zihan couldn't help but smirk inwardly, wondering if Pei Zhan was aware that his girlfriend was, in essence, musically challenged. If he remained oblivious, could Duanduan's actions be considered deceitful? Some individuals are so self-assured, believing that all men in the world prioritize these ethereal qualities above all else. Pei Zhan's indulgence and affection for Duanduan are sensations that an outsider could hardly perceive. It matters not if she possesses a myriad of flaws, for he showers his care upon her without hesitation. In chapter 159, the chorus is entirely your responsibility, Senior Pei? Li Zihan's thoughts remain unobserved by anyone. Amidst the hushed anticipation of the crowd, Qin Xian strolled leisurely to the front of the instructor. The two were well acquainted, and thus there was no need for pleasantries. Qin Xian addressed the instructor directly, stating, "I have only just learned of the lead singer's absence, which is why I have come to see for myself. Conducting auditions one by one is an utter waste of time. In my opinion, it would be more efficient to seek external assistance from the music department." The instructor, having been invited by Qin Xian as a favor, was more than agreeable to his proposition. However, a question arose: who would venture to the music department to procure this assistance? Consequently, Qin Xian cleared his throat. For personal reasons dictated that he would require a week's leave. As for the chorus, I entrust it entirely to you, Senior Pei, he concluded. Upon hearing his audacious arrangement, numerous young women gasped in excitement, transforming the previously quiet assembly into a lively buzz. In stark contrast to the enthusiastic crowd, Pei Zhan, standing silently to the side, displayed a flicker of displeasure across his previously calm visage upon hearing Qin Xian's brazen suggestion. Ignoring the icy glares directed at him, Qin Xian raised his hand to signal for silence, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Let us endure a bit of hardship over these next few days. We shall practice diligently, heed the guidance of Senior Pei and the instructor, and strive together to secure a place among the top 3 in the competition. Do we have the confidence to achieve this? A multitude of individuals exuberantly shouted, "We have confidence." Yet, without the lead singer's presence, what confidence could there truly be? Faced with the ever-narcissistic demeanor of an old acquaintance, the instructor disdainfully averted their gaze. After the crowd dispersed, the instructor could not help but express their critique in front of Pei Zhan. Your cousin's greatest strength lies in being a hands-off manager. Pei Zhan, with a faint, non-committal smile, shifted his attention towards a particular section of the crowd, no longer the stoic figure he had been moments before. He suggested, "Have we considered incorporating some physical elements into the chorus, such as sign language?" The instructor's eyes sparkled with realization they had sensed a deficiency beforehand. And Pei Zhan's insight illuminated the issue. The performance was indeed too dry and monotonous. The suggestion was excellent, and they could certainly experiment with it. The chosen piece for the chorus was The Nation, which celebrated and expressed love for the motherland with a warm tone, but it risked lacking in momentum. However, the addition of sign language could transform the overall effect entirely. The instructor had been worried due to Qin Xian's lack of commitment, but in this brief moment, her spirits had undergone a complete turnaround. Although Qin Xian was underwhelming, Pei Zhan proved to be quite promising. With a sigh of relief, the instructor promptly began to make arrangements. My initial thought was to select 8 young ladies, arranging them in 2 rows of 4, forming an inverted V shape. I planned to borrow a few sets of white evening gowns from the courtyard, ensuring that these 8 angels executed their movements in perfect unison, creating a stunning visual. Being a professional, ideas quickly materialized in her mind. After surveying her surroundings, she turned to Pei Zhan to seek his opinion. As for the choice of sign language interpreter, do you have any recommendations? Since this individual represents the entire choir, there are naturally certain aesthetic standards to consider. The instructor already had a few candidates in mind, but felt it prudent to consult Pei Zhan first. Chapter 160. I am only interested in her when it came to suggesting candidates. Pei Zhan slightly curved his lips, seemingly having given it little thought. Everyone possesses their strengths. Take the girl from earlier, for instance. Although her singing left much to be desired, her beauty was striking, her tall stature complemented by graceful movements, making her a commendable choice. The instructor couldn't help but rub her ears in disbelief. Had she misheard? Prior to this, Qin Xian had kindly informed her that Pei Zhan, known for his good looks, was rather taciturn and famously ascetic within the department. His recent praise seemed at odds with Qin Xian's description. Nevertheless, despite her doubts, she was entirely satisfied with Pei Zhan's suggested candidate. While the girl's singing was not impressive, her appearance undeniably met her aesthetic criteria. After confirming the first choice, she inquired if he had any further recommendations. Like before, he did not ponder long, but this time he simply replied, "No, I am only interested in her." This statement is indeed laden with ambiguity. The guiding teacher smiled faintly, indicating that, as someone who has experienced similar situations, even the most aloof men towards the opposite sex will eventually feel the stirrings of affection. Perhaps, by sheer coincidence, the assistant Pei found himself smitten at first sight with a young lady nearby. During their discussion, a sudden and resounding sneeze erupted from the crowd, belonging to Duanduan. She rubbed her itchy nose, prompting concern from wenching beside her. Duanduan, I have always been a harbinger of bad omens. You must dress warmly lately and avoid catching a cold. Earlier, the department head had mentioned her sore throat due to a cold, and if every word held true, it warranted serious attention. Contemplating this, Duanduan promptly zipped her down jacket tightly, ensuring no chill could penetrate, absolutely no chill. The girl's actions inadvertently caught the attention of someone nearby. Pei Zhan slightly furrowed his brow, pulling out his phone to check the time. It was already noon. Let us take a break. We shall continue in the afternoon. All right. After the group dispersed, Duanduan obediently waited outside the training room until Pei Zhan emerged. And then she followed him out. The guiding teacher, standing at the entrance, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "So soon?" Perhaps the volume was not well moderated. As a bystander casually interjected with some information, not particularly fast, it said that Pei Zhan pursued Lu Duanduan for over a month, which is quite astonishing. After a pause, the guiding teacher finally grasped the implication. I see. No wonder the illustrious Pei Zhan speaks so highly of her. TSK, what a handsome couple. Truly enviable. In the corridor, a chilling gust of wind swept towards the exit, causing a shiver to run through her. She instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around the arm of the person beside her. Pei Zhan glanced at her, questioning whether she had forgotten to wear a sweater today. The girl shifted her gaze, remaining silent, betraying a hint of guilt. Moments later, she curiously inquired, "How did you know I wasn't wearing a sweater?" Just then, another wave of cold air rushed through the corridor, making her gasp involuntarily, her teeth chattering as a large hand found its way to her waist. Pei Zhan gently pulled her closer, replying, I noticed the moment you walked in, even enveloped in a thick down jacket. She could not escape the penetrating gaze of that particular person. Unbeknownst to her, despite their brief acquaintance, he had yet to overstep any boundaries. However, his awareness of her figure exceeded her expectations. The fitted down jacket she wore made it easy for him to discern how much she had on beneath. Previously, she had thought that his keen eyes could effortlessly see through her thoughts, but now it seemed he left no detail about her unnoticed, which left her feeling quite anxious. Chapter 161. Dare to try taking it off. Being chosen to perform sign language took her by surprise, though it was a pleasant shock. Little did she know how torturous it was to hear her own voice wailing every day. She had no desire to speak at all. Yet, remaining silent was not an option, as the teacher was watching closely. It was as if fate had smiled upon her, for the moment he arrived. He had liberated her from her misery. Unbeknownst to Duanduan, everything was orchestrated behind the scenes by her own confidant, and thus, she meandered through the ensuing rehearsal hours in a daze. Time swiftly approached New Year's Eve, the very night of the choral competition. Concerned that the dressing room at the Starry Sky Theater would be excessively crowded, most of the girls from the department opted to don their outfits in their dormitories. As Duanduan stood before the mirror in her delicate white dress, she beheld her long, slender legs, her flawless skin, and her waist that could be clasped by a single hand. The trio of girls beside her gazed in admiration, exclaiming that they were on the verge of tears from her beauty. Suddenly, I unearthed a staggering falsehood. Classmate Bayer stared intently at the enchanting figure ahead, speaking gravely. Her roommates collectively cast puzzled glances, including Duanduan's. Under the scrutiny of several pairs of eyes, Bayer leisurely remarked, Li Zihan is hardly the department's flower. She is merely a facade constructed from designer labels and high-end cosmetics. Compared to our Duanduan's natural beauty, she is undeniably an eyesore. A chuckle escaped Wenqing and Xiao Di, who found the comment rather unkindly amusing. Duanduan, somewhat flattered yet taken aback, had not anticipated such praise for simply wearing a dress. Indeed, one's own is always the most cherished. Even the slightest hint of her beauty elicited awe from her three roommates. However, beauty aside, what troubled her was how to keep warm that night. It is well known that winter nights in Rongqing can plummet to several degrees below zero, while she could temporarily drape a coat over her upper body. What to do about her legs? Surely, she would not be frozen into oblivion. Perceiving her anxiety, the dormitory supervisor promptly retrieved a heating pad from the cabinet. Here, apply this. It will help you feel warm all over. With a pitiful expression, Duanduan acknowledged the suggestion, having already considered it. However, as fate would have it, she was allergic to such items. Even applying it over her clothing resulted in an immediate rash. Previous attempts had invariably led to the same outcome. She found herself exasperated by her own constitution, sensitive to alcohol and now to heating pads, wondering what other allergens awaited her in the future. A gnawing fear lingered that one day she might consume something hazardous, leaving no time even to pen a farewell note. Amidst her worries, a call from the esteemed individual reached her, announcing his arrival at the dormitory entrance and inquiring about her preparations. The thought of meeting him in her current state ignited a peculiar shyness within her. Surely, he would not find her in this formal dress unappealing. Young women in love often indulge in fanciful thoughts. Despite her inner turmoil, she briskly began to change her shoes. Upon descending, Duanduan immediately spotted Pei Zhan standing by the flower stand. As she approached him slowly, she felt a flutter of nerves. Why was he gazing at her in silence? Did he find her attractive or unappealing? Just as self-doubt crept in, she noticed his previously radiant gaze shift dramatically. Upon observing her exposed legs trembling in the cold wind, he swiftly removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Today, the esteemed figure donned a long coat that gracefully reached the ankles, perfectly shielding her from the biting cold. In an instant, warmth enveloped her entire being. However, she was reluctant to accept this comfort without hesitation, feigning a desire to remove the coat. "Brother Zhan, I'm not cold. You should put it on quickly." In the frigid depths of winter, how could he only wear a shirt? Even the sturdiest physique could not withstand such exposure. Before the girl could act upon her intentions, he interrupted her with a low, commanding voice. "Dare to take it off, and you shall see." Startled, she froze in place. In chapter 162, it is noted that Duanduan possesses an admirable beauty. Unable to withstand his imposing presence, she reluctantly adorned herself with two coats, resembling a stuffed bun as she made her entrance at the stargazing theater. As she stepped backstage, she eagerly shed the black coat and handed it to Pei Zhan, for the indoor temperature was not so frigid as to necessitate such heavy wrapping. At that moment, the choir members had gathered, but due to their placement at the back of the choir line, they were not with her. The group consisted of 8 girls clad in white dresses. The appearance of the two immediately drew the attention of all. The instructor, noticing Duanduan's bare face, promptly beckoned her for makeup, while the other girls subtly stole glances at the cold, austere figure nearby. "Your skin is already quite good. A light foundation will suffice." The instructor, skilled in her craft, swiftly completed the basic makeup. Just as she opened the eyeshadow palette to create eye makeup, Pei Zhan's soft voice interrupted her. "Her eyes have been slightly inflamed lately. Let's skip that." As these words fell, those surrounding her exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and envy. Without exception, apart from the fleeting glimmer of jealousy in Li Zihan's eyes, the others were entirely captivated by admiration. It was one thing for Pei Zhan to be handsome, but his meticulous care for his girlfriend was a rarity in a man, making Duanduan exceedingly fortunate. Under the shimmering lights, the girl, adorned with a hint of makeup, gently opened her eyes at Pei Zhan's words. In that very moment, the down jacket draped over her shoulders slowly slipped away. The girls, who moments ago were lost in their fantasies, were suddenly struck by awe at the sight, their expressions transforming in an instant. "To be honest, I never noticed before. But tonight, upon closer inspection, Duanduan is rather beautiful. No, she is unexpectedly stunning, far surpassing Li's flower of the school." Almost as if to validate a certain conclusion, the crowd instinctively directed their gazes towards the corner where Li Zihan wore a sullen expression. The piercing stares rendered her face increasingly pale, until finally, she rose abruptly and fled to the restroom. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Duanduan cast a puzzled glance at the door that opened and closed. Meanwhile, Pei Zhan bent down to retrieve the down jacket from the ground, draping it back over her shoulders just as he caught sight of her glistening eyes. Unable to resist, he affectionately ruffled her hair, his demeanor radiating tenderness and indulgence. Witnessing this scene, the guidance teacher held her breath, fearing that if she continued to observe, she would surely succumb to a heart attack. She, an aunt with many years of marriage, had thought herself immune to the romantic escapades of these young souls. Unexpectedly, within a mere fortnight, after witnessing Pei Zhan's myriad of tender attentions toward Duanduan, she found herself harboring an impulsive desire to compel her husband to pursue her anew. Pursue? He must. Should he fail to do so, the consequence would be a rather humorous punishment of kneeling on durians. Unbeknownst to most, the seemingly gentle advisor concealed an inner fierceness. This evening, the hosts were once again Shunyun and GMO, elegantly clad in black and white gowns, standing side by side at the center of the stage. Their expressions and interactions, as well as their seamless dialogue, exuded an impeccable synergy. Behind the heavy drapes, the chorus team from the computer science department stood ready, And during the brief interlude before the announcements, a soft murmur of admiration rippled through the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the two hosts were indeed quite a match. One voice sparked the sentiment, and soon others chimed in, blissfully unaware of the previous incident at the gymnasium. The fragmented whispers reached Duanduan's ears, but she merely smiled, feeling no stirrings within her heart. The fact that she was with Pei Zhan was an established truth, rendering such comments innocuous to her. As contemplation consumed her, the group began to ascend the stage in an orderly fashion. Duanduan, being the fourth member of the sign language team, found herself positioned in the center alongside another girl, a prime spot indeed. As soon as she set foot on the stage, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience below. She recalled that section was occupied by students from the computer science department, including first-year freshmen and upperclassmen, and among the enthusiastic cheers, she distinctly recognized the unique high-pitched voice of Brother Zhan. Listening to this, which usually causes a headache, brings an unexpected warmth to Duanduan at this moment. It is truly delightful to have people who care about her. Chapter 163. Once again, he bullies her for this choir competition. Not only did the guiding teacher invest immense effort, but every member of the team also exhibited an unprecedented cohesion. The choral and solo performances were executed splendidly. But what truly captivated the judges was the incorporation of sign language elements. Each of the 4 judges awarded scores exceeding 9.5. As the competition progressed to its halfway point, the computer science department maintained a commanding lead. This display suggested a singular pursuit of the top position in the entire school. It is noteworthy that the students of the computer science department, predominantly from a scientific background, have rarely triumphed in singing competitions against other departments, let alone claimed the first prize. Everyone understood that this was a blatant display of the computer science department's arrogance, for their scores consistently overshadowed those of others. Among the crowd of ecstatic onlookers was Duanduan, who had changed out of her formal attire and was comfortably sipping milk tea while enjoying the performance. The girl was in a state of extreme exhilaration, rising from her seat to cheer, her feet carelessly landing on the toes of those beside her. Before long, the black shoes of Pei Zhan bore the marks of her enthusiasm. Yet, he refrained from reprimanding her, instead steadying her waist with one hand. Mindful of the steps beside them, fearing she might inadvertently misstep and fall. Oh, that was too close. We nearly lost the championship by a mere point. Due to overwhelming excitement, Duanduan's entire face flushed a rosy hue, and the milk tea in her hand had grown cold without her having taken a sip. Before she could bring it to her lips, it was snatched away by Pei Zhan. Duanduan, let us swap seats. Oh, all right. Without a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced, surmising that the esteemed gentleman must have important matters to attend to, making a seat closer to the aisle more convenient for answering calls. Duanduan's down jacket was somewhat bulky, and given the narrow design of the seating area, as she stood and took a few steps, she found herself awkwardly wedged in place. Strikingly, her position was directly between the legs of the esteemed gentleman, an arrangement so intimate it left her blushing. Pei Zhan sat there, as steadfast as a mountain, observing the girl caught in her predicament with a bemused smile, offering no assistance. I can't move. Why not? The calm individual replied, your legs are too long, there is no room. Duanduan, feeling flustered, instinctively lowered her gaze to his obscured legs, which indeed appeared rather long. What was she to do? It was hardly feasible to remain in such an awkward stance indefinitely, while she was engulfed in frustration. Pei Zhan's low voice resonated beside her, since you cannot move, why not sit on my lap? Startled, Duanduan snapped to attention and, upon looking up, noticed an intriguing smile gracing his lips. She felt utterly victimized once again. Annoyed, she turned her head away, signaling her disinterest in conversing with him. Standing rigidly, she inadvertently obstructed the view of those behind her, prompting a few complaints to emerge shortly thereafter. Hey, could the person in front please make way? Enden, on the verge of tears, thought to herself, what is the point of shouting? If you have the courage, direct your words towards the person behind me. As the voice fell, Pei Zhan, who had been leaning quietly, subtly shifted his body to the right and back. Chapter 164. Until you are satisfied with the bite. The one who had just shouted suddenly froze upon realizing that the person seated before him was Pei Zhan. It was no surprise that the computer science department revered him, but the extent of their admiration was indeed remarkable. Enden, feeling an indescribable sense of grievance, pouted and fixed her gaze stubbornly on him, embodying a spirit of defiance. As her excitement began to wane, Pei Zhan, calm and composed, retracted his long legs and rose to take a seat beside her. His series of movements flowed seamlessly, akin to an assembly line. The girl stared with wide eyes, her nose tinged with a hint of bitterness. Her long legs were cramped, and she couldn't believe she had fallen for it. After all, she was his treasure. Who would dare to deceive their own precious one? The chorus on stage was nearing its conclusion, and despite the surrounding cheers, they could not stir the tears she wished to shed at that moment. Her silence was particularly heart-wrenching, and after a prolonged period of quiet, Pei Zhan finally relented. He gently patted her forehead and spoke softly. "Inden, dear, I merely wished to tease you, with no ill intent." Tease? Was there truly such a way to jest? Inden continued to feign ignorance, finding no other recourse. Pei Zhan lowered his tone further, suggesting, "If you must, you may bite me once, twice, or even thrice. If that does not suffice, continue biting until you are satisfied." The girl paused for a moment, her delicate face revealing a struggle as if she were genuinely contemplating someone's proposal. However, he was not a mere dumpling. There was no thrill in such endless deliberation. With a swift turn of her thoughts, she devised a plan. "Brother Zhan, I wish to indulge in hot pot." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, yet her resolve was remarkably firm. It had been 2 entire months since she had savored the aroma of hot pot. Despite her body having nearly recovered, the denial of such a simple pleasure felt utterly unjust and tyrannical. According to the usual narrative, the deity would undoubtedly refuse. Even as Duanduan made this request, she held little hope. Yet, to her astonishment, the response from the other party was entirely unexpected. "Very well. There's no better time than the present. After the awards ceremony concludes, we shall go." Duanduan stood in disbelief, pinching her ear to confirm she had not misheard. As soon as the awards were mentioned, the atmosphere heightened with the host announcing the top 3 contenders. The girl gently grasped Pei Zhan's fingers, her suppressed joy on the verge of eruption. "Now, I shall announce the winner of this competition. Congratulations to the Computer Science Department for their performance, Peace Nation, which has clinched the championship of this choir contest. Congratulations." As the host's words resonated, the area surrounding Duanduan and Pei Zhan erupted into jubilation, a cacophony of cheers echoing through the starry sky theater. Even the judges seated in the front row rose to applaud, a gesture of affirmation and encouragement. The Computer Science Department's victory in the choir championship was unprecedented since the establishment of Rongda University. In the past, the Engineering and Science Department, often relegated to the bottom ranks, has astonished everyone with its performance this evening, surpassing all expectations. Particularly noteworthy is the defeat of the Music Department, which has won 4 consecutive championships. This loss marks a collective disgrace for them, especially as they fell to the weakest department, that of computer science. It is truly alarming. In truth, no one wishes to remain in the depths of the rankings, nor does anyone desire to bear the label of being weak. The Computer Science Department, predominantly male and specializing in insular technical skills, may indeed lag in certain respects, but this does not signify their inferiority. Rather, it reflects a lack of a conducive environment. This is an era brimming with passion and tenacity. Not only during high school, but also throughout the forthcoming 4 years of university, she hopes for the same. At some point, someone beside her draped an arm around her shoulder. She turned slightly, gazing at his profound profile, and offered a gentle smile. Chapter 165. The indescribable hot pot. Since entering a relationship, Duanduan has not dined with her friends for quite some time. A fact that has left Bayer feeling notably melancholic. Sigh, is it really appropriate for Pei Zhan to monopolize Duanduan so completely? When Qing shot her a disapproving glance, remarking that if he wasn't monopolizing his girlfriend, would he then be monopolizing his roommate instead? This statement was a clear insinuation towards that girl, leaving Bayer pouting in frustration. Indeed, she has been exceptionally lazy of late, trailing after her roommates and failing to seize opportunities to invite Ihan, her senior, out for a meal. Pursuing someone in such a manner would be quite absurd. Bayer privately vowed that starting tomorrow, no, from this very moment, she would make winning over Ihan her ultimate goal for the semester. Perhaps the young lady had not counted on her fingers, but there were merely 20 days remaining until the end of the semester. Some rejoiced, while others lamented. With a heart full of sacred anticipation, Duanduan cautiously stepped into the hot pot restaurant. Yet, as she eagerly approached the ingredients section with her plate in hand, it felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her. Gaze fixed on the sparse selection of vegetables and beef in the cabinet, she promptly summoned a passing waiter. "Is this all that remains?" she inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. The waiter, unceremoniously nodding, replied that the restaurant was set to undergo renovations the following day. To minimize waste, The quantity of ingredients had been drastically reduced for the night. All that was available lay before her, and the owner had mentioned a discount of 50% for the inconvenience. Duanduan's temper flared at once. Who needs your discount? I'm not short on money. She lamented inwardly, her heart aching for the hot pot she had envisioned. The dilemma loomed, with such meager offerings. Would it suffice to satisfy her hunger? Standing there, she stared intently at the forlorn leaves of vegetables, tears welling silently in her eyes. However, if she chose not to indulge, would the broth not go to waste? Even if she abstained, she would still be obliged to settle the bill before departing. Adhering to her principle that waste was shameful, Duanduan ultimately relented. Fine, I shall eat. Having something is better than nothing. Upon observing the contents of her plate, she raised an eyebrow, prompting her companion to inquire, "What's wrong? Are you lacking appetite tonight?" With a languid lift of her eyelids, Duanduan resignedly replied, "This is all that remains. The owner mentioned a discount, so we shall make do." It was the waiteress' exact words, and she could hardly muster the energy to embellish further. Noticing the disappointment etched on the girl's delicate face, Pei Zhan subtly curled the corners of his lips, only to swiftly conceal it moments later. "Well then, allow me to make a division. These, and these, are yours, the remainder belongs to me." With a leisurely demeanor, he deftly separated the dishes and meat on the plate into two piles using his chopsticks. However, once the division was complete, his expression, which had been composed, visibly crumbled at an alarming pace. Was the esteemed one truly serious? Merely a few slices of cucumber and seaweed were allotted to her, while the rest of the beef and seasonal vegetables found their way into his bowl. This was indeed an egregious display of self-interest. Consequently, she pitifully pouted and began to plead, "Brother Zhan, shall we swap? I haven't had hot pot in 2 months. Tonight, let me indulge a little." The nauseating tone of her plea made Duanduan cringe, yet it was her own words, leaving her no choice but to swallow her discomfort. After making her appeal, she observed with irritation as he remained indifferent, and furthermore, proceeded to toss all the beef from the plate into the pot. Humph. Watching the slices of beef swirling in the crimson broth, Duanduan squinted her eyes in displeasure. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her small face, and she devised a clever stratagem. If soft persuasion failed, then she would resort to something more forceful. In a flash, without a moment's hesitation, she reached for a piece of beef with her chopsticks, but just as success seemed imminent, another pair of chopsticks intervened. Pei Zhan exerted a slight force, deftly maneuvering his wrist, and the coveted piece of beef landed in his bowl. "Duanduan, if you don't allow Brother Zhan to eat his fill, then I shall have no choice but to feast upon you." Slowly, the girl, with a sulky expression, reached for her chopsticks once more, silently picking up a slice of cucumber and biting into it, which was delightfully crunchy. "Brother Zhan." Dandan retorted fiercely, "You are nothing but a cunning old fox." Upon hearing this, a certain someone chuckled softly, nodding in tacit agreement. Thus, Dandan was indeed the little white rabbit. He then kindly served her a piece of carrot, saying, "Come, little rabbit, eat more." He chuckled. Chapter 166. Disdain for you men. That evening's hot pot meal was the most frustrating and also the cheapest Dandan had ever experienced. A frugality that would linger in her memory for a lifetime. She had consumed merely 3 slices of cucumber and 3 pieces of kelp, while the rest had all found their way into the stomach of the great deity. The owner was indeed true to his word, offering the two of them a generous half-price discount at the settlement. It was only later that Dandan realized that this had all been a meticulously orchestrated scheme by a certain individual to prevent her from enjoying hot pot. The great deity had conspired with the owner to deceive her, claiming that renovations would commence the following day. It was all a ruse, specifically aimed at her. Consequently, due to the hot pot incident, the next morning Dandan took a solid 30 minutes to dawdle in bed before finally rising to dress and wash up, only to step outside when the sun was already high in the sky. The great deity, however, exhibited remarkable patience, waiting silently beneath the dormitory building without uttering a single complaint or urging her. His unwavering diligence caused Dandan's resentment to dissipate entirely. Alas, she was simply so lacking in resolve. After accompanying the esteemed senior to the office to copy some materials, the head of the group sent a message stating that they had successfully reunited with the 3 senior brothers at location 404. They planned to set off ahead of time and agreed to meet at the Leidumping Hotel on Mount Amay. In the passenger seat, Duanduan fastened her seatbelt while inquiring of the person beside her, "Brother Zhan, won't they need to rent 2 cars for the 6 of them? What a waste." As she lamented, the car had already started moving. Pei Zhan gripped the steering wheel, gradually driving out of the school, patiently awaiting her next words. Duanduan's intention was quite clear. She wanted to call the three girls to join her and the senior. However, after she spoke, there was a long silence from him until the car halted at a traffic light. He then turned his head slightly and replied coolly, "You should call them. Put it on speaker." Huh. Duan nodded, somewhat understanding, and proceeded to do as instructed. She dialed the head's number, and after 2 beeps, the call connected. "Head, have you managed to rent a car? Why not come over here?" There was a silence lasting 5 seconds on the other end. Finally, a voice responded, "Ahem, junior sister. Your head is currently unavailable to take the call. Is it Brother Zhan?" Duan blinked in curiosity and asked, "What is the head doing?" Zhan feigned calmness as he replied, "Driving." "What? Driving?" She hasn't even passed her driving test. What car is she driving?" "We haven't hit the highway yet. I'm teaching her." Duan's mind went blank, and she was drenched in cold sweat. Before she could utter a word, Pei Zhan beside her turned his head and cautioned into the phone, "Be careful," before hanging up. Upon hearing the voice of the leader, Jiang Xiaochuan dared not engage in further trivial conversation and promptly ended the call. Duanduan, feeling dissatisfied, thought that the matter had yet to be clarified. How could one simply hang up? The room leader might be unavailable, but surely Bayer would be. Thus, she dialed Bayer's number again. After a couple of rings, the call was abruptly terminated. With a sigh, Duanduan redialed. This time, she finally heard Bayer's voice. "Duanduan, if there's something you need, let's discuss it later. I'm currently using my phone to navigate for Senior Ihan. I'll have to hang up now." In this instance, she found herself without the opportunity to speak. However, from Bayer's tone, it seemed she was not with the room leader. Uncertain of Xiao Di's whereabouts, Duanduan decided it was best to inquire further. After all, it was perilous for the room leader to drive, and she needed to ascertain the situation. A few seconds later, she called Xiao Di. "Duanduan, I assure you that the steamed bun from this morning was definitely problematic. I've already rushed to the restroom 3 times. What will I do once we hit the highway?" "Diarrhea?" Duanduan frowned, pondering whether there was a clinic or pharmacy nearby. It would be best to procure some medication, lest they encounter trouble on the highway. Duanduan stared blankly at the phone, now disconnected. What was happening? Those 3 girls were not together. She muttered in confusion. With 6 people, 2 cars would have sufficed. Why complicate matters with 3? With that thought, Duanduan couldn't help but cast a glance at a certain someone. The girl's accusatory gaze fell upon Pei Zhan, eliciting a soft chuckle from him. This arrangement, known as the contracting responsibility system, involved 1 person per charge for ease of care. Contracting responsibility system. Duan felt a few strands of black lines sliding down her forehead. Truly, the master had a sense of humor. Abduction is abduction, yet a grandiloquent excuse was sought. "Really, I disdain men like you." Chapter 167. Sweetness. It was said that several rear-end collisions had occurred ahead, and until the traffic police resolved the situation, the flow of vehicles would remain stagnant. In a moment of boredom, Duan gazed intently at a convertible sports car in front of her. The license plate was from another province, and the driver, a woman with glamorous brown waves and oversized sunglasses that obscured half her face, exuded an air of sophistication, undoubtedly a wealthy lady. Thus, Duan couldn't help but smirk and ponder aloud, "Brother Zhan, is it difficult to obtain a driver's license?" Upon hearing her unexpected question, Pei Zhan's calm gaze followed hers to the convertible, and he replied, "It varies. Those with strong comprehension and practical skills naturally find it simple." "Oh, I see," Duan responded, seizing the opportunity to pose another query. "What do you think of my comprehension skills?" It had been quite some time since the master had praised her, and she saw this as a chance. However, she did not receive the expected compliment. As he simply informed her, "To me, you are but a little adorable bug." The girl pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. "So you mean, I know nothing at all?" She was truly upset. Pei Zhan cast a fleeting glance at the girl's petite lips, which seemed almost ready to accommodate an oil bottle, and could not help but chuckle softly. The innocent child, in her naivety, was merely a reflection of her tender age, lacking the depth of experience and yet to fully unlock the intricacies of her emotions. However, as she gradually matures and witnesses the myriad wonders of the world, she shall emerge from her cocoon, blossoming into her own radiant self. This applies not only to the innocent child but also to Duanduan. Upon concluding the sage's discourse, Duan's upturned lips gradually settled into a close Could it be that this, too, was a roundabout compliment directed at her? Indeed, that seemed to be the implication. With this thought, Duanduan felt a sense of satisfaction wash over her. Alas, just as her spirits began to lift, she impulsively clicked on a link that the head of her department had sent her a few minutes prior. Upon entering, she discovered it led to a post detail page, where a dazzling headline nearly made her drop her phone. The voting portal for the new department flower of the computer science department is now fully open, regardless of gender. Come support your goddess. She couldn't fathom the purpose of holding such a flamboyant beauty contest each year. Was being attractive truly necessitated such ostentation? To her astonishment, she encountered her own name among the candidates listed below. Moreover, as of now, she was in the lead with the highest number of votes. What on earth was happening? Wasn't the department flower supposed to be Li Zihan? The new year had barely begun, and yet the title seemed to have fallen upon her. While others might view this as a source of immense pride, Duanduan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Based on historical precedent, 80% of department flowers ultimately ended up marrying a deeply affectionate, albeit unremarkable, fellow. Do not inquire why they do not marry the so-called gods of the world. In reality, these figures often favor Cinderella and the ethereal white moonlight. Sigh. The girl took a deep breath, drawing the attention of those around her. What's wrong? She pondered. Should I tell the master about this? Yes, I must. She slightly turned her body, her small face brimming with frustration. Brother Zhan, I accidentally found myself in first place in the beauty contest on the forum. You must think of a way to help me get down from there. Pei Zhan chuckled knowingly. What's this? Duanduan, doesn't he wish to be the campus belle? Well, being a campus belle isn't great. I want to be Cinderella. In the end, Cinderella lives happily ever after with her Prince Charming. Hee. The girl's mind was filled with whimsical thoughts when, in a moment of distraction, someone playfully pinched her cheek. Pei Zhan shook his head. Why not embrace your fair skin? Why aspire to be Cinderella? All right, the master is joking again. Duanduan resignedly altered her stance. Then I shall be the moonlight in Brother Zhan's heart. This sentiment resonated well with him. As traffic resumed and the vehicles began to flow steadily, Pei Zhan's gaze ahead gradually softened with a hint of a smile. He pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. Duanduan, rather than what you mentioned earlier, I would prefer for you to be my treasure, solely mine to cherish, protect, and adore. No one can take you away. On this chilly winter day, the warm sunlight streamed into the car, enveloping the girl in its gentle embrace. A sweet smile adorned her delicate face as she squinted her eyes, quietly listening to the soft whispers of the person beside her. Having you in my life is truly wonderful. Chapter 168. Sharing a room upon arriving at the hotel precisely at noon. Senior Xiaochuan had already made the room reservation online in advance, allowing the two to proceed directly to the front desk to collect their room keys. After disembarking, Duanduan silently trailed behind Pei Zhan, her head bowed in contemplation. The standard single room accommodated 8 individuals, which meant that if 2 shared each room, there should ideally be 4 room keys. However, casting a furtive glance at the keys in the hands of the esteemed Pei Zhan, she was perplexed to find 5. Could it be that a mysterious guest was to make an appearance later, as Senior Xiaochuan and the others had yet to arrive? She took out her phone to discreetly inquire via WeChat whether the dorm leader was privy to any inside information. Ajahn Gij, did you invite any friends along for this outing? She asked. The person beside her replied in a subdued tone, no. Oh. After a brief pause, she probed further. Is there someone among you boys who snores excessively? As she subtly posed her question, they reached the door of their room. Pei Zhan paused to swipe the card. And in the fleeting moment before the door opened, he lightly remarked, Duan, stop overthinking. You'll be sharing a room with me. Duan's eyes widened in surprise, her mind racing to process this revelation. The 3 senior brothers each occupied their own rooms. Her 3 roommates shared one, and ultimately, she would be with the esteemed Pei Zhan, just like Senior Xiaochuan and his group renting a vehicle. A large gathering of science students embarking on a trip without a care for meticulous budgeting, seemingly squandering money in various ways. Pouting in indignation, Duan ambled inside slowly. Ajahn Gij, I wish to stay with the dorm leader and the others. As Pei Zhan packed his belongings, he turned to her with a smile and inquired, do you not wish to stay with me? Well, she did entertain the thought. Yet a flicker of trepidation lingered within her, the source of which eluded her understanding. Undoubtedly, she believed that in certain respects, he was a paragon of virtue, one who would never take advantage of her even if she were placed right before him. However, to Duan, sharing a bed with a male for the first time was a significant milestone in life, and she found herself uncertain about whether she should proceed. Brother Zhan, I'm Duanduan. Pei Zhan gently interrupted her, rising and approaching her with measured steps. He tenderly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and softly suggested, "Why not call your mother and let her know you are safe?" Huh? Duanduan gazed at him, puzzled. Pei Zhan added, and perhaps seek her opinion. Now she understood. Duanduan swallowed hard and confirmed. So, what you were saying is, as long as my mother consents, I can comfortably share a room with you? Oh dear, she nearly bit her tongue. Upon hearing this, Pei Zhan smiled knowingly, tacitly acquiescing. My goodness, Duanduan suddenly felt her legs weaken. Was he so assured that Mrs. Song would agree? Yet, the truth could not remain concealed indefinitely. They would eventually learn of it. But to spring two major surprises on Mrs. Song at once, wouldn't that be too overwhelming? As the phone connected, she took a deep breath, her nerves palpable. Mom, we have arrived at the hotel, just calling to let you know I am safe. At that moment, receiving a call from her daughter, who took the initiative to report her safety, Song Ning felt a surge of delight. It seemed as though her daughter had grown more understanding than before. Well, go eat first, enjoy yourself with friends, and be cautious, she advised. Oh. After Inden responded, she suddenly lowered her voice. Mom, where are you now? Is old Lu beside you? It is worth noting that Mrs. Song had a penchant for using the speakerphone during her calls, a habit she had been unable to shake despite countless reminders. Thus, throughout her daughter's life, all of her secrets had been shared in unison with her husband. However, this time was significant. It was imperative that the hot-tempered old Lu did not overhear. The way her daughter inquired indicated there was something clandestine to discuss. Song Ning discreetly glanced at her husband, who was engrossed in the newspaper in the living room, then quietly retreated to the bedroom with her phone, shutting and locking the door behind her. From this day forth, that old fellow could forget about stealing her daughter's secrets, even through the phone. Inden could envision the surreptitious demeanor of her mother, stirred by the rustling sounds on the other end. Mrs. Song could indeed be endearingly amusing at times. Satisfied that the confidentiality was sufficiently established, Inden pondered briefly before softly speaking. Mom, there's something I'd like your opinion on. Chapter 169. Could someone be deliberately causing her trouble? This outing had attracted an unusually large crowd. Many hotels were fully booked, and after considerable effort, they managed to find one. The tale was lengthy, with many preambles, and by the time Inden finished recounting it, 5 minutes had passed. It was uncertain whether her mother had grasped the crux of the matter, for it seemed that she had only succeeded in befuddling herself. Song Ning smiled gently. Duanduan, your honesty has truly touched me. Duanduan was taken aback. She had not anticipated her mother's first words would be a compliment. Then, she listened as her mother continued. The conversation extended for quite a while, with the two women sharing countless thoughts. Duanduan had never imagined she would discover so many brilliant facets of her mother one day. In that moment, tears of warmth welled in her eyes. Truly, Miss Song was her biological mother. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Song Ning sat on her bed, lost in endless reverie. She first ventured into the room of the three girls, where laughter ensued, and soon the four of them playfully tumbled onto the expansive round bed. Bayer gazed up at the dreamy ocean-themed chandelier, sighing wistfully. When will I be able to sit in the passenger seat without hesitation? Alas, direct approaches seemed futile. The waiting was excruciating. When Qing couldn't help but chuckle, sympathetically patting the girl's cheek. You are simply too humble. I've told you before. Pursuing a man isn't done like this. Roommate, you seem quite experienced. Have you? Shadi inquired with curious eyes, leaning in closer. While Duanduan turned her gaze towards Wenqing. When asked by her roommates, Wenqing did not shy away from the truth. Duanduan found it hard to comprehend. How could one casually end a relationship simply to avoid long-distance love, without feeling a tinge of regret? Yet, Wenqing smiled nonchalantly. There may be regrets, but no regrets in my heart. Since it was a choice I made, I must accept it calmly. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to myself. The most inappropriate thing for a girl is to be consumed by the past. Only by looking forward can one truly embrace freedom. Passing by a quaint little shop that specializes in clay figurines, Duanduan impulsively tugged Pei Zhan inside. Boss, please create one that resembles him, she cheerfully suggested. Glancing at the person beside her, the proprietor, a man in his early 50s, scrutinized Pei Zhan carefully before shaking his head. He is too finely detailed. I cannot replicate him. He chuckled. Duanduan, who had only intended to jest, found herself thoroughly amused by the response. Then what about me? Can you make one of me? She inquired. Pointing to herself, the boss lifted his gaze once more, assessing Duanduan. After a moment, he began to mold the clay. Duanduan, feeling a twinge of annoyance, muttered, "Isn't that implying that I am less refined than you?" Pei Zhan chuckled softly, affectionately patting her head. "Don't be upset. That's not his intention. Let us see how it turns out first." "Fine," she relented. During the interval, while the boss worked on the clay figurine, Pei Zhan received a phone call and stepped outside to take it. Left alone in the shop, Duanduan, feeling a bit bored, suddenly recalled something and hastily pulled out her phone to check the forum. Upon discovering that she still held the top position in the beauty contest, her composure faltered. What on earth? The vote count is becoming absurd. The gap between me and the one below is far too great. It was indeed peculiar. The disparity in votes between the first and second place was several thousand. It seemed outrageous. Duanduan could not fathom how, with her penchant for attracting negativity, she had garnered such popularity. Could someone be deliberately trying to undermine her? With these thoughts in mind, she swiped down to the comments section, where a multitude of messages overwhelmed her senses. However, the first comment captured her attention, as it boasted an astonishing number of likes, nearing 20,000. Considering that the total student body of Rome University barely reached 30,000. And accounting for the fact that at least a third of them were not fond of browsing forums, it implied that nearly every account had endorsed this particular comment. The username was remarkably ordinary, merely a default format of forum registration numbers, representing a random sequence associated with Rome University as forum users. The content of the message read, "Thank you all for your votes, and I hope for your continued support." This calm and seemingly authentic tone left her feeling oddly embarrassed after just one glance. One couldn't help but wonder if those who liked the comment mistakenly believed it to be her own account. Chapter 170, The Handsome Are Often Scoundrels. How awkward to solicit votes for oneself. Yet, who was this covert supporter championing her cause? With this profound curiosity, she was distracted when Pei Zhan entered after concluding a phone call, just as the shopkeeper finished crafting a clay figurine. Setting aside her concerns about the voting, Duanduan hurried over, eager to discover how closely the figurine resembled her. Pei Zhan, being drawn by the girl, approached the workbench where the shopkeeper, with a gentle smile, extended the clay figure towards them. 5 yuan. There is a WeChat QR code on the wall. It must be said that the shopkeeper exuded an air of aloofness. Yet his craftsmanship was commendable. Duanduan scrutinized the figurine closely, feeling an inexplicable peculiarity. While it bore a resemblance to her, it seemed to lack something essential, yet, upon first glance, it undeniably possessed a familiar essence of her features. She extended the clay figure before Pei Zhan and inquired, "Brother Zhan, do you think it resembles me?" Pei Zhan gazed down for a moment, then lifted his hand to gently grasp the girl's small hand, turning the figure halfway to reveal its profile. Sunlight filtered through the cracks of the gray tiles, casting a delicate beam upon their joined hands, a scene so exquisite that it stirred the heart, causing even the typically reticent shopkeeper to be momentarily entranced. Duanduan, your craftsmanship is commendable, Pei Zhan remarked with a hint of laughter in his voice. Duanduan, filled with curiosity, merely stared at him in silence. After settling the payment, they exited the shop, clay figure in hand. Along the way, Duanduan looked around, unable to discern the supposed excellence of the shopkeeper's skill. Duanduan, this clay figure, its front is you, its side is me. Suddenly, she halted. Quickly, she turned the figure to inspect its profile. So that was it. She had not anticipated the shopkeeper's cleverness in merging her likeness with that of the esteemed figure. How foolish of her not to recognize it. Fortunately, the esteemed figure had an eye for talent. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would have carelessly discarded it in a trash bin. The 5 yuan she spent felt exceedingly worthwhile, and her spirits soared to great heights. Having just resolved a significant matter in her life, she was now blessed with such a meaningful keepsake, a truly splendid day. Reflecting on this, Duanduan glanced up at Pei Zhan and said, "Brother Zhan, I shared our situation with my mother. She was quite pleased and supportive." Indeed, it echoed the saying that mothers-in-law find their sons-in-law utterly agreeable. However, one could never be sure how fathers-in-law would regard their sons-in-law. As the girl secretly reveled in her thoughts, Pei Zhan extended his long arm, drawing her close and letting out a carefree chuckle. "So, are you planning to cast your husband out onto the streets tonight? Or shall we indulge in the comforts of home?" The comforts of home. She touched her cheek shyly, unable to meet his gaze, fully aware that he was undoubtedly staring at her intently. After a moment of silence, she finally mustered the courage to whisper, her cheeks aflame. "My mother told me to make my own decision and mentioned that such moments often test a person's character." At this point, A playful impulse surged within her, prompting a shift in her tone as she looked up and asked, "Brother Zhan, do you think I can trust your character? Though we have known each other since childhood. A decade has passed, and people do change. Moreover, it is often said that the more handsome a man is, the more unreliable he tends to be. Could you be one of those?" Before she could finish her thought, he swiftly pulled her closer, leaning down to capture her incessant chatter with his lips. His breath was tantalizingly close. It was no mere kiss, but rather a gentle nibble. Pei Zhan's deep-set eyes locked onto her lips, his voice low and laced with amusement. "Tonight, you will truly discover whether I am as unreliable as they say." In this quiet alley, with the two of them nestled around a corner, there was little chance of anyone witnessing their exchange. Yet, even in such solitude, she found herself flustered by his teasing. Under his burning gaze, she gradually lowered her head. She resolved to seek advice from her mentor on the art of playful banter. Otherwise, remaining so passive would surely lead to an imbalance of heart and mind. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had elapsed. Strangely, throughout the entire afternoon, another group of individuals became thoroughly engrossed in their revelry. Finishing dinner without a sound and heading directly to a hot spring establishment, entirely oblivious to the presence of her and Shin. Unwilling to accept this oversight, Duanduan tugged at someone's sleeve. "Zhan, let us sneak in later and hide the clothes of Senior Xiao Chuan and his companions." He chuckled softly, then, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "All right." Chapter 171, just thinking about the excitement of tonight? Do not assume that Duanduan was merely jesting. She indeed proceeded with her plan. Someone quietly stationed themselves by the entrance of the hot spring room, attentively observing their young companion in action, occasionally offering subtle hints, creating an atmosphere of remarkable harmony. Once their task was completed, the two of them leisurely made their way to the changing room. As Duanduan entered, the three girls were nearly asleep. She deliberately cleared her throat, prompting the first to awaken to be Xiao Di. "Hey, Duanduan, what brings you here? You all are truly inconsiderate. Going to the hot springs without inviting me." Duanduan settled at the edge of the hot spring pool, first testing the water with her foot for temperature and depth before gradually sliding in. There was a winter break when she traveled to Yunnan with her parents, also to soak in hot springs. With little experience, she thoughtlessly jumped in, only to end up twisting her ankle. The reason being, she had inadvertently wandered into the children's area, where the water depth was barely 1 meter. Reflecting on it now brings a smile. For that trip to Yunnan had become one of the most amusing blunders of her life. At this moment, Xiaodi approached with a cheerful demeanor, grasping Duanduan's arm. "We initially intended to call you, but we were stopped by Brother Xiao Chuan, who argued that it would be more enjoyable if our two groups each pursued their own activities. With you and Brother Pei present, our meals would be limited to watered-down porridge and small steamed buns." How amusingly reasonable. It seems that Brother Xiao Chuan, having suffered greatly, is indeed planning ahead. With that said, Duanduan had no retort, as the truth of the matter was undeniable. However, it wasn't as exaggerated as it sounded. The esteemed one was not yet so domineering as to dictate the dining choices of others. A few minutes later, the chattering of the two girls grew increasingly animated, finally rousing the room leader and Bei Air from their reverie. To be precise, the room leader awoke naturally, while Bei Air was stirred from her slumber. Before she could greet Duanduan, she hurriedly dashed ashore, exclaiming that she needed to address a pressing personal matter. After consuming a hearty amount of chestnut and pork rib soup for dinner, this marked Bei Air's third trip to the restroom. Instantly, Duanduan felt a sense of equilibrium restored, contentedly leaning against the pool wall and humming a little tune. To the eyes of the other two, her demeanor seemed entirely altered. When Qing strolled over, teasingly leaning closer to her, "Duanduan, doesn't the thought of tonight excite you?" What do you mean?" Duanduan gazed at her with a naive curiosity. When Qing, maintaining a serious facade, stated, "Sharing a bed with Brother Pei must be quite thrilling." Initially, Duanduan felt indifferent, but with the room leader's subtle insinuation, her thoughts began to shift. Just then, Xiaodi interjected with curiosity, asking, "Duanduan, if Brother Pei truly requested to be intimate with you tonight, would you agree?" This individual is becoming increasingly absurd. Given her tender age, it is inconceivable that a revered figure would stoop to such depths. She is resolute in her disbelief that someone could harbor such demands, observing her unwavering expression of silence. When Qing sighed and gently patted Xiaodi's shoulder, advising her not to tease her too much. After all, if she were to become frightened and refuse to enter Senior Brother Pei's room, we would bear the brunt of the blame. Indeed, Xiaodi nodded earnestly before turning away. Choosing not to speak further, the room leader leaned back comfortably against a stone bench, casually picking up a phone to browse the forum. Duanduan, you must have seen the link I sent you earlier. Your votes are currently several thousand ahead of the second place. The title of the campus bell is undoubtedly yours. It's a sure thing. Oh, mentioning this topic brings a headache to Duanduan. She squinted slightly, rubbing her temples. I've already asked Brother Zhan to help me withdraw. Unless something unexpected occurs, by tomorrow morning, my name should no longer appear on the list. Ah, why would you do that, Duanduan? This is quite a good opportunity, Xiaodi exclaimed in surprise, only to be interrupted by the room leader's calm voice. This time, Senior Brother Pei may not be inclined to intervene on your behalf. Both girls turned to stare at her in unison. Chapter 172. The divine Pei takes the stage. Duanduan appeared not to have heard clearly and deliberately cupped her hand around her ear. Room leader, what do you mean? Wenqing held her phone out before the girl, indicating that she should closely examine the first comment in the section, a supportive anonymous message that had garnered 20,000 likes. I've seen this before, what of it? Duanduan replied, her eyes wide open as she awaited the room leader's next words. Then, an atmosphere of silence enveloped the room. Sensing this unusual tension, Duanduan's heart instinctively leapt, fearing that she might be frightened. Could it be that there was a hidden conspiracy at play? Was it possible that the individual who topped the flower ranking list was being deliberately manipulated from behind the scenes? It is well known that the head of the department possesses a wealth of information. Perhaps she had indeed caught wind of something significant. As Duanduan held her breath, she observed the previously impassive head of the department suddenly break into a knowing smile, transforming the scene into one brimming with peace and affection. Wenqing ceased to tease the adorable creature before her and beckoned her closer, which Duanduan promptly did. Let me tell you, she said, this account is undoubtedly that of Senior Pei himself. He has openly supported you with his main account. It is common knowledge. So why would he expend effort to bring you down? Wait a moment, Duanduan interjected. The head said this anonymous account belongs to a great master. Surely not. It appears to be just an ordinary user account. How could those individuals discern that it belonged to a master? Noticing her confusion, Wenqing kindly offered clarification. How many people who engage in forums are not astute? While they may lack other talents, they excel at uncovering hidden identities. Do you remember the previous election for the student council president? Senior Pei registered directly using his forum account. If anyone were determined to dig, it would be a matter of moments. Moreover, given Senior Pei's current attitude, it seems he has no intention of concealing his comments, thus providing those individuals with a blatant excuse to unearth his account. Pei Zhan personally took to the stage to support his girlfriend. One might wonder if others still had a chance to garner votes. No, absolutely not. It was a mere fantasy. After a passionate speech, Wenqing felt somewhat parched and reached for a nearby bottle of mineral water. Upon glancing at the expression of the stunned little girl beside her, it all became clear. It was no wonder her vote count had skyrocketed. The puppet master behind it all turned out to be none other than the esteemed deity himself. How ironic that she had previously cursed the instigator for deliberately targeting her. After all that, she had inadvertently scolded her own boyfriend. Yet, she truly had not anticipated that someone with such a temperament would personally step in to rally votes on her behalf. It was utterly astonishing, simply beyond belief. In truth, it was not just Duanduan who was taken aback. Even the individual who had initially risked it all to expose Pei Zhan's account had harbored deep doubts. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world had been turned upside down. Like a dam bursting, once a small crack appeared, a torrent would inevitably follow. Thus, the news spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, leading to the current situation. While Duanduan was engulfed in this shocking revelation, a sudden shriek from Bei Air echoed from the changing room, causing the three girls to perk up, their expressions instantly shifting. Something was amiss. They quickly emerged, wrapping their towels tightly around themselves as they hurried towards the changing room. Bei Air, what happened? Upon entering, they found Bei Air standing there, her face flushed and her towel clutched tightly, looking as if she were possessed. Why did it seem so? Because that girl was laughing, and her laughter was decidedly peculiar. The room leader, emboldened, strode confidently to Belle and waved his hand before her eyes. Noticing her lack of response, he unceremoniously delivered a sharp slap to her backside, prompting her to awaken from her reverie. Were you just admiring a handsome man? You seem rather foolishly enamored. Chapter 173. The demeanor a man should possess. It must be said that the individual who understands Belle the most in this world is none other than the room leader. Belle had no intention of concealing her feelings and nodded honestly. Indeed, She had seen a handsome man, and not just any man, but one who was bare from the waist up. As for his identity, she was quite certain she knew it in her heart. Both Duanduan and Xiaodi exhaled in relief. Seeing a handsome man was certainly preferable to being seen. Wait a moment, Belle had glimpsed his half-naked form, which surely meant that the legendary handsome man had also seen Belle's. Well, however, observing the contented expression on her face, it seemed she was still yearning for more. How amusing. This was evidently a voluntary encounter. The three of them exchanged a disdainful glance toward Belle. Shortly thereafter, Duanduan's phone rang. It was a call from Pei Zhan. The senior brothers from room 404 had already changed into their outfits and were seated in the lounge, ordering a platter of fruits and desserts while waiting for them to join for a late-night snack. After hanging up, they promptly began to change their clothes. Upon arriving at the private room in the lounge, Duanduan instinctively moved to sit beside Pei Zhan. The room leader and Xiaodi entered first, settling into a corner seat, leaving only one vacant spot beside the older brother Lin. Consequently, Belle, who arrived late, found herself in a quandary. Moreover, the typically bold and uninhibited Belle, upon glancing at Lin Yihan and the seat next to him, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Something was amiss. A tale unfolds. The three girls exchanged knowing glances, each pondering the possibility that the handsome man Bella had encountered in the changing room was indeed the one they were speculating about. This amusing scenario was all thanks to the mischievous little Duanduan, who had concealed the garments of several senior students and left behind a trail of cryptic clues. This playful act had inadvertently prompted three young men to roam about shirtless in search of their missing attire. Consequently, by a stroke of fate, Lin Yihan stumbled into the female changing room and collided head-on with Bella, who had just emerged from the restroom. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that Lin Yihan appeared rather uncomfortable, as if seated upon a bed of nails. "Old Lin, have you sat on a pin?" Yi Bai's quip instantly drew the attention of the others in the room, particularly Jiang Xiaochuan, recalling Lin Yihan's expression upon returning from his search, jested. "I reckon old Lin must have encountered a beautiful woman outside, and perhaps she playfully teased him, leaving him in such a fluster." As soon as he finished speaking, Bella found herself choking on her drink, caught off guard by the bluntness of Jiang's remark. Could he not be a tad more discreet? However, the truth was that Lin Yihan's unexpected meeting with Bella in the female changing room had remained a secret from his roommates. It was merely Jiang Xiaochuan's conjecture, albeit one that was surprisingly accurate. Duanduan observed the scene with great amusement, yet in an effort to spare Bella from embarrassment, she kindly shifted over on the bench, beckoning Bella to join her. "Come sit over here with me. Don't squeeze in next to the big guy and the little junior." At the opportune moment, Lin Yihan spoke up, earning silent admiration from the four girls present, who secretly gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, he displayed a commendable sense of responsibility. Although awkwardness was unavoidable, a man must retain his composure. It was already 10 o'clock, and considering the early rise required for the sunrise atop the Golden Summit the next day, everyone refrained from planning any further group activities and retired to their respective rooms. After completing their evening routines, they prepared for sleep. Regarding the evening rituals, Duanduan felt utterly speechless. Modern couple-themed hotels often feature romantic shared facilities, like the transparent glass shower enclosure before her, where privacy was conspicuously absent, rendering the distinction between having it or not quite moot. Duanduan shut her eyes briefly, inhaled deeply, and turned to glance at Pei Zhan, who stood by the window, speaking on the phone with his back to her. Chapter 174. Appreciating her beauty, should she inform him before stepping in to shower, perhaps by instructing him not to look this way, or to cover his eyes? How absurd. She mused. Had she watched too many period dramas? Ultimately, she decided against showering, thinking she might manage for one night. Yet, after walking so much that day, she felt uncomfortable at the thought of forgoing a shower. Caught in this dilemma, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts from behind. "Duanduan. There's a curtain around the shower area." Duanduan paused for a few seconds, feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment. What a peculiar situation. She couldn't help but marvel at her own folly. Following the divine reminder, she hurried over to take a look and discovered that indeed, there was a thick beige curtain surrounding the glass enclosure. Once drawn, it effectively concealed the interior from view. "Oh dear," she lamented, "all that unnecessary worry." Consequently, she couldn't resist casting another glance at Pei Zhan. Why is it that every time, Brother Zhan seems to know everything so clearly? Is it possible that, aside from kissing, men possess an innate understanding in this regard? With a heart full of confusion, Duanduan entered the bathroom, and soon the sound of water splashing echoed from within. Pei Zhan stood by the window, holding his phone in silence as he listened to the voice on the other end, his tall frame slightly turned. His profound gaze quietly fixed on the bathroom just a few steps away. The beige curtain could block the light from inside, yet it still faintly revealed the silhouette of the girl. With a flushed face, she hesitated for a moment before softly speaking, "Brother Zhan, there's a pink bag in the compartment of my suitcase. Could you please fetch it for me?" Typically, after showering in the dormitory, the girls would often forego wearing undergarments, which was perfectly acceptable among them. However, tonight, Duanduan felt increasingly embarrassed. Almost unwittingly, she added, "Or you could just bring the suitcase over, and I'll look for it myself." That spot was somewhat concealed, and she was concerned that he might struggle to find it. Pei Zhan had already bent down to open the suitcase, but upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. As the man approached, Duanduan's throat felt parched, especially when she caught sight of the black lingerie he was holding. An involuntary thought sprang to her mind. It is said that the choices one makes subconsciously often reflect their innermost desires. Could it be that he casually picked up this piece of black lace because he favored such allure? Duanduan quickly shook her head, scolding herself. What was she thinking? How could she, a typically innocent girl, have transformed into a little devil in just half a day at this peculiar hotel? No, no. Tomorrow we shall ascend to the summit. It is imperative that I recite the calming incantation several times. As the saying in Buddhism goes, cultivating oneself and nurturing one's character is the key to longevity. The girl's delicate face transformed in myriad ways, and every fleeting expression was captured by Pei Zhan's keen gaze. His tall frame stood before her, his head lowered, quietly admiring the sweet and innocent visage of his beloved. In the stillness of the room, Duanduan stood rigidly on bare feet in the bathroom, unable to move, with the intensity of someone's unwavering stare upon her. She felt as if a fiery sphere rested atop her head. The warmth was palpable, so close that she could sense each breath. Should she falter, that blazing sphere would ignite her completely. Duanduan gulped, gazing up at him in a daze. "Brother Zhan, the air inside is stifling. You are obstructing my ability to breathe." Chapter 175. Unforeseen dangers. After turning off the hot water, the temperature in the bathroom gradually began to drop. Despite the floor heating being on, standing there in the depths of winter made one susceptible to catching a cold. Moreover, had not little Duanduan just mentioned that someone was blocking her breath? Thus, a barely perceptible smile graced Pei Zhan's lips, and without further ado, he handed her the clothes and turned to enter the bedroom. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening. Ordinarily, she would either be lying in bed playing on her phone or out with friends. However, tonight, after her bath, Duanduan felt a sense of bloating. No. To be precise, she had felt unwell since dinner. The sensation of fullness intensified. Her abdomen felt rigid, as if she had swallowed a large stone. Observing the girl yawning repeatedly, Pei Zhan closed his laptop and approached her, gently stroking her head. "What is it? Is the discomfort still persisting?" Duanduan nodded, her face reflecting a profound weariness. She had scarcely eaten much for dinner. How could she suddenly be afflicted with indigestion at her age? At this hour, both the pharmacy and clinic were closed, and a mere case of bloating hardly warranted a trip to the hospital. Thus, under her aggrieved gaze, she observed Pei Zhan, holding his phone, moving to the window to call an unknown individual. From the tone of his voice, it seemed the person on the other end was likely a doctor, as he inquired about how to alleviate common bloating. Since he was not on speakerphone, Duanduan could not discern the specifics of their conversation. However, as the dialogue continued, she noticed Pei Zhan's gentle gaze directed towards her. A girl, 18 years old, experiencing bloating for 2 hours, having consumed little for dinner, primarily easily digestible foods. He stated calmly, causing Duanduan to perk up her ears in surprise. What? Was this somehow related to the tales of strange occurrences? Oh dear, what should she do? She felt too timid to confide in him. Truly, she had brought this upon herself. A few minutes later, Pei Zhan ended the call and approached the girl. Duanduan, take off your shoes and get into bed. I will apply a hot compress and give you a massage. His soothing voice interrupted her inner turmoil. As she lifted her head, she noticed him already heading into the bathroom. Overcome with guilt, she hardly hesitated and promptly complied. Applying heat and massage to the abdomen can effectively promote intestinal motility and aid digestion. It is a form of physical therapy for the late hours of the night. Lying supine on the soft bed, the sheets wafted a unique fragrance reminiscent of a luxurious hotel. A large hand tenderly circled her navel in a clockwise motion. Massaging her gently, an exquisite sensation that made her close her eyes in bliss, only to have her eyelids droop moments later, as drowsiness enveloped her. Her psychological defenses began to wane. In a haze, she heard someone inquire, "Duanduan, what did you have for dinner?" "Dinner? Oh, it was nothing much," she murmured. "A portion of sushi, a bowl of vegetable porridge, and a few delectable skewers." The hand on her abdomen seemed to pause for a few seconds. Then, she heard the person ask, "How many skewers of the delicious ones did you eat?" "How many?" Duanduan slightly furrowed her brow. "Was it 3 skewers? 5? 10? The person then playfully smacked her bottom with a gentle tap, accompanied by a soft sigh. Ah, truly unpredictable. Chapter 176. Brother Zhan smells divine. Duanduan could not recall how she had fallen asleep. However, upon awakening the next day, she felt remarkably refreshed and at ease. She remembered the previous night when the gentleman had massaged her abdomen, pondering how long he had toiled. With this thought, she couldn't help but slowly turn her head. The rhythmic breaths of the person beside her filled her ears, their warmth and a hint of crispness gently infiltrating her nostrils. She had never imagined that a boy's scent could be so delightful. Though merely a subtle body fragrance, it seemed capable of transporting one into realms of endless imagination. She found herself lost in a daydream, pondering what shampoo the esteemed deity used, the brand of laundry detergent he preferred, and the scent of his shower gel. How was it that, regardless of the time or place, even after an intense basketball game when he was drenched in sweat, he always exuded such a delightful fragrance? "Zhan, you smell so wonderful," the girl murmured softly, leaning her beaming face closer to his striking visage. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled his scent, savoring it, only to release it slowly before repeating the act, resembling a mischievous little sprite. Just as she took her final breath, the alarm on her phone, resting on the bedside, rang unexpectedly. The sound of the alarm signified that it was already 5 in the morning. His deep, dark eyes locked onto her, capturing her gaze with an intensity that made her heart race. The girl blinked awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and was about to discreetly shift away when a large hand seized her waist, and with a subtle force from his arm beneath the covers, she found herself uncontrollably pressed against his chest. Then, a raspy voice emerged from above her. "Duanduan, had I known you were so intrigued by my physique, I should have heeded my friend's advice last night." Duanduan raised her head slowly, her cheeks flushed, silently observing him. She then asked, rather dryly, "What advice?" The moment the question slipped from her lips, she distinctly felt that large hand tighten around her waist. As if sensing something, her body instinctively stiffened. In the silence, the air in the room became imbued with a subtle, almost palpable intimacy. Though he had said nothing, an instinctive awareness rendered her heart as transparent as a glass vessel. It must be said that after spending considerable time in the presence of a master, certain insights naturally become effortlessly grasped. She was no longer the naive, emotional novice she once was. Her misty eyes remained fixated on the Adam's apple of the person before her, while her small hand subconsciously clutched the corner of the blanket, her entire being tensed with palpable anxiety. The girl's expression, reminiscent of autumn waters, was fully absorbed by Pei Zhan, who noticed her gaze gradually intensifying with fervor. "Duanduan," he mused, "your current demeanor is likely to lead your brother to misunderstand." Startled, she instinctively pulled back, wrapping herself tighter in the blanket to distance herself from this perilous individual. Yet, without granting her an opportunity to escape, Pei Zhan effortlessly extended his long arm, drawing both the girl and her blanket into his embrace. With deep affection, he planted a gentle kiss on her rosy cheek, seemingly sighing while also whispering to himself, "I have never felt time pass so slowly. If only it could hasten, just a little, for my Duanduan to grow up." The girl's fluffy little head nestled quietly against his chest, as the warm yellow light of the room softly illuminated them, enveloping the space in a sweetness that brought a profound warmth to the chilly morning. After indulging in a moment of intimacy beneath the covers, they soon rose to dress and freshen up. Just as they were nearing completion, a voice from outside the door called out, urging them on. "Duanduan, are you and Brother Pei ready? We are about to depart." Quickly donning her hat, Duanduan rushed to the mirror for a last glance and called out towards the door. "Almost there. Just a moment." Chapter 177. Those years were his most beautiful time. A few minutes later, the group gathered outside the hotel entrance. Today, the summit is bustling with numerous individuals eager to witness the sunrise. By the time our group arrives at the dam, tourists are already forming an orderly queue to board the bus. I wonder how many people the bus can accommodate, and whether we will be fortunate enough to catch this ride. Rest assured, There is absolutely no problem, the room supervisor assures us. Almost simultaneously, the other three girls nod in agreement. Jiang Xiaochuan, observing this with curiosity, leans in to inquire, "How can you be so certain?" When Qing replies nonchalantly, "I tend to be quite persuasive. I'm simply giving it a try." Jiang Xiaochuan is momentarily rendered speechless. It's fascinating how the thoughts of this girl differ from those of the older men around her. It's truly intriguing. I wonder what kind of emotional experience the leader has while being around his junior sister. Perhaps it's quite refreshing. Strangely, after being single for over 20 years, Jiang Xiaochuan suddenly feels a yearning for a charming creature akin to a girl. Don't ask why it isn't a person. He feels unworthy. Before long, as the line advances, his daydreaming is abruptly interrupted by Yi Bai, who chides him, "Hurry and get on the bus." Jiang Xiaochuan feels a buzzing in his head, his entire being unsettled. "Oh, you're getting bold, aren't you? You dare to have designs on my sister? You're asking for trouble. Bring it on. Let us see who gets the upper hand." "Ah, truly a nemesis," Duanduan sighs, exasperated. "Aren't we a bit too old for such childish antics? Just look at my esteemed partner. So mature, so composed." Pei Zhan's calm voice timely interrupted the entangled camaraderie of the two friends, producing an immediate effect. The two, who had been fiercely grappling moments ago, instinctively separated. Witnessing this scene, Wenqing couldn't help but shake her head. Truly, one thing conquers another. Pei Zhan, as the leader, was indeed deserving of his title. Once the playful bickering ceased, a serene silence enveloped the vehicle. The journey to the mountainside still required half an hour, and due to the early start, many passengers had spontaneously succumbed to slumber in their seats. However, Duanduan was remarkably alert, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Instead, she gazed wide-eyed out the window, joyfully savoring the scenic views along the route. The bus ascended along a smooth road, and as the altitude increased, the surrounding vegetation gradually became sparse. Not only that, but the passengers could distinctly feel the temperature plummeting outside. As they navigated the final sharp bend, the trees lining the road and deep within the mountains were blanketed in a thick layer of snow. For a child raised in the southern regions, the sight of that pristine white was almost enough to captivate her in an instant. How beautiful! It had been ages since she had witnessed such a stunning snowy landscape. The last significant snowfall in Jiangning, as far as her memory served, might have been a decade ago. That heartwarming scene remained vividly etched in her mind. Even in 10 or 20 years, she would certainly not forget it. Pei Zhan's gentle gaze rested quietly on the girl's sweet, innocent face, a subtle smile of affection gracing his lips. Of course, he remembered. Those were the most beautiful years of his life. Every moment spent with Duanduan, every word spoken, every action taken, all deeply cherished and securely nestled within his heart. Not even a fraction of the affectionate words could evoke the same level of emotion as his current utterance. I stared blankly at the person before me, as the sweet memories of my childhood drifted away with the bus, fading into the distance.